Inside an antique-style restaurant, 10 beautiful women were serving a man sitting on a stool, and the man could hear bursts of soft, charming laughter from time to time. Fang Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly, a look of contentment on his face, as if he were immersed in this moment of enjoyment. A moment later, Fang Zheng opened his eyes and looked at the women in front of him, each with their own unique posture. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Such days were truly delightful. He was transported to ancient times by a sudden accident and became a down-on-his-luck, neglected magistrate of a remote county town. At this time, the great Qian dynasty, where Fang Zheng lived, was engaged in years of war with other countries, causing people to be displaced and to suffer greatly. The county that Fang Zheng took over was in complete disarray, with a registered population of less than 2,000, and the residents were all emaciated and struggling to make ends meet. Even more outrageous, the former county magistrate died of starvation, and the county school instructor disappeared long ago as the starving people fled. The most devastating thing was that this county didn't even have a decent industry and was completely devoid of productivity, which instantly filled him with a deep sense of powerlessness and despair. But this despair did not last long. Soon, Fang Zheng suppressed all his emotions, and his eyes became firm again. Since he could no longer return to his original world, he would use the modern knowledge and thinking in his mind to transform this impoverished county into a prosperous and wealthy place, making himself a local tyrant. "Master Fang, are you feeling all right?" A maid who was massaging Fang Zheng's shoulders whispered in his ear. "Not bad, reward me." Fang Zheng replied casually. The maidservant immediately curtsied and said, "Thank you, sir." Fang Zheng frowned and said with displeasure, "Why are you calling me master? Call me young master." The beautiful maid chuckled and replied sweetly, "Yes, young master." Fang Zheng closed his eyes again, his heart filled with emotion. It had taken him 7 whole years to finally transform this impoverished county into something respectable. The government office was rebuilt, and facilities such as casinos and restaurants were also fully equipped. The streets were bustling with people, and the area was prosperous. More importantly, he managed to bring in a large number of refugees by going out and using a combination of coaxing and deception, and the population has grown from several thousand to tens of thousands. Today, Taoyuan County has become almost a paradise on earth, and Fang Zheng's life can be described as extremely pleasant. He no longer hoped that the court would notice and send someone to promote or give him an important position. Instead, he strictly controlled the merchants who cooperated with him, demanding that they never reveal the truth about the place. Of course, just a year ago, the imperial court routinely sent an inspector. Upon arriving in Taoyuan, the man immediately began praising the auspicious signs and was eager to report his achievements. Fang Zheng spent a lot of effort to appease and calm the official down. Now, he only hopes to stay in this place forever, be a local tyrant, and live a happy life. He thought contentedly, "This is good enough for my life. I have plenty to eat and drink, a house, and beautiful women." Just as they were enjoying their wonderful life, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the Snow Moon Pavilion. An unremarkable-looking man, dressed in official robes and with a sword at his waist, rushed in. The man walked up to Fang Zheng and whispered, "Young master, some people have reported that they spotted out-of-town merchants 10 miles away. Their carriages don't have our markings. Shall we do another job?" Upon hearing this, Fang Zheng flew into a rage and launched a flying kick. "Zhang Biao, you bastard! We are the government, not bandits. What kind of nonsense is this? Always thinking about kidnapping people. We need to operate more formally now. What if we scare away the merchants?" Zhang Biao lost his balance and stumbled to the ground, looking somewhat comical, but his face was full of grievance. "Isn't this how we always did it? Oh, you dare talk back? Are you tired of living?" Fang Zheng asked coldly. The beautiful maids around him were already laughing hysterically. After all, Taoyuan County was only so big, and everyone knew the magistrate's temper. Besides his deep kindness to the people, this gentleman was actually kind-hearted despite his sharp tongue. The fact that Zhang Biao received such special treatment shows that he was considered one of their own, something others could only envy. Zhang Biao got up from the ground and obediently stood beside Fang Zheng, not daring to say another word. This incident greatly dampened Fang Zheng's spirits. If you were to ask what's most important for Taoyuan County, it would undoubtedly be attracting investment. Currently, the county's industrial structure is too singular, and it urgently needs external expansion. Therefore, no potential investor can be treated lightly. He stood up and walked to the shopkeeper, bowing slightly. The shopkeeper, seeing this, quickly returned the bow. "I'm off, shopkeeper. Consider this my way of supporting the opening of your Snow Moon Pavilion." Fang Zheng said calmly, "If I find out that you have committed any crimes or oppressed women, I will personally demolish your Snow Moon Pavilion. Do you understand?" The shopkeeper was sweating profusely, his face plastered with smiles. "Yes, yes. Thank you for your kindness, magistrate. Go, Zhang Biao, back to the almond." Fang Zheng waved his sleeve and turned to leave. Meanwhile, on the other side, "Your Majesty, we should arrive at Taoyuan County in half a day. The people from the palace should have already entered the official road." The speaker was Guo Tianyang, who was respectfully holding a map and standing in front of a middle-aged man in his 40s. That man was none other than Emperor Jing of the Great Qin dynasty, Li Che. Although Li Che was only in his 40s, his brows were already etched with the marks of time. His eyes were resolute, yet occasionally a heavy worry would also be revealed. Despite his efforts to unify the country over the past 2 years, disasters still plagued various regions, and memorials poured in like snowflakes. Exhausted both physically and mentally, Li Che conceived the idea of traveling incognito. He left a letter and quietly departed from the palace. After listening to Guo Tianyang's report, Li Che nodded slightly and casually asked, "Guo Banban, have you heard of Taoyuan County?" Guo Tianyang shook his head and replied respectfully, "Your Majesty, this servant has not heard of it. This county is located deep in the mountains. The path is bumpy, and the roads have been in disrepair for many years. It must be just an ordinary little place." Emperor Jing nodded again, slowly closed his eyes, and began to rest. Guo Tianyang tactfully put away the map, and the carriage immediately fell silent, with only the creaking of the wheels over the old road echoing in their ears. After a stick of incense had burned, Li Che opened his eyes and sighed softly. "Let's rest for the night in Taoyuan County. This road is really bumpy and uncomfortable. It's much more comfortable to ride a horse." Guo Tianyang replied with a wry smile, "Your Majesty, this place is indeed remote, and the road conditions are to be expected. The situation will naturally be much better once we reach Hangjiang Prefecture." He paused, then whispered, "But this old servant is worried that this place is remote and your Majesty has not brought any guards. What if something unexpected happens?" Emperor Jing snorted coldly, interrupting him. "Guo Banban, but getting more and more timid. You followed me into battle back then, but now you're even hesitant to travel incognito. It seems you've really gotten old." Guo Tianyang was startled and hurriedly explained, "Your Majesty, this old servant did not mean that thump." Before he could finish speaking, the carriage shook violently. Guo Tianyang was thrown up, his head hitting the roof of the carriage hard, wincing in pain. Fortunately, Emperor Jing remained seated, gripping the armrests tightly with both hands, thus maintaining his composure and preventing any loss of composure. "Go out and take a look," Emperor Jing said in a deep voice. Guo Tianyang rubbed his head and crawled out of the carriage. As soon as he landed, he angrily scolded the driver. "You idiot! You don't even watch where you're going when you're driving. Be careful you don't startle my master, or I'll have your head chopped off." The driver, his face filled with terror, pointed tremblingly ahead. "Sir, look ahead." Guo Tianyang stared wide-eyed, looking ahead in disbelief. He quickly peered back at the carriage, then swiftly turned back, rubbing his eyes in frustration. Behind the carriage lay a dilapidated dirt road, strewn with gravel and swirling dust, while in front of it stretched a perfectly flat highway. The road surface was almost perfectly smooth, its dark gray gleaming strangely in the sunlight, and its sides were edged with stone slabs. The sudden jolt of the carriage was from the point where it had collided with the junction of the old and new roads. How could there be such a road? Guo Tianyang exclaimed in shock, muttering to himself. The driver replied with a wronged expression. "This is my first time here too." Guo Tianyang, without a word, hurriedly climbed back into the carriage. "Your Majesty, please come out and take a look." Emperor Jing frowned slightly, then leaned out as well. He was instantly stunned by what he saw, his face showing astonishment. Before him lay a straight, smooth road, flanked by lush green crops. This scene was unlike anything he had ever seen before. "Guo Banban, are you sure this is Taoyuan County?" Guo Tianyang quickly flipped through the map again to check carefully and nodded vigorously after confirming. "That's right. This is it." The carriage continued its journey, but the road was exceptionally smooth. A gentle breeze caressed his face, and the pleasant scenery made Emperor Jing's brow relax. I never expected that such a small county could build such an amazing road. It's quite interesting. I must see Taoyuan County with my own eyes. Guo Tianyang agreed wholeheartedly and praised. Even the roads are built so uniquely. The officials here must be extraordinary. Half an hour later, the road gradually became more populated. Some people walked, while others leisurely drove donkey carts. In the fields, many farmers could be seen working. Emperor Jing nodded in satisfaction. He hadn't expected such a small, unknown county to be so well governed. He just couldn't understand why. Given the presence of such a capable official, he had never heard of him before. The lush greenery on both sides flashed by, and the outline of the city walls gradually came into view in the distance. As the carriage drew near, Emperor Jing, Guo Tianyang, and the coachman all stared wide-eyed. The so-called Taoyuan County before them was actually a fortified and majestic city. The gray-white brick walls and the more than 10-meter-high city walls all revealed the four characters, as solid as a rock. Above the city gate hung 3 large, golden characters, Taoyuan County. This time, Emperor Jing disregarded his shock and suppressed his anger, saying in a low voice, "Guo Tianyang, get over here." Guo Tianyang felt uneasy, but he still sent the coachman away first, and then came to Emperor Jing's side, tremblingly. "What use are your imperial guards? There is such a fortified city only 100 miles from the capital. Why has no one ever reported this to the emperor?" Emperor Jing had been fighting for many years and knew the size of counties and cities in various places very well. Small counties at most had mud walls, but never such a high standard and sturdy city defense. Especially considering Taoyuan County's relative obscurity, how could such a huge bombshell be hidden right under the emperor's nose? How could he not be furious? Guo Tianyang was already panicked, kowtowing repeatedly and crying out for justice. He truly knew nothing about it. He had never even heard of it. Even if the imperial guards were incredibly powerful, they wouldn't come to this godforsaken place for no reason. Who would have thought that such a luxurious and fortified city was hidden in this desolate mountain valley? It's simply outrageous. Many people around cast curious glances. Emperor Jing sighed. Guo Banban had grown up with him since childhood, and he couldn't bear to be truly angry. He could only suppress his emotions and say, "Get up. I'll settle the score with you when we get back." Guo Tianyang was overjoyed to hear this, knowing that he had saved his life. He had been by Emperor Jing's side since the latter was less than 10 years old, and he knew the emperor's temperament all too well. This tone meant he was temporarily safe. Nevertheless, he stood up, tears streaming down his face, saying, "This servant thanks you, master." Emperor Jing waved his hand. Let's go into the city and see." Just as the two were about to take a step, they were stopped by 3 constables. "Gentlemen, please show us your travel permits." Guo Tianyang, who was already prepared, quickly handed over his travel permits. The constables glanced at them and returned them, then asked, "What brings you to Taoyuan County?" "Business. My master is in the porcelain business, and we come to check out the market." Upon hearing the word business, the official smiled, then whispered a few words to his companion, who immediately ran into the city. Emperor Jing, though puzzled, did not ask further, clearly indicating that the other party had made some arrangements. So he casually asked, "The city walls of Taoyuan County are so tall and sturdy. They must have cost a lot of money? Perhaps the government has increased taxes." Before the official in front of him could speak, another official behind him laughed. I asked. I knew you'd ask. Come on, pay up." The official, with a wry smile, took out 10 coins and handed them to his companion. He then explained, "This city wall is actually fake. It's covered with stone slabs, and the patterns are all carved out. Our county magistrate thought the earthen walls were ugly, so he came up with this idea. It doesn't actually cost much money." Guo Tianyang was dumbfounded. Emperor Jing, however, burst into laughter. "So that's how it is. This magistrate is quite a refined man. It seems I have been overthinking things." In his delight, he had Guo Tianyang take out a tael of silver and give it to the official as a reward. Unexpectedly, the official's expression changed upon seeing the silver, and he shouted sternly, "What are you doing? Take it back. We don't do this in Taoyuan County." Guo Tianyang's hand froze in midair, unable to move forward or backward. He was inwardly both amused and exasperated. Was it really a place that wouldn't accept reward money? It was truly unbelievable. Emperor Jing's expression darkened slightly, then turned thoughtful. For a mere minor official to possess such integrity and uprightness, Taoyuan County certainly had something special about it. The two did not linger any longer, took back the silver, and stepped into the city. Upon entering, the two fell silent once more. Before them stretched a clean and spacious stone-paved road. Shops lined both sides, bustling with people. Even street vendors were plentiful, their calls rising and falling. Moreover, the buildings looked brand new and impressive, clearly constructed in recent years. The entire city was even more splendid than the capital. Guo Tianyang exclaimed incredulously, "My lord, it's rare to see roads paved with stone slabs here." Emperor Jing nodded slowly, his expression grave. Even in the capital, there were few places paved with stone slabs, especially since most of the outer city roads were still dirt tracks. Once it rained, they became incredibly muddy. But the stone-paved road in Taoyuan County seemed to stretch on forever. What surprised him most was the stark difference in the demeanor of the people on the street compared to those in the capital. Everyone had rosy complexions, plump figures, and no signs of malnutrition. There were even quite a few obese people. Compared to the capital, it was a world of difference. At this moment, Emperor Jing's doubts grew ever stronger. Chapter 3. The water was exceptionally sweet. The streets were bustling with activity, filled with countless novelties. Even Emperor Jing was captivated by them, and for a moment he was not in a hurry to find an inn to stay in. As he walked, he sighed, if all the county towns in the world were like Peach Blossom Spring, perhaps the affairs of state would be much easier. At this moment, Guo Tianyang suddenly pointed ahead and exclaimed with delight that he had discovered an inn. Emperor Jing looked up and was immediately stunned. The signboard clearly read, Yujian Inn, with the character official prominently displayed in the lower right corner, leaving everyone completely bewildered. Despite the strange name, Emperor Jing stepped inside, followed closely by Guo Tianyang, who seemed to finally breathe a sigh of relief. The innkeeper, seeing guests arrive, immediately greeted them with a warm smile, asking whether they were there for a meal or to stay the night. Emperor Jing answered, stay at the inn, without hesitation, and the innkeeper began to announce the prices. 5 taels for first class, 3 taels for second class, and 1 tael for third class. Guo Tianyang was immediately furious, accusing the innkeeper of overcharging him. 5 taels of silver a night was simply unheard of. The innkeeper hurriedly explained that they were a government-run inn with transparent pricing, and their prices were 20% cheaper than private inns. This mention of government-run piqued Emperor Jing's interest. The innkeeper explained in detail that most of the major industries in Taoyuan County were under the unified management of the government, and this inn was even personally named by the county magistrate and specially built for merchants from other places. He said that during peak season, even third-class rooms were hard to come by, and first-class rooms were definitely a bargain at 5 taels. After listening, Emperor Jing pondered for a moment, then decisively booked a first-class room. Guo Tianyang had nothing to say and followed him upstairs, beginning to suspect that this small Taoyuan county held many secrets. The servant led the two upstairs, carrying a pot of tea. Before entering, he respectfully poured 2 cups of tea, introducing it as the famous sweet water of Taoyuan town. There was a red rope inside the room. Just pull it, and a waiter would come up. Very convenient. Emperor Jing thought this design was good and that the palace could adopt it. He took the teacup and examined it. The tea was clear and bright, with 2 tender leaves unfurled within, its appearance refreshing and delightful. Guo Tianyang took a sip and remarked that the tea had a hint of medicinal fragrance, far surpassing the teas of the capital. Emperor Jing also took a sip, finding it refreshing and sweet, leaving a pleasant aftertaste, and immediately smiled. Taoyuan County is becoming more and more interesting, he remarked. Guo Tianyang looked around the room and suddenly pointed to the wall in surprise, saying, the wall is actually covered with white cloth. No wonder it's so clean and tidy. Emperor Jing reached out and touched it. The texture was rough like white linen, but visually it was quite refreshing and neat. As they were studying it, Guo Tianyang suddenly exclaimed in surprise from another room, prompting Emperor Jing to rush over to investigate. There he was, hunched over a ceramic toilet, excitedly shouting that there was a well there. Emperor Jing was stunned upon seeing it. The well opening was smooth and enormous, looking quite luxurious, and most importantly, it was located on the 2nd floor of a building, truly bizarre. Guo Tianyang even scooped up a handful of water and drank it, praising it highly, saying that the well water was sweet and refreshing. The more he looked, the more confused he became, so he pulled the rope to call the waiter over to ask him clearly. The waiter came up, and upon hearing this, smiled and explained that it wasn't a well, but a funerary, also called a chamber pot. Guo Tianyang nearly fainted on the spot upon hearing this, and glancing at Emperor Jing's unpleasant expression, his face immediately turned red. He stammered, asking why the outhouse was located inside the house. It seemed so inconsiderate. The waiter, however, seemed unfazed, explaining that this was a modern design in Taoyuan County. A rope above the toilet connected to a rooftop water tank, A simple pull flushed it clean, convenient and hygienic. Guo Tianyang, suppressing his nausea, asked where the water tank was. The waiter explained that it was a large elevated water tower outside, replenished regularly every day. The smaller water tanks inside were hidden in the ceiling. Emperor Jing then suddenly understood why he had seen large wooden frames with buckets on them next to houses throughout the city. They were specifically for storing water. Guo Tianyang finally couldn't hold it in any longer and vomited right there on the toilet. The waiter clapped and laughed, saying that his drunk customers often did that. After Guo Tianyang finished vomiting, the waiter demonstrated by pulling the water rope. A gush of clear water washed away the filth, eliminating even the odor. Emperor Jing was astonished and couldn't help but ask, "Where did all this sewage go?" Chapter for the great philanthropist of Taoyuan. The servant replied with a smile that the toilet in the room was merely an entrance, and all the filth would flow away through the pipes below. Taoyuan County was situated on higher ground, and outside the city, there was a large pit specifically for disposing of filth. For those residents without flush toilets, there were people who would come to collect the waste and dump it there. Guo Tianyang frowned, a question rising in his mind. Wouldn't flushing like this every day clog the pipes? The servant clapped his hands, admiring his accurate assessment, and then explained that the pipes weren't long, and the large pit was close to the downstream river channel, equipped with a specially designed water wheel that could transfer the sewage directly to the neighboring county. Emperor Jing nearly spat out his tea, and Guo Tianyang was also stunned and speechless. The servant seemed to get more and more excited as he spoke, proudly saying that this pipeline was the largest project in Taoyuan County, and it took 2 whole years to build. Moreover, he himself had participated in the construction, and at that time the whole county was bustling with activity. He said the county magistrate ordered that the pit could not remain in Taoyuan County, because over time the excrement would seep into the ground, making the water smell bad and affecting its taste. In order to preserve this sweet water, they had no choice but to borrow land from a neighboring county. Guo Tianyang's face darkened. What kind of kindness was this? They were clearly throwing dirty water onto someone else's territory while drinking sweet water themselves, and even turning around to do business selling water. Emperor Jing's face also grew increasingly grim. Recalling the bitter drinking water in the capital, he realized that it might have been caused by this scheme, which was truly unacceptable. The servant, however, excitedly added that the magistrate also wanted to connect to the capital's moat, saying, with so many people and so much water, it would be perfect for sewage disposal. But the plan was abandoned due to the long distance and complex terrain. This remark left Emperor Jing and Guo Tianyang speechless. This city lord was simply doing all sorts of despicable things, yet he acted like he was doing something for the benefit of the world. Guo Tianyang asked through gritted teeth, "Are all those excrements just going to be wasted like that? Don't we need fertilizer for farming?" The servant shook his head and said that farming wasn't the county's main business. Some fertilizer would be kept, but overall, other industries were the primary focus. Then he pulled out something that looked like a water gun, saying it was a special design for the county, used to wash one's genitals. He said it was connected to a separate saline tank, and you could spray water with a single press, getting thoroughly clean, and someone would come to replenish the saline solution every day. Emperor Jing sighed and rubbed his forehead. Even washing one's bottom required salt water. This place was ridiculously extravagant. Guo Tianyang, however, was beaming, praising the design as practical and convenient. The servant then opened a hidden compartment next to the toilet, revealing neatly arranged sheets of white paper. He explained that the paper had been crumpled and wouldn't be too stiff to use. He said that in the past, everyone used toilet sticks, but the magistrate thought they were unhygienic. Now, paper towels were being promoted, even in public toilets. He also specifically warned that there was a scoundrel named Zhang Biao who was in charge of catching rule breakers. Zhang Biao had a mole on his forehead, was incredibly strong, and was not particularly good looking. Most importantly, he wasn't very bright. The servant added that toothbrushes and face towels were already placed in the side cabinet inside the room. If needed, one could pull the red string to find someone else. After saying this, he smiled and left, leaving the 2 people in the room completely shocked. Emperor Jing waved his hand dismissively, his mind a jumble of thoughts. He turned to look at the wash basin beside him and noticed his own slightly weary reflection in the mirror. His face was lined with wrinkles, his temples were graying, and his eyes were filled with confusion and disappointment. He gently touched the mirror, muttering to himself, "Am I really getting old? Why is everything here beyond my comprehension?" Guo Tianyang had long forgotten about his image, rushing to the hidden compartment and pulling out a stack of white paper, excitedly caressing it. "Your Majesty, this paper is wonderful. I can write on it." Emperor Jing glanced at it, nodded, and said calmly, "I understand. I must meet this magistrate of Taoyuan County tomorrow. I want to see who he is, that he can turn this remote place into such a wonderful place. Meanwhile, in the backyard of Taoyuan County Government Office, a lazy and comfortable atmosphere prevailed. Fang Zheng lay on a rocking chair, munching on candied fruit, with a pretty maidservant named Xiao Tao behind him. Xiao Tao was giving him a massage, but Fang Zheng complained that her movements were too gentle. She was unconvinced and tightened her grip, even jokingly telling him to go to Snow Moon Pavilion. Fang Zheng lazily retorted, only to be pushed back down by her. Zhang Biao walked in and reported that he had spotted the two out-of-town merchants, who were probably there to do porcelain business. Zhang Biao suggested bringing the person in for questioning, but Fang Zheng flatly rejected the idea. He lectured Zhang Biao, saying that the old ways were no longer viable, and that developing industry now required following the rules. Continuing to resort to underhanded tactics would only cause trouble sooner or later, hindering the long-term development of Taoyuan County. He said that his political achievements have been steadily rising recently, and he would be transferred to the central government sooner or later. If someone found fault with him and spread it, his future would be completely ruined. Zhang Biao scratched his head and gave an awkward smile, saying that he was just worried his master was too capable and would be transferred. Don't worry, he patted his chest and assured him. With me here, no one can take you away. You'll die in Taoyuan County. Get out. Chapter 5: The Magistrate's Kindness and Inability to Bear the Poor. The next morning, Emperor Jing had just woken from a sweet dream when Guotianyang was already standing respectfully by the bedside, having prepared everything in advance. They had thoughtfully provided a side room for attendants to rest, so he stayed in the room, never leaving their side. Emperor Jing stretched lazily, still looking tired. This bed is even more comfortable than the one in the palace. It's really strange. After yesterday's long journey and the series of frights, it's rare to be able to get a good night's sleep. Guotianyang quickly brought over a basin of water and a towel, adding, "There are 12 layers of mattresses under this bed. It's very soft, so it's natural that your majesty slept comfortably." Emperor Jing wiped his face, his spirits returning, and raised his hand, saying, "Have something to eat, and then we'll go for a walk." Breakfast was extremely simple, consisting of only a bowl of congee and a few side dishes. Yet Emperor Jing ate with great relish, nodding repeatedly. "I never imagined even these side dishes would have such a unique flavor. Truly worthy of Taoyuan County. I, the emperor, am not living as comfortably as a mere county magistrate." Guotianyang lowered his head and whispered, "Your Majesty, I believe that the county magistrate is arrogant and domineering and doesn't know his place. He should be reprimanded. The extravagance and wastefulness of Taoyuan County are unacceptable. This trend must not be allowed to continue." Emperor Jing snorted coldly, his face darkening. "You make it sound so easy. Does silver fall from the sky? Even people in these poor, remote areas can live and work in peace and contentment. Yet you think they're living too well. You're getting more and more confused as you get older." Upon hearing this, Guotianyang dared not say anything more and could only stand aside with his head down in grievance. Emperor Jing put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and said indifferently, "You've finished eating, let's go for a walk." After quickly tidying themselves up, the two left the inn and walked onto the street. Emperor Jing carefully observed the area. The streets were clean and tidy, the alleyways were free of debris, the ground was dry, and there wasn't a single beggar or thug in sight. The pedestrians were neatly dressed and full of energy. Even carrying a book box made them look like scholars, a stark contrast to the dilapidated state of other places. Emperor Jing took this scene to heart. As they walked, a familiar yet strange singing voice suddenly rang in their ears. Emperor Jing and Guotianyang looked in the direction of the sound and saw a milk tea stall on the side of the street. The stall owner was a middle-aged man who was singing to attract customers, and a group of people were gathered around him. Guotianyang frowned upon hearing this, cursing inwardly. "What kind of rubbish is this?" He spat on the ground, and before he could even straighten up, a figure suddenly darted out from the side. It was an old woman dressed in cloth, with a red ribbon tied around her sleeve that read sanitation worker, who aggressively blocked their path. She immediately declared, spitting on the ground, 5 coins fine. Emperor Jing was taken aback, scrutinizing the old woman with a stern expression, showing no sign of backing down. Guotianyang was indignant. Who cared about this anymore? He'd spat in the palace before. Guotianyang retorted sharply. "Who are you? What gives you the right to impose a fine?" The old woman scoffed. "Are you from out of town? Taoyuan County has a strict rule against spitting in public. It was set by our magistrate himself. If you're not satisfied, come with me to see the official." Guotianyang was furious. He'd only spat, and now he was being told to go see the officials? Just as he was about to reprimand them, Emperor Jing coldly uttered 2 words, "Give me the money." Gui Tianyang could only dejectedly pull out 5 copper coins and hand them over. The old woman took the money and turned to leave, but Emperor Jing stopped her. Old lady, we've just arrived, and there are some things we don't understand. May we ask you a few questions? Seeing that his tone was polite, the old woman stopped and waved her hand, saying, Go ahead. Emperor Jing asked, Why can't we see a single beggar on the street? The old woman laughed and said with a smile, Here, the poor people have all been sent by the county magistrate to dig ditches and repair canals, and they even get paid for their work. Will there be any beggars? Emperor Jing nearly choked, unable to catch his breath. Gui Tianyang, standing nearby, said grimly, They're utterly despicable, using the poor as laborers and then justifying it. They've disgraced all officials. The old woman was displeased and clapped her hands, shouting, How can you talk like that? In our Taoyuan county, no one dares to speak ill of the patriarch. If you were anywhere else, your mouth would have been smashed to pieces. Gui Tianyang was about to retort when someone in the crowd shouted, A lawsuit is happening. Come and see the excitement. The old woman's eyes lit up, and she abandoned them and ran off, muttering, Let's go. We can't miss it. Emperor Jing, hearing this, also became interested and quickened his pace. Although Gui Tianyang was still sulking, he had no choice but to follow. A group of people hurried to the county government office, where Emperor Jing and Gui Tianyang immediately stopped. The county government office before them was grand in scale, covering more than 20 acres, with a stone archway in front, a square behind, and 3 consecutive buildings exuding an extraordinary aura. The 4 characters Taoyuan County Government Office on the stone archway were written in a vigorous and elegant style, appearing exceptionally solemn. The steps were wide, and the ground was paved with stone slabs, all conveying an air of majesty and solemnity. Gui Tianyang's jaw dropped. This county government office is too luxurious. They say officials don't build their own offices, but this looks like a palace. Emperor Jing didn't speak, but glanced at the 4-character plaque with a deep look before stepping inside. Gui Tianyang had no choice but to follow. Inside the hall, the people formed a circle, with one person standing and another kneeling. On either side, the yamen runners stood solemnly, their water and fire sticks held horizontally before them. A large plaque hung high above the hall, inscribed with the 4 characters, hanging high, mirror clear, their upright and steady lines exuding an imposing aura. The crowd held their breath, awaiting the magistrate's entrance. In the backyard, Fang Zheng stretched and complained, It's not even noon yet, and some troublemakers are already causing trouble. It's so annoying. Behind him, his maid, Xiao Tao, was helping him put on his official robes, her movements meticulous, but a hint of helplessness played on her lips. Fang Zheng continued muttering, 2 months of peace and quiet, and I haven't even had a few good days before I have to hold court again. Who caused this mess? His stomach was empty, and he started thinking about what to eat when he got back. I haven't had breakfast yet. Let's have some beef. Xiao Tao didn't look up, only replying, You're always so picky. Fang Zheng straightened his clothes, looking at himself in the mirror with satisfaction, his eyes shining. I'm off, going to court. Chapter 6. Who is accusing this official in a courtroom? Zhang Laolu knelt on the ground, his face covered in snot and tears. As the crowd around him grew larger, he cried even harder. Suddenly, he heard a cheer erupt from the crowd. He looked up and saw that Fang Zheng had already taken his seat at the jury table at the back of the hall. Zhang Lao's eyes lit up, but he quickly lowered his head again, crying and pleading, Your Honor, I'm innocent. I'm going to sue the county magistrate today. Before he could finish speaking, Fang Zheng's face darkened, and he almost choked with anger. Sue the county magistrate? You scoundrels have some nerve. I haven't disciplined you for a few days, and you dare to ride roughshod over me? He slammed the gavel down with a loud bang and shouted, Hey, who dares to accuse me? The crowd below burst into laughter, the scene resembling a theatrical performance. Fang Zheng, looking displeased, slammed the gavel down a few more times. Silence. Anyone who laughs again will be dragged in and given 10 strokes of a cane. The scene immediately fell silent, and the children's mouths were covered by their parents. Emperor Jing sat to the side, his brow furrowed, watching the somewhat comical courtroom scene with deep disappointment. The magistrate before him was unruly in demeanor and rude in speech. He didn't seem like a proper official at all. Gui Tianyang leaned close to his ear and whispered, Your Majesty, this man is utterly lawless and lacks any dignity. Emperor Jing waved his hand impatiently. Shut up, keep watching. Zhang Laolu hurriedly explained, I am Zhang Laolu, and I'm not here to sue you, but to sue Constable Liu Fa. Fang Zheng listened to this, his old face slightly reddening, and he coughed lightly. Next time, don't take so long to catch your breath, just get to the point. Tell me, what did he do wrong? Old Zheng quickly recounted the events in detail, explaining that he owned a restaurant in the north of the city. Liu Fa had repeatedly dined there without paying and had even smashed 2 jars of fine wine. He had sought mediation from the mediator several times to no avail and was truly desperate, which was why he had come to file this complaint. The total amount owed was 17 taels and 2 mace of silver, which he had not yet repaid a single penny. After listening to everything, Fang Zheng's expression softened slightly. It was a minor matter, no one was hurt or killed, so it could be categorized as a civil dispute. He glanced at Liu Fa, who was kneeling to the side, and his tone turned serious. Liu Fa, do you acknowledge this debt? Liu Fa dared not hide anything any longer and knelt down with a thud, honestly confessing his crimes. He said that he had caused trouble while drunk and was truly penniless, even owing the gambling den 10 taels of silver. Upon hearing the words, gambling den, Fang Zheng's eyes immediately turned cold. You've got some nerve. The government has explicitly forbidden its officials from gambling, and you haven't taken a word of it. Guards, give him 20 lashes. Liu Fa, hearing this, didn't resist, gritting his teeth and resigning himself to his fate. He stuffed his clothes into his mouth and obediently lay down. The wooden sticks hit the ground with a dull, powerful thud, one blow after another, and soon his flesh was a bloody mess, accompanied by piercing screams. The onlookers' expressions changed slightly, but no one uttered a word of protest. Even Emperor Jing was shocked. The person in the hall offered no resistance whatsoever. Such high prestige was truly rare. Gui Tianyang, watching from the side, felt a chill run down his spine, thinking to himself, this magistrate is truly ruthless. If it were my children and grandchildren, how could they withstand such a beating? Once the caning was over, Fang Zheng's tone returned to calm. Considering this is your first offense, your monthly salary will be halved, and you'll be sentenced to sweep the streets for 3 months. If you offend again, you will be immediately expelled from Taoyuan County. Liu Fa trembled as he kowtowed in gratitude, his face pale, but still showing thanks. Thank you, sir, for sparing my life. Seeing this, Zhang Laolu felt a little guilty. Although the other party owed him money and refused to pay, they were still neighbors. Now that the other party had been beaten like this, he still hadn't gotten his money back. He couldn't help but whisper a reminder. Sir, what about my money? Fang Zheng shrugged and sighed. You saw it too. He really has no money. Zhang Laolu was completely dumbfounded. He had offended someone and hadn't even gotten his money back. A huge loss. His eyes reddened, and he began to act as if he were about to die. Fang Zheng, however, narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, however, this official cannot let good people suffer. What's the name of your restaurant? It's called Laolu Restaurant. Zhang Laolu was overjoyed. Fang Zheng nodded. Tonight, I will personally go to your door and drink 3 cups as punishment to express my apology. It's settled then, court adjourned. Zhang Laolu was so excited that he kowtowed repeatedly. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. He then ran out in a flash. As he left, he didn't forget to shout in the crowd, majestic. Before leaving, Fang Zheng glanced around casually and spotted Emperor Jing and Gui Tianyang standing outside the crowd. He recognized most of the merchants coming and going from Taoyuan County, but these two were unfamiliar faces. They must be newcomers from out of town. As the crowd slowly dispersed, Emperor Jing and Gui Tianyang stood there, somewhat stunned. The case was closed, but the whole process seemed completely illogical, even absurd at times. Gui Tianyang muttered in bewilderment. Master, I feel there's something strange about this county government office. Why don't we go directly to see the magistrate and ask him what he's up to? Emperor Jing, however, fell into deep thought. Then his eyes lit up. No rush. Didn't he say he's going to allow Liu's restaurant for drinks tonight? Let's go too. The two left the county government office and continued their stroll along the street. The more they saw, the more unusual it seemed to Emperor Jing, so he instructed Gui Tianyang to record everything he observed. As they walked, it was already dusk, and the sky was gradually darkening. They asked people along the way and finally found Old Six Restaurant in the north of the city. It wasn't mealtime yet, but the entrance was already crowded with people, more bustling than any other restaurant nearby. Emperor Jing looked up at the second floor and was speechless. A red banner hung upstairs. Welcome, magistrate, to our restaurant to taste our new dish, Angelica stewed chicken. Gui Tianyang couldn't help but mutter in his ear, Your Majesty, this kind of collusion between officials and merchants is really inappropriate. Emperor Jing's expression was complicated, and he also felt somewhat uncomfortable, but he finally calmed down and said, Let's go in and take a look. Before Fang Zheng arrived, Emperor Jing and Gui Tianyang went upstairs first, chose a seat near the stairs, and ordered some wine and dishes. Not long after, a commotion arose downstairs. Fang Zheng, accompanied by Zhang Biao and Xiao Tao, leisurely ascended to the second floor, looking calm and smiling. Fang Zheng glanced around, his gaze lingering briefly on Emperor Jing, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Zhang Laolu greeted him solicitously. Magistrate, the dishes are all prepared. Shall we begin the feast? Chapter 7 Your Majesty is wise. Fang Zheng waved his hand lightly, ordering the dishes to be served, but casually reminded him, that banner can only be hung for 3 days at most. You need to know the rules. Zhang Laolu smiled broadly, nodding repeatedly in agreement, his heart filled with joy. Unexpectedly, Fang Zheng changed the subject and added, Wait, ask all the guests upstairs to go downstairs. I don't like noise while I'm eating. His tone wasn't harsh, but Zhang Biao understood perfectly. He immediately rushed to the stairwell and shouted, Today the entire second floor is on the bill, young Master Fang. As soon as he said this, the entire restaurant erupted in cheers. The guests upstairs rushed down in joyful excitement, while downstairs, a deafening roar erupted. Zhang Laolu was overjoyed, inwardly praising himself for having made the right choice in clinging to this powerful figure. Just as he was about to go downstairs, he noticed 2 people still sitting calmly upstairs, Emperor Jing and Guo Tianyang. He approached them with a beaming smile and cautiously advised, Gentlemen, today the master is treating us. It's free. Why don't you come downstairs? Emperor Jing remained silent, his expression indifferent, as if he hadn't heard. Guo Tianyang, his face cold, said in a shrill voice, We don't lack money. We can't eat other people's food. Zhang Laolu looked troubled and said in a low voice, If you're willing to come downstairs, I'd like to offer you both another jar of wine as an apology. What do you think? Emperor Jing continued to drink his tea calmly, but Guo Tianyang became angry and coldly rebuked, Get out. Don't spoil my master's mood. Having been turned away, Zhang Laolu could only turn to Fang Zheng with a pleading look. Fang Zheng found the 2 of them amusing, and after a moment's thought, said, Since you're unwilling to come downstairs, how about we have a meal together? Emperor Jing then turned around, smiled slightly, cupped his hands in greeting, and rose to walk over gracefully, with Guo Tianyang following closely behind. Seeing this, Zhang Laolu tactfully withdrew. After everyone was seated, Fang Zheng spoke first. You 2 seem a bit unfamiliar with each other. Perhaps you've just arrived in this county? Emperor Jing didn't try to hide it, and after sitting down, his gaze went straight to Fang Zheng. My name is Li Long. I make a living selling porcelain in the capital, and this is the accountant, Guo Da. Feeling a little uncomfortable under his gaze, Fang Zheng asked indifferently, Then may I ask what brings you 2 to my Taoyuan? Emperor Jing calmly replied, We were on our way to Hengjiang Prefecture to purchase goods, and we're just passing through. Upon hearing the words, Hengjiang Prefecture, Fang Zheng's eyes flickered, and he immediately became alert. He smiled and asked, But taking the official road from the capital would be the shortcut. Why did you detour to my Taoyuan? Guo Tianyang, however, was prepared and interjected to explain, We heard that there was a landslide ahead, blocking the road. We were worried about being delayed, so we took a longer route. Fang Zheng nodded, seemingly believing but not quite. So, do you still plan to continue your journey? Emperor Jing chuckled. Originally, I didn't plan to stay long, but Taoyuan County has many novelties. If we can bring some back to the capital, we'll surely make a considerable profit. I just wonder if Magistrate Fang would be willing to cooperate with us. Fang Zheng beamed with delight upon hearing this. Of course, this county lacks nothing. We welcome merchants. You've come at the perfect time. We've just finished firing a batch of ceramic toilets. They're intricately shaped and enormous in size, truly masterpieces of porcelain. Upon hearing the word toilet, Guo Tianyang's lips twitched, and he looked utterly dejected. Fang Zheng continued, Although it's not suitable for export, we can discuss customized orders. The cooperation process is very formal. You need to sign a contract to the county government. Have you 2 taken a fancy to anything? Emperor Jing took a sip of tea and said with a half-smile, I'm quite surprised by many things since I'm new here. Take this tea, for example. It has a unique flavor that I'm afraid you can't even taste in the palace. Upon hearing this, Fang Zheng's expression changed drastically. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly, his voice booming like thunder. Insolence! How dare you speak ill of the court? How can Mr. Li say that His Majesty cannot taste this tea? The whole world belongs to the Emperor. If it weren't for His Majesty's personal campaign against the enemy back then, where would we be today's peace? Where would Taoyuan County be? And where would this cup of tea be? If even the capital doesn't have this, how can I be at peace? How can I, Fang Zheng, enjoy it alone? I'd rather not drink this tea. Having said that, he indignantly splashed the tea on the ground, as if he were speaking out for the Emperor. Xiao Tao, standing behind him, secretly rolled her eyes. She was used to it. He had said the same thing to merchants from the Qian kingdom a few times in previous years. Fang Zheng had long been accustomed to establishing his loyal minister persona as a precaution. Emperor Jing, holding his teacup, wore a subtle expression, wanting to laugh but unable to show it. Gui Tianyang, standing beside him, looked completely bewildered. This sudden speech had caught him off guard. He gritted his teeth and quietly echoed, "Your Majesty is wise." Unexpectedly, Fang Zheng, with his keen ears, immediately looked up and said seriously, "Mr. Gua, loyalty cannot just be lip service. It must always be kept in your heart. How many people in the court are doing bad things behind His Majesty's back, calling him wise and virtuous, yet their hearts are wicked? How are they any different from beasts?" Gui Tianyang's face was ashen. He glanced down at Emperor Jing and nodded, holding his breath. "Magistrate Fang is right. I also respect His Majesty." Emperor Jing's face flushed slightly. He had heard this kind of flattery many times, but this was the first time he had heard it so cleverly and subtly. Seeing that the atmosphere was right, Fang Zheng changed the subject. "Speaking of this tea, it's a special product from our Taoyuan county, with a unique flavor. If we bring it to the capital, those nobles will definitely fight over it. Even the emperor will get to drink it, which would be a great merit. Are you two interested?" Gui Tianyang's expression twitched, thinking to himself, after all this acting, isn't he just trying to sell tea? This roundabout way of putting it is too much. His face contorted in pain, and Fang Zheng feigned concern. "Mr. Gua, what happened to your face?" "Nothing." Gui Tianyang forced a smile, inwardly cursing. Emperor Jing coughed lightly and continued the conversation. "This tea is indeed excellent. How much is it per tael?" Fang Zheng sat up straight and held up 10 fingers. 10 taels of silver, 1 tael of tea. Gui Tianyang nearly jumped up. 10 taels? In the capital, 1 tael of silver could buy a large bag of ordinary tea, and even the finest tea wouldn't fetch that price. This tea, clearly the kind readily available in Peach Blossom Spring, dare to command such an exorbitant price? He hesitated, saying, "Isn't this a bit expensive?" Fang Zheng, however, replied matter-of-factly, "Expensive? Not at all. Even the emperor hasn't tasted this tea. 10 taels of silver, what's wrong with that?" Chapter 8 Trade Secrets. No comment. Seeing the two men's astonished expressions, Fang Zheng became interested and started talking about business in his old-fashioned way. Come, today I'll teach you what the way of business is. Our tea costs 100 taels a caddy to buy, but in the capital you should at least double that and sell it for 200 taels, right? Forget about whether it sells or not. The product positioning must be established first, he said enthusiastically. Our tea is selected from the Golden Tea Mountain, which enjoys 8 hours of sunshine a year round, and each acre is cared for by dedicated personnel. There are also natural hot springs nearby and gold mines buried underground. The tea-picking girls are all beautiful and well-versed in poetry and literature. Tea-picking also emphasizes the art of taste buds, reciting a poem for each tea leaf picked, making it full of poetic charm. Gui Tianyang felt his scalp tingle and utterly disillusioned. Fang Zheng continued his enthusiastic sales pitch. Order a few more batches of specially made porcelain boxes, each containing half an ounce, and call them small box tea. When you sell them, don't forget to advertise that only royalty and nobility can afford them. You'd be embarrassed to go to court if you didn't drink them. Do you know what nobility is? The core of nobility is one sentence. Not buying the best, but buying the most expensive. Upon hearing this, Gui Tianyang lowered his head in shame. Having spent most of his life in the palace, he considered himself quite thick-skinned, but after meeting Fang Zheng today, he realized he wasn't even qualified to be a true dog. Emperor Jing fell silent, even feeling a sudden, almost self-conscious sense of being exploited. So this is how the palace's tributes were swindled in? Seeing the two lost in thought, Fang Zheng smiled contentedly, feeling he had successfully spread another round of advanced business concepts, and silently added 2 points to his credit. At this moment, Zhang Laolu personally brought chicken soup upstairs, adding the finishing touch to this high-level banquet. Chicken soup is here, steaming hot. Fang Zheng first served Emperor Jing a bowl, then scooped out a chicken leg. He then served himself a bowl, adding another chicken leg. Finally, he served Gui Tianyang a bowl, casually tossing in a piece of chicken breast. Gui Tianyang looked resentful, thinking to himself that this corrupt official was indeed selective in his servings, even dividing the food so precisely. Fang Zheng appeared nonchalant, but inwardly he was thinking, as long as the master eats well, why should the lackeys be picky? They should be grateful for any soup they get. He then changed the subject. I wonder if you two are interested in this tea? Although the porcelain is nice, tea has a much higher profit margin, and it's easier to transport and less prone to damage. Emperor Jing took a sip of the soup, his eyes brightening slightly. The flavor was fresh, fragrant, and rich, a taste he had never experienced in the palace before. He asked softly, "What's the name of this tea?" Fang Zheng paused for a moment, his mind blank, and blurted out, "This tea will can strengthen the kidneys, boost energy, and prolong life. It's called the Great Celestial Immortal Tea." Guo Tianyang, barely suppressing a laugh, blushed. The name sounded like it was made up on the spot. Emperor Jing didn't expose him, but simply smiled faintly. "To be honest, we don't have much money on us, and the goods we can buy are limited." Fang Zheng's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, "How much did you bring?" 2,000 taels. Upon hearing this, Fang Zheng almost stood up and applauded. Carrying 2,000 taels of silver with him, he truly lived up to his reputation as a wealthy merchant from the capital who dealt in porcelain. He laughed and said, "No problem at all. Take as much as you want. In the initial stage, we need to open up the market. If we don't have enough, we can always come to Taiyuan County to replenish our stock." As he spoke, he personally poured himself a cup of wine. "Come, try our fine wine brewed in Taiyuan." Emperor Jing drank it down without hesitation. Then his expression suddenly changed, and he whispered, "Peach Blossom Fan?" Fang Zheng nodded. "It is indeed Peach Blossom Fan wine. This wine is the treasure of my Taiyuan County. The county's current prosperity is all thanks to it. This batch hasn't even been brewed yet, but I imagine the capital is already in short supply." Emperor Jing raised an eyebrow, his expression becoming somewhat complicated. Wu Tianyang couldn't help but steal a glance at him. This wine was incredibly popular in the capital, especially in the court where almost everyone carried a jug. It was a fine brew personally designated as tribute by Emperor Jing. But that was precisely the problem. Emperor Jing put down his wine cup and asked calmly, "I've heard this wine is from the Wu King's estate. Could it be that the Wu King is behind Taiyuan County?" Fang Zheng immediately waved his hand. No. This wine is unique to our Taiyuan County. We just had a trade cooperation with the Wu King's mansion. When people from their mansion passed through this place, they took a fancy to this wine, so we signed an exclusive sales agreement. Now the Wu King has indeed made a lot of money, but the wine has always been produced by us. As Fang Zheng spoke, he feigned concern while concealing his true intentions. He had indeed originally planned to hand over the tea business to the Wu Prince's residence, but then he reconsidered. He couldn't allow one channel to control the entire supply chain. If that happened, how could he maintain control in the future? The Peach Blossom Fan incident served as a cautionary tale. This tea business absolutely could not be allowed to be monopolized again. Emperor Jing breathed a sigh of relief. The Prince of Wu was known in the capital for his incompetence and wastrel-like behavior. He wasn't worth his anger. He asked in a low voice, "Has the Prince of Wu ever been to Taiyuan County?" Fang Zheng rolled his eyes. "He hasn't been here. The steward has been handling business the whole time." This was the second reason he no longer wanted to cooperate deeply with the Prince of Wu. This man was mediocre and incompetent. If he were to be tied to him, the consequences would be dire. The popularity of the Peach Blossom Fan was due to the product's quality and reputation. King Wu contributed almost nothing. Had he known this, he should have just done it himself instead of signing an exclusive agreement. Fortunately, the county's residents are now living stably, and the Peach Blossom Fan continues to support the local finances. Future projects, however, must be firmly under their control. Emperor Jing nodded and smiled as he spoke. Magistrate Fang's methods are brilliant. Taiyuan County is indeed a hidden gem. In that case, I will first take a batch of tea back to the capital for a trial sale. If it proves successful, I will have to rely on you, my old friend, more. Of course. Fang Zheng responded by raising his cup, a smile in his eyes. Chapter 9 Peach Blossom Spring Star. Taking advantage of his drunken state, Fang Zheng gave Emperor Jing and Guo Tianyang a lecture on the way of doing business. He talked about scarcity marketing, brand packaging, market hype, and so on, speaking with great enthusiasm. Although Emperor Jing and Guo Tianyang were somewhat confused, the atmosphere was pleasant, and the meal ended with everyone enjoying themselves. At this moment, Zhang Laolu approached with a beaming smile, his voice obsequious. "Magistrate, have you finished eating?" Fang Zheng, picking his teeth with a chicken bone in his mouth, nodded lazily. The taste is all right. How much is it? Let's settle the bill." Zhang Laolu immediately took out the bill and said cautiously, "It's a total of 506 taels. I'll round it down to 500 taels." The entire room fell silent at these words. 500 taels? Was the food made of gold? Fang Zheng was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, slapping his thigh. "Well done, Zhang Laolu. You even dare to rip me off. You've really got guts." Zhang Laolu broke out in a cold sweat and immediately knelt down, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Sir, I'm innocent. A few of my underlings ran out and started shouting that the meal was free, which attracted dozens of people. The tables have all been set up on the street, and they're still adding more to fill the seats. This price is already discounted, and the restaurant has run out of ingredients, even borrowed ones. Fang Zheng couldn't help but laugh when he heard this, thinking that the cunning people of Taiyuan County were getting more and more creative. 500 taels for dozens of people? That's too much. With a pained expression, Zhang Laolu continued to explain. They insisted on drinking good wine, and afterwards they wanted to eat winter melons, so we had to quickly buy a dozen or so. Fang Zheng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. You have winter melons? It's only the beginning of spring. How much are they? Zhang Laolu whispered, 10 taels each. Are they ripe? Yes, they are. Emperor Jing and Guitianyang looked bewildered. Winter melons at this time of year? Aren't they only available in summer? Fang Zheng also frowned. 10 taels? Selling them for so much in our own county. Are the rinds plated with gold? Or are the seeds silver? Guitianyang couldn't help but think to himself. So you do know, it's expensive. Zhang Laolu shrugged. It's not that I want to pay more, it's just that the people from the agriculture department said these melons are grown in greenhouses, so they're more expensive from the start. The cost is what it is. They even said this is already an internal price. Take it or leave it. Fang Zheng waved helplessly. All right. Zhang Biao, give me the money. Zhang Biao stepped forward, flicked a heavy bag of silver from his sleeve, and slammed it onto the table. Count it, exactly 500 taels. Emperor Jing and Guitianyang exchanged a glance, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. You put these 500 taels of silver in your sleeve? Emperor Jing couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Zhang Biao replied naturally. Yes, my young master always carries 1,000 taels of silver when he goes out, and this is half left. As he spoke, he raised his other sleeve and shook it, revealing that it was also filled with silver. Emperor Jing swallowed hard, thinking that if this man were in the army, he would probably be a fierce general. Then why not use silver notes? Zhang Biao shrugged. Silver notes are fine, but cash is more reassuring. Emperor Jing was speechless and could only nod silently. Upon seeing this, Fang Zheng smiled and introduced. This is my subordinate Zhang Biao, courtesy name Hai Wang, the only constable in Taiyuan County and also the #1 warrior in the area. Emperor Jing bowed to Zhang Biao, saying, I admire you. Zhang Hai Wang is indeed a hero among men. Zhang Biao immediately straightened his chest, his face filled with pride. Fang Zheng finished his last sip of wine, stood up, and said, All right, gentlemen, we've had our drinks and our conversation. If we finalize the cooperation tomorrow, just come to the county office to find me. That evening, Emperor Jing and his companion returned to the inn. The flickering candlelight illuminated Emperor Jing's pensive face as he sat at the table, while Guitianyang stood quietly to his side. After a long while, Emperor Jing finally spoke. Prepare the silver notes tomorrow. Come with me to the Yamen to sign the contract. This Fang Zheng, I'm becoming more and more interested in understanding him, Guitianyang murmured. Your Majesty, are we still going to Hengjiang Prefecture? Emperor Jing shook his head. There's no need to go. This trip has already yielded great results. If we delay any longer, with the crown prince overseeing the country, the ministers will surely be in turmoil. He sighed softly, his tone slightly complicated. Speaking of which, Fang Zheng is so young, yet he has managed to govern a county so well. Thinking of the crown prince, my mind is in turmoil. After saying this, he added, after returning to the capital, investigate Fang Zheng's resume and why, despite his many years of inspection, no one in the court has mentioned this place. Guitianyang bowed his head in agreement, but inwardly he groaned. All his efforts these past few days, from flattery to sincerity, had been snatched away by Fang Zheng. He could only whisper, Your Majesty is wise. Emperor Jing gave him a cold glance and muttered, Parroting. Chapter 10, The Heartless Contract. The next day at noon, Fang Zheng was woken up by Xiao Tao before he even got out of bed. He sat up, looking bewildered, muttering, What time is it? Why are you calling me? As Xiao Tao helped him get dressed, she replied softly, It's already noon. Those two merchants from the capital are already waiting to see you. A cold towel was applied to his face, and Fang Zheng instantly perked up. He complained that Xiao Tao had hit him too hard, but Xiao Tao just glanced at him without saying a word. She really wondered if this young master could sleep until he became an immortal, since he was still not satisfied with sleeping 6 hours a day. After changing his clothes, Fang Zheng lazily walked out of the bedroom. For convenience, he built his living quarters directly in the backyard of the government office. The government office has also been renovated, no longer resembling an old-fashioned government building, but instead featuring a modern office layout. It has a reception room, a mediation room, a document processing area, etc., and looks like a small government center. The room where Emperor Jing and Guitianyang were located was a secret chamber that he had specially modified earlier. It was in a secluded location and had excellent soundproofing. The room was simply furnished with only a long table, a few chairs, and a few cabinets. There were no windows on any side, only oil lamps for company, and a sentence was engraved on the wall. I will face 1,000 pointing fingers with a cold eye and bow my head to serve the people like an ox. On the table directly opposite the door, there was a strange device. It was a bronze object with a horn, a needle, and a crank, clearly of considerable importance. This room, though simple, holds a profound meaning. Emperor Jing stood before the wall, staring at the words, silent, seemingly touched to the core. A moment later, Fang Zheng walked in with Zhang Baiao, greeting the two with a smile. Emperor Jing snapped out of his daze and asked, "Did you write this poem?" Fang Zheng waved his hand. "No, I saw in a fragment of scroll, thought it was good, and then engraved it." Although Fang Zheng is not a serious person, he would never actually plagiarize. Emperor Jing nodded in admiration. "What a fine poem. It's a pity I won't be able to see the full text." Fang Zheng chuckled inwardly, thinking that this guy was probably a cultured man with hidden talents. Then Emperor Jing got straight to the point. "We have decided to order tea. It's a pleasure to cooperate. We hope to open up sales channels in the capital." After saying this, Guitianyang took out a silver note from his pocket and placed it on the table. "Where will we get this tea?" he asked. Fang Zheng clapped his hands. "It was all prepared for you long ago." Zhang Baiao stepped forward, untied the bundle on his back, revealing 20 neatly arranged tea bricks and an iron plate. "Each piece is worth 1 Jin, 500 G. Let's check the goods." This iron plaque is the peach blossom emblem. When affixed to a carriage, it allows unrestricted passage throughout Dawan County. When you come to buy goods again in the future, someone will be there to help you. You don't need to come to me in person. He then handed over 2 more documents. One document is a cooperation agreement, and the other is a confidentiality agreement. Emperor Jing carefully reviewed the contract and found that it matched what was discussed at the dinner table, so there was no problem. But when he saw the contents of the confidentiality agreement, he frowned. "Why can't we mention Taoyuan County to outsiders?" Emperor Jing asked. Fang Zheng explained with a smile, "We have a small area and a small population, and our production capacity is limited. We are afraid that if there are too many people, they will compete for resources. Moreover, you have an exclusive sales license, so if outsiders find out, it will actually be detrimental to you. Besides, too many outsiders will affect local security, and I have to consider the people's interests." Emperor Jing nodded, but still pointed to the last sentence and asked, "Those who disobey will suffer from mouth ulcers, night sweats, dizziness, and even be drowned in the spittle of the villagers? Can this be changed?" "No," Fang Zheng said seriously. "What does it mean that the final interpretation right belongs to Taoyuan County?" Literal meaning. Emperor Jing broke out in a cold sweat. This contract was not only treacherous, but also a blatant lie. But after thinking about it, I figured I might as well sign it since I was using a fake identity anyway. He gritted his teeth and pressed his red handprint on the paper. Guitianyang grinned as he watched, and Fang Zheng couldn't help but admire him. If this man hadn't become an official, he would definitely be a candidate for the palace, utterly corrupt. Fang Zheng accepted the contract, nodded in satisfaction, and then smiled and said, "Please read the contents of the contract aloud again." "Zhang Biao, get ready." Zhang Biao went around to the back, took out a roll of silver foil from the cabinet, attached it to the copper pillar on the device, and began to operate it. Emperor Jing asked, puzzled, "What's the purpose of this?" Fang Zheng warmly pulled him to the device. "This is a custom in Taoyuan County. Partners have to read the contract into this loudspeaker to show their sincerity. Don't be afraid. It's just a ritual. I will count to 3, and then you two will begin reading." Although Emperor Jing was full of questions, he had no choice but to comply since he had already signed the document. As soon as Fang Zheng counted to 3, Emperor Jing began to read the confidentiality agreement aloud. At the same time, Zhang Baiao turned the crank handle, and the fine needle began to draw dense dots on the silver foil. After the two finished reading, Zhang Baiao carefully removed the silver foil and silently left the room. Emperor Jing was itching to know what the silver foil actually recorded. But Fang Zheng didn't give them a chance at all and directly had them sent away. The two men stood facing each other at the entrance of the government office, speechless for a moment. Suddenly, a carriage drove up from the backyard, and the driver called out with a smile, "Are you two gentlemen returning to the capital? The county magistrate sent me to escort you." Emperor Jing nodded in agreement, feeling a warmth in his heart. This county magistrate was quite considerate. The two had just sat down in the carriage when the driver leaned in again and said, "The fare is 10 taels of silver." Chapter 11. Returning to the palace. He was probably really injured in the fall. The laughter around them grew louder and louder, much like the daily life in the dilapidated streets and alleys of the outskirts of Beijing. Guo Tianyang gritted his teeth and had no choice but to jump down himself to pull the person up, his whole body covered in mud. When they finally got back into the carriage and were ready to continue their journey, Emperor Jing suddenly spoke. "Let's not take the car. Let's walk back." Guo Tianyang was taken aback and quickly advised, "Your Majesty, the rain is so heavy. How can you let yourself catch a cold?" But Emperor Jing looked at the bumpy road and shook his head. "The carriage keeps getting stuck and won't arrive until tomorrow. We might as well just go." He then instructed Guo Tianyang to give the coachman 20 taels of silver and send him back. The driver was overjoyed and drove off, thanking the customer profusely as he left, saying he had never met such a considerate customer. Guo Tianyang watched the carriage disappear into the distance, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He suddenly felt that Taoyuan County was truly a paradise on earth, with smooth roads and clean streets, unlike the capital city, which didn't even have a decent road. As they approached the city gate, the road became increasingly narrow, with muddy ditches and garbage and excrement dumped carelessly by the people, mixed with rainwater and spreading everywhere. Several children were still playing and splashing each other in the sewage, without any regard for the consequences. The air was filled with a fishy, nauseating stench. Emperor Jing stood at a distance, looking at the inner city gate not far away, his eyes dim and his heart full of bitterness. He chuckled to himself. "I thought that by reducing taxes and levies and implementing benevolent policies, people's lives would gradually improve. Now I realize that the ideal was too beautiful, and the reality was too harsh. It's laughable that the emperor, a dignified ruler, is not even as good as a county magistrate." Guo Tianyang quickly comforted him, saying, "Your Majesty possesses the power of the entire nation. How can you be compared to a mere county magistrate?" Emperor Jing did not respond, but silently lifted his foot and continued walking. The two walked for about 15 minutes before finally entering the inner city. Emperor Jing was already soaked through, his boots covered in mud, but his expression was cold and composed. Guo Tianyang, carrying 20 caddies of tea leaves, was panting heavily and his legs were already weak from exhaustion. Emperor Jing came from military background, possessed excellent physical strength, and moved quickly, almost causing Guo Tianyang to fall behind. He cursed the awful environment as he walked, but couldn't bring himself to do it. Finally, we entered the inner city, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Guo Tianyang quickly stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, there are Imperial Guard outposts nearby. I'll go and contact the carriages, and the rest of the journey will be easier." Emperor Jing nodded and stood by the roadside, glancing around. Although the roads in the city have been scalded considerably, the sewage has not receded, and a sour stench still lingers in the air. Looking at this scene, he fell into deep thought and remained silent for a long time. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace's cabinet office, Grand Secretary Li Yinsong was reviewing memorials. Several senior officials were also busy reviewing various government affairs, and the atmosphere was as somber as ever. Suddenly, a minor official rushed in, his face beaming with joy, holding up a red envelope. "Lord Li, news from His Majesty has arrived." Upon hearing this, everyone stopped writing and looked up in surprise. Without asking any further questions, Li Yinsong got up, took the letter, and immediately beamed with joy. "Gentlemen, His Majesty has returned to the palace." Grand Secretaries Zhang Qiao and Zhang Dongxiang were overjoyed upon hearing the news, their eyes shining. The emperor has finally returned. These past few days, the crown prince has been overseeing the country and neglecting state affairs. These veteran officials have endured this hardship for a long time, and finally, their time has come. Li Yinsong turned and ordered, "Quickly inform the people sent to Hengjiang Prefecture that they can withdraw." The clerk nodded in agreement, then turned and ran out again. Li Yinsong said to everyone with a smile, "Let's go see His Majesty. I must pay my respects to him in person." Zhang Xiao and Zhang Dongxiang nodded repeatedly. "Let's go together, let's go together." The three rushed to the imperial study, where Guo Tianyang was already waiting outside. "Please come in, gentlemen. His Majesty is waiting." The group exchanged glances, thanked Guo Tianyang, and hurried inside. Upon entering the room, the three were about to ask His Majesty why he had suddenly left, but the scene before them left them speechless. On the table lay a mountain of memorials, which Emperor Jing was engrossed in reviewing. Li Yinsong spoke first. "Your Majesty, the court officials are all frantic with worry about your departure." Emperor Jing didn't even raise his head, only saying indifferently, "I merely went out for a walk." These memorials were accumulated during the crown prince's regency. Look at them yourselves. What a mess they've become. The three looked at each other, speechless for a moment. Everyone knows who the crown prince is, yet they find it difficult to bring it up. Zheng Qiao stammered. The crown prince has not attended court these past few days. Emperor Jing's tone hardened. Where is he? Are none of you important officials in charge of him? Zhang Dongxiang said with a bitter face. Your Majesty, we really can't do anything about it. He's always sick, with headaches or foot pains, and the imperial physicians can't find the cause of his illness. He also built a tiger and leopard park these past few days. He's been spending all his time fighting animals while he was recovering. We are truly at our wits' end. These words made Emperor Jing's face grow increasingly grim, and the atmosphere in the imperial study froze. Chapter 12. The Crown Prince is a filial son. So this unfilial son just spends all his time playing and doesn't do anything productive at all. Emperor Jing's veins bulged as he listened, and he wished he could grab a golden mace and smash it over his rebellious son's head. Li Yinsong said, No, not really. I went to the military camp these past 2 days, supposedly to inspect military discipline and train the soldiers. That's all. Fine. Fine. Where is that rebellious son now? Emperor Jing was now furious. Originally, the first thing I did upon returning to the palace was to check on the crown prince's movements. As a result, the memorials that had piled up over the past few days were sent to the imperial study in their entirety. Emperor Jing's gloomy mood was somewhat dispelled by anger, but he was still able to suppress his rage. Hearing the three elders' complaints, he couldn't contain his anger any longer. It must be the newly built tiger and leopard park in the eastern palace. Zhang Dongxiang had long been disgusted by it. They wished Emperor Jing would quickly train the crown prince. Such indulgence and pleasure is hardly befitting of a ruler. Very well, my esteemed subjects, you have worked hard. Now you may return. We can discuss other matters tomorrow. Guo Banban. Prepare the carriage for the Eastern Palace. East Palace, Tiger and Leopard Park. In the Tiger and Leopard Park, a tiger is chasing 2 old horses. The prince sat in his chair, watching with great interest. Lu Jin stood behind Crown Prince Li Yuanzhao with a worried expression. Originally, having the crown prince oversee the country was a great thing, as it would give his highness an opportunity to demonstrate his abilities. Unexpectedly, the first thing the crown prince did was build himself a tiger and leopard park, followed by several days of skipping work. As the personal eunuch, I cannot escape the blame, but this guy in front of me has been very principled since he was a child. He has no interest in politics, but is extremely interested in all sorts of messy things like fighting and animal battles. You shouldn't have been so talkative, talking to the crown prince about tigers and leopards and such. If His Majesty finds out, the first thing he'll probably do is skin himself alive. Lu Jin became increasingly panicked as he thought about it, and his face gradually turned pale. The scene of the tiger chasing the horse is nearing its end. One horse has been bitten to death, and the other has been gutted by sharp teeth. The tiger was happily tearing into the horse's internal organs. Li Yuanzhao was somewhat uninterested. Lu Banban, I find the old horse utterly boring. Why not find another tiger? It would be more interesting if 2 tigers fought each other. Lu Jin wiped away a cold sweat. Your Highness, I haven't attended court for several days. Every day, the court officials at the Tiger and Leopard Park have complaints. It will be difficult for His Majesty to explain when he returns. Li Yuanzhao said nonchalantly. So what if you have opinions? With the world at peace, what else is there for me to do? The tutors in the cabinet are enough. What a pity I was born a few years too late. Otherwise, now would be the perfect time to gallop across the battlefield. Alas! After saying this, Li Yuanzhao sighed, looking somewhat dejected. Just as Lu Jin was about to speak, he suddenly saw Emperor Jing walking towards him and immediately trembled. Then he quietly retreated to the wall. Li Yuanzhao continued somberly. Is writing poetry something a man should do? A true man like me should be fighting on the battlefield. If I were the crown prince, I would definitely be a top-notch general. It's a pity that Father Emperor stole the credit that I should have received. How hateful! Why was I born if my father was born? After saying this, a tear slid down Li Yuanzhao's cheek, revealing a deep sense of unfulfilled talent. Lu Jin felt his scalp tingle as he looked at Emperor Jing standing behind the crown prince. These words of filial piety shocked him so much that he turned pale. That's it, my short life has ended just like Jin Jin's below. Emperor Jing squinted, seemingly savoring what Li Yuanzhao had just said. He knew that the crown prince was immature. After all, he had watched him grow up. I never imagined he'd become so wild. He actually said something like, why did he have to be born if he already has a father? If this gets out, the imperial family's prestige will be completely lost. Are we really going to hand over the country we've worked so hard to build to such beasts? Emperor Jing felt very sad. However, Emperor Jing smiled slightly and gently placed his hand on Li Yuanzhao's shoulder. Since you like fighting so much, why don't you jump over there? I think that tiger down there's pretty good. Who would dare to film themselves? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Li Yuanzhao's eyes widened. Then, stiffly and slowly, he turned around and tried to force a smile. Father, your majesty, you've finally returned. Your son has been waiting for you for so long. Emperor Jing sneered. Ha! I heard that my son has been unwell for many days. I was concerned about you, so I came here secretly. It seems that my son is in good spirits. Your subject, Li Yuanzhao murmured, beads of sweat the size of soybeans sliding down his forehead. Emperor Jing laughed again. Come, my son, come with me. It's not very convenient here. I can't move around freely. Come with me to the imperial garden. And that little eunuch by your side, come along too. After speaking, Emperor Jing slowly walked out of the tiger and leopard park. Watching Emperor Jing's retreating figure, Lu Jin trembled as he approached, swallowed hard, and cried out in a mournful voice. Your Highness, this servant is finished. This servant has only one wish now. I hope your Highness can help me get a proper burial. Li Yuanzhao was furious. You blind fool. Why didn't you inform me that Father Emperor was coming? Lu Jin was still trembling. It's too late. His Majesty came too fast. I am terrified. Oh, your Highness, I can't stand up anymore. Li Yuanzhao's face turned deathly pale. That's it. My short 15-year career has come to an end. Just like Lu Jin's Jin, it was short-lived. Thinking of the impending storm, Li Yuanzhao shuddered and kicked Lu Jin, who was sprawled on the ground. Get up, quickly. Give me some coats and bring out my things. The imperial garden. Emperor Jing sat expressionlessly in the pavilion, leaning on a thick long stick with his left hand and holding a long whip in his right. The long staffs and whips were specially selected from the armory, the most powerful sizes available. Emperor Jing swung his sword a few times, shattering a stone railing and snapping off a tree branch. He felt that the power was quite good and that his strength was not diminished at all. Spare the rod and spoil the child. There's no other way now. The best teachers and the best environment in the land were provided for the crown prince. But unexpectedly, he still turned out to be a deformed and ugly child. Emperor Jing had already noticed something was wrong. Although the crown prince sometimes behaved inappropriately, he was naturally lively. He believed that with the guidance of the imperial household department and the senior ministers of the cabinet, the crown prince should have improved. He never expected that the crown prince had become so bad. I'm 15 years old. At 15, I've already personally fought on the battlefield, killed enemies, and earned military merits. She had a son who only knows how to play with cats and dogs. He's nothing but a pest. He's not even as good as the toes of the magistrate of Taoyuan County. Just because I haven't shown my teeth doesn't mean I'm a pushover. In an instant, a fierce glint flashed in Emperor Jing's eyes. Chapter 13, you beast. I'll beat you to death. A moment later, Li Yuanzhao cautiously arrived at the imperial garden, with Lu Jin following behind him, panting heavily. Emperor Jing slowly raised his eyes and saw that Li Yuanzhao had gained weight and looked completely innocent. That's just how this unfilial son is. He's usually audacious and lawless, but as soon as he hears he's going to be punished, he puts on this pitiful face as if he's suffered some great injustice. In the past, I had always managed to get away with spoiling the crown prince. This time it's different. The crown prince, acting as regent, dares to act so recklessly. If this continues, won't things get out of control? Lu Jin was in even worse shape. Her legs were shaking violently, and tears were streaming down her face as if they were about to spill out at any moment. Emperor Jing remained silent despite the situation, only staring coldly at the two of them. Li Yuanzhao chuckled awkwardly, swallowed hard, and then lowered his head. Lu Jin also knelt on the ground with his head bowed deeply, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. After a long while, seeing that no one had spoken, Li Yuanzhao cautiously raised his head, only to be met with Emperor Jing's murderous gaze. Li Yuanzhao knelt down with a thud, his voice trembling as he said, "Your subject deserves 10,000 deaths." The entire imperial garden was eerily quiet. Even the birdsong had vanished. Only Lu Jin's heavy breathing could be heard. Li Yuanzhao cursed inwardly. This bastard's breathing is so heavy. He's going to scare me to death. After a long silence, Emperor Jing finally spoke, but instead of the expected outburst of anger, he remained calm. The crown prince wants to be a general? And he even says I stole your military merits. Then, let's have a contest today. After saying that, he threw the thick stick in his hand directly in front of Li Yuanzhao. It bounced a few times after landing on the ground. Li Yuanzhao felt a chill run through his body instantly, and large beads of sweat dripped down his face. Then, trembling with fear, he said, "Your Majesty, I am no match for you." I am still young and growing. Emperor Jing was taken aback, never expecting that his son would not only be so audacious, but also so shameless. His face immediately darkened, and he said coldly, "It seems the crown prince is indeed unwell, wearing so many clothes in this weather." Li Yuanzhao quickly replied, "Yes, I caught a cold today and am feeling a bit chilly." Emperor Jing immediately lashed out with his whip, which cracked loudly in the air, and roared, "Guards, strip this beast of his clothes off, and let me see." The guards on both sides hesitated for a moment before stepping forward and beginning to strip Li Yuanzhao of his clothes. Li Yuanzhao appeared somewhat reluctant, but due to Emperor Jing's expression, he slowly began to cooperate with the guards. Once the outer layer of clothing was removed, a thick coat was revealed underneath. And once the thick coat was removed, there was another layer underneath. She took off 3 or 4 layers before revealing the white undershirt underneath. When I got to the last layer, a piece of metal plate fell to the ground with a thud. Emperor Jing was dumbfounded, while Li Yuanzhao lowered his head in shame. "And your pants? Take them off too." Li Yuanzhao reluctantly began to take off his pants again. After taking off 2 layers, the iron buttock guards fell out, followed by the iron knee guards, and then the iron leg guards. Seeing the equipment shattering all over the ground, Emperor Jing was furious. "You beast! You wicked creature! You're cunning and treacherous, utterly ignorant and incompetent. Do you want to drive me to my death? From the moment you were born, everything you have eaten, worn, and used has been the best in the world. I worked so hard to conquer the world so that you could be spared the suffering of war in the future. I don't ask that you become an outstanding emperor, but that you be a ruler who can maintain the status quo, and I will be content. You are my only son, and all my hopes are pinned on you. But look at you now. What have you learned from your studies? Have they gone to waste? I've seen through you. You're not even fit to be a county magistrate, let alone a ruler who can maintain the status quo. Guards, hang him up. Today I will teach you a lesson." Li Yuanzhao was initially terrified, but upon hearing Emperor Jing's scathing rebuke, a rebellious spirit suddenly surged within him, and he shouted angrily, "Wait! Father, your son is simply not good at studying. As for the methods of war and governance, I haven't seen them with my own eyes, so how can I be inferior to others? If I had been born a few years earlier, it might not have been Father Emperor's turn to conquer the Qian kingdom. How could Father Emperor compare me to a mere county magistrate? I am a general with the talent of a commander." Emperor Jing laughed in fury. "You ignorant beast! Keep hanging him." The guards immediately swarmed forward, tied Li Yuanzhao up tightly, and then hung him in a corner of the pavilion in the imperial garden. Li Yuanzhao felt extremely humiliated hanging on the pavilion, his face turning red with shame. He had never suffered such an injustice in his entire life. Still stubbornly insisting, he declared vehemently, "I was born at the wrong time. I was born at the wrong time. I am innocent. I'm being wronged to death." Emperor Jing's forehead veins bulged, and with a forceful flick of his whip, it lashed Li Yuanzhao's buttocks. The rebelliousness of adolescence was instantly dispelled. Li Yuanzhao pleaded in a panic, "Father, I'm still just a child." Emperor Jing roared, "Child? What a child? I was already fighting on the battlefield when I was your age. I don't have a child like you." "I can too. Shut up." Slap, slap, slap. Emperor Jing was clearly quite skilled at using the whip, striking the buttocks accurately with every blow. Li Yuanzhao wailed repeatedly, but secretly he was overjoyed. As expected, Father Emperor still uses the same old tricks. He only knows how to spank and never hits anywhere else. I was wearing 2 layers of buttock protectors, and the one that had just fallen off was for covering my tracks. Although the whip cracked loudly when it struck my body, it only caused a slight stinging sensation. Ah! Li Yuanzhao tried his best to perform, afraid that Emperor Jing would see through his act. After being whipped more than a dozen times, Emperor Jing was a little out of breath, but his anger subsided considerably. Seeing the prince spinning around, his voice hoarse as he continued to wail, my heart suddenly softened. He tossed the whip aside and ordered his men, "Keep an eye on him. Don't let him down before noon tomorrow." Then he turned to leave, but just as he was about to go, Li Yuanzhao, who was hanging there, suddenly turned around and his buttocks were facing Emperor Jing. Emperor Jing's pupils shrank. The trousers covering her buttocks had been pulled open, revealing a metallic sheen underneath. Emperor Jing's anger, which had just subsided, reignited. "Li Yuanzhao. Good. Excellent. Strip him naked. Completely naked. I will beat you to death today." Li Yuanzhao, immersed in his performance, immediately perked up when Emperor Jing erupted in anger. Realizing he had been exposed, he panicked and quickly begged for forgiveness. "Father, you've already punished me. I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Please forgive me this time."
I was wrong. You're wrong? No, it's me who's wrong. I shouldn't have given birth to you. Having said that, Emperor Jing picked up the whip and prepared to lash it again. Just as he was about to unleash his full potential, Guotianyang jogged into the imperial garden. He glanced at the crown prince and then quickly said to Emperor Jing, "Your Majesty, Fang Zheng's information has been investigated." When Fang Zheng was mentioned, Emperor Jing's attention was diverted, and he put down his whip again. "Put this beast's clothes on, hang him up, and wait for your fate." After saying that, he turned around and left the imperial garden with Guotianyang. Li Yuanzhao secretly felt fortunate and breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Jin, who was kneeling not far away, immediately collapsed to the ground upon seeing the emperor leave, leaving a puddle beneath him. Chapter 14, The Emperor's Business. Inside the Qinxing Palace. Your Majesty, it has now been confirmed that Fang Zheng was a third-class jinshi in the third year of Jinghe. He was orphaned at the age of 15. Originally, he should have been assigned to the capital region as a county magistrate or to enter the palace. But because of his fiery temper and his confrontation with his superiors, and coincidentally the death of the magistrate of Taoyuan County, he was directly assigned to Taoyuan County. The population of Daoan County was only about 2,000, and they were extremely poor, paying almost no taxes each year. According to the report submitted last year, the situation remains the same, and the population under its jurisdiction is still no more than 2,000. This old servant has already dispatched a fast horse to find the inspecting official of Hengjiang Prefecture. He should be able to enter the capital in a few days. After Guotianyang finished his report, he put away the documents in his hand and then glanced at Emperor Jing cautiously. That magistrate of Taoyuan County is really audacious. He actually dares to conceal the truth from his superiors and never pays taxes. Taoyuan County is located between the capital region and Hengjiang Prefecture. It's amazing that such a close distance could be concealed for so long. I wonder what's going on. Emperor Jing remained calm, but his fingers kept tapping on the table. After a while, he suddenly laughed. Interesting. This magistrate of Taoyuan County is quite the young hero. He passed the imperial examination at the age of 15. Alas, if it weren't for the war, how could I have forgotten such a talent? To have transformed an extremely impoverished county into this state in just 7 years is truly remarkable. The population of Taoyuan County is now much larger, probably tens of thousands, not just 2,000. Guotianyang bowed and asked, "Your Majesty, what should be done with Fang Zheng?" "No rush. Let me observe him further. This man has an eccentric personality and needs to be properly disciplined. If used well, he will surely become a pillar of the state in the future." With such a capable person by the crown prince's side, I can feel at ease. Upon hearing the mention of the crown prince, Guotianyang hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, the crown prince is still hanging in the imperial garden. Should we take him down?" Speaking of the crown prince, Emperor Jing frowned again. "What are you talking about? Forget about that beast for now. Others can pass the imperial examination at 15, but what does he do? He only knows how to fiddle with those useless things. Send people to demolish his tiger and leopard enclosure and kill that stupid creature for me. Also, the tea I bought before needs to be dealt with. Send someone to set up a shop in the inner city to sell tea. Do as Fang Zheng said. Order a batch of exquisite jars and put the tea in them. This matter is entrusted to you to personally oversee. Do not let this slip out. If you fail to do it well, I will hold you accountable." Guotianyang was stunned. It's against etiquette for the emperor to personally engage in business. Moreover, if the ministers find out, wouldn't it cause an uproar? His Majesty is under Fang Zheng's spell. So Guotianyang stammered, "Your Majesty, isn't this inappropriate? What if other ministers see this?" Emperor Jing waved his hand dismissively. "Go ahead and do it. This tea was purchased with my own private funds. Do you think I can't control it?" "Your Majesty, but this business." Guotianyang was still uneasy, as the matter was far too shocking. Emperor Jing leaned back in his chair and sighed. "Yes, the ancestral rights and laws cannot be violated. But my great Jing has been established for more than 200 years, and it has followed the same old system. If this continues, I don't know when it will decline again. If I continue in this orderly manner, what will my great Jing dynasty be like 100 years from now? By then, I will be gone or too old to rule the world. Will Yuanzhao be able to govern the country alone? The ancestral rights and laws certainly have their reasons, but when it comes to me, it's time for them to change. Taoyuan County has given me some inspiration. Perhaps we could try to make some changes first. Governing a large country is like cooking a small fish. Taoyuan County was able to turn the tide. Can our great Jing kingdom experience a miracle like Taoyuan, or even just some new changes? A door hinge that is constantly used will not rust, and flowing water will not stagnate. Guobanban, go for it. Just like Fang Zheng said during dinner, he makes money from the rich and splits it 30/70ths with the common people. There are too many wealthy merchants and nobles in my great Jing. They hide their silver in their homes and in their graves, but they will never give it to the people. They can't even build a decent road. It's time to think of a way to clean things up. Guo Tianyang remained silent. With the wars just ended and the national treasury empty, His Majesty must have been spurred on and is now preparing to reach out to those nobles and wealthy merchants. However, as the emperor's personal eunuch, he was like his right and left arms. Now that the emperor has made up his mind, he must do his best to get things done. Yes, Your Majesty, this old servant will arrange for someone to do it immediately. Emperor Jing looked at the murky tea on the table and began to ponder. After a moment, he spoke. Remember to brew a pot of premium celestial tea for the morning court tomorrow. When you are in front of all the officials, remember to brew the tea strong. You can use your own methods for the rest. I'm actually looking forward to seeing if the Fang Zheng sect's methods will work. Speaking of which, doing business is like waging war, which is quite interesting, haha. You may go now. I need to review the memorials. Guo Tianyang nodded in agreement, then turned his back and started clicking his teeth. I felt terrible. In just a few days in Taoyuan County, His Majesty has been mentioning Fang Zheng more and more often. His Majesty actually believed every single method that kid taught him at the dinner table. Moreover, since His Majesty has spoken, he still wants to sell according to those methods. It's utterly absurd. Even if His Majesty wanted to do business, who would buy things like this? And they're ridiculously expensive. Guo Tianyang sighed. Fang Zhenji will definitely enter the palace in the future. His Majesty praised him highly after only meeting him a few times and exchanging a few words. He'll definitely be a favorite of the emperor in the future, and we'll inevitably have to deal with him a lot. But it seems like Fang Zhenji doesn't get along with me. He only gave me a piece of chicken breast when we played PUBG. Thank goodness this bastard isn't a eunuch. I'll have to find a chance to befriend him in the future. Why aren't you leaving yet? What are you standing there for? Emperor Jing's voice rang out from behind Guo Tianyang. He had been so lost in thought that he had forgotten to leave. Guo Tianyang hurriedly said, Your Majesty, this old servant is wondering how much to sell this tea for. Should we sell it for 200 taels per caddy, as Fang Zheng suggested? Emperor Jing was also taken aback, then burst into laughter. He was so eager to start a business that he forgot to set prices, and casually said, 1 tael of tea per can, 50 taels per can, and remember to make the packaging exquisite. Guo Tianyang's old face twitched twice, but he didn't dare to say a word. 500 taels a caddy. My God, His Majesty is really daring to ask for such a price. He's even more greedy than that scoundrel Fang Zheng. That's why I say you're the emperor. Chapter 15, The Man's Treasure, The Emperor's Wrath. The efficiency of doing things in the palace is naturally extremely high. Guo Tianyang spent only one afternoon instructing his men to find a good location, decorate the shop, and acquire dozens of ready-made, exquisite porcelain vases. The location is naturally excellent, situated in an area frequented by the wealthy in the capital. The archway was hung prominently on it, eliminating all other complicated procedures. The next morning, the court session began. Officials gathered in front of the Fengtian Hall, and Guo Tianyang deliberately took a detour to pass in front of them. He was carrying a tray with a pot of tea on it, the lid of which was half open. Seeing eunuch Guo walking over with small, quick steps from a distance, the officials looked at each other in bewilderment. This eunuch Guo usually appears with His Majesty, so why did he pass by the Fengtian Hall today? Guo Tianyang gradually walked into the crowd, his pace slowing down. Li Yinsong asked curiously, Eunuch Guo, why are you the only one who came today? Where's His Majesty? Guo Tianyang's eyes lit up, and he quickly brought over the tea. Lord Li, this old servant went to prepare tea for His Majesty today. His Majesty will arrive later. There, do we really need to prepare this? We never had this for court sessions before. Many people began to wonder, while at the same time they smelled a fresh and elegant fragrance. His feet unconsciously moved closer, his eyes constantly glancing at Guo Tianyang's hands. Li Yinsong asked curiously, What kind of tea is this, eunuch Guo? The tea liquor is clear and the aroma is long-lasting. Why have I never seen His Majesty drink it before? Here you are. I've been waiting for you to ask. Guo Tianyang was overjoyed. He then announced loudly, This tea was discovered by His Majesty a few days ago at a tea shop in the capital. This tea has a refreshing and delicate flavor. After drinking it, one can feel refreshed and full of energy. Your Majesty liked it as soon as you tried it. Look, the tea we use to brew has all been replaced with this new tea. As he spoke, a murmur began to ripple through the crowd. Yes, this flavor is quite unique. It's fragrant. It's really fragrant. This tea tastes somewhat like the local pine tea from Hangjiang Prefecture, but not quite. It does smell quite good. Eunuch Gua, what is the name of this tea? Gua Tianyang chuckled. This tea is called Grand Celestial Tea. I've heard that drinking it regularly can prolong life, nourish the kidneys, and strengthen the body's vitality. It's known as a treasure for men. Wow, the Grand Celestial Tea sounds extraordinary. Huh? I didn't expect that Eunuch Gua also knew about men's treasures. Someone made that remark, and the crowd burst into laughter. Damn it! Gua Tianyang's face turned as red as a pig's liver, his eyes darting among the officials, as if he wanted to find the grandson who had just shouted and tear him to pieces. I have to endure personal humiliation just for doing a simple errand. It's all Fang Zheng's fault. After searching for a long time without success, Gua Tianyang had no choice but to give up in frustration. Gentlemen, I'll be leaving now. It's windy outside, and the tea will get cold. I can't bear the consequences if His Majesty is punished. After saying that, Gua Tianyang turned to leave. Li Yinsong quickly stopped him, nervously rubbing his hands together. He was somewhat tempted. This men's treasure that could strengthen the kidneys and boost energy was something old Li wanted to give a try. After all, he was over 60 years old, and in recent years he felt his health was deteriorating. In addition to backaches and leg pains, he often felt sleepy while working in his office. He can only drink cold water to stay awake. He doesn't like the tea with added ingredients. The taste is too strong, and he always ends up with a mouthful of dregs. This clear tea has a very refreshing aroma and can also invigorate the mind and strengthen the kidneys. You absolutely have to try this man's treasure if you have it. Eunuch Gua, is this tea really as good as you say? What nonsense! It's not me who said it. It's His Majesty who said it. If His Majesty says it's good, how could it be false? Gua Tianyang glanced at Li Yinsong. Li Yinsong quickly waved his hand and said no. No, if His Majesty thinks it's good, then it must be good too. So where can I buy it? Gua Tianyang smiled slightly. The big fish had taken the bait. If the Grand Secretary sets a good example, others will naturally follow suit, and there will be no worry about the sales of tea. Li Yinsong was a veteran official of 2 dynasties, and his family were also large landowners. Although tea costing 500 taels per caddy was expensive, he could definitely afford it. This tea was purchased from the palace. This old servant doesn't remember where it was originally bought, but I can ask around for you gentlemen. Is there anything else? If not, this old servant will take his leave. Li Yinsong bowed, and Gua Tianyang turned around, a smug expression on his face. Inside the Fengtian Hall, the officials were seated. Emperor Jing sat high on the dragon throne, holding a teacup in his hand, constantly stirring the floating tea leaves with the lid. Those below watched with longing as the emperor drank tea. The aroma wafted down the stairs, making many people feel thirsty and unconsciously lick their lips. After finishing his tea, Emperor Jing slowly spoke. My dear ministers, I have been away from the capital for the past few days. If there are any important matters, please bring them up for discussion. Minister of Revenue Zhang Shi stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present. I just received news yesterday that the continuous heavy rains in Zhanjiang have breached 2 dikes. Half a month ago, the number of people affected by the disaster exceeded 3,000. There was no shortage of food. Now, the provincial governor and the provincial governor have applied to the Ministry of Revenue for 30,000 taels of silver to recruit laborers for disaster relief and dike construction. However, there have been many disaster victims in the past 2 years, and the Ministry of Revenue has already exceeded its expenditures. If it is to balance other matters, the Ministry of Revenue can only provide a maximum of 20,000 taels now. Please, Your Majesty, make your judgment. Emperor Jing closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. Sure enough, it was the same old mess again when I got back. There have been natural and man-made disasters everywhere these past 2 years. With the national treasury empty, those below will only have designs on their own private funds. But this money has to be spent, and I feel bad about spending it. After a moment's thought, Emperor Jing gritted his teeth and said, I understand. The deficit of 10,000 taels will be covered by my private treasury. The elders below the steps immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Shi's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, Your Majesty is wise. As the Minister of Revenue, he was in charge of money and grain, and no one had as many headaches as him. The Ministry of Revenue is currently short of funds, so the only option is to ask the Emperor for money. I thought it would be a drawn-out negotiation for a few days, but to my surprise, His Majesty agreed readily. It seems like things have changed a lot since I made this trip. Before, they were always so hesitant and dragging their feet when it came to asking for money. Emperor Jing sneered inwardly. Of course it's wise to spend my money. He had saved up 20,000 taels of his private treasury over several years by living frugally, and then spent half of it in one go. Hopefully, that batch of tea will make me proud. Do any of you gentlemen have anything else to discuss? Seeing that Emperor Jing's expression was rather unpleasant, the courtiers tacitly remained silent. Usually, the emperor is in a bad mood at this time, so it's pointless to say anything. Just wait until next time. Seeing everyone's silence, Emperor Jing spoke up. Very well. Since none of you ministers have anything to say, then I have something to say. Where is Fang Zheng, the commander of the 5 cities military command? Your subject is here. Fang Zheng stepped forward from the crowd, feeling somewhat uneasy. Emperor Jing's expression was stern. When I returned to the capital, I saw that the streets were dilapidated and sewage was flowing everywhere. What kind of work did you, the commander, do? Fang Zheng looked up in surprise and quickly explained, Your Majesty, it's probably because the drainage ditches are blocked, so there's more water on the streets. The capital is also very dusty, so the streets become muddy when it rains. It has always been the same. Whenever there's a heavy rain, I send people to inspect all the irrigation canals. I suppose there must have been a problem this time. Upon hearing his sophistry, Emperor Jing flew into a rage. Shut up. Just because it's always been this way doesn't mean it's right. You're receiving a salary from the court. I'll give you 3 months to repair the streets and dredge the irrigation canals. Find your own way to pay for it. If the situation in the city hasn't improved by May, you'll be stripped of your official robes. Although Fang Zheng was still somewhat bewildered, upon seeing the emperor's fury, he instinctively knelt down. Your subject deserves to die 10,000 times. I will definitely make the streets look brand new in 3 months. Emperor Jing nodded expressionlessly. All right, I will send someone to investigate. My other ministers, if you have something to say, speak now. Otherwise, the court is adjourned. After the court session, the senior officials returned to their offices to continue their duties. Sitting down at the desk, Zhang Dongxiang, the most impatient of them all, couldn't help but ask first, Lordly, do you think His Majesty's personality has changed since he came back from his trip? They paid so readily today. And why are you suddenly starting to care about the city streets? Doesn't His Majesty already know what the city is like? Li Yinsong lowered his head to review the newly delivered memorial. Perhaps. It's not a bad thing that His Majesty is willing to spend money. However, the imperial treasury is not a long-term solution. What should we do when the national treasury's annual revenue is insufficient to cover expenditures year after year? Look, here comes another disaster report, and it's asking for money again. Alas, I also have a headache. I get dizzy just looking at these things now. I'm afraid I'll have to retire in a few years. Zhang Xiao chuckled upon hearing this. Lordly, you can't say such things carelessly. You are a pillar of the nation, and the cabinet cannot function without you. Isn't His Majesty drinking that man's treasure? Shall I go and ask His Majesty for some for you? Zhang Dongxiang also became interested when the topic of men's treasure came up. This tea is quite interesting. Why don't we send someone to ask around and buy more from the city? Perhaps after drinking it, Lordly will be even more vigorous and take another wife. Laughter filled the public housing unit. Li Yinsong smiled and waved his hand. Prime Minister, please don't make fun of this old man. I'm old, and I'm not as strong as I used to be. I'll be satisfied as long as it can refresh my mind. Why don't we send someone to check it out right now? This tea is called the Great Celestial Tea. It must have miraculous effects. I'm quite curious myself. Liu Er, go outside and see if there are any tea houses that sell this Grand Celestial Tea. If you find any, remember to bring some back for us. Liu Er, the minor official standing guard at the entrance of the public building, responded and hurriedly ran out. An hour later, Liu Er came running back, panting heavily. Master Li, I found it. I found the tea shop. The eyes of the people in the public housing all focused on Liu Er. Li Yinsong said happily, Great, you bought it? How much was it? I'll give it to you. Liu Er, bent over and panting heavily, said, I couldn't buy any. I didn't bring enough money. I can't afford it. Oh dear, look at you. You're so careless. You didn't even bring enough money to buy tea. Go again later. Zhang Dongxiang was extremely disappointed. Liu Er said aggrievedly, No, it's not that I didn't bring enough money. It's just that the Grand Celestial Tea is ridiculously expensive. I only had 10 taels of silver on me, thinking it would be enough to bring some tea for you gentlemen. I didn't expect that the premium Celestial Tea would cost 50 taels of silver per tael. And now there's a purchase limit. Each person can only buy 1 can. What? It's so expensive. Zhang Dongxiang stood up abruptly, his face filled with disbelief. He then quickly walked to Liu Er's side and asked anxiously, Would anyone buy tea this expensive? Liu Er smiled wryly, Yes. Plenty of people are buying them. Many of them are stewards and family members of princes and ministers. I heard it's the emperor's favorite tea, and it has miraculous effects. When I went there, it was still available, but now I'm afraid you can't buy it even if you have the money. According to the shop assistant, the production of Tianxian tea is extremely limited, so the daily supply is also very small, only 4 caddies. Most of it is bought up by the palace, and the supply may be cut off at any time. Now that I've left the tea shop, the price of the tea has skyrocketed. Many officials' families are scrambling to buy it at the door. When I left, the price had already risen to 60 taels. Everyone inside the office looked surprised. They hadn't expected their colleagues to be so quick. When there's something good, everyone rushes to grab it. Zhang Dongxiang paced back and forth in the office, saying disappointedly, "It seems this thing is indeed extraordinary. It's a pity I didn't act sooner. It's too late to regret it now." Li Yinsong, on the contrary, was the most composed. "Prime Minister, don't be anxious. Even if this tea is special, it can't have an effect after just one sip. It's probably because His Majesty is drinking it. With His Majesty's endorsement, everyone is naturally willing to believe it. Lu'er, I'll give you 50 taels. Go buy a can of this tea first thing tomorrow morning, and I'll share it with you all." "Yes, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Good news." As soon as Guo Tianyang entered the Qinqing Palace, he congratulated Emperor Jing with a joyful expression. Emperor Jing, who had been bent over his desk reviewing memorials, slowly raised his head and said, "What is it that's all this fuss about?" Guo Tianyang said happily, "Your Majesty, the premium celestial tea is sold out. We only sold 4 caddies today, earning a total of 2,000 taels of silver. We still have 16 caddies left. If we sell them all, we can make 8,000 taels." Fortunately, this old servant still remembers what Magistrate Fang said about scarcity marketing. He only released 4 caddies. If there had been no restrictions, I'm afraid we could have sold all the tea today. 8,000 taels of silver can be earned in less than half a day. There's no better business in the world. Your Majesty, will the price increase tomorrow? At this rate, even 80 taels will likely be sold out very quickly. Emperor Jing stared blankly out of the Qinqing Palace, lost in thought. Then he suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Excellent! He truly is a prodigy. I was right about him. Fang Zheng is indeed extraordinary. I never expected that I could earn back 8,000 taels of silver after spending 10,000 taels. And this is just the beginning. As for raising prices, absolutely do not raise them. I remember Fang Zheng once said that once the price is set, it should not be changed easily, as it could damage the brand image. If prices skyrocket, they secretly hire people to resell the goods at inflated prices everywhere. Oh, that's called scalping. Go, find some reliable people to act as scalpers, and sell them for the highest possible price." Emperor Jing began to get excited, already imagining a scene of abundant imperial treasury, with countless riches beckoning to him. "Your Majesty, there are only a dozen or so caddies of tea left, which won't last long. I'll arrange for someone to go to Taoyuan County to purchase more immediately." "No." Emperor Jing waved his hand, interrupting Guo Tianyang. "I will go myself in a few days." "Huh, going again?" Guo Tianyang was dumbfounded. A country cannot be without a ruler for a day. His Majesty actually went to Taoyuan County twice for Fang Zheng. Go. Fang Zheng is incredibly insightful. Think about it. Aren't these current situations very similar to some of the cases he described at the dinner table back then? I'd like to see if Fang Zheng has any other abilities to turn the rotten into the miraculous. Make preparations in the next few days. I will visit Taoyuan County again after the inspector from Hengjiang Prefecture arrives. Chapter 17, the Cabinet's discussion on tea. A truly wonderful discussion. The next day, inside the public housing, Lu'er delivered the tea he had snatched early in the morning. Several high-ranking officials gathered around a jar of tea on the table, marveling at its quality. 50 taels is really too expensive, but this little bottle is quite exquisite. It must be a good item. Yes, I could already smell the aroma of tea even before it was brewed. It's good, but the quantity is too small. It won't last long. Lu'er hesitated outside the crowd. Seeing that the others had finished talking, he quickly approached Li Yinsong and said cautiously, "Master Li, this tea didn't cost 50 taels, it cost 70 taels. I borrowed another 20 taels to buy it. When I went there early this morning, there was already a long line outside, and they were sold out. I had to buy this from someone else, you see." Li Yinsong's eyebrows shot up in surprise. 70 taels. My God, our tea in the tea house is only 3 taels of silver per caddy. Quickly brew some tea. Today I'm inviting everyone to have some tea. Let's all have a taste. Lu'er stood there, his face seemingly a little red. Li Yinsong slapped his forehead and laughed. I forgot there's still 21 taels of silver here. Take it and go make some tea. Remember to use only water and don't add anything else. Upon seeing the silverback, Lu Er's lips curled into a smirk as he happily ran off to make tea. A short while later, Lu Er returned carrying a pot of tea. The crowd quickly gathered around. Zhang Dongxiang asked curiously, why doesn't it smell? Liu Er, did you buy a fake? Then I lifted the lid of the pot, and there were only 3 pitiful leaves floating inside. You're trying to fool me. What kind of tea is this with just 3 leaves? Lu Er chuckled sheepishly. Oh dear, Master Zhang, this tea is too expensive. I'm afraid I won't brew it well and ruin it. Zhang Dongxiang was both amused and exasperated. He picked up the tea canister, scooped out a pinch of tea, and threw it into the water. The elders stopped what they were doing and stared intently at the teapot. As the steeping time increases, the aroma of tea begins to waft out of the teapot. Everyone was already impatient, and Zhang Dongxiang picked up the teapot and poured a cup for each person. He said with great enthusiasm, Everyone, please, we have been looking forward to this celestial tea for a long time. Li Yinsong picked up the teacup, carefully smelling the aroma of the tea. The steam continuously warmed his face, and through psychological effects, he already felt somewhat comfortable even before drinking the tea. Yes, this is the taste. This is the tea His Majesty drank yesterday. It has a delicate and elegant fragrance with a long-lasting aroma. After blowing on it twice, Li Yinsong carefully took a sip. The aroma of tea slowly permeates from the nose to the throat, and then a warm sensation descends into the stomach. Li Yinsong let out a satisfied sigh. Ordinary tea soup is always mixed with various ingredients, resulting in a strong and complex flavor that Li Yinsong dislikes. Stir-frying tea leaves brings out their natural aroma and flavor, creating a unique experience. It's completely different from tea, and 100 times better than drinking water. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Li Yinsong sipped his tea, letting out a sigh inwardly. It is indeed good, but it is really too expensive. 1 ounce of tea leaves would probably only last him 7 days. Seeing everyone else savoring their tea, Li Yinsong couldn't help but ask Zhang Dongxiang, Master Zhang, how is it? Zhang Dongxiang clicked his tongue, puzzled. It's alright but a bit bland. Adding some dates, scallions, and ginger would make it taste even better. I don't think it's that amazing. Li Yinsong was speechless for a moment. Zheng Xiao, on the other hand, had a serious expression and sipped his tea slowly. Upon seeing this, Li Yinsong asked, Master Zheng, what do you think? Zheng Xiao closed his eyes again, took a small sip, and exclaimed, Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. There is such a magical tea in the world. Li Yinsong laughed. Oh, tell me about it. The flavor of the tea goes without saying. You gentlemen should all be able to taste it. But upon closer tasting, there's also a subtle hint of medicinal aroma. It has the fragrance of licorice and mint, as well as the aroma of Polygonum multiflorum, and upon closer tasting, there is also a slight grassy scent. If you don't believe me, please feel it more carefully. After hearing his explanation, everyone quickly took another sip. Li Yinsong asked curiously, Does Master Zheng also understand traditional Chinese medicine? Zheng Xiao stroked his beard and said smugly, it's nothing. I learned a little when I was young, but I haven't looked at it for many years. I'm just showing off. This peppermint and licorice can induce sweating and relieve fever, invigorate the spleen and replenish qi, clear heat and detoxify, resolve phlegm and stop coughing, relieve spasms and pain, and harmonize various medicines, etc. And Polygonum multiflorum can nourish the heart and calm the mind, dispel wind and unblock the meridians, and replenish blood and qi. And this grassy aroma indicates that this tea comes from a very vibrant plant. This tea can blend 3 flavors so perfectly and yet remain so vibrant, demonstrating its remarkable medicinal properties. It truly deserves its name, Grand Celestial Tea. 50 taels is not expensive. After hearing his explanation, everyone suddenly understood. Wow, there's so much to it. Luckily, there was someone knowledgeable about it. With such high praise from Zheng Gong, it seems that the great immortal tea truly deserves its reputation. Then everyone looked at the teacups in their hands with a more eager gaze. Then he lowered his head and began to savor it carefully again. This is no simple matter. Indeed, I can also taste the grass and mint flavors. Drinking this tea actually gives me the urge to compose a poem. Suddenly, the sound of chanting filled the public room. Everyone expressed that they felt refreshed after drinking the wine and declared that they would buy another batch. Standing guard at the door, Lu Er stared dumbfounded at the rare scene of merriment inside the public housing, drool involuntarily dripping from the corner of his mouth. Tea-making workshop in Taoyuan County. Fang Zheng, accompanied by Zhang Biao, inspected various industries in the county as usual. At this moment, the tea masters in the tea-making workshop were shirtless, diligently frying the tea leaves in the large iron wok. Previously, most of these tea leaves had been consumed within Taoyuan County. Fang Zheng was preparing to expand production capacity further, estimating that Li Longyi would be able to sell out the tea leaves in 1 or 2 months. I'll stock up on a batch of goods first, since I don't have to worry about the tea spoiling in the short term. He wasn't worried about not being able to sell them. Everyone in Dying was still drinking that flavored tea soup. The practice of frying tea leaves has long been proven by history to be a major trend. How fast the shipment goes depends entirely on Li Long's abilities. Watching the workers working enthusiastically, Fang Zheng nodded in satisfaction. His gaze swept to the corner of the wall, and he suddenly frowned, cursing, "Which bastard put the tea leaves together with a haystack? Don't they have any sense of aesthetics? If you mess up the business, we'll hang you all on the city wall." This is a new export business the county is about to launch. If anything goes wrong, you'll be held responsible. Also, be careful when frying tea. Control the proportions of those medicinal herbs. After frying, pick out all the impurities from inside. This isn't for our own use, so quality control must be consistent. Every batch must taste exactly the same. Do you all understand? The tea frying masters straightened their backs and shouted in unison, "Reporting to Your Excellency. We understand." Chapter 18, Your Majesty. The Crown Prince has been hanging for 3 days. Your Majesty, this old servant has just received news that the batch of tea has already sold out. Guo Tianyang stood beside Emperor Jing with a joyful expression. How come it sold out in just over 3 days? Didn't I tell you that we would be releasing a limited quantity? Emperor Jing was somewhat annoyed. The goods sold out so quickly that he hadn't even had time to go to Taoyuan County to restock before his stock was gone. Originally, I planned to sell more slowly and send Guo Tianyang back to replenish the stock after I went to Taoyuan. This has created a gap period. How much did you sell it for? Sensing the Emperor Jing's unfriendly tone, Guo Tianyang still smiled slightly. This old servant deserves to die, but the sales were so hot that I couldn't resist. The scalpers I arranged to sell were charging higher and higher prices, and the supply couldn't keep up with the demand. Many noble families were scrambling to buy them, and some even wanted to buy 10 or 20 caddies at a time. In these 3 days, I earned a total of 13,200 taels of silver. After deducting the costs of buying the shop, hiring staff, and purchasing goods, I earned a total of 10,500 taels of silver. 10,500 taels. 10,500 taels of imperial treasury has returned. I want to send another 2,000 caddies. Go to Taoyuan immediately. Emperor Jing's eyes suddenly turned red, and he abruptly stood up, pacing back and forth, muttering to himself. Guo Tianyang smiled as he looked at Emperor Jing, pleased that he had completed his mission flawlessly. Even though he had sold out the entire stock ahead of time, His Majesty could find no fault with it. After a moment, Emperor Jing regained his composure and sat down. Then he suddenly said in a cold voice, "Are all my subjects so rich? They buy tea leaves weighing tens or hundreds of taels of silver at a time. When they run out of money, they come to me for it. They take it from a national treasury. More than 3,000 people died in the Jianjiang flood, and not a single person contributed any money. On the contrary, my good ministers actually had the leisure to drink tea. I'm perfectly fine." Guo Tianyang remained silent, standing by the side, and only spoke again after Emperor Jing had calmed down. "Your Majesty, there is one more matter. The inspector of Hengjiang Prefecture has rushed to the capital overnight and is now awaiting summons. Shall we summon him?" "All right, not here. Let's go to the imperial study. By the way, how is the crown prince now?" Guo Tianyang was immediately at a loss and said nervously, "They're still hanging in the imperial garden." "What? It's been 3 days. He's still hanging there. How is he?" Emperor Jing panicked instantly. It was February. The people below hadn't even paid attention to the crown prince. He had actually been hung up in the imperial garden for 3 days. Guo Tianyang's throat tightened. He should have reminded the emperor about this, but he was so engrossed in selling goods that he forgot. "Your Majesty, these past few days, someone has been taking care of the crown prince in the imperial garden. He is put down to eat when he is hungry, and then hoisted back up. He is also dressed warmly at night. The crown prince is out of danger." Upon hearing his explanation, Emperor Jing was immediately relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good to teach this unfilial son a lesson, but then I feel guilty. Bring the crown prince to the imperial study as well. I wish to see him." "Yes, 3 days. 3 days is enough to change a person." Crown Prince Li Yuanzhao was like that. On the first day, he was still thinking of begging for mercy. After his pleas for mercy failed, he began to try to turn the guards against him, but the guards remained unmoved. The next day, he tried to escape during a convenient time, but was caught twice. By the third day, she had given up struggling and started to appreciate the garden, but she was still muttering something to herself. Guo Tianyang rushed to the imperial garden and quickly ordered his men to put the crown prince down. Li Yuanzhao obediently let others do as they pleased, which made Guo Tianyang feel very sorry for him. "Oh, your highness, are you all right? This old servant is late." Li, that tyrannical emperor sent you. Upon hearing this, Guo Tianyang's scalp tingled with fear, and he pounced on Li Yuanzhao like a mad dog, covering his mouth with his own. "Your highness, you mustn't speak nonsense. You mustn't speak nonsense. His Majesty has been watching you closely. You haven't been cold or hungry these past few days, have you? His Majesty is concerned about you." Li Yuanzhao's pent-up grievances erupted like a flood, and he roared at Guo Tianyang. 3 days. I was hung up for 3 whole days. Do you know how I survived those 3 days? He doesn't care about anything. He only cares about himself. Guo Tianyang quickly comforted him. Your Highness, His Majesty is always thinking of you. He's still waiting for you in the imperial study. Come with me quickly." "Ah, very well, I'll have to meet him." Guo Tianyang's head was as big as a bucket. He had been hanging by the crown prince for the past 3 days, and his mind had become somewhat abnormal. But there's nothing we can do. Let His Majesty handle his own family matters. The two hurried to the imperial study, where Li Yuanzhao angrily pushed open the door. He stared directly at Emperor Jing and shouted, "Damn it! Yuanzhao, are you all right?" Emperor Jing's concerned voice interrupted Li Yuanzhao, and then he walked from his desk to him and patted him on the shoulder. "Is your highness feeling unwell? I have neglected you these past few days. It was truly my fault. However, you should learn your lesson. In the future, when you encounter problems, you should listen to those courtiers and tutors, understand? My empire will be yours sooner or later. You must not be unruly. If you are unruly, you will harm the people of the world. I hope you understand." After a long and earnest lecture, Li Yuanzhao's eyes suddenly reddened, and the angry words he wanted to say stuck in his throat. How long has it been since his father spoke to him like this? He began to vaguely recall the scene of riding on his father's shoulders. Thinking too much makes it hard to say harsh words, but you're unwilling to admit defeat, so in the end you can only stammer out 3 words. "No." Emperor Jing smiled with satisfaction. It seemed that the crown prince was not heartless after all. He patted him on the shoulder again. Then he said coldly, "Were you trying to call me a tyrant just now? Go, kneel in the corner, and are not allowed to leave until I say so." Li Yuanzhao was stunned, but by this time his momentum had completely dissipated, and he no longer dared to resist. He obediently walked to the corner and knelt down, putting on a resentful expression. "Your Majesty, the inspector of Hengjiang Prefecture has arrived. Shall we let him in now?" Guo Tianyang walked over at the opportune moment. "Summon them. Summon Wu Sheng, Inspector General of Hengjiang Prefecture." A middle-aged man in official robes walked in, looking extremely listless. The 2 days of traveling through the night almost killed Wu Sheng on the road, and the emperor's inexplicable summons made him nervous and exhausted the whole way. Upon seeing the emperor, Wu Sheng slowly knelt down. "Your subject, Wu Sheng, pays his respects to your Majesty." The emperor sat upright, exuding majesty, and spoke. "You are Wu Sheng? You have come from afar, and must be tired. I don't want to waste any more time. Let me ask you, do you know Taiyuan County?" Wu Sheng, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly had his pupils dilate and his whole body trembled. Chapter 19, The Devilish Magistrate, Fang Zheng. Wu Sheng's face turned deathly pale, and his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. However, he kept his head lowered, not daring to raise it for fear that Emperor Jing would notice something amiss. Emperor Jing stared silently at Wu Sheng without saying a word. After a moment, Wu Sheng spoke. "Your Majesty, I know that Taiyuan County is a small county on the edge of Hengjiang Prefecture. The population is only 2,000, and there have been years of famine. Even the county magistrate starved to death in office 7 years ago, so the prefecture has exempted him from taxes." After he finished speaking, Wu Sheng remained kneeling and motionless. Li Yuanzhao looked at Wu Sheng with curiosity. It was the first time he had ever seen an official willing to kneel for so long. Even his father didn't tell him to get up. After a long silence, Emperor Jing slowly spoke. "Raise your head." Wu Sheng slowly raised his head, trembling. "Why is your face so pale, my dear minister?" Wu Sheng forced a smile. "Thank you for your concern, your Majesty. I have been traveling day and night in order to see your Majesty as soon as possible, and I am quite tired. How many times have you visited Taiyuan County in these 7 years? Your Majesty, I have been there 3 times since I took office as the inspector. Has anything changed in Taoyuan County? Wu Sheng hesitated for a moment, then said, yes. To this day, the population is still no more than 2,000. Although the famine has been relieved, people are still poor. Lies! Emperor Jing slammed his fist on the table and roared. Wu Sheng, how dare you deceive the emperor? Wu Sheng stared at Emperor Jing in astonishment, then slammed his head against the ground. His voice was filled with fear. I dare not. I dare not. Every word I have said is true. If I have uttered even one lie, may I be struck by lightning and torn apart by 5 horses. Emperor Jing was shocked. Judging from Wu Sheng's behavior, he clearly knew the situation in Taoyuan County, yet he still dared to conceal it from me when he was right in front of me. He even swore a poisonous oath to cover up the matter in Taoyuan County. What kind of magic does Fang Zheng possess that makes Wu Sheng risk his life like this? Guo Tianyang stood aside, stunned, pondering the question in his mind. Emperor Jing slowly sat down. What is the punishment for deceiving the emperor? Guo Tianyang said, at best, he will be beheaded. At worst, his entire family will be implicated. Wu Sheng is stubborn and even deceived the emperor to his face. He should be severely punished, and his entire family should be exterminated. Exhausted from not sleeping for the past 2 days, Wu Sheng's thoughts were completely in disarray upon hearing about beheading and the extermination of 9 generations of his family. Wu Sheng's fear deepened, and he kept kowtowing, begging for mercy. Wu Sheng, do you have anything else to say? Wu Sheng looked up, blood streaming down his forehead, his face contorted in a grimace. He gritted his teeth and said, how could your majesty unjustly kill your subject? What crime did Wu Sheng commit? At least let this guilty subject die knowing the truth. Emperor Jing's tone remained calm and unhurried. I've already been to Taoyuan County. Do you have anything else to say? What? Wu Sheng couldn't help but exclaim. I can't understand it no matter how hard I try. That emperor would personally visit Taoyuan County, that godforsaken place. His original thought was that the Ministry of Revenue's tax investigation had uncovered years of tax evasion in Taoyuan County. Although the situation was dire, I thought I could get away with it by making some excuses. I never expected that the emperor had actually been to Taoyuan County. Seeing his dejected expression, the emperor asked again, Wu Sheng, I am curious about something now. What benefits did Fang Zheng give you that made you risk your life to deceive me? Wu Sheng was utterly despondent. He was doomed either way, so he might as well just lay all his cards on the table. He kowtowed again, crying out in anguish, this sinful subject deserves to die 10,000 times. But I am innocent. I have something to say. It's not that I want to deceive the emperor. It's just that Fang Zheng is not human. Li Yuan Zhao, who was kneeling in the corner, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I was just sitting here being really boring, and then this huge bombshell dropped. Tears streamed down Wu Sheng's face, mingling with blood, blurring his vision. He cried out, I arrived in Taoyuan County several years ago, when it was already quite established. The outer earthen city walls were even more than 10 meters high, and the people lived a prosperous and peaceful life. It was completely unlike the poverty described in previous records. I was so happy at the time that I was eager to report my achievements to the court, but who knew that Fang Zheng would not allow it? He tied me up and took me to the county government office, forcing me not to talk about Taoyuan County. I even saw one of his men sewing up a person's anus on the street. I'm terrified and dare not refuse. The other 3 people present immediately felt a tightness in their anuses. This was absolutely outrageous. Was this how a human being behaved? Li Yuan Zhao thought for a moment, then shuddered. He probably would have given in too. Emperor Jing and Guo Tianyang exchanged a glance. Zhang Biao. It must be that Zhang Biao. However, Emperor Jing then asked curiously, and then they released you? This doesn't make sense. Since you've already left Taoyuan County, why didn't you report it to your superiors? Do you have some kind of leverage over them? Wu Sheng seemed to be immersed in extremely painful memories, looking up at the ceiling, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. Then he closed his eyes, steeled his resolve, and said, yes. They even found something on me. I had already promised not to leak any news about Taoyuan County, but how could that treacherous Fang Zheng believe me? They stripped me naked, tied me to a chair, and called in a sketch artist to draw me. That painting is so lifelike. I have never seen such realistic painting techniques before. After they finished painting it, they continued to threaten me, saying that if I dared to tell anyone, they would print thousands upon thousands of copies of the painting and distribute them throughout the world, ruining my reputation. Emperor Jing and Guo Tianyang exchanged another glance, their eyes filled with shock. This is utterly despicable. How can there be such a subject in this world? This is the behavior of bandits. Even bandits aren't this vile. Wu Sheng, with his eyes closed, continued, "This isn't over yet. After they finished drawing, they wouldn't let me put on any clothes. I was dragged naked in front of a loudspeaker, and they forced me to swear a terrible oath." At this point, Wu Sheng seemed to be greatly agitated, and he fainted. Guo Tianyong quickly pressed his philtrum a few times and gave him a cup of tea before his breathing became a little easier. "Speak. Speak now. What kind of oath did you make? And what happened afterward?" Emperor Jing asked anxiously. That loudspeaker must be the one that was placed in the room when they signed the contract. He was very curious at the time, but now Wu Sheng's performance has convinced Emperor Jing that the trumpet has other mysterious functions. Li Yuanzhao's eyes were filled with delight. This trip was definitely worthwhile. It was so much fun. This gossip was truly satisfying. He was now itching to know what kind of oath Wu Sheng had made. What good is swearing a solemn oath? Could it be that Wu Sheng is an idiot who believed the oath he made? Chapter 20, The Magical Phonograph. Guo Tianyong pinched Wu Sheng's philtrum while stroking his chest. It took Wu Sheng a long while to recover his senses, and he immediately burst into tears, crying out, "I am suffering. That Fang Zheng is forcing me to admit that I committed adultery with a female dog in my house. He won't let me leave unless I tell." Li Yuanzhao burst out laughing, then saw Emperor Jing's murderous gaze. Emperor Jing frowned. "What's the point of telling him? Even if we don't say he forced you, who will believe it if word gets out?" Wu Sheng exclaimed in panic. "It's that loudspeaker. That loudspeaker can actually record sound. What I said can be broadcast through that loudspeaker without any alteration. Fang Zheng threatened me, saying that if I publicized Taoyuan County, he would release the recording to the world. They even said that mud falling into your pants is like poop, even if it's not poop. I'm a scholar. How could he treat me like this? I beg your majesty to execute this official. He is not human. He is a devil. He is not human." Wu Sheng clung to Guo Tianyong's leg, crying uncontrollably. At this point, Emperor Jing and Guo Tianyong were no longer in the mood to pay him any attention. Guo Tianyong's eyes were glazed over, and he kept muttering, "I'm not a good son. I'm not a good son. Damn it. This Fang Zheng is a real scoundrel." Emperor Jing was trembling with rage. He had spent a long time reciting curses into the loudspeaker when the contract was signed. His words were recorded verbatim. "I never imagined such a magical artifact existed in this world. This kid is truly despicable." Li Yuanzhao's eyes lit up with excitement, and he almost jumped up to clap his hands. "How interesting. How interesting. There are such villains and such treasures in the world. I must meet them sometime." After calming down, Emperor Jing continued, "Is there anything else? I want to know the whole story." After his emotional outburst, Wu Sheng actually entered a relaxed state. "Since we've already given up, we might as well just confess everything." Then he stammered. "In addition, Fang Zheng also promised me a house and 500 taels of silver, saying that I can come directly to Taoyuan County when I retire. Then they released me, and I was gone." Emperor Jing paced back and forth, deep in thought. Fang Zheng was unconventional in his actions, which he greatly admired, but now he had clearly gone too far. An official would go to such lengths to stay in a mere small county, instead of serving the emperor. Does he think the emperor is made of paper? After a long pause, Emperor Jing finally spoke slowly, under Wu Sheng's uneasy gaze. "Wu Sheng, as the inspector of Hengjiang Prefecture, you have openly accepted bribes. Remove him from his official post, and demote him to a commoner. What happened here cannot be told to others. As for whether you return to Hengjiang Prefecture or Taoyuan County, I will not interfere. Let's go. I will handle Fang Zheng's matter myself. You don't need to worry." Wu Sheng was overjoyed. He repeatedly expressed his gratitude. He escaped with his life. So what if he loses his official position? He'll still be living a life of luxury in Taoyuan County. He would never tell outsiders about this. He must be out of his mind to do so. Wu Sheng repeatedly kowtowed in gratitude, and was then dismissed by Guo Tianyong. Guo Tianyong glanced at the crown prince, who was still there, and whispered, "Your Majesty, aren't you being too lenient with Wu Sheng?" Emperor Jing glanced at him. "If it were you, what would you do?" "Ah, this." Guo Tianyong was dumbfounded. Although eunuchs had a bad reputation and were often cursed behind their backs, he was still a eunuch. But upon closer reflection, if I were to do something like Fang Zheng, I'm afraid my decades of professional ethics wouldn't be enough to withstand it. Even a eunuch has his pride. Your Majesty is wise. Who would have thought that there would be such a magical device in this world for recording human voices? It's simply divine intervention. Such a divine artifact. And he actually used it for such a despicable thing. What a scoundrel. I wish I could summon him right now and give him a good beating. Emperor Jing looked at him with a disappointed expression. Guo Tianyong nodded repeatedly. If such a talent came to the Eastern Depot, He was afraid he would have to step down and give way to a more capable person. What a damn scoundrel. Make preparations. I'll be going to Taoyuan County again in the next few days. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanzhao jumped up excitedly and exclaimed, Father, your son wants to go with you too. Emperor Jing immediately rebuked, Nonsense. I'll give you another chance this time. If you continue to act recklessly as you did last time, I will skin you alive. Li Yuanzhao, with his neck stiffened, shouted, Go ahead. If you go, I'll rebuild the tiger and leopard park. Attending court is impossible. Absolutely impossible in this lifetime. I'm watching the animal fights at the tiger and leopard park. Emperor Jing was furious and raised his hand to strike the crown prince, but Guo Tianyong quickly stopped him. He whispered, Your Majesty, why not take the crown prince to broaden his horizons? Your Majesty has fought for many years to achieve your great achievements, but the crown prince has grown up in the inner palace. It would be good for him to broaden his horizons. Taoyuan County is quite unique. Perhaps we can gain some insights there. Besides, I'll be back in 2 or 3 days. It won't be a long time. Emperor Jing pondered for a moment and found some merit in the idea. He slowly lowered his hand and said solemnly, All right, I agree. However, we must agree on 3 rules. You cannot travel outside as the crown prince. You cannot leave my side. And after we return to the capital, if I allow you to go east, you must not go west. Is it possible? Yes. Li Yuanzhao agreed without hesitation. What happens afterward doesn't matter. Let's go first and see what happens. I've never met such an interesting person in the palace before. Okay, then you can go back out. After Li Yuanzhao left, Guo Tianyong asked, Your Majesty, why not summon Fang Zheng directly to the capital? I want to observe him further to see if he can withstand further training. He is capable enough, but I need to see his character more carefully. Guo Tianyong said, This person clearly has no ambition. He'd resort to such dirty tricks just to stay in Taoyuan County. Emperor Jing smiled slightly and said nothing. Everything we're doing today is ultimately laying the foundation for the crown prince's future. He only had one son, and the throne could only be inherited by Li Yuanzhao. Although the current cabinet ministers were capable, the younger generation seemed to lack the ability to carry on a legacy. They only know how to follow the rules and don't know how to be flexible. People like Fang Zheng are perfect for training. Firstly, because they seem uninterested in vying for power and profit. Secondly, such a person would be disliked by others once he entered the court, and he would not be allowed to form cliques or engage in corrupt practices. He is highly capable, has little interest in fame and fortune, and is unpopular. He is simply the best candidate to pave the way for the future of the crown prince. Your Majesty, Fang Zheng still has the oath we swore back then in his hand. Do you see it? Guo Tianyong asked cautiously. What he cares about most is this. Although he's not using his real name, the voice is his own. A toad crawling on your foot doesn't bite, but it's disgusting. When this topic came up, Emperor Jing also started to feel a headache coming on. He had been so foolish as to sign that confidentiality agreement with him. Let's put this matter aside for now. We'll discuss it again when we summon Fang Zheng to the capital. Chapter 21, Revisiting Taoyuan County. 3 days later, Guo Tianyong prepared carriages and horses to accompany Emperor Jing and his son out of the palace. It was the hour of high, 9 to 11 p.m., and the sky was already pitch black. Emperor Jing and his son waited for their carriage first, and Guo Tianyong was just about to follow when he suddenly heard a series of hurried footsteps. Then I quickly picked up the lamp and ran over to see. He breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him. It turned out to be his good-for-nothing godson. So he scolded, You brat, what are you doing running around the palace? Trying to scare your grandpa to death. The young eunuch, panting, said, My lord, Lord Li has an urgent memorial to present to his majesty, saying that his majesty needs to review it. Without a second thought, Guo Tianyong snatched the memorial from his hand and whispered, Get out of here. Seeing that the young eunuch had walked away, Guo Tianyong hurriedly ran back to the carriage and presented the memorial. Your Majesty, Lord Li has made an urgent report. Emperor Jing felt inexplicably irritated as he looked at the memorial, and his pupils dilated immediately after he opened it. Seeing that Emperor Jing was acting strangely, Guo Tianyong cautiously asked, Your Majesty, what has happened? Li Yuanzhao stared at the memorial with wide curiosity. If his father could make such an expression, something big must have happened. Emperor Jing closed the memorial and said with deep concern, The floods in Zhanjiang have already breached 5 dikes, leaving thousands of people homeless. The governor of Zhanjiang has requested the court to allocate an additional 200,000 taels of silver for disaster relief. Moreover, the rain has not stopped yet, and the future floods may be even greater. If it cannot be stopped in half a month, I am afraid that the disaster will be endless. 200,000 taels. The national treasury can't come up with it. and neither can the imperial treasury. The situation will only get worse. Our great Jing is truly plagued by disasters. To have such heavy rain in February, could it all be the will of heaven? Emperor Jing gripped the window frame tightly with both hands, a feeling of frustration filling his heart. Guo Tianyang lowered his head and asked, "Your Majesty, are we still going to Taoyuan County?" "Go. It's probably pointless for me to stay in the capital now. Go to Taoyuan County immediately and bring in a batch of tea. Take the map with you. I need to think about what solutions there are for the Jianjiang flood. Perhaps Fang Zheng has some unique ideas?" Emperor Jing looked out at the pitch blackness and made a hasty decision. Under the cover of night, the carriage sped out of the capital. Inside the carriage, Guo Tianyang held up an oil lamp, while Emperor Jing pointed at the map and muttered to himself. Li Yuanzhao was extremely bored. The journey was bumpy. He couldn't sleep or read, and could only stare at the map. Emperor Jing looked up and immediately saw Li Yuanzhao staring blankly. He asked, "What, do you want to see it too?" Li Yuanzhao hesitated for a moment, then took the map and began to draw on it with his finger. He added, "The flood in Jianjiang Prefecture started in Jinli, then went down the river and destroyed Chongqing, Jiaoxian, and Hunlu. It should be reaching Pingwang now. But even by the fastest horse, it would take at least 5 days for this memorial to travel from Jinli City to the capital. So that means the dikes in Pingwang may have already been breached by the flood, right?" Emperor Jing nodded in agreement. It seemed that this rebellious son was not entirely ignorant. At least he could understand maps and had some thinking ability. Li Yuanzhao continued, looking at the map. "Father, look here. This place is called Yintua. It is located south of Jianjiang City, where the floodwaters enter, and it is surrounded by mountains on 2 sides. The eastern part is low-lying and has no villages. If we can change the course of the river here and arrange for the people of other counties and cities to be relocated in advance, wouldn't the flood disaster be resolved here?" Emperor Jing gave him a strange look. "How do we change course?" Li Yuanzhao immediately started gesturing excitedly. "Summon the cultivators and cast spells. Summon heavenly thunder to blast down the mountain to the south and block the river. A mere flood will be no problem." Emperor Jing quickly snatched the map and gave Li Yuanzhao a sharp rap on the head. He roared, "You scoundrel! What kind of books do you read? How can matters of national importance be treated like child's play? If there were truly immortals with such magical powers in the world, so many people wouldn't have died throughout history. You good-for-nothing wretch. Guo Banban, go back and burn all those miscellaneous and worthless books of his for me. If I see them again, I'll hold you accountable." Silence returned to the carriage, and Li Yuanzhao and Guo Tianyang huddled in a corner like a wronged young wife. Emperor Jing picked up the map again and examined it carefully. Guo Tianyang hadn't slept all night and started giving directions to the driver early in the morning. The next day at noon, Emperor Jing and his son awoke from their exhaustion and had successfully entered Taoyuan County. Li Yuanzhao couldn't wait to get off the carriage, and when he looked at the unfamiliar scenery around him, he opened his mouth wide. Emperor Jing stretched his limbs and looked at the vibrant scene before him, which unexpectedly improved his mood considerably. Li Yuanzhao exclaimed excitedly, "I heard from my masters that most ordinary people are not clean and that the environment is filthy. It seems that what my masters said was wrong. If I had known, I should have left the palace sooner. This place looks much more interesting than the palace." Emperor Jing gave the crown prince a meaningful look. Let's go to Yu Jianan first. Remember, my current identity is a merchant named Li Long. Your name is Li Yuan, and his name is Guoda." Li Yuanzhao was still looking around when he absent-mindedly nodded in agreement. The 3 arrived at an inn, where the innkeeper greeted them warmly. "Oh, sir, you've come again. Are you here to pick up goods in the county this time?" Emperor Jing nodded and said, 2 first-class rooms." "Okay." After accompanying Emperor Jing into his room and putting away his luggage, Guo Tianyang quietly went to Li Yuanzhao's room. Li Yuanzhao was seen touching and looking around, making tisk-tsk sounds. She ran into the inner room and exclaimed with delight, "Oh, there's a well here. Eunuch Guo, quickly bring me a cup. I want to taste the well water." Guo Tianlao frowned. "Just as I expected. Luckily I took precautions. Otherwise, if the crown prince had drunk toilet water, he would have been the one in trouble. Your Highness, this is a chamber pot. It's for your convenience. Look, there's even a rope. Just pull it and water will come out and flush it away." A barely perceptible blush flashed across Li Yuanzhao's face, but his attention quickly shifted to the rope of the water tank. They kept pulling the rope, having a great time. Seeing this, Guo Tianyang felt relieved and withdrew. "Young master, those 2 porcelain merchants from last time are here again today, and they're staying at Yu Jianan." Zhang Biao received the news the moment Emperor Jing and his entourage entered the city and rushed to the county government office to inform Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng was still in bed, muttering, I know. This group has only been gone for less than 7 days, young master. Should I bring them over? 7 days? Fang Zheng sat up abruptly, then quickly lay back down, his movements abrupt and jerky. Wow, those two are amazing. They sold out 20 caddies of tea in just 7 days. Even disregarding the travel time and other miscellaneous expenses, it probably wouldn't have taken them more than 3 days. He's truly a capable businessman. He can launch a new product in the market so quickly. Money's in. Young Master Fang perked up. No need to bring them. I'll go see the god of wealth myself. Xiao Tao, change your clothes. After slowly getting dressed, young Master Fang arrived at Yujian Inn in a sedan chair. As soon as I stepped out of the sedan chair, a wave of stench hit me. 2 servants kept carrying buckets of water in and out of the door, while the shopkeeper was fanning the doorway vigorously with a fan. Fang Zheng quickly covered his mouth and nose and walked up to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper almost burst into tears when he saw the county magistrate arrive. Just as he was about to speak, Fang Zheng kicked him in the buttocks, making him stumble. You worthless wretch. This is how you do your job, when I put you in charge of the inn. Damn it, the latrine exploded. What happened? Upon seeing the magistrate's anger, the shopkeeper grabbed Fang Zheng's leg and cried, My lord, don't blame me. I don't know which son of a bitch drained all the water from the water tower. We're arranging for people to refill it now. Just then, Emperor Jing and his 2 companions covered their mouths and noses as they came down from the 2nd floor. Seeing Fang Zheng reprimand a shopkeeper, Li Yuanzhao blushed and quietly took a step behind Emperor Jing. Chapter 22 Castrated pigs aren't sexy, castrated men are. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Don't embarrass yourself in the street. Go get some water. Hurry up and fix this mess. Don't keep people from doing business. You gave the guests laxatives. They're all so good at having diarrhea. The shopkeeper reluctantly released Fang Zheng's leg, then picked up the bucket and ran away. At this moment, Emperor Jing and his 2 companions had already reached the bottom of the stairs, and Fang Zheng immediately spotted Emperor Jing. He greeted him with a smile. Old Li is here. It seems your tea business is doing quite well in the capital. Guo Tianyang curled his lip in disdain. Once you make money, you start trying to get close to me. Before, you called me Mr. Li, but now that you've made money, you call me Old Li. Li Yuanzhao was also amused, as it was the first time someone had dared to address the emperor so boldly as Father Emperor, Old Li. Emperor Jing didn't care at all and said frankly, Thanks to Magistrate Fang, the tea is selling well. I plan to buy more when I return to Taiyuan County this time. Of course, you've come all this way and haven't eaten yet, have you? Let's go somewhere else. There's a restaurant called King Chenglu in this county. I'll treat you all to dinner today. Without much formality, the group headed straight for Qingchang Tower. Throughout the journey, Li Yuanzhao continued to look around, finding everything new and interesting, until he settled down after entering Qingchang Tower and taking a seat. Before Fang Zheng could even speak, Emperor Jing introduced him, saying, Magistrate Fang, this is my son, Li Yuan. I brought him out to broaden his horizons. Li Yuanzhao casually cupped his hands in greeting. Greetings, Magistrate Fang. Oh, what a distinguished young master. Like father, like son. No matter what, the compliments must be offered first. Li Yuanzhao proudly raised his head. Ha, what a dullard. After the introductions, Fang Zheng ignored Guo Tianyang and Li Yuanzhao and went straight to the point. Old Li, how did the sales of those 20 caddies of tea go last time? 13,200 taels. Fang Zheng gasped. Wow, good heavens. Old Li is really ruthless. He sold such a piece of junk for so much money. He's a real talent. So how much are you planning to take this time? How many magistrates are there in Fang County? How much do you want? I can provide it. Fang Zheng was overjoyed. It seemed that Old Li had tasted success and was now prepared to invest all his savings in a batch of tea. Ultimately, this stuff is of poor quality. It will probably remain popular in the market for a while, after which we will start working on developing truly good tea. Let's capitalize on this hype and let Old Li eat as much as possible. At times like these, everyone makes money. Emperor Jing took a sip of tea and lowered his head in thought. This tea is indeed not of good quality. As the saying goes, things are valued for their scarcity. What money can something that is readily available in large quantities be worth? It seems that the Dapin Tianxian tea won't be on the market for long. They can only reap the rewards in 1 or 2 more waves. 200 Jin. I want 200 Jin this time. No problem. I'll have someone prepare the food for you after you finish eating. During the conversation, the waiter began to bring dishes to the table one by one. By this time, Emperor Jing and his entourage were already starving. Seeing the table full of various dishes made my mouth water. Fang Zheng was in a great mood and pointed to a dish to introduce it to Emperor Jing. Come on, try the most popular pork stew with vermicelli in Taoyuan County. The flavor is so rich and delicious. I guarantee you won't be able to get enough. Li Yuanzhao's chopsticks, which were already halfway in, suddenly stopped and slowly retracted. Pork? Yes, pork. Streaky pork, fatty but not greasy, unforgettable after one taste. Fang Zheng glanced at Li Yuanzhao. Hee, a greenhorn is a greenhorn. Li Yuanzhao said disdainfully. The pork smells awful. Nobody eats it. Is this how Magistrate Fang treats his guests? Wow, getting into it. Fang Zheng chuckled. It had been so long since he'd seen a troublemaker. He was about to speak when Emperor Jing coldly interrupted him. Li Yuan, you mustn't be rude. Magistrate Fang, please forgive me. My son is young and ignorant and doesn't know proper etiquette. Please forgive him. Fang Zheng waved his hand and said, It's all right. It's all right. What kind of young person wouldn't be full of vigor? That's how young people should be. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanzhao glanced at Fang Zheng in surprise, then obediently began to eat his meal. Fang Zheng continued to explain, This pork, although it's cheap meat, is a rare delicacy in our Taoyuan County. The pork from our Taoyuan County is incredibly fresh and fragrant, with absolutely no gamey smell, far surpassing mutton. Why don't you try it? Emperor Jing, unsuspecting, directly picked up a piece of pork with his chopsticks and chewed it carefully. He then exclaimed, Indeed, rich but not greasy. It has a wonderful aroma. Amazing. Truly amazing. After listening, Guo Tianyang and Li Yuanzhao each picked up a piece of food with their chopsticks. After tasting it carefully, they all showed expressions of surprise. It's perfectly seasoned, not too salty or bland, and tastes absolutely delicious. Guo Tianyang couldn't help but ask, This pork is so amazing. Is Magistrate Fang from a different breed of pig in Taoyuan County? Fang Zheng smiled and shook his head. No. This isn't exactly a secret. Actually, this pig was a castrated pig. Guo Tianyang's face immediately darkened. Pigs are inherently fierce, but once they are castrated as young pigs, they become incredibly docile, grow fat extremely quickly, and lose their gamey smell when they grow up. People are the same. You see, castrated people are usually tall and strong, and have a peaceful temperament. Most importantly, they can live longer. But people who have been castrated are probably more slutty. So castration is actually a very complex subject. Castration is good. Fang Zheng stuck out his thumb and shook it, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. At this moment, Guo Tianyang wished he could kill Fang Zheng immediately. We ate together twice, and each time he made a sarcastic remark about me. What did I ever do to you? Li Yuanzhao's eyes kept drifting towards Guo Tianyang, and his shoulders kept shrugging. The thing in his mouth was about to spit out. Emperor Jing twisted the thigh under the table before it stopped. Hey, eat up. Why isn't Mr. Guo eating? Guo looked rather sullen. Young Master Fang's noble character of helping others came to the fore. He picked up a piece of pork belly and put it in Guo Tianyang's bowl. Mr. Guo, please don't hold a grudge just because this pig was castrated. This castrated boar is a boar of noble character, a boar of refined taste, a boar that serves the people. It is free from all worldly defilement, a rare find indeed. This pork not only tastes good, but it's also good for your health and virility. Eating more might even give you a second spring in your life. Come on, eat. Emperor Jing spat out the pork he hadn't swallowed yet. Saw the cough, I choked. Oh dear, Lao Li, you're so careless. Guo Tianyang expressionlessly stuffed the pork into his mouth and ground it vigorously with his teeth. Fang Zheng, we're not done with you yet. Chapter 23, Heavenly Thunder in Peach Blossom Spring. At the dinner table, Li Yuanzhao kept shoveling various dishes into his mouth. The palace dinners were served early, and the young people were still developing and had big appetites. After a bumpy journey, I was starving by noon. The food in Taoyuan County is unique. They love to stir-fry over high heat. They use a lot of oil and salt, making it exceptionally flavorful. Upon hearing his son squeal like a pig, Emperor Jing, with a long face, couldn't help but lightly kick him twice under the table. Li Yuanzhao reluctantly slowed down the pace of cooking. Fang Zheng noticed Emperor Jing's embarrassment and, holding up his chopsticks, laughed. It's a good thing he can eat. I could eat much more than him at his age. Li Yuanzhao gave Fang Zheng a grateful look. This guy surprised him. He was nothing like the devil Wu Shang had described. He was actually a very good person. I like it. Fang Zheng continued. Speaking of business, I still don't know how your porcelain business in the capital is going. If the profits aren't substantial enough, why not focus all our efforts on the tea business? This premium tea ancien tea is just the first step. Our county will launch even better quality teas in the future. It will surely be even better than the grand celestial tea. Emperor Jing hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, "The Jianjiang River has flooded, which has greatly affected my porcelain business. Porcelain from the south cannot be transported here. Moreover, the rain is still falling, and the floods are far from over. Mr. Li is also having a major headache." Gui Tianyang glanced at Emperor Jing in astonishment. What does His Majesty mean by saying this? Is he seeking a solution from Fang Zheng? He's just a minor official. No matter how capable he is, that's about it. How could he possibly solve a flood? Your Majesty is grasping at straws in desperation. Fang Zheng frowned. Jianjiang is flooded? And it's been raining heavily all the time? What month is it? Emperor Jing sighed. Yes, strange celestial phenomena have occurred. Our great Jing is truly plagued by disasters. Fang Zheng glanced at Emperor Jing and thought, he's definitely a patriotic businessman. He worries about everything. However, Fang Zhengyi also became concerned about the flood in Jianjiang, as many people in Taiyuan County had fled from Jianjiang to the capital during the chaos of war. Many people's parents and children are still living in Jianjiang. In recent years, life in Taiyuan County has improved, and people who had settled down have started to look for their relatives. In the past 2 years, nearly 100 people have left Taiyuan County to search for their relatives, and the number is gradually increasing every year. Of course, the vast majority of people eventually return to Taiyuan County. As for those who didn't return, they were probably involved in an accident or something else. I wonder where the flood came from in Jianjiang. Fang Zheng asked curiously. Guida, fetch the map. Gui Tianyang took out a 3-foot-long map from his bag and slowly unfolded it. Fang Zheng was shocked when he saw this and immediately became alert. Good heavens, this is a map of the entire country. He couldn't even get his hands on one of these. It's a state secret. I never imagined these two merchants would have something like this. Where did this map come from? Emperor Jing pretended to be mysterious and said, Magistrate Fang, don't worry. We have some connections with the Ministry of War, and our porcelain business is all over the country, so we specially obtain a map. Haha, that's quite a wild approach. Before he could say anything more, Fang Zheng's attention quickly shifted to the map, and upon seeing it, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. There were indeed coastlines marked on it, but they were completely different from the maps I remembered from my previous life. Emperor Jing began pointing to the map and explaining, the flood originated here and its path. If nothing unexpected had happened, the dikes in Pingwang would probably have already been breached, and the disaster would continue to spread. Then Emperor Jing said in a low voice, I heard that the governor of Jianjiang is asking the court for 200,000 taels of silver to provide emergency disaster relief. But the imperial court is also helpless. If someone can turn the tide, they will surely rise to great heights in the future. Fang Zheng didn't answer, but silently pondered in the direction he was pointing. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he pointed to a spot on the map, saying, this place is called Intoa. It's flanked by mountains on both sides. If a bolt of lightning were to strike down and split the mountains to block the river, wouldn't the floodwaters simply recede on their own? I just don't know what the terrain of the mountains is like. As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Jing and the other two were stunned into silence. What? Thunder from heaven? You believe in this stuff? Gui Tianyang was secretly delighted. Little brat, you've finally met your match. A look of surprise lit up Li Yuanzhao's eyes. At that moment, he felt a great sense of recognition. This was a spiritual resonance. This is what it means for heroes to cherish each other. Father, what did I tell you? I said we should gather all the sorcerers in the land and unleash heavenly thunder and floods to avert disaster. What do you think? Magistrate Fang thinks the same way, which shows that great minds think alike. Li Yuanzhao immediately became smug, stopped eating, and almost raised his chin to the sky. The other three immediately looked at Li Yuanzhao as if he were an idiot. Facing the strange looks from the crowd, Li Yuanzhao sat down dejectedly and continued eating. At this moment, Emperor Jing was extremely disappointed and said with a wry smile, Magistrate Fang is joking. Will there be heavenly thunder? Could it be that Magistrate Fang can summon heavenly thunder? Fang Zheng took a sip of tea but didn't answer, seemingly lost in thought. Because there really is heavenly lightning in Taiyuan County. When the Qian and Jing kingdoms are at war, if the Qian kingdom wins, it will surely take the capital, and Taiyuan County will most likely suffer as well. Therefore, Fang Zheng's first task after he became rich was to manufacture and stockpile gunpowder in large quantities. Given the circumstances at the time, there wasn't enough time to train the soldiers or replenish their equipment. Steel is extremely difficult to work with, but gunpowder is surprisingly easy to prepare. So after the war ended, this batch of gunpowder was never used. The only time it came into use was when an asphalt mine was unexpectedly discovered in Taoyuan County, and it was used once. However, it was never used again after that. Tons and tons of gunpowder are piled up in the warehouse. We're not worried about it expiring. We're worried about it exploding. It's more than enough to blast mountains. Leaving it there is just a waste. Emperor Jing was suddenly startled when he saw Fang Zheng deep in thought. Could it be that he really has a way? Although Fang Zheng is a bit unreliable, his two interactions with him don't seem like those of someone who speaks without purpose. And, judging from his appearance, he seems to be genuinely considering the feasibility of this matter. Emperor Jing asked expectantly again, "Does Magistrate Fang have a solution?" Let me think about it some more. Fang Zheng replied casually. He is now caught between saving people from dire straits and exposing himself. The invention of gunpowder would be a devastating event, and the court would inevitably be exposed to its scrutiny. Although success is not guaranteed, since he has the ability, and it is only a small favor, if he doesn't do it, young Master Fang's conscience will be tormented. While he was pondering this, little did he know that the three of them were already casting horrified glances at him. Chapter 24. The deception has been completed. Fang Zheng looked up and immediately saw three people staring intently at him. So he quickly chuckled awkwardly. "Eat up. Why are you all staring at me?" Heavenly thunder. Heavenly thunder. Li Iwanzo Waxglaimatαξitavli. What heavenly thunder? How can you believe in such supernatural tales? Everyone, let's eat. After we finish eating, I will personally take young Master Li on a tour of the beautiful scenery of my peach blossom spring. Although Fang Zheng's face looked relaxed, his heart was somewhat heavy. That damned old Li. If this hadn't been brought up, I wouldn't have had so many worries. Ever since I transmigrated here, I've been doing disaster relief. I finally had 2 years of peace, and now I have to do disaster relief again. Emperor Jing gave Fang Zheng a scrutinizing look before continuing to eat. For a moment, silence fell over the dinner table, and no one spoke. After the meal, the four of them left Qinshan Tower, and all of them tacitly avoided mentioning the Jianjiang flood again. Seeing that there was a slight awkward silence, Fang Zheng smiled and said, "Last time you all came, it was only a short visit of a few days. Today I have nothing to do, and it just so happens that your esteemed son is here as well. I will personally show you 3 around Taoyuan County. If you see something you like, just buy it. You might discover some new business opportunities." Emperor Jing suppressed his worries and asked curiously, "Magistrate Fang, there are 2 things I have never understood. I would appreciate it if you could enlighten me." Speaking. Firstly, why did Taoyuan County give such a lucrative opportunity to Li instead of keeping it for themselves? Secondly, having traveled throughout the country, I have never seen an official treat merchants with such courtesy as Magistrate Fang. Why is that? Actually, Emperor Jing had wanted to ask about these 2 things during his last visit, but he was in a hurry and didn't have time to. In this day and age, commerce is considered a lowly profession and no one looks up to it. Fang Zheng's attitude is truly rare, and he is very approachable. Oldie is good taste, because I am just that kind-hearted person. Emperor Jing, you've ruined yourself by bragging. Gua Tianyang curled his lip in disdain. Fang Zheng continued, "The reason I'm handing this over to you is simply because there are too few educated and reasonable people in my Taoyuan County. I can still help them out here, but if they go elsewhere, I'm afraid they'll be devoured without a trace. Secondly, the importance of merchants is no less than that of officials, farmers, and artisans. Oldly, you should understand this principle. It's like rice in the hands of farmers is only worth a few coins, but if it's taken to the county and brewed into peach blossom fan wine, it could be worth 100 times more. It's like the porcelain you sell. Porcelain from the south can increase in value many times over when transported to the north. This all depends on the movement of merchants. That's called resource allocation. Only when resources are allocated properly can everything reach its maximum value. So tell me, are merchants important or not? Because Taoyuan County has been forgotten by the imperial court for a long time, positions such as assistant magistrate and registrar are still vacant. Therefore, the system has been slightly adjusted, which has fostered a commerce-oriented atmosphere in Taoyuan County. Although outsiders look down on merchants, there's absolutely no such trend in Taoyuan County. A batch of small buildings are being built on the south side of Taoyuan County. Are you interested in buying one? If you don't have enough money, the county can provide loans. I can't guarantee anything else, but Taoyuan County is definitely the best choice for retirement. Fang Xiao was making his plans perfectly clear. Get Lao Li to buy a house in Taoyuan County as soon as possible, and try to keep him tied to Taoyuan County. Your words are all about selling things. What kind of official are you? Gua Tianyang said indignantly. Merchants do not engage in production. If we encourage merchants, Wouldn't it be chaos if everyone in the world went into business? Fang Zheng was taken aback. You're just a merchant, aren't you? Whose side are you on? Seeing that Fang Zheng's expression was a bit awkward, Guo Tianyang realized he had said the wrong thing and quickly tried to salvage the situation, saying, "That's always been the case." Fang Zheng sneered. "Since ancient times, people have used silk or tortoise shells to write. Why are you still using paper? Since ancient times, people have always practiced slash and burn agriculture. Why are we now using plows and oxen for plowing? Has it always been right? Is sticking to the old ways always right? If everyone became a merchant, the world would be in chaos. But if everyone became a scholar, wouldn't the world be in chaos? Not everyone has the ability to study, nor does everyone have the ability to be a merchant. Is it contradictory for a person to be both a farmer and a merchant, to be both a scholar and a farmer? Old Gua, for a businessman like you, you're too rigid in your thinking. The reason why my Taiyuan County is so wealthy is because while everyone else in the world looks down on merchants, only our county values them. That's why Taiyuan County is where it is today." Guo Tianyang blushed and said, "If there are more merchants, there will be fewer people and less time to farm. The world already has a food shortage, so if it is as you say, wouldn't there be starving people everywhere?" "Old Li, your accountant is a traitor. He looks down on you." Fang Zheng ignored him and went directly to Emperor Jing to complain. This sarcastic fellow actually has a point. Agriculture is the foundation of everything, and currently, agriculture is indeed underdeveloped and lacks high-yield crops like potatoes. Taiyuan County's development is essentially due to its massive absorption of resources from other regions. However, as the magistrate of Taiyuan County, Fang Zheng has to stand up for what's right. Otherwise, where will his reputation stand? Will everyone dare to act so arrogantly? No, don't talk nonsense. Guo Tianyang's face flushed red, and he hurriedly waved his hands to deny it. Emperor Jing quickly smoothed things over, saying sternly, "Guo is truly impolite. I will discipline him properly when we return." Guo Tianyang immediately looked as aggrieved as a little wife. Damn it, that son of a bitch doesn't play by the rules. He actually managed to shift the blame onto us. Li Yuanzhao was overjoyed and almost couldn't help but clap his hands. Interesting. Absolutely fascinating. Fang Zheng is truly a remarkable person. Not only do they share a mutual respect with me, but they also know how to roast people. It would be great if there was such an interesting person in the palace. Those masters would just give you a long lecture with stern faces. The group continued walking down the street. People kept greeting Fang Zheng, but Guo Tianyang remained silent with a stern face. He had made up his mind that he would not say another word if Fang Zheng was present. Li Yuanzhao looked around and suddenly spotted a bookstall. The thought of his father burning his books when he returned stirred up some thoughts in him. Why not take this opportunity to buy a couple of books? I had to go through a lot of trouble to have Lu Jin buy those miscellaneous books from the public. If they were all burned, wouldn't we have no books left to read? So he quickly ran towards the bookstall, while Fang Zheng and the others ignored him and continued chatting. Li Yuanzhao ran to the bookstall, picked up a book at random, and his eyes immediately widened. I've read quite a few books, but this is the first time I've seen one with such a fresh and unconventional title. The book's title boldly proclaims, Magistrate Fang's Battle Against Thanos. Boss, what's that book you wrote? The bookseller chuckled when he saw a stranger. You must be from out of town? You didn't even know this? Perfect, I'll buy a copy to take home and have a look. This book tells the story of how Thanos, an extraterrestrial demon, invaded the Jing Kingdom, and Magistrate Fang collected the 7 Infinity Stones and presented them to the Emperor to lead an army to eliminate the demon. This is fantastic. 50 coins a book. Thanos? What are the Infinity Stones? Li Yuanzhao was dumbfounded. How come I didn't know about this? Did Father Emperor also vanquish the extraterrestrial demons? Just then, the group arrived. Fang Zheng peeked out from behind him, his old face flushed, and he couldn't help but touch his nose. He thought to himself, which bastard wrote the story I made up for kids into a book? It seems I should take charge of the cultural industry in Taiyuan County. Emperor Jing couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the book's title. Li Yuanzhao unfolded the book, glanced at it twice, and said disdainfully, There are actually books like this? They're all written in vernacular Chinese. What a waste of so much paper. Then he casually picked out a few more books from the pile, such as Young Chio's Martial Arts Night Record and Gold Medal County Magistrate. After reading several books, Li Yuanzhao exclaimed in bewilderment, Why is it all written in plain language? How strange. Emperor Jing couldn't help but glance at it, and sure enough, it was so. Magistrate Fang, does this Taiyuan County allow everyone to publish books? They've all written in vernacular Chinese. In this era, books were almost entirely written in classical Chinese. Writing in vernacular Chinese would be considered lowbrow by scholars and would definitely be criticized. Therefore, Fang Zheng was not surprised that the two had such doubts. Fang Zheng explained, "That's right. As long as you pay, the printing houses in Taoyuan County can publish books for you. As for the vernacular, there aren't many scholars in Taoyuan County. It's already quite an achievement if they can even read. Having books to read and being able to learn more characters is excellent. Those obscure and difficult words are meaningless." Li Yuanzhao retorted, "So crude. It's simply a waste of paper." Fang Zheng chuckled and wasn't annoyed at all. This is the limitation of thinking, similar to how an old man with a flamboyant style looks down on a young man with a youthful spirit. But time will tell. How is vernacular language vulgar? What makes a good book? A good book is one that ordinary people can understand and find useful. If I were to print some of the 4 books and 5 classics for them, it would only add to the people's troubles. Those who are willing to learn will naturally seek out more profound books. A few years ago, the people of Taoyuan were mostly refugees. You could count the number of people in the entire county who could read on your fingers. Now, most people are willing to read these books in their spare time. Don't you think that's good or bad? Li Yuanzhao's face was full of indignation. Of course it's bad. Such vulgar writing is an eyesore. Besides, what could have been said in a few words is written in such a long way in vernacular. Fang Zheng smiled slightly. Besides being written in plain language and easy to understand, the large number of characters is also one of its advantages. I'm eccentric and obsessed with fine lines. I will not rest until my words are startling. If this poem were written in vernacular Chinese, I would write it like this. I have always liked to carefully ponder and painstakingly search for good lines of poetry. I will never give up until the language of the poem is astonishing. Look, originally 14 characters, I wrote 39 characters in vernacular Chinese, which is 25 more characters. A single sentence can add 25 more words. If a book were converted from classical Chinese to vernacular Chinese, it would probably have twice as many words. This means that if I want to print a book, I will need twice as much ink and paper. So the printing workshop will have to be doubled in size. In this way, the number of workers to be recruited will double. As a result, the number of artisans who make ink and paper will also double, and the number of people who supply raw materials will also increase. Ultimately, the people who bought the books not only gained easy-to-understand books, but also more opportunities to work and earn money. You say it's good and bad. Li Yuanzhao stared wide-eyed, unable to speak, but something fell off. Emperor Jing also looked at Fang Zheng with a strange expression. He felt his mind was in a bit of a mess. Gui Tianyang was the most frustrated. That damn Fang Zheng! How can there be so many wicked and crooked methods? The Crown Prince and His Majesty have been fooled again. Damn it! Chapter 25: The Prince Who Neglects His Duties. Emperor Jing stood there awkwardly. These words did inspire him, but he still felt like he had been tricked. Li Yuanzhao quickly reacted and exclaimed, "Wouldn't it be easier if I just burned the book?" Fang Zheng sighed and patted Emperor Jing on the shoulder. He said earnestly, "Old Li, your son has some problems with his thinking. He wants to burn books, you see. Shut up, you beast. Who gave you the right to speak? I've spoiled you too much all the time, and now you actually dare to think about burning books." Emperor Jing rebuked him loudly, but felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. Fang Zheng was clearly unwilling to say more, but it was unclear whether he couldn't continue or simply didn't want to. Li Yuanzhao immediately shut his mouth and looked at Emperor Jing with resentment. Fang Zheng laughed heartily. You're too kind. You're too kind, Lao Li, he's just a kid. You're not allowed to burn books anymore. Playing with fire will only make you wet the bed." Li Yuanzhao's eyes widened. Who the hell burned the books? If you can't argue with me, then you resort to slander. Have some decency. I used to think you were all right. You're truly a scumbag. Li Yuanzhao then shut his mouth and remained silent. The group continued walking down the street, but the two in front were chatting happily, while the old man and the young man behind them had their heads down and their lips tightly closed. The scene looked rather strange, attracting frequent glances from passers-by. In half a day, the group had already explored most of Taoyuan County. After the sun set, the two groups said their goodbyes. Emperor Jing and his entourage returned to Yujinin. Li Yuanzhao was exhausted after a day of playing, so he went straight back to his room to rest. Emperor Jing sat in his room, a map on the table, his eyes constantly scanning it. Gui Tianyang stood behind him like a wooden stake, without uttering a word. A long time, Emperor Jing rose, rolled up the map, and said, "You stay here and keep an eye on the Crown Prince. I'm going to the county government office. Is Your Majesty going to see Fang Zheng?" Gui Tianyang was a little anxious. Fang Zheng had not even entered the court yet, but he had already gained the emperor's trust so much. This was not a good sign. Does His Majesty truly believe that Fang Zheng has a solution to the flood problem? Emperor Jing frowned slightly. Can't you see it? Although the flood is a serious problem, judging from Fang Zheng's expression, there might be a way. It's just that this young man is unwilling to speak, probably because he's afraid of alarming the imperial court. Guo Tianyang bowed and said, "This old servant is foolish, but I really can't believe that Fang Zheng has the means to summon heavenly lightning. If he had such abilities, wouldn't he be a celestial being? In my opinion, he is probably just trying to take advantage of this national crisis to make a fortune. It's true that Fang Zheng is greedy for money, and it's also true that he doesn't want to be promoted." Emperor Jing's tone was laced with anger. These officials have absolutely no ambition. Fang Zheng is truly despicable. Once the floods are over, regardless of whether Fang Zheng has any solutions or not, I will bring him to the capital. To possess talent, yet not think of serving one's country, is no different from being a beast. If he likes money, I can make him the richest man in the world. Why should he cower in a mere peach blossom county? Your Majesty is wise. If I were truly wise, I wouldn't have allowed Fang Zheng to hide under my nose for so many years. All right, I'll go see the Crown Prince first, and then head straight to the county government office. You and the Crown Prince stay here safely, and don't let him run around. Emperor Jing then leisurely pushed open the door and turned to walk towards the Crown Prince's room. The Crown Prince was clearly used to being waited on, and this time, without Lu Jin by his side, he didn't even know how to lock the door. A person's vigilance is extremely low when they are alone. Emperor Jing was somewhat relieved that he had brought the Crown Prince along. The Crown Prince had grown up in the Deep Palace for many years. Although he was intelligent, he lacked experience. Although I was strict with him, I didn't want him to experience too many hardships. So much so that by the time ordinary people's children reach his age, they've already had a whole bed full of babies. The Crown Prince, however, only knew how to tinker with those useless things and was not very interested in matters of men and women. Emperor Jing pushed open the door and slowly walked into the room. I thought the Crown Prince had already gone to sleep, but to my surprise, a faint light was shining from his bedroom. Out of curiosity, Emperor Jing went over. The prince was lying face down on the bed, covered with a thick quilt, with an oil lamp swaying on the bedside table, while his right hand was constantly turning the pages of the book. Under the light of the oil lamp, the prince's complexion appeared exceptionally ruddy. Because the room was extremely quiet, the prince's breathing was unusually heavy. Emperor Jing grew increasingly curious and walked straight to the Crown Prince's side, but the Crown Prince didn't even notice. He was still engrossed in reading the book. Emperor Jing glanced at it and was immediately furious. This book was actually a vernacular book that the Crown Prince had bought from a bookstall during the day when he wasn't looking. The contents of the book were unbearable to read. The chapter that the prince saw was about a female spy from an enemy country named Feng Zheng who was being captured by the county magistrate and was being severely tortured. Emperor Jing stared blankly for a while, then closed his eyes in anguish. This unfilial son actually found such disgusting things to enjoy. As expected, the upper beam of Taoyuan County is crooked, and so are the lower beams. The county magistrate is unreliable, and the books he publishes are even more unreliable. Emperor Jing then snatched the book away. The cover prominently displayed the words Gold Medal County Magistrate. The moment the book was snatched away, the prince shuddered, collapsed onto the bed, and then turned around in a rage. Which bastard dares to steal my book at this crucial moment? Upon seeing that it was Emperor Jing, Li Yuanzhao's eyes flashed with fear. He tucked the blanket in tightly and said awkwardly, "What does father want with me?" Emperor Jing, his face dark, rolled up the book and pointed it at Li Yuanzhao, angrily saying, "You unfilial son. You don't study properly in the palace, and you actually read this kind of thing outside the palace. Look at your behavior during the day. You have no manners at all. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you've wasted your time leaving the palace." After saying that, he threw a scroll at Li Yuanzhao's head. Li Yuanzhao, clutching the blanket with one hand and fending off enemies with the other, kept pleading, "Father, I just bought this on a whim while studying vernacular Chinese. Stop hitting. Stop hitting. I'll teach you to be ignorant and incompetent. I'll teach you to disregard the imperial court." Emperor Jing grew angrier with each blow, landing a series of attacks on Li Yuanzhao's arm. Upon hearing the commotion, Guo Tianyang rushed over and knelt down to stop Emperor Jing, pleading, "Your Majesty, please calm down. Your Majesty, please calm down. What has the Crown Prince done this time? He's still just a child." Child? Would a child read this kind of book? The title of Gold Medal County Magistrate was slapped across Guo Tianyang's face, and Guo Tianyang caught it with his face without even trying to avoid it. Then she quickly picked up the book, presented it with both hands, and whispered, "Your Majesty, I have important matters to attend to tonight. I will stay here to watch over you." Emperor Jing took the book and tucked it under his arm, saying coldly, "Keep an eye on him. I'll deal with him properly when we get back to the palace." After saying that, he left Yu Jianin in a hurry. Guo Tianyong wiped away his cold sweat after the person had gone far away, and then quickly ran to the bedside. Your Highness, please come out. His Majesty has left." At this moment, the Crown Prince was huddled under the covers. Upon hearing Guo Tianyong shout, he grabbed a pillow and threw it directly at Guo Tianyong's face. "Get out. I'm not wearing pants." Chapter 26, Immeasurable Merit. This was the first time Emperor Jing had ever traveled at night in Taoyuan County. To light the way, I borrowed a lantern from the shopkeeper before leaving. On the way, Emperor Jing, carrying a lantern, was surprised to find that many shops were still open for business. Surprisingly, quite a few people were buying things from the street stalls, especially. The steam and aroma of cooking food wafted through the streets. The capital had been under curfew for nearly 10 years, and Emperor Jing found this scene quite novel. However, he did not linger and hurried to the government office, as important business was at hand. Upon arriving at the archway at the entrance of the government office, two officials stopped Emperor Jing. Emperor Jing directly took out the emblem that had been affixed to the carriage and showed it to the two officials. The two men exchanged a glance and said, "Please wait here while we go in and inform them." Before long, Xiao Tao walked gracefully out from inside and said to Emperor Jing in a clear voice, "You must be Mr. Li. Please come with me." The square in front of the government office was pitch black as the two walked one after the other. "How should I address you, young lady?" "Just call me Xiao Tao." Emperor Jing continued. "When will Magistrate Fang take his break?" Xiao Tao chuckled softly. "Our young master usually goes to bed at this time, but tonight he's probably preoccupied with something and is still sitting in the courtyard drinking." "May I ask what business you have with my young master, sir?" "I've heard that Magistrate Fang has a solution to the flooding in Jianjiang, so I've come to visit him." "Oh, Jianjiang is flooded? It's rare to have floods at this time of year. That's probably why you haven't rested, young master." Upon hearing Xiao Tao's words, Emperor Jing was somewhat surprised. Fang Zheng had acted as if he didn't care during the day, but he hadn't expected him to behave this way in private. Perhaps the maid was mistaken. So he continued, "The floods in Jianjiang have affected tens of thousands of people. I once heard Magistrate Fang mention that using lightning to split the mountain and block the river would solve the flood problem. Could it be that Magistrate Fang can really summon heavenly lightning?" Heavenly lightning? Xiao Tao suddenly stopped in her tracks, and the scene of Fang Zheng taking her to visit a gunpowder-based asphalt mine a few years ago flashed through her mind. She was so frightened that she was trembling, and it was only when Fang Zheng hugged her that she calmed down. Recalling this memory, a smile appeared on Xiao Tao's lips. "Our young master doesn't know anything about summoning heavenly lightning. That's just something to fool children. But if our young master really said that, then the flood will definitely be solved." "Oh, what?" Emperor Jing was secretly delighted. There shouldn't be anything in this world that young master can't do. Emperor Jing's heart sank again. These words sounded like the flattering words his ministers would say to him in court. Worthless. However, I think the young master already knew that Mr. Li was coming tonight. "Oh, before you arrived, I saw that the young master had prepared 2 glasses of wine on the table. I suppose one of them was for you, sir." Emperor Jing's spirits lifted. That meant there was room for negotiation. And if there was room for negotiation, there was hope. I never imagined that Fang Zheng, at such a young age, would possess such uncanny foresight. During their conversation, the two had already arrived at the back courtyard. Xiao Tao entered the courtyard first, and then notified Emperor Jing to go in directly. Emperor Jing walked into the courtyard and immediately saw Fang Zheng sitting at the stone table, holding a wine cup to the moon, his posture particularly arrogant. Fang Zheng glanced to the side and saw Emperor Jing enter. He said loudly, "What business does old Li have with me so late at night? Come, have a seat." Emperor Jing walked straight over and sat down. "Very well. Then I, Li, will speak frankly. I wonder if Magistrate Fang is truly capable of resolving the flooding of the Jianjiang River. If we can successfully resolve this matter, it will be a great service to the court. At that time, let alone silver, we might even be granted a noble title." Fang Zheng chuckled and said, "Old Li, I didn't realize you were such a fanatic about officialdom. What's so great about being an official? I have so many people under my command. It's a real headache every day. Wouldn't it be better to be a wealthy old man?" Hearing his lazy words, Emperor Jing wished he could punch him twice. What a spineless wretch. Suppressing his anger, he said, "I am also a citizen of the great Jing dynasty. It is my duty to share the burdens of the emperor. Doesn't Magistrate Fang think so?" "Good. Well said." Fang Zheng slapped the table. He proclaimed loudly, "My only thought day and night is to share your burdens. Old Li, we're kindred spirits. In that case, I'll bestow upon you a life of wealth and honor. This county has something called boundless merit. This thing might be able to relieve the flood, but I can't guarantee it completely." Sure enough, he really is capable. His merits are immeasurable. It already sounds incredibly miraculous. Emperor Jing was secretly delighted. "I wonder what this immeasurable merit is?" Fang Zheng waved his hand dismissively. "Then you don't need to worry about it. Taoyuan County can send 20 people carrying immeasurable merit to Jianjiang for disaster relief. As for the rest, whether they succeed or not is up to fate. Traveling is too slow and cumbersome. We need to go to Jiangling Port near the capital to take a boat south and then be transported by carriage to Jianjiang. You can arrange the escort personnel during this process. In that case, we can arrive within 7 days. However, these righteous men from Taoyuan County are risking their lives to help you with disaster relief." As he spoke, Fang Zheng rubbed his fingers together. Emperor Jing understood immediately and declared domineeringly, 20,000 taels. TSK, TSK, TSK. You think you can buy explosives with this little bit of money? 50,000. I don't have that much silver, Emperor Jing said awkwardly, not expecting Fang Zheng to ask for so much money. No problem. Taoyuan County can provide loans with an interest rate of 500. But have you thought this through? This is a huge gamble. If it fails, you'll be finished, Fang Zheng warned. Emperor Jing agreed without hesitation. If the imperial court directly allocates 200,000 taels, the money will basically all be used for cleanup, leaving not a single penny. Moreover, Jianjiang Prefecture will definitely need more money later. Nowadays, 50,000 taels of silver can solve a problem that costs 200,000 taels, which is more than I could ask for. Moreover, once Fang Zheng enters the imperial court, will he still dare to ask me for money? Fang Zheng smiled and said, "I can tell at a glance that you are a man destined for great things. It would be an honor for me to contribute my share." Then his expression changed, and he said seriously, "You must think I'm trying to trick you, but to be honest, this merit is immeasurable and its value is immeasurable. 50,000 taels of silver is already a very cheap price. If we are fortunate enough to resolve the floods, we must pay attention to disease prevention, for a major epidemic will inevitably follow the floods. All the bodies should be burned on the spot, and the people should be moved to a dry and well-ventilated place. When encountering waterlogged or low-lying areas, remember to cover them with quicklime and isolate anyone who has caught a cold promptly. If an outbreak occurs, patients must be isolated, and others must cover their mouths and noses with fine cloths to prevent the spread of the disease. You may still have questions after hearing this, but these are all experiences that Taoyuan County has accumulated over the years. Just do it. Oh, and there's more." Seeing Fang Zheng speaking so eloquently, Emperor Jing's expression gradually softened. Clearly, Fang Zheng had taken this matter to heart long ago and made detailed plans. Such meticulous arrangements could not have been made on the spur of the moment. Perhaps even if I hadn't come, he would have gone to find a way to help with disaster relief. This young man truly has a heart for the country and its people. It seems I had a deep misunderstanding of him before. His gaze toward Fang Zheng was now full of admiration. "In short, that's all. Have you remembered everything? I will remember this. Li Long thanks Magistrate Fang on behalf of the people of Jianjiang." Emperor Jing was in a great mood. He took the unused wine cup from Fang Zheng and said magnanimously, "It seems that Magistrate Fang knew that I was coming today. I would like to offer Magistrate Fang a toast." After saying that, he downed it in one gulp. "Huh? This smell?" Emperor Jing smacked his lips, saying it had no taste at all. It tasted like water. "Old Li, why are you drinking my mouthwash?" Chapter 27 Jian in the Emperor's Heart. The two then had another private discussion, agreeing on the details of the operation, after which Emperor Jing left the inner courtyard with a sense of satisfaction. However, he felt nauseous in his stomach. What brilliant strategy! Fang Zheng had prepared 2 cups, one of which was for rinsing his mouth. I must have lost my mind to listen to a little maid. As they reached the exit, Emperor Jing saw Xiao Tao leaning against the moon gate, peering inside. When Xiao Tao saw Emperor Jing come out, she asked with a smile, "How did Mr. Li's discussion with my young master go?" Emperor Jing smiled slightly. "The matter is settled. Magistrate Fang is quick-witted and efficient. I knew it would work," Xiao Tao said smugly. "Oh, how did you know?" Emperor Jing's face was filled with suspicion this time. This girl's words were completely unreliable. Xiao Tao looked up at the crescent moon in the sky, seemingly lost in memories, and slowly said, "Mr. Li has only been in Taoyuan County for a short time, so he may not know the young master well. Sir, You probably never imagined that just a few years ago, people were frequently starving to death in Taoyuan County. Young master usually doesn't get up until the sun is high in the sky. But during those years, the young master couldn't sleep for nights on end, always thinking about how to save as many disaster victims as possible. Once I even saw a famine victim die of hunger and disease in front of the young master. Before he died, he kept pulling on the young master's sleeve and crying out in pain. But it was too late to change anything. That night, the young master drank a lot of wine and shed many tears. After saying that, Xiao Tao wiped her eyes and said, "But everything is better now. Everyone in Taoyuan County is living in peace and contentment. As long as young master is here, the old life will never happen again." Young master is a first-rate, kind-hearted person who cannot bear to see others suffer. So Xiao Tao is certain that since Mr. Li has asked my young master for disaster relief, young master will definitely not stand by and watch someone die. Emperor Jing remained silent, but his heart was already deeply shaken. He had thought the records about Taoyuan County were largely exaggerated, but he never expected that the situation several years ago was actually true, and probably far worse than he had imagined. In just a few years, Taoyuan County has been transformed from a living hell into what it is today. What was even more unexpected was that Fang Zheng, such a carefree person, had such a serious side. Emperor Jing was somewhat moved and comforted him, saying, "With such great talent, Magistrate Fang will surely rise to prominence in the future." Xiao Tao shook her head vigorously. "Our young master doesn't like to rise to prominence, and the people of Taoyuan County don't want him to leave. This kind of life is quite good. It is precisely because he is such a talented person that he should not stay in Taoyuan County, as there are too many people suffering in the world. What I need to save is far more than just Jianjiang." Emperor Jing sighed softly, thanked Xiao Tao, and then left. It was already late at night when Guotianyang returned to the inn. He was sitting at the table when he suddenly heard a noise outside the door and quickly went out to open it. Upon seeing that it was Emperor Jing returning, they hurriedly and earnestly helped him take off his outer robe. "Your Majesty, what does Fang Zheng have to say?" Emperor Jing smiled and said, "Indeed, I have gained a lot from this trip." Fang Zheng mentioned that there is something in Taoyuan County called boundless merit, which can split mountains and shatter rocks. He has already agreed to send people to Jianjiang. Guotianyang asked in surprise, "Boundless merit? What is that?" "I don't know. I only know that this item is of extraordinary value and costs 50,000 taels of silver to buy. I have asked Fang Zheng several times, but he has remained silent. Tomorrow, take the tea and prepare the carriages and horses to return to the capital immediately. After you get back, arrange for someone to change into civilian clothes and escort Fang Zheng's men to Jiangling Port. Then, send the imperial guards to Taoyuan County to find out what this immeasurable merit really is. I want to see what it is that Fang Zheng can hide so much." After taking off his outer robe, Emperor Jing sat down comfortably in a chair and began to drink hot tea. 50,000 taels! Guotianyang exclaimed in surprise. Then he said in a sinister tone, "Your Majesty, is Fang Zheng trying to deceive you? Think about it. Your current identity is just that of a merchant. If that immeasurable merit is just a fabricated claim made up by Fang Zheng, wouldn't your Majesty be deceived?" Emperor Jing held the teacup in his hand, staring intently at the tea. "No. Credit is the foundation of commerce. Fang Zheng values business so much that he would never do anything to ruin his future. Besides, so what if he lied to me? That 50,000 taels of silver was borrowed from Taoyuan County. If Fang Zheng dares to deceive me, I will cut off his head. If it were truly a scam, Fang Zheng wouldn't have needed to tell me so much. Moreover, the behavior of everyone in Taoyuan County, along with the words of his maid, is enough to prove Fang Zheng's character. Even if I were just an ordinary merchant, given Fang Zheng's style of doing things, it would be highly unlikely that I would lie." However, Emperor Jing kept these words in his heart and did not say them aloud. Guotianyang was secretly delighted. "All right, we're going to see how Fang Zheng really falls apart. In all the years we've been in the palace, we've only ever been subservient to the emperor. Even the cabinet ministers treat us with utmost respect. You, a mere 7th-rank official, dare to repeatedly mock our family. It would be best if you fell into our hands, so the imperial guards could teach you a lesson a few times." As he was thinking, Guotianyang chuckled and then quickly covered his mouth. Emperor Jing glanced back at him and said indifferently, "Instead of having those thoughts, you should hope that Fang Zheng can handle things efficiently. Guobanban, I find you increasingly incompetent. As you get older, your mind has become as small as a pinhead. Fang Zheng has only offended you a few times with his words. Why take it to heart? If you keep this up, I can't feel at ease handing the imperial guard over to you." Guotianyang's face turned deathly pale. He immediately knelt down and protested. Your Majesty, this servant is innocent. This servant is overjoyed. I am thinking that if Magistrate Fang can solve the flood problem immediately, it will also relieve His Majesty of a great worry. This servant is happy for your Majesty. Besides, Magistrate Fang doesn't know my identity. Ignorance is no excuse. Although I haven't read many books, I still understand this principle. Emperor Jing drank the tea in one gulp and slammed it down on the table. Get up, go back to your room and kneel. After saying that, Emperor Jing got up and went straight back to his bedroom. Thank you, your Majesty. Seeing that Emperor Jing had returned to his room, Guo Tianyang got up and wiped away a cold sweat. He stared blankly at the teacup on the table. Fang Zheng is clearly favored by the emperor. His Majesty seems to have become even more lenient towards Fang Zheng after his trip. What slanderous words have been spread against this kid this time? No way. I need to get along with him from now on. Chapter 28, Has the Emperor Changed? The next morning, Emperor Jing and his entourage arrived at the county government office early. Fang Zheng had already arranged for someone to receive the three of them. After signing the loan agreement, Emperor Jing left Taoyuan County by carriage. Li Yuanzhao still looked reluctant, but in the end, he was forcibly dragged into the carriage by Guo Tianyang. On the carriage, Emperor Jing watched Li Yuanzhao sulking alone and suddenly found it somewhat amusing. Although the crown prince was playful, this was the first time he had ever seen him behave like this. It seems that Taoyuan County is truly a place that people linger and don't want to leave. So he asked, Yuanzhao, what were your impressions of this trip out of the palace? Li Yuanzhao said in a muffled voice, no. Presumptuous. Yes, your Majesty. I see that the people are living a prosperous life, which is a result of your hard work, diligence, and love for the people. Sai, that's nonsense. Emperor Jing stared at Li Yuan's photo and said, good. When you return to the capital, walk back to the palace and take a good look at how the people of the capital are living. Then report back to me. Li Yuanzhao nodded blankly, but his mind was filled with all sorts of novel things in Taoyuan County. Especially that pork stew with vermicelli. It was so delicious. I want to go back and castrate a pig myself and try it. It's a real pity that I didn't get to see the legendary Zhang Biao or that magical phonograph these past 2 days. Suddenly, Li Yuanzhao seemed to remember something and looked up, saying, Father, isn't it a waste of Fang Zheng's talents to be a mere 7th-rank official? Upon hearing this, Guo Tianyang couldn't help but feel somewhat saddened. Aside from being a eunuch, how is my family any worse than Fang Zheng? We've worked diligently in the palace for so many years, serving and taking care of every prince and emperor we've served. In the end, he was not as good as Fang Zheng, whom he had only met a few times. My life is truly bleak. Emperor Jing said, yes, it is indeed a waste of talent. However, if Fang Zheng can summon heavenly lightning to solve the flood, then he can appoint whatever official position he wants. Li Yuanzhao's eyes lit up. Father asked him to solve the flood? Can he really summon heavenly thunder? Emperor Jing waved his hand impatiently, thinking that his son was quite intelligent, yet sometimes he acted so stupid. There's no such thing as heavenly thunder. You're just joking. Go back and study hard. Li Yuanzhao said dejectedly. If only he could really solve the flood problem, I would want Magistrate Fang to be my teacher. What? Are the palace tutors less skilled than Fang Zheng? Li Yuanzhao curled his lip in disdain. In my opinion, the palace is full of pedantic people. I'd rather not learn their skills. If those tutors had even half the silver tongue of Magistrate Fang, I wouldn't have skipped class. What? You wretched creature! How dare you skip class? Emperor Jing's voice instantly rose. If you skip class, or talk back to your master again, I will punish you by confining you to your quarters. Since you like the tiger and leopard park so much, I will build you another tiger and leopard park, so you can live there for the rest of your life. Do you understand? Hearing Emperor Jing's stern tone, it seemed he was serious. Li Yuanzhao felt a little intimidated, but he still refused to back down. That's right. What the master said is outdated. Just as Magistrate Fang said, are the ancients always right? In my opinion, that's not necessarily true. Just like this vernacular Chinese, it is indeed simple and easy to use and learn. Your son finds it much smoother to read than classical Chinese. If the ancient sages saw this, wouldn't they rebuke me for being so disobedient and lacking in proper upbringing? Emperor Jing was furious. Shut up. How dare you mention it? It's all because you're not ambitious enough. After you return to the palace, you will spend 3 hours every day reciting books for me. If you write 10 articles, and there's even one punctuation error, you'll have to write another one. Li Yuanzhao closed his eyes and kept humming in protest. Emperor Jing laughed in exasperation. Fine. Didn't you want Fang Zheng to enter the palace? If he can recite 10 books for me, I will let him enter the court of imperial sacrifices. Li Yuanzhao's eyes darted around, and he chuckled. If Fang Zheng could get into the court of imperial sacrifices, things would get interesting. I've had enough of being in the palace. I'd love to have something new and exciting. Taoyuan County is so interesting. I heard it was all Fang Zheng's doing. If he were to enter the court of imperial sacrifices in the future. Father, we've made a promise. You can't go back on your word. A ruler's word is his bond. When the carriage arrived at the inner city, Emperor Jing simply left Li Yuanzhao at the inner city gate. He then arranged for Guo Tianyang to secretly gather guards to protect the crown prince, and then went to the palace alone by carriage. Upon returning to the palace, he immediately went to the Hall of Diligent Governance. He himself had been gone for several days this time, and had even taken the crown prince with him. The court officials must be on the verge of losing their composure. He hadn't even had time to review the memorials after undressing. Li Yinsong and his ministers barged in a great hurry. Upon meeting, he immediately knelt down and exclaimed, "How could your majesty leave the palace without permission and take the crown prince away? Where should we place the people of the world?" Emperor Jing awkwardly touched his nose, but knowing he was in the wrong, he quickly said, "My dear ministers, please rise." Several men knelt on the ground, saying, "Your Majesty, we cannot wait any longer. The floods in Jianjiang are getting worse every day. The governor of Jianjiang has submitted 3 memorials, which are awaiting your Majesty's approval. Your Majesty, this is a critical moment for the people's survival. How can we neglect state affairs?" All right, get up all of you. I understand." Seeing Emperor Jing's angry expression, several ministers stood up hesitantly. Minister of Revenue, Zhang Shi, stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, the governor of Jianjiang has urged us several times, and now we need 200,000 taels of silver for disaster relief. But the Ministry of Revenue does not currently have that much money. Please give your instructions, Your Majesty." Emperor Jing snorted coldly. "If the national treasury can't produce 200,000 taels of silver, do you think my private treasury can? How much silver can you come up with right now? At most 100,000 taels. But Your Majesty, every penny more is precious. Jianjiang is the granary of our great Jing. I fear that if we fail to provide adequate disaster relief, the world will be thrown into turmoil. There are still remnants of the Qian kingdom in Jianjiang prefecture that have not yet been eradicated." Emperor Jing waved his sleeve and said loudly, "Very well. I have already felt your sincere patriotism. Let's raise funds from among the officials. Now that a great disaster has struck and the national treasury is in dire need, we can only work together to overcome this calamity. I've already contributed 10,000 taels. Let's see how much money my ministers can come up with at court tomorrow." The group exchanged bewildered glances, wondering how they had gotten themselves involved. Li Yinsong hesitated and said, "Your Majesty, why not send 100,000 taels to Jianjiang first? We can discuss the fundraising tomorrow. Time waits for no one. No rush. Let's wait a bit longer." Oh no! The courtiers were in an uproar. His Majesty was disregarding the lives of the people. His Majesty wasn't like this before. If something like this happened, he would have allocated funds for disaster relief long ago. But now, why does he seem so unconcerned? Another minister said, "Your Majesty, we cannot wait. How can such an important matter be delayed? We urge Your Majesty to make a decision as soon as possible." "We hope Your Majesty will make a decision soon." Emperor Jing said impatiently, "I know. All of you get out. Is there nothing else in the world besides the Jianjiang floods? My dear ministers, each of you shall perform your duties." Chapter 29, The Crown Prince's Incognito Visit. After getting off the carriage, Li Yuanzhao strolled around, his eyes constantly scanning his surroundings. "The first time I left the palace, I went straight to Taoyuan County under the cover of night, without having a chance to properly see the capital. However, Li Yuanzhao soon felt greatly disappointed. The surrounding environment was clearly not good. The road was just a dirt road that had been compacted, and it was a bit muddy now because it had rained recently. There were even small puddles in many places. Every few steps, you can smell a strange odor. The smells vary. Some are foul, some are fishy, but none are pleasant. Even the presence of fragrance in such an environment feels incredibly strange. The houses in the surrounding area are not built with bricks and stones like those in Taoyuan County, but are made of rammed earth and piled with wood. The exterior walls are uneven and completely lack any aesthetic appeal. Upon closer inspection of the wall, a section of round wood can be seen protruding from it. The window frames and door panels were also made of wood, but the wood was visibly of poor quality. The inferior wood had even begun to turn gray and crack due to long-term exposure to wind and rain. The door panel was different. The edges of the door had been pushed and pulled for many years, and the middle part was covered with a thick layer of black paste. Compared to this, the houses in Taoyuan County are simply magnificent. The pedestrians on the street also lacked energy and spirit, which, combined with the dirty and chaotic environment, gave them a somewhat zombie-like appearance. Li Yuanzhao stood there, a hint of confusion appearing in his eyes, and even a look of surprise on his face. The palace tutor had described to him the scenes outside the palace, saying that the people, having not been enlightened by the sage, were ignorant of moral teachings. Therefore, he was exceptionally ill-mannered and used this as an excuse to teach himself to read more books. The scene was far more brutal than imagined. But now that I am standing in the capital, under the emperor's nose, the difference between me and Taoyuan County is like heaven and earth. Could Fang Zheng be a saint? No, impossible. The books that the people of Taoyuan County read were not the books of sages. So why are the streets clean and the houses well-maintained? And why do the people seem so full of life? While he was still in a daze, Gu Tianyang had already quickly arranged for guards to quietly follow behind Li Yuanzhao. Li Yuanzhao frowned and carefully tried to step on dry ground to avoid getting mud on his boots. Hearing a voice behind him, he turned around and saw Gu Tianyang. He asked, "Eunuch Gu, where is this place?" "Your Highness, this is the north gate of the inner city. Now that we're in the capital region, why is it so dirty and chaotic? It's even worse than Taoyuan County." Gu Tianyang laughed and said, "Your Highness, this is your first time leaving the palace, and you are not familiar with the situation. This outer city was only built in the last 2 years. This part of the inner city entrance was also expanded later. In the past 2 years, people from all over the country have gathered here, most of whom are refugees. Please walk a little further in, just a little further in, it'll be fine inside." Li Yuanzhao pursed her lips and turned to look at the outer city. "No, I want to go and see the outer city." Gu Tianyang suddenly felt a headache coming on and quickly signaled to the guards around him with his eyes. The emperor is a handful, and this little ancestor is no better. The outer city is full of all sorts of people, and it's all dirty and filthy. What's so interesting about it? The crown prince, dressed in brocade, was like a lamb entering a wolf's den. So he said in a low, ingratiating voice, "Your Highness, let's go and come back as soon as possible, so as not to keep His Majesty waiting." Li Yuanzhao felt inexplicably irritated, waved his hand, and then walked away. Gu Tianyang quickly waved his hand. The hidden guards also quietly followed. Once we reached the outer city, it was almost identical to the area near the inner city gate. Perhaps because there were no soldiers guarding the area, there were many more civilians than in the inner city. Many children were playing outside, while vegetable vendors and laundry workers were all working on the street. The odor in the air became even stronger as a result. Gu Tianyang desperately wanted to cover his mouth and nose. The smell was truly awful, making his nose sting and causing him to feel nauseous. But seeing that the crown prince made no move, Gu Tianyang could only suppress his nausea and follow behind. Suddenly, halfway through the journey, a family opened their door and threw a basin of filth onto the street. The basin was filled with dirty water and other miscellaneous things, and it smelled terrible. Li Yuanzhao nimbly jumped backward, but still couldn't escape the disaster. Dirty water splashed onto his boots. Li Yuanzhao frowned, looked down at the boots, and then at the filth the woman had just spilled. The pool of blood contained not only a few rotten vegetable leaves, but also fish heads, scales, and various small internal organs. Then the pungent, fishy smell hit his head, and Li Yuanzhao couldn't help but cover his mouth and gag. Upon seeing this, Gu Tianyang quickly covered his mouth and nose, then jumped out and pointed at the woman angrily, saying, "You shameless woman! You dared to throw garbage in the street, and even soil my young master's boots. What is your punishment?" The surrounding guards immediately became alert and placed their hands on their waists. The woman glanced quickly at Li Yuanzhao and saw that he was dressed in a luxurious manner, like the son of a high-ranking official. She was so surprised that she dropped the basin in her hand. He immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. "I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it." The woman knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, repeating only these 2 sentences over and over. Li Yuanzhao had by then gotten used to the fishy smell. Although it was somewhat nauseating, he could still bear it. He walked up to the woman, intending to berate her, but seeing her begging for mercy and kneeling on the muddy ground, his anger inexplicably subsided. Then, almost as if possessed, I asked, "What did you eat?" The woman was stunned by his question and didn't quite understand. After a moment's hesitation, he stammered, "Fish stewed with fish." "Get up, let me see." Then Li Yuanzhao walked past the woman and entered the room without any politeness. Gu Tianyang was stunned. What was wrong with the crown prince? "I went to Taoyuan County for 2 days and came back feeling completely out of sorts." "What's so interesting about a commoner's fish stew? And why would you sneak into someone's house?" What's so great about that shabby place? Seeing that the crown prince had already slipped into the house, Gua Tianyong quickly followed him in. Scattered people began to approach the house. Once inside, the room was rather dim, with only one window providing light in the small space. The house has only 2 rooms, separated by a curtain. The inner room is obviously the bedroom, and the outer room is the kitchen. The soup in the pot on the stove was still boiling. Something had been added to it, and the fish soup, which should have been milky white, was now a cloudy yellow. It doesn't smell very good either. Li Yuanzhao kept looking around the room, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly turning to the woman, he asked, "Is this all you're going to eat?" The woman stood, trembling in the corner, unable to fathom the thoughts of the noble young man before her. Hearing his question, she quickly replied, No. This is for my husband. He is injured and needs fish soup to recover." He then stepped forward and pulled back the curtain between the kitchen and the bedroom. Inside, a pale-faced man was sleeping, his right leg tightly bandaged. "What happened to his leg?" "I broke my leg while going to work a few days ago." "So what do you usually eat?" Chapter 30, The Crown Prince's Incognito Visit. The woman quickly went to the stove and brought over a small porcelain basin, which she then presented to Li Yuanzhao. Li Yuanzhao peeked inside and saw a lump of mush mixed with vegetable leaves. He couldn't make out the exact ingredients, but a faint, rancid smell wafted to his nose. Gua Tianyong leaned over and glanced at it with disdain, then stepped back. "What's this?" "This is porridge made with rice bran, millet, and wild vegetables, with some salt added." Li Yuanzhao fronat. He couldn't imagine that this thing was for human consumption. In Taiyuan County, he had seen people squatting on the street eating. The food inside is rice, and the dishes are vegetables. Everything looks normal. But this thing doesn't look good and smells bad. So can it really be eaten? Is this edible? It's edible. This is what my family eats every day. Hearing the woman's affirmative answer, Li Yuanzhao still couldn't believe it. My curiosity was piqued. "Can I try some?" Gua Tianyong trembled with fright and rushed forward to snatch the porcelain basin, crying out, "You can't eat this! Young master, you can't eat this! What if I get sick from eating this weird stuff? Master, you'll have to kill me." After speaking, he turned back and glanced at the woman with a fierce look in his eyes. The woman was so frightened that she quickly shrank into the corner. "Then you eat it, huh?" Gua Tianyong was on the verge of tears. "Why do we have to eat this stuff? Why not just go back to the palace quietly? Why do you have to wallow in a garbage heap? That damned Fang Zheng, that damned Taiyuan County, the crown prince got cursed after just one trip there." Gua Tianyong held the porcelain basin and stared longingly at Li Yuanzhao without saying a word. Seeing his expression, Li Yuanzhao became even more emboldened. "You don't dare. Give it to me." After saying that, he snatched the porcelain basin. "Get out of my way." Gua Tianyong hurriedly tried to snatch it, but Li Yuanzhao kicked him away. Li Yuanzhao looked at the mushy mess in the bowl and suddenly felt timid. This thing definitely doesn't look edible. He then glanced at the woman hiding in the corner and asked again, "Can they really eat that much?" "It's edible." Li Yuanzhao felt a tightness in his throat as he looked at the contents of the basin. Then he made up his mind, picked up a small piece with his fingertip, and quickly put it into his mouth. The paste slowly melted in my mouth, and an indescribable taste instantly filled my oral cavity. Sour, bitter, rancid, and slightly salty. Vomit. Unable to hold it in any longer, Li Yuanzhao bent over and vomited, choking so hard that tears and snot streamed down his face. The porcelain basin also fell to the ground with a thud. Gua Tianyong knew he was in grave danger and quickly rushed over to help him up, patting Li Yuanzhao's back repeatedly. After coughing for a while, Li Yuanzhao finally felt a little better. At this moment, a pang of heartache flashed in the eyes of the woman in the corner, and she tremblingly tried to step forward to help Li Yuanzhao. Li Yuanzhao swung his arm forcefully, causing the woman to stumble. He roared in fury, "How dare you? You dare to lie to me! You ignorant fool!" Gua Tianyong bared his teeth and yelled towards the door, "Someone come here!" 5 or 6 people rushed into the house at once. The already cramped room felt even more crowded now. Li Yuanzhao's chest heaved, clearly furious that he had been tricked by this scoundrel. Just as she was about to speak, the man inside was startled awake by the noise and staggered out. Seeing so many people gathered inside, he became frightened. He knelt down, dragging his ailing leg, and said in a trembling voice, "My lords, what has my family done wrong?" Gua Tianyong pointed at the mess on the ground and sneered. "Your wife dared to lie to my young master and say this stuff is edible. You 2 scoundrels." The man, looking utterly honest, hurriedly explained, "Yes, I can eat it. I can eat it. I'll eat some right now to show you gentlemen." After saying that, he ignored the woman's attempts to pull him away and started eating the porridge on the ground. Li Yuanzhao was astonished. This thing was actually edible, and, judging from man's expression, it didn't seem like he found the food too difficult. Guo Tianyang noticed his confusion and whispered in Li Yuanzhao's ear, "Your Highness, this is generally how the common people eat. Perhaps your Highness is not used to it." Li Yuanzhao stood there stunned, his face turning from white to red, and he felt extremely ashamed. Then he kicked Guo Tianyang and yelled, "You bastard! Why didn't you say so earlier?" Guo Tianyang covered his bottom in grievance, saying, "What are you saying? You insisted on eating it, and we couldn't stop you. Our family is really unlucky." Seeing the man still lying on the ground eating porridge, Li Yuanzhao blushed and said, get up quickly." The man staggered to his feet, and Li Yuanzhao, seeing the dust on the man's face, felt even more ashamed. He whispered, "I vomited in your room and ate your food, so I should compensate you. Guoda, give him 10 taels of silver." The honest-looking man quickly waved his hand. "Sir, no need. Those things are worthless. Worthless. If it's given to you, you must take it," Li Yuanzhao said sternly. Guo Tianyang slapped the 10-tael silver note directly into the man's hand. Upon receiving the silver, Li Yuanzhao left the room without saying a word. Guo Tianyang followed closely behind and arrived on the street. Seeing the crown prince's somewhat somber figure, she stepped forward and said softly, "Your Highness, let's return to the palace." "Do you think the palace eunuchs also live in houses like this and eat food like this?" Guo Tianyang said with a forced smile. "How could that be, Your Highness? Even the worst place in the palace is 100 times better than this, and the food is much better there. This is the outer city after all, not good. The inner city is good. Your Highness can visit the inner city more often in the future." "What did you eat before you entered the palace?" Li Yuanzhao asked. His question reminded Lao Guo of his own bittersweet childhood, when Jin was still alive. He sighed and said, "We're probably not even as good as them. It's already considered good if we can have porridge every day. Eating once every 3 days or once every 2 days is also common. Your Highness need not worry. We've only had 2 years apiece. Some people may be struggling now, but better days are yet to come." Li Yuanzhao nodded, suddenly realizing, no wonder so many people are willing to be castrated and enter the palace as eunuchs. Guo Tianyang. Chapter 31. Father, I have many insights. Inside the warm room, the underfloor heating was blazing hot. Emperor Jing continued to review the memorials. Since returning to the capital yesterday and privately meeting with several officials, these memorials have been sent to the palace like snowflakes. The main content of these documents was to urge the allocation of funds for flood relief. Emperor Jing kept shaking his head, sketching stroke by stroke. The imperial court's allocation of funds is inevitable, but it's not the right time yet. As the emperor, I cannot make decisions lightly. You can't exactly say you found a magical artifact called boundless merit that can reverse the course of fate. If I fail, the annals of history will be unsure how to record it, but I suppose I'll become a laughingstock. After all, he had never even seen such a measurable merit, and he had no idea what to expect. Fang Zheng's method was like a drowning person grabbing onto a piece of driftwood. Seizing this glimmer of hope was always better than trying to salvage the situation later. Fang Zheng is a capable official who can create miracles, and he is willing to take the gamble. Emperor Jing breathed a sigh of relief after rejecting all the memorials requesting funds. Then he became worried, fearing that the officials would come to him again tomorrow to demand an explanation, and that he would have to endure this for several more days. Just as I was pondering this, a young eunuch suddenly ran in from outside the door. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince requests an audience." "Let him in." Upon seeing the Crown Prince arrive, Emperor Jing couldn't help but smile and asked, "How did you feel about walking around the capital all day?" Li Yuanzhao, looking confident, said, "I understand most of it." "Oh, where did you go today?" Seeing his expression, Emperor Jing felt a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. "Your subject only went to the outer city today and returned in a hurry. However, one can see the whole leopard from a single spot. There is no point in seeing too much." Emperor Jing's expression darkened. The prince has gotten too big for his britches. He only looked at the outer city before running up to me and making such a solemn vow. They even said that one can know the whole leopard from a single spot, but considering his young age, Emperor Jing suppressed his displeasure and maintained a kind expression. "Then tell me." Li Yuanzhao took a deep breath and said, "Then I will say it. If I say it wrong, Father Emperor, you must not blame me. Speak freely. I will not blame you for anything you say today. Forgive my bluntness, but the situation in the capital is far worse than I ever imagined." "Oh." Emperor Jing adjusted his posture and began to take things seriously. "Let's start with the streets. The houses are arranged in a chaotic and disorderly manner. and the houses are built haphazardly. It's clear that there's a lack of planning. In this way, the lives of ordinary people will be inconvenient, and illegal activities will be more likely to breed in dark and secluded places. In my opinion, the court should make unified plans and build uniform houses, and then sell them to the people. The imperial court can get money, and the people can get better houses. Emperor Jing closed his eyes, leaned back in his chair, tapped the table occasionally with his fingers, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Not bad, continue. Hearing Emperor Jing's encouragement, Li Yuanzhao gradually gained confidence. And the sanitation of this street is terrible. Sewage is flowing everywhere and garbage is everywhere. This place should follow the example of Taoyuan County, repave the ground, appoint sanitation officials, and prohibit people from dumping garbage. At the same time, underground pipes should be built, and it would be best to move all the dirty water and garbage away. Emperor Jing opened his eyes and looked directly at Li Yuanzhao, saying, "Do you know how the pipeline should be repaired? And where all that dirty water and garbage should be moved to?" Li Yuanzhao waved his hand confidently and said, "We can build pipelines to the vicinity of Jiangling Port and dump the garbage directly into the sea." "How long is the pipeline? How much silver will it cost? And how many laborers will be conscripted? How do you continue building the pipeline if you encounter high mountains or low valleys along the way? Once the pipes are repaired, how do we remove the filth?" Emperor Jing then bombarded the emperor with a series of questions. Li Yuanzhao was somewhat embarrassed and stood there speechless when suddenly a brilliant idea struck him. She declared confidently, "These are all irrelevant. They are not matters for me to consider. If this task is to be assigned to me, I will have Fang Zheng handle it. As the saying goes, everyone has their own expertise. What I need to learn is the art of being an emperor. I won't worry about these trivial matters for now. Focusing on the big picture is the right way." Small matter? That ignorant and incompetent beast," Emperor Jing said expressionlessly. "All right, then let's skip this and get straight to the point." Seeing his father speechless, Li Yuanzhao immediately perked up. "Very well, then I'll get straight to the point. Today, I visited a commoner's house. It could hardly be called a house. It was a poor, run-down hut. At the time, a meal was being cooked inside. It was a pot of fish soup, which looked unappetizing. Moreover, this kind of soup was specially made for patients. Your Majesty, I asked them for their usual food. I wonder if you have ever eaten it before? It is a kind of porridge made from yellow millet. I also tried a couple of bites, and the sour and bitter taste still makes me want to vomit when I think about it." As he spoke, Li Yuanzhao recalled those earlier moments, eating unpalatable porridge in a dimly lit room, passing the days like this. Li Yuanzhao's heart also clenched, and he said with a heavy expression, "The lives of the people of my great Jing are too bitter. It is truly heartbreaking to see them eating such things to survive. Your subject has also gained some insights from this matter." "Wait," Emperor Jing suddenly sat up straight and asked seriously, "You really ate that millet porridge?" Upon hearing the questioning, Li Yuanzhao immediately became indignant. "It's true. Eunuch Guo can testify." Summon Guo Banban. Guo Tianyang jogged into the warm pavilion, and Emperor Jing immediately asked, "Is it true that the crown prince visited a commoner's home today and tasted their food?" Guo Tianyang was filled with anxiety, fearing that the emperor would find out about the crown prince vomiting. However, after glancing at Li Yuanzhao's expression, he felt reassured and replied, "Your Majesty, it is true." After the crown prince finished eating, he felt pity and gave the family 10 taels of silver. "I never expected this." Emperor Jing was suddenly overjoyed. Although the crown prince was unambitious, unlearned, lazy, ignorant of agriculture, illiterate, and carefree, but he actually had a kind heart towards the common people. And look, he even has some insights to share. If you can't do well in other areas, you can work hard and learn more and catch up sooner or later. But for an emperor to have a heart that cares for the people is the most difficult thing. Emperor Jing was initially worried about the crown prince's future, but now things seem to be turning for the better. Emperor Jing initially tried to keep a straight face to prevent the crown prince from becoming too smug, but the more he thought about it, the happier he became. So he simply burst out laughing. "Haha, excellent. This is my unicorn son." Yuanzhao, your initiative in reaching out to the people, understanding their suffering, and addressing their urgent needs. This trip has not been in vain, and I am deeply gratified. Come and tell me your thoughts. Guo Tianyang breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that it had nothing to do with him. Li Yuanzhao was overjoyed to receive such high praise from Emperor Jing, and exclaimed happily, "Excellent. My insights are the most important. The path to a strong and prosperous nation lies within them." A bad feeling welled up in Emperor Jing's heart again, but he was in the middle of a good time and couldn't bear to interrupt. So he gestured for Li Yuanzhao to continue. The tutors in the palace once taught me that the reason why the people live in poverty is because they do not know how to study and do not read the classics. But what classics do the people of Taoyuan County read? I don't think so. The books in Taoyuan County are neither classics nor poetry. So why are the people of Taoyuan living a prosperous life? It's clear that the problem lies in literacy. Vernacular Chinese is easy to understand, and it's convenient and worry-free for the people of Taoyuan to learn it. So many of them can read. Is it being able to read considered a form of education? In my opinion, it's that damned vernacular again. Ever since he read that indescribable book, The Golden Magistrate, the Crown Prince has been harboring wicked intentions ever since. Emperor Jing's joy was somewhat dampened, and he said indifferently, "That's enough for today." Wait a minute, I have a lot more to say. Li Yuanzhao became more and more engrossed in his explanation, feeling that his theory was incredibly profound and that it would be a huge waste not to finish. In my opinion, the imperial court should vigorously promote the writing of vernacular Chinese. This will educate the whole country and make the future promising. Poverty will also be eliminated. Under the very nose of the emperor, the common people live like pigs and dogs, eating stale porridge and living in shabby houses. This shows a lack of effective education and flawed national policies. If Li Yuanzhao spoke with great enthusiasm, gradually beginning to gesticulate wildly, completely unaware of Emperor Jing's increasingly dark expression. Gui Tianyang's face turned green upon hearing this. To describe the lives of ordinary people in the capital as worse than pigs and dogs was like slapping his own father in the face. Had the crown prince lost his mind? If I become emperor, I will surely make the people of the world. Get out. There's still some things I haven't finished telling. Chapter 32, Court Struggle. The next day, at the imperial court, the morning bell rang, and all the officials took their places. The emperor sat high on the dragon throne, while Li Yuanzhao was obediently placed to the side. Since listening to the crown prince's reflections yesterday, Emperor Jing has been considering bringing the crown prince to the court more often for trials and learning. I'm getting old. After all the officials had finished paying their respects, Emperor Jing said, "Rise," and then, as usual, drank a cup of tea. Then, the court fell into a deathly silence. Emperor Jing also realized that today was unusual and quietly waited for his ministers to speak. Li Yinsong glanced down at the hall side, then slowly stepped forward and said, "Today's court meeting, this old minister, Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present." Before Li Yinsong could finish speaking, Minister of War Feng Jie stepped forward first. "What matter do you wish to report?" Feng Jie said solemnly, "Your Majesty, I received an urgent report from Jianjiang Prefecture last night. Because the flood in Jianjiang has not been resolved for days and is getting worse, a rebellious force has emerged among the people. It's called the Water God Cult. The governor of Jianjiang has already sent people to investigate, and it turns out that the members of this cult are remnants of the Qian kingdom. It is said that the Water God Cult, under the guidance of its holy maiden, has gathered thousands of disaster victims and spread them throughout the counties and cities of Jianjiang, spreading rumors, causing trouble, and disturbing the people. The Jianjiang Prefecture's military forces are already shorthanded in order to maintain order, so they have applied to the imperial court for an additional 10,000 troops to suppress the Water God Cult. These words immediately sparked a flurry of discussion among the court officials. It's gotten to this point already? 2 years have passed, and the remnants of the Qian kingdom still haven't been wiped out. Your Majesty, the most urgent task is to quickly send more money to Jianjiang Prefecture to quell public grievances. If this continues, I fear the Water God sect's power will grow too strong. Speed is of the essence in war. We should nip the Water God cult in the bud while it is still strong. So it is said that... Silence. Silence. Emperor Jing slammed his fist on the dragon throne, his face contorted with anger, and the assembled officials immediately fell silent. The remnants of the mere Qin kingdom have now degenerated into a cult. Your reactions, my esteemed ministers, are perhaps a bit excessive. However, the flooding of the Jianjiang River must be resolved, but the national treasury is empty. I am willing to allocate another 10,000 taels from the imperial treasury. As for the rest of you ministers, you are all pillars of the nation. Now that the country is in trouble, I hope you will all donate generously. Upon hearing this, many people began to look away, like a student who is afraid of being called on in class. After a few moments, and still no one spoke, Li Yinsong scanned the room and sighed. As the Prime Minister, it seems I have to take the lead. Your Majesty is absolutely right. The national treasury is empty. What else can we do? But taking money from other ministers is like cutting flesh from a person's body. They all claim to be acting in the best interests of the people, but the premise is that their personal interests cannot be harmed. Li Yinsong stepped forward and said loudly, "This old minister is willing to donate 5,000 taels of silver." Following Li Yinsong's lead, several cabinet elders stepped forward one after another. Zhang Dongxiang said, "Your subject is willing to donate 4,000 taels of silver." Zheng Qiao said, "I will also donate 4,000 taels." Seeing that the grand secretaries were the first to be targeted, the other officials couldn't help but click their tongues in disapproval. The grand secretaries had been in the cabinet for a long time, held multiple positions, and were highly trusted as the emperor's advisors. In their respective hometowns, they were all well-known and powerful landowners. But it's different for other minor officials below the 4th rank. It's not like they can't come up with several thousand taels at once. But it really hurts to donate to disaster victims. Wouldn't it be better to just buy 2 more pounds of premium Tianxian tea? Emperor Jing nodded with satisfaction. In the end, it was the senior cabinet members who understood the bigger picture and considered the overall situation. Subsequently, the remaining officials, according to their rank, began to report the amount of their donations one by one. The price dropped from over 1,000 taels to several hundred taels, and eventually even to just a few dozen taels. After all that, they only managed to scrape together 34,000 taels. Upon seeing the numbers compiled by the eunuch, Emperor Jing's expression gradually darkened. Including the 10,000 taels he contributed, the dozens of officials below him donated a total of 24,000 taels, while he himself could raise more than 10,000 taels in 2 or 3 days by selling tea. Emperor Jing really wanted to reveal the tea matter and humiliate his ministers, but considering the potential impact on future revenue from the imperial treasury, he decisively abandoned the idea and instead sarcastically remarked, "I never imagined that the officials of my great Jing dynasty were all so incorruptible, yet so many people could only barely scrape together less than 40,000 taels of silver." A hush fell over the room as everyone exchanged bewildered glances. "Your Majesty's appetite is far too great. Just how much is too much?" Minister of Revenue Zhang Shi spoke up. "Your Majesty, the most urgent task is to quickly send aid to Jianjiang. Send as much as you can." "Yes, Your Majesty, please send troops to Jianjiang as soon as possible." Emperor Jing slowly said, "Feng Jie, immediately dispatch 15,000 troops to Jianjiang to annihilate the water god cult. In addition, bring another 20,000 taels of silver to assist Jianjiang Prefecture in disaster relief." The courtiers were in uproar. "Your Majesty, 20,000 taels is far too little. We already have 13,000 taels. Why are only 20,000 taels being distributed? Only 1/10 of the 200,000 taels has been distributed so far, which is far too little." Many people looked anxious, most of them officials from the southern faction, fearing that the flood would continue to spread and wreak havoc on their own homes. Emperor Jing said calmly, "How long will it take for the floods to end? Which of you ministers can give me an answer? If the floodwaters don't recede within a month, do you expect me to allocate an additional 200,000 taels of silver? This is a bottomless pit that can never be filled. There are so many people in the country who need to be saved, but the national treasury only has so much money. Let's take it one step at a time and put it on hold for now." Feng Jie, after sending troops to Jianjiang, ordered daily reports to the capital. The information must not be delayed for even a moment. Yes. Seeing the emperor's resolute attitude, the people below could no longer insist, but each of them had their own ulterior motives. Zhang Dongxiang leaned close to Li Yinsong and whispered, "Lord Li, what's wrong with His Majesty? He seems a bit strange." Li Yinsong said in a deep voice, "I don't know. Your Majesty will make your own decision and take it one step at a time." Chapter 33, A Sudden Clap of Thunder, a Shocking Event. After several days of travel, switching between water and land routes, the group from Taoyuan Town finally arrived in Yintaw. Taoyuan County sent a total of 20 people on this trip. These 20 people were miners who had participated in the development of asphalt mines in the earliest days and had rich experience in using gunpowder. Moreover, he is strong and robust with excellent physical strength. Although it was daytime in Yintaw, the sky was extremely gloomy, with torrential rain and silver snakes dancing wildly. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. This wasn't what they had agreed on before they arrived. Wasn't it supposed to be Xiaoyu? This rain is hardly a light drizzle. Team leader Ding Kai, his face grim, roared at his team members, "Everyone, check the equipment one last time. Make sure the oil paper and sleeves are properly wrapped around the gunpowder and fuses. Make sure they don't get wet. Otherwise, this whole trip will have been for nothing. The task assigned by the county magistrate must be completed perfectly. Each person will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver upon returning." "Good." The other team members chimed in. Seeing that the morale was good, Ding Kai turned his head and glanced back at the guard of more than 200 people behind him, who were said to be the men brought by the merchants who came to Taiyuan County. These people were no ordinary men either. Each of them was upright and full of energy, no less so than the miners. Fortunately, so many people came, otherwise the gunpowder could be moved up the mountain. Otherwise, with this level of rain, it would have been impossible to make it up the mountain in one round trip without being exhausted. The head of the guard was named Cheng Si, who was an inner guard appointed by Guotian Yang with a letter from Emperor Jing. He had changed into civilian clothes to escort Ding Kai and the others. At first, Cheng Si looked down on these country bumpkins from out of town, but after spending a few days with them on the ship, he realized that these people were not simple. Once he takes off his clothes, he's got a strong, muscular physique. When he's bored on the ship, he can hold his own against his own men in a strength contest. You should know that these guys are top-notch in the internal guard. The fact that he could only go toe-to-toe with these people in a contest of strength showed that they were no ordinary individuals, so he eventually stopped underestimating them. Seeing that the rain was far heavier than expected, Cheng Si walked up to Ding Kai and asked, "Old Ding, can you continue?" Ding Kai observed the surrounding mountains and nodded. "Okay, look at these peaks, they're so high and straight. If I knock them down, they'll definitely block the river. But climbing will be a lot of work. Let's begin. Have your men carry the supplies and follow me. The mountains on both the north and south sides need to be blasted down. Make sure your men are careful not to tear the oil paper while carrying the supplies, or our treasure will be ruined." Cheng Si nodded seriously. Through the communication over the past few days, he had a general idea of what the miners in Taiyuan County were carrying. Although he had not yet seen the power of this thing with his own eyes, he dared not ignore it. He then turned around and shouted, "Brothers, grab your gear and follow Captain Ding." The group responded and silently began to carry the pre-assigned explosive packs on their backs. Each pack weighed anywhere from tens to hundreds of kilograms. Carrying it on ordinary days might not be a big deal, but now that the roads are slippery and you have to climb a mountain, it becomes exceptionally difficult. Ding Kai took the map, looked at the points already marked on it, found the right direction, and set off. More than 200 people braved the heavy rain and gloomy weather to carry heavy loads. Soon the group entered the woods. The wind howled wildly, making the trees rustle. Communication was practically impossible. They could only shout. Ding Kai Bei had the fewest items and walked at the front of the line. He not only had to figure out the path up the mountain, but also had to constantly search for suitable blasting locations. As I was walking, a sudden exclamation came from behind me. Ding Kai quickly turned around and shouted, "What happened? Who's in trouble?" After a while, Cheng Si's voice came. "It's okay. Keep going." One of the brothers twisted his ankle, but it's nothing serious. Upon hearing this, Ding Kai continued walking upwards. Cheng Si hastily wiped the rain off his face, cursing inwardly. "This damn weather is so abnormal. If it weren't for the fact that my brothers are all battle-hardened veterans and top-notch warriors, we probably wouldn't even have a chance to climb the mountain." The miners in Taiyuan County were in surprisingly good physical condition. This once again exceeded his expectations. After some twists and turns, we finally reached the halfway point of the mountain without any major incidents. Ding Kai looked down at his feet and exclaimed with delight, "Damn it! It's truly the county magistrate's blessing. There's actually a crevice in the mountain here, saving us a lot of trouble. Brothers, let's not go any further. Let's set up camp right here." Those around him were overjoyed upon hearing this, and quickly took off the heavy explosive packs they were carrying. "Everyone, gather your stuff in one place. Lao, Cheng, take your brothers and retreat." Cheng Si didn't understand what he meant, but he still arranged for his brothers to pile all the explosive packs in front of Ding Kai, and then led his brothers down the mountain. Ding Kai ordered his men to connect the explosive charges together with ropes, then divide them into two groups and connect the fuses. After protecting the fuses with oil paper sleeves, they began to slowly lower them down. With the explosives running low, Ding Kai began arranging for people to lead the fuse down the mountain, keeping an eye on it to see if it would get wet. The two groups quickly joined Cheng Si's main force. Cheng Si scratched his head, looking completely bewildered, and asked, "Old Ding, why are you guys down here again? How are you going to blast this mountain?" Ding Kai chuckled and took the fuse with one hand. "Just watch. You'll be amazed. Here, give me the tinderbox." Cheng Si stared intently at the fuse in Ding Kai's hand. The moment the flame touched the fuse, it vanished into the sleeve in a flash. "How this? Get down. Everyone cover your ears." Ding Kai shouted the moment the fuse disappeared. The moment the people on either side covered their ears, the ground suddenly began to shake. Boom! 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 A sudden clap of thunder resounded. Countless fragments of rock shot into the sky. The massive mountain peak actually began to sway and looked as if it were about to topple over. Chang Si was terrified, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at the mountain peak, his body trembling uncontrollably. Most people were like this, some even burying their heads between their legs, shivering. Seeing that the first detonation failed, Ding Kai quickly lit the second fuse. Boom, 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 boom. Another explosion rang out, and the foundation of the mountain was finally shaken, causing it to sway and collapse. Huge rocks kept crashing into the river, creating huge waves. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Success! The miners cheered. Although it wasn't completely finished, the feasibility was definitely not an issue. There's a reward of 1,000 taels of silver for going home. I can stay home and relax for the rest of my life. Chang Si and his group stared wide-eyed, barely managing to recover. Such a scene and such methods made his previous battlefield experiences pale in comparison. That's simply divine intervention. The look in his eyes when he looked at Ding Kai and his group again was filled with awe. After swallowing hard, Chang Si asked cautiously, "Old Ding, shall we continue?" "Continue." Ding Kai was in high spirits. The matter was already half done, so he decided to strike while the iron was hot, finish the other half, and hurry home to collect his money. What's the point of staying in this godforsaken place? "Retreat," Chang Si shouted, and the main force turned around and continued to leave the forest area. Everyone got up, and then a large number of them fell down with a whoosh. One team member said, half laughing and half crying, "Captain, my legs are too weak to walk." Chang Si blushed and looked at Ding Kai. Ding Kai chuckled and said, "We'll continue after we've rested." The miners burst into laughter. Turns out these guys are nothing special, just a bunch of cowards. They get scared like this after being bombed. I think we were pretty much the same when we first started mining. After resting, the more than 200 people returned to their original location, packed up the remaining explosives, and set off again for another mountain peak. Although the second attempt was more complicated, it was still successful when the same method was followed. As the raging floodwaters flowed in the planned direction, a surge of joy welled up in everyone's hearts. Ding Kai shouted, "Brothers, each of you go back to the county government office and collect 1,000 taels of silver. I'll treat you all to drinks and meet at Xingchang Tower, and then we'll go to Tina Pond for a bath." The 20 miners immediately cheered loudly. Under the torrential rain, Chang Si and his group of soldiers looked at the miners with bitterness on their faces. He didn't get a penny for working for the palace, while others who worked for the county magistrate received 1,000 taels of silver. What a difference. Chapter 34 Urgent Report. Victory? Young master, get up. The miners who went out have returned and are waiting to see you. Xiao Tao stood by Fang Zheng's bed with a helpless expression. Fang Zheng rubbed his sleepy eyes and mumbled, "Got it. Give them the money. I'm going to sleep a little longer." After saying that, he turned over, straddled the blanket, and fell asleep again. Xiao Tao gave her 2 hard shoves. "Get up. The miners who came to help with the disaster relief are back." "Huh, miners." Fang Zheng suddenly remembered that he had sent 20 people to Jianjiang for disaster relief, but he didn't know if they had succeeded. But it's always a good thing that people are coming back. Remembering this, Fang Zheng immediately perked up and jumped out of bed. Let's go take a look." "Young master, you haven't washed your face yet." The miners became excited when they saw Fang Zheng appear, and they all began to greet him. Fang Zheng waved to them and laughed. "Good. It seems like it was a success. Did everything go smoothly? Did anyone have any accidents?" Ding Kai rushed forward excitedly and said, "Master, we succeeded. Everything went smoothly and no one was hurt." "Ha, good. Now go home and rest after you collected your money. You worked hard." Fang Zheng was overjoyed. Sure enough, this deal was profitable. He not only sold the gunpowder, but also made tens of thousands of taels of silver. Old Li is really lucky. He'll probably soar to great heights after this one deal. Ding Kai hesitated and said, "But we picked someone up on the way." "What? You picked someone up? Where?" The miners quickly made way, and there lay a mud-covered monkey on the ground. "What is this?" "This is a person." Fang Zheng was dumbfounded. The thing was covered in mud, all black and curled up in a ball, but could be roughly identified as a primate. Ding Kai grinned sheepishly. "Yes. We saw him on the way back, and seeing how pitiful he was, we brought him back. He was still breathing. He's been unconscious for several days. We've been giving him a little meat broth to drink every day, and thankfully he's still alive." "Well then, sir, he's all yours now. We'll be off." After saying that, the group of miners abandoned the man and ran away in a flash. Fang Zheng was so angry he was jumping up and down. These unruly people, they're getting more and more undisciplined. They picked up a half-dead person and just dumped him in the government office. "Xiao Tao, quickly find someone to wash him up, then take him to the clinic and treat him as needed." "Hey, this is a done deal. Old Li's going to make a killing, right? Tell Zhang Biao to keep a close eye on things. The moment Old Li gets into town, call him over here." I'm waiting to collect my debts." In the imperial court, the officials were now arguing amongst themselves. Emperor Jing covered his forehead, looking at the group of anxious ministers below, their faces flushed as they shouted that he should provide manpower and money to support Jianjiang. News from Jianjiang Prefecture came in daily, and the floods were getting worse. Officials from the southern faction, especially those from Jianjiang Prefecture, were particularly agitated, and some even got into fights with their colleagues over disagreements. This has happened several times already. Emperor Jing had been under pressure for more than 10 days and was starting to feel that he couldn't take it anymore. Emperor Jing often wondered whether the people of Taoyuan County had succeeded or not, and why there had been no news for so long. If Fang Zheng's side had failed, and the court had not taken any action, how would the annals of history record my story? Wouldn't that make me a tyrant? Chen Shu, a supervising secretary in the Ministry of Revenue, reacted most strongly. Although the official rank of supervising secretary was low, his power and responsibilities were enormous. He had the function of inspecting various departments of the Ministry of Revenue and could even refute imperial edicts. He could be described as a fighter among the upright officials who dare to speak out. More importantly, Chen Shu's hometown is right here in Jianjiang. He keeps receiving letters urging him to submit a memorial to the emperor, saying that a peasant uprising is about to break out in his hometown and that he might not be able to plant the land this year. Chen Shu was also anxious and frantically submitted memorials to Emperor Jing, but these memorials seemed to sink without a trace and received no response. Today, when he went to court to see Emperor Jing, he acted as if it were none of his business, and Chen Shu finally settled down in Bengbu. He shouted loudly, "Your Majesty, public opinion is outraged, and news of Jianjiang has already reached the capital. More than 10 days have passed since we received Jianjiang's plea for help. Yet your Majesty still cannot make a decision. I dare to ask, what is your Majesty thinking? The people are suffering terribly, while the court does nothing. How will future generations view this situation? Your Majesty, please reconsider." After saying this, Chen Shu knelt on the ground and kowtowed heavily. Seeing Chen Shu's courage, many of his fellow members of the Pure Stream movement quickly followed suit and knelt down as well. "Your Majesty, please reconsider." Upon hearing this, Emperor Jing flew into a rage, immediately rising to his feet and shouting, "Chen Shu, are you lecturing me?" Emperor Jing was an emperor who rose from the ashes, and his authority was extremely high. Even the officials who spoke out rarely disobeyed him. Even Chen Shu, a man of integrity, couldn't help but feel a little regretful after he finished speaking. But since things had come to this, Chen Shu steeled himself and continued, "Your Majesty, I dare not. But the people of Jianjiang are suffering terribly. If the court does nothing, I fear I will incur the wrath of the people." Emperor Jing laughed in fury. Fine. Since you're in such a hurry, I might as well confiscate your property and send you to Jianjiang Prefecture. That would be a way of fulfilling your benevolent heart. Confiscating property. This is the act of a tyrant. Chen Shu's face drained of all color. I was offering honest advice. Emperor Jing was furious at the moment. Hearing Chen Shu still being stubborn, he said coldly, "What a loyal subject of my great Jing. I will grant you your loyalty and bestow upon you my imperial horse. Go to Jianjiang immediately to provide disaster relief." Chen Shu lowered his head, sweat pouring down his face, and didn't dare to say a word. He said the wrong thing. What should I do if His Majesty is determined to kill me? What should I do? Li Yinsong stepped in at the opportune moment to smooth things over. He slowly said, "Your Majesty, please reconsider. Chen Shu's crime does not warrant such punishment. However, this old minister would also like to know why your Majesty is unwilling to support Jianjiang." Upon hearing him speak, Emperor Jing gradually calmed down. "Masterly, even you are questioning my decision." Li Yinsong smiled wryly. "I'm not questioning your Majesty. I just don't understand why." Emperor Jing was speechless with anger. Yes, it's normal that he doesn't understand. The imperial guards he sent out have not been heard from for a long time. Even the cabinet can't hold on anymore. Should he continue? Emperor Jing was suddenly at a loss, not knowing what to do. Looking at the many gazes below, Emperor Jing suddenly wavered. Perhaps the people of Taoyuan County had already failed. He had done his best to hold on until today. Well then, it seems I ultimately misplaced my trust in Fang Zheng. Just as he was about to speak, a young eunuch stumbled in from outside the hall, shouting, "Urgent report. Urgent report from Jianjiang. Chapter 35, Rewarding Meritorious Service. Quickly, bring it up." Li Yinsong also became agitated. This little eunuch's behavior must mean that something big had happened in Jianjiang again. Guo Tianyang hurriedly went down to receive the urgent report and presented it to Emperor Jing. Emperor Jing immediately unfolded the book and took a look. His pupils dilated instantly, and then he leaned close to read it carefully. At this moment, all the officials below held their breath, anxiously awaiting Emperor Jing's reaction. After a long while, Emperor Jing raised his head and burst into laughter. Holding up a memorial in one hand, he said with great pride, "My lords, take a look. The reason I held back for so long is today, the floods of Jianjiang are no longer a problem." After saying that, he slammed the memorial down in front of Chen Shu. Chen Shu quickly crawled over, picked up the memorial, unfolded it, and began to read it softly. At the mouth of the Yintuo River, the north and south peaks have collapsed, blocking the river channel. The floodwaters have flowed eastward and will not return. The danger to Jianjiang has now been largely averted, but the refugees are still. As Chen Shu read, his expression changed, and cold sweat poured down his face. He had just offended the emperor, and now the flood had miraculously stopped on its own. Such a thing could happen. Upon hearing this, the courtiers' expressions changed, and they all looked at Emperor Jing with astonished eyes. How could your majesty know that the mountain would collapse? Could it be that there is a divine connection between heaven and man? Emperor Jing, standing high above, appeared even more mysterious amidst the astonished gazes of his ministers. Chen Shu, what else do you have to say? Chen Shu kowtowed 3 times heavily and said in grief and indignation, "Your majesty is wise. Forgive this humble subject for his dullness in contradicting your majesty. I deserve to die 10,000 times." Normally, these upright people are very arrogant, and they can retort with 3 sentences for everyone you say. It's quite rare to see them like this today. Emperor Jing felt completely refreshed, as if he had drunk a glass of ice water on a sweltering summer day. However, a severe punishment is impossible, since imposing heavy penalties for such a trivial matter would be an act of stifling free speech. Emperor Jing then waved his hand dismissively. "Fine, considering your service to the country, I will deduct half a year's salary." "Your Majesty, I thank you." Chen Shu thought to himself that he was lucky, and slowly got up. Seeing that the crisis had been averted, Li Yinsong was in high spirits and asked Emperor Jing, "Your Majesty, I would like to know." "Report." Before he could speak, another eunuch rushed in, presenting a memorial. "Your Majesty, an urgent report from Jianjiang Prefecture. Read. Thanks to heaven's protection, the flood from the collapse of the 2 peaks of Yintuo has been averted. By the grace of His Majesty, the army entered Jianjiang to quell the bandits, and the water god sect fled at the mere sight of them, achieving victory without a fight. It is said that the holy maiden of the water god sect is none other than Princess Shui Yibai, the 3rd princess of the Qin dynasty, whose current whereabouts are unknown." Emperor Jing was immediately overjoyed, and all the officials breathed a sigh of relief. Double happiness. One of the ministers suddenly realized something was wrong. 2 reports. 2 urgent reports with overlapping information. His Majesty has secretly sent another group of troops to Jianjiang without telling anyone. At this moment, Emperor Jing was in high spirits. All the pent-up frustration of the past few days had vanished, and he continued, "Very well. What did you want to ask me just now, lordly?" This old minister would like to ask your majesty how you can know that the flood will be resolved." The ministers all looked at Emperor Jing once again. "Yes, so what if his majesty sends people out? Can they push the mountain down?" Emperor Jing chuckled inwardly at the bewildered looks on everyone's faces. It's time to reveal Fang Zheng's existence. This kid still wants to hide his talents? I'll make you walk openly into the court and leave you nowhere to hide. So he chuckled and said, "I imagine my beloved ministers also have many doubts in their hearts. Actually, someone else solved this problem. Half a month ago, I unexpectedly went to Taoyuan County when I left the palace. Has any of you ever heard of Taoyuan County?" The ministers were completely bewildered and began to whisper among themselves. After discussing for a while, they still couldn't come up with anything conclusive. No one knew about Taoyuan County, let alone where it was. Emperor Jing couldn't help but admire him. Fang Zheng had been doing business for so many years, and he had managed to keep things so well covered up. That was quite an achievement. Emperor Jing then continued, "This magistrate of Taoyuan County can be considered a remarkable person. He actually possesses a method for opening mountains, so I disguised myself and made a deal with this Fang Zheng. Since there is such an extraordinary person, why doesn't your majesty simply issue an edict ordering him to go and provide disaster relief?" Soon, a minister raised the question. Emperor Jing smiled and shook his head. "I only learned of this by chance, and it was just an emergency." Li Yinsong said, "Your Majesty, was your Majesty's last trip out of the palace specifically to find this person?" Emperor Jing smiled slightly, adopting an inscrutable expression, neither confirming nor denying. I actually went to buy tea. Would I tell you that? Excellent. Although Fang Zheng is only in his early 20s, his political achievements are remarkable. Under his governance, the people of Taoyuan County live in peace and prosperity, and now he has made such a great contribution. This man is quite skilled in economics. My esteemed ministers, tell me, how should I reward him for his contributions? Li Yinsong asked curiously. Your Majesty, since this person has such outstanding political achievements and is so exceptional, why is he not well known? Well, perhaps it's because of its remote location that the court has forgotten about him. But I find him lazy and indolent, and I'm afraid he's planning to stay in Taoyuan County for the rest of his life. Emperor Jing lied. If he had told the truth, it would have taken much more effort to reward Fang Zheng. Li Yinsong said, since this person is skilled in both governance and economics, Your Majesty should appoint him as an assistant minister of revenue, reward him with 1,000 taels of gold, and promote him 2 ranks to the 7th grade. This should be enough to make up for the court's neglect of him over the years. Or perhaps you could allow him to enter the Hanlin Academy as a Hanlin academician. The discussion started again. That's excellent. After all, Lord Li is mature and prudent. This man is only in his early 20s and has already reached the 5th rank in officialdom, which is quite good. Absolutely. This person has a limitless future. Emperor Jing frowned and said, Isn't that too little? Li Yinsong was somewhat taken aback. Less. This is quite a lot. He's been promoted 2 ranks and gone directly to the Ministry of Revenue. His future is definitely bright. Then he asked, What does Your Majesty think should be done? Emperor Jing said solemnly, I once spoke with Fang Zheng and said that whoever can solve this matter will be granted a title of nobility and appointed prime minister. Therefore, I wish to bestow upon him a title, and as for his fief, I will grant him Taoyuan County. Not only that, the Crown Prince also went to Taoyuan County and gained a lot. I have observed that this person has some unconventional ideas, which may be of some benefit to the Crown Prince. Therefore, I want him to enter the court of imperial sacrifices and serve as junior chamberlain. The so-called chamberlain's office consisted of only 2 members, the chamberlain and the junior chamberlain, who were dedicated to teaching the Crown Prince. They were usually Hanlin scholars who held the position concurrently, and it was rare for them to be dedicated to this role. There was no precedent for someone like Fang Zheng, who was promoted directly into the chamberlain's office on the spot. If the Crown Prince ascends the throne, then the position of the Grand Tutor is equivalent to that of the Crown Prince's tutor, commonly known as the imperial tutor. The 3 top officials in the current cabinet, Zheng Xiao, Li Yinsong, and Zhang Dongxiang, all previously held positions in the court of imperial sacrifices. Therefore, they paid more attention to their positions in the court of imperial sacrifices. No. Zhang Dongxiang stepped forward. Your Majesty, although Fang Zheng has made great contributions, the reward is too much and violates etiquette. I suggest that he be given a 5th rank official title. This person is still young and not much older than the Crown Prince. How can he teach the Crown Prince? I have heard Your Majesty speak highly of this man. Although he is exceptionally capable, I believe he still needs further refinement. It would not be too late to recommend him later. Just as Emperor Jing was about to speak, Li Yuanzhao, who had been holding back for a long time, finally couldn't hold back any longer. I was so excited when I heard the news about opening up the mountain to stop the flood that I almost jumped for joy. I never expected that Fang Zheng would actually be able to pull off such a thunderous feat. Hearing that his father had suddenly made an exception and allowed Fang Zheng to enter the imperial household department, he was overjoyed. As a result, Zhang Dongxiang interfered, and Li Yuanzhao's face immediately darkened. Master Zhang, I think Magistrate Fang is perfectly suited to join the court of imperial sacrifices. I've already made great progress in just 1 day in Taoyuan County. Don't believe me? Ask Master Yan. Yan Goen was originally the Grand Master of the palace, responsible for instructing the Crown Prince. Upon hearing the Crown Prince call his name, Yan Goen immediately stepped forward and bowed. Then, somewhat embarrassed, he said, That's true. Since returning from his trip, the Crown Prince has been studying exceptionally hard and has even memorized several books. Yan Goen wished he could disappear into the ground under the strange looks of everyone. Everyone knows what kind of person the Crown Prince is. He's supposed to be reciting books? You'd be lucky if he even touched the book cover. Yan Goen originally thought that the Crown Prince had finally come to his senses and that the credit could be attributed to him. But who knew that Fang Zheng would suddenly appear out of nowhere? This was so embarrassing, I could practically roll my toes into the ground. Emperor Jing glanced at Li Yuanzhao, surprised that this rebellious son had actually put in so much effort to memorize his lessons so that Fang Zheng could enter the court of imperial sacrifices. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dongxiang immediately shut up. Now that the world is at peace, Nothing is more important than the education of the crown prince. A prodigal son who returns is more precious than gold. If someone in the world can bring about such a drastic change in the crown prince, then no reward is too much to ask. Emperor Jing surveyed the entire room and said calmly, "Do any of you have any further questions? If not, then issue the decree." Chapter 36, The Emperor by the Mandate of Heaven. Fang Zheng was holding a book and chuckling to himself, while Xiao Tao rolled her eyes and served him. Since Emperor Jing's last visit, Fang Zheng has opened the door to a new world at the bookstall. My boring life suddenly became colorful. Various short books, similar to modern online novels, have long been popular at bookstalls. The imagination of these ancient people is in no way inferior to that of modern people, which made Fang Zheng exclaim in amazement. My favorite book is Magistrate Fang vs. Thanos, which portrays Fang Zheng as an unparalleled great man who went through countless hardships to collect the Infinity Stones. The journey to collect gems opened up countless new harems, while the description of the Emperor's battle against Thanos was only briefly mentioned. Fang Zheng felt he hadn't had enough, so he specifically ordered Zhang Biao to contact the author and urge him to update the story. This book is now in its 3rd edition, and Thanos built Peach Blossom County, where many children bring many blessings. TSK. It seems that Taoyuan County still has some talented people. After finishing the last chapter, Fang Zheng took a sip of tea and sighed. The idea is great, but unfortunately there aren't enough words. It seems we should have Zhang Biao put this guy in a dark room and try to get him to write 10,000 words a day. After putting down the book, Fang Zheng felt somewhat bored. So he turned to Xiao Tao and asked, "Anything interesting happening lately?" Xiao Tao said, "It seems like there's nothing new, just gossip about the Zhongs and Lise. But young master, someone came to report last night that the person the miners brought back has woken up. Should we go and take a look?" "Oh, let's go then." Fang Zheng was somewhat interested in this matter. Taoyuan County has gained a new resident. Once he recovers and is sent to the Taoyuan County Government Reemployment Center, he might get a skilled job if he's lucky. Without further ado, the two of them took a sedan share directly to the clinic. When the doctor at the clinic saw that it was Fang Zheng, he hurriedly invited him upstairs to the 2nd floor. The person was placed in a side room on the 2nd floor, with a bed separated by white gauze. "How is he?" The doctor said, "Sir, there's nothing wrong with him, but his condition is still unstable. He's awake for a while, then dizzy, and he keeps talking nonsense, which I can't understand. However, this girl is truly beautiful. I've lived for so many years and never seen such a pretty girl. All right, I got it. You can go about your business now." Fang Zheng suddenly became interested. Speaking of beautiful women, Taoyuan County doesn't have many beautiful women besides Xiao Tao. They were all refugees. Not to mention the older ones. The younger ones suffered from malnutrition from a young age, and the wind and rain made them look unhealthy, and their skin was also bad. In addition, the dowdy clothes she was wearing made her even less appealing. Sometimes Fang Zheng would think that it would be great if he could make some black stockings. However, this idea is just that, an idea. Even if it were possible, most people probably wouldn't accept it. After dismissing the doctor, Fang Zheng gently lifted the curtain and immediately gasped for breath. The woman on the bed was about 16 years old, with her long black hair spread out on the pillow. Her creamy white skin had a subtle rosy glow. Her cheeks were like fresh lychees, and her nose was like goose fat. Her legs were long and slender, with amazing proportions, but most importantly, she had a cool and aloof demeanor. Even in her sleep, her exquisitely beautiful face still carried a hint of sorrow between her brows, evoking pity in those who saw her. Fang Zheng gasped in surprise. He never expected that the humanoid creature he had picked up a couple of days ago would turn out to be such a stunningly beautiful woman. However, judging from her skin and appearance, she is definitely not the daughter of an ordinary person. This woman we picked up is not simple. Suddenly, Fang Zheng seemed to remember something and turned to Xiao Tao, asking, "The clinic you arranged for her to come to yesterday?" "Yes." "Who washed it?" Xiao Tao rolled her eyes. "Of course a woman washes it. Why would you need a man?" "Young master, have you taken a fancy to her?" Fang Zheng's expression hardened, and he said sternly, "Nonsense. Do you think I'm that kind of person? If a man causes controversy by washing her, how will she face the consequences in the future? I'm just thinking of what people think and worry about what people are worried about." "Yes." As the two were talking, the woman's eyelids twitched slightly. Just as Fang Zheng was about to observe the woman's condition further, the doctor suddenly rushed up, covered in sweat and looking terrified, saying, "My lord has an imperial decree." "What? What imperial edict? Give me a moment to breathe and explain yourself clearly." The doctor stood there and took 2 deep breaths, looking as if he had lost his parents, and said, It's an imperial edict from the capital. Constable Zhang and his men have come here. They're downstairs now. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tao's face turned deathly pale, and panic instantly filled her heart. Fang Zheng was also shocked. What kind of bullshit imperial edict was this? How could an imperial edict have reached Taoyuan County? However, he calmed himself down and waved his hand, saying, "Don't panic. Come with me to see what's going on." When they arrived downstairs, the area around the clinic was already packed with people who had heard the news. The eunuch delivering the imperial decree was terrified when he saw so many people around him, and in the distance, there seemed to be many more holding sickles and rakes, looking ready to strike. This Taoyuan County is so strange. It's as if the entire county has been mobilized just because an imperial decree has been issued. Are these peasants really that curious? As Fang Zheng came down from the second floor, the crowd automatically parted to make way for him. The little eunuch became bolder when he saw Fang Zheng arrive. "Are you Fang Zheng, the magistrate of Taoyuan County?" Fang Zheng and his party bowed and said, "Indeed. Kneel down to receive the imperial decree." Zhang Biao suddenly appeared from the side, staring at the little eunuch with a wise look in his eyes. The young eunuch panicked again and said nervously, "Standing is fine too." Fang Zheng said politely, "I am an official appointed by the imperial court. How can I not kneel before His Majesty's imperial edict? However, I still need to verify its authenticity. I hope you will be lenient with me." The young eunuch chuckled twice. "Not at all. Magistrate Fang, you're too kind. It's only right. So, shall I then proclaim the imperial decree?" "Please, sir." The young eunuch cleared his throat and announced in a shrill voice, "By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees." Chapter 37, The People Weep. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees. Fang Zheng, the magistrate of Taoyuan County, has rendered immeasurable merit by relieving the floods of Jianjiang and saving the people from danger. Furthermore, considering that since he took charge of Taoyuan County, he has diligently performed his duties, possessed great virtue, and was supported by the people, I'm greatly pleased. I hereby bestow upon Fang Zheng, the magistrate of Taoyuan County, baron of Taoyuan County, 200 mu of permanent land, and a fief of 200 mu. He shall be appointed junior grand master of the court of imperial sacrifices. He shall enter the palace immediately without delay. This is my decree. After the eunuch finished reading, he looked around and everyone stood frozen in place, as if petrified. Fang Zheng stared blankly at him. The young eunuch felt guilty and whispered, "Shall we accept the imperial decree, Magistrate Fang?" Before Fang Zheng could answer, the crowd suddenly began to sob. Someone cried out, "The county magistrate is being taken away. The county magistrate can't leave. We can't live without you. No one can take the master away. It's all that damned eunuch's fault. Kill him. Yes, yes, yes. Kill him quickly. Everyone, just pretend nothing happened." Amidst the rising anger, the crowd began to stir, with those in the back carrying weapons trying to rush forward and kill the young eunuch. If he disappears, then it's as if the imperial edict never arrived. We'll delay as long as possible. The magistrate can't go anywhere. The young eunuch trembled like a leaf, collapsing to his knees on the ground, looking at Fang Zheng with pleading eyes, his other hand still trembling as he held up the imperial edict. "Lord Fang, please accept the imperial decree quickly. We can't take it anymore." Fang Zheng only came to his senses after hearing his terrible lines. He immediately yelled at the crowd, "Shut up, all of you. I'm not dead yet. Don't you have any manners?" The crowd immediately fell silent, while a few people in the front row continued to wipe away tears, murmuring softly, "You can't leave." Upon hearing this, Fang Zheng shouted, "All of you scatter. I am now the magistrate of Taoyuan County. What are you panicking for? Once I leave, no one else can come." He quickly turned to the young eunuch and said obsequiously, "Thank you for your hard work, Your Majesty. May I ask how you knew that I had sent people to provide disaster relief?" The young eunuch forced a smile. "Lord Fang, you're too kind. You'll have to ask the palace. We're only responsible for relaying imperial decrees. We know nothing else." Fang Zheng thought to himself, "Li Long probably betrayed me. That damned Li Long. If I ever see you again, I'll skin you alive." Damn it, although Taoyuan County was granted the title, it has been quietly expanded by a large area due to its continuous violations. If this gets discovered, it'll be a huge problem. We'll talk about the rest later. At least one thing on my mind has been resolved. Fang Zheng took a deep breath, grasped the little eunuch's hands, and said with a smile, "Don't panic, sir. Taoyuan County is a poor and remote place, full of unruly people. I'm sorry you were frightened. However, my Taoyuan County is quite beautiful, with clear waters and lush mountains. If you are interested, your excellency can visit for a couple of days, and I will accompany you throughout. The young eunuch forced a smile. Lord Fang is joking. We must return to the palace immediately to report. You should pack your things and set off as soon as possible. Understand. Thank you for your hard work, father-in-law, Zhang Biao. Zhang Biao walked over with a wise look in his eyes. Fang Zheng made a gesture, and Zhang Biao quickly stuffed a bag of silver into the little eunuch's sleeve. Unexpectedly, the silver was too heavy and suddenly plummeted, causing the young eunuch to fall sideways to the ground before he could react. At this, the little eunuch finally stopped crying and burst into tears. Wah, Magistrate Fang, we have no grudge against you. What do you mean by this? Fang Zheng, his face dark, kicked Zhang Biao and muttered, Idiot! Who told you to give so much? A few taels would have been enough. Zhang Biao chuckled sheepishly, quickly squatted down, and snatched the silver back. Fang Zheng's face darkened even more. Fang Zheng helped the young eunuch up and said apologetically, Oh look, my servant isn't doing well here. Please don't take offense. He then pointed to his head. He then began searching his body, and after feeling all over, he actually found 5 copper coins, which he stuffed into the little eunuch's sleeve. The eunuch listened to the crisp sound of the copper coins coming from his sleeve and said mournfully, Magistrate Fang, you'd better take them back. We'll be punished if the higher-ups find out. Fang Zheng said with a righteous expression, You're too kind, Your Excellency. I'm very discreet. It really won't work. Oh, this must be so hard on you, father-in-law. As he spoke, Fang Zheng reached into the little eunuch's sleeve again and pulled out a handful of things haphazardly. Upon closer inspection, it was 2 taels of silver plus 5 copper coins. Fang Zheng's eye twitched twice. Then he expressionlessly stuffed it into his chest. The young eunuch stared at Fang Zheng in disbelief, his mouth agape, and said in a trembling voice, Magistrate Fang, can we go now? Fang Zheng waved his hand casually. Let's go. Upon hearing this, the young eunuch hurriedly mounted his horse and galloped away. Xiao Tao leaned closer, her face full of worry, and said, Young master, isn't this a bit inappropriate? He's from the palace. Fang Zheng sighed helplessly. So what? We've offended them anyway. Might as well offend them to death. He then glanced at the crowd in front of him and shouted, Go home. Don't worry. Taoyuan County is still under my jurisdiction. Go back and do your own thing. A commoner cautiously approached, asking worriedly, Sir, you won't leave Taoyuan County, will you? Everyone looked at Fang Zheng with hopeful eyes. Fang Zheng was also moved at this moment, but he still put on a stern face and said fiercely, What's wrong? I'm leaving Taoyuan County. You're not happy that I've been promoted? Smile. With a whoosh, the crowd burst into tears. The people of Taoyuan County began to wail and cry out as if their own father had died. What will we do without you? I'm going to the capital to appeal to the emperor. Your Honor, you can't leave. If you leave, I won't live either. What will you do if you leave my daughter? She's only 8 years old, and she's going to marry you someday. Pa, your daughter doesn't deserve it. My daughter is 15 years old. You should meet her. Seeing that things were getting increasingly outrageous, Fang Zheng finally couldn't take it anymore. His expression softened, and he said helplessly, All right, I know everything. It's just a trip to the capital. It's not like I'm not coming back. Get out of here, all of you. If you keep making a ruckus, I might as well stay in the capital. It's so noisy. Wait for me. Before he could finish speaking, the crowd scattered with a roar, and the people fled in all directions, leaving no one behind. Looking at the mess left behind, Fang Zheng gave a wry smile. Sigh. These troublemakers. Chapter 38. Fang Zheng, who is not interested in women. Just as Fang Zheng and his party were preparing to return to the yamen, a silvery sound suddenly came from behind them. Lord Fang, please wait. He saw the woman who had been unconscious in the clinic leaning weakly against the door frame, looking in his direction. It seemed she had been there all along. This humble woman, by E. Thanks Lord Fang for saving my life. Xiao Tao, go help her up. Fang Zheng's mind was in turmoil, and he was in no mood to do anything but get back to the yamen as soon as possible to arrange things for his subordinates. If I go to the capital, I probably won't be able to return for a while. The sheer magnitude of this reward made him increasingly uneasy. Bestowing upon him a noble title was already an immense honor. Now that he has been posthumously appointed as the junior Grand Master of the Court of Imperial Sacrifices, something seems amiss. Xiao Tao walked to Bai Yi's side and helped her up. Miss, if there's anything, talk to my young master later. It's not appropriate now. Bai Yi was clearly still recovering. She coughed twice and bowed gracefully, saying, My family has all perished in the flood, and I have nowhere to go. I'm willing to stay by your side to repay your kindness. Fang Zheng glanced at Bai Yi. She had regained consciousness, and her features were even more lively. Her already stunning beauty was enhanced with a touch of ethereal charm. Bai Yi, how do you know it was me who saved you? Not only did the imperial edict make Fang Zheng feel something was wrong, but this woman was also strange. Although he was extremely beautiful, Fang Xiao had seen it all in his previous life, so he wouldn't be unable to control himself. Be especially wary of things that are delivered to your door. This woman has an extraordinary temperament and appearance. She wants to be his slave right away. Haha, dream on. Bai Yi woke up a few times. It was the doctor who told me that Lord Fang had saved me. Bai Yi knelt weakly on the ground, her breathing still uneven. Stand up and speak. Where are you from and what do you do? I am from Jianjiang Prefecture. My family is in the porcelain business. All my family members died in the flood, leaving only me. I am fortunate to have been saved by Lord Fang. As she spoke, Bai Yi began to sob, looking utterly pitiful. The cries were heart-wrenching and the emotions were genuine. Xiao Tao felt a pang of sympathy for the girl. Her own parents had also passed away early, and if she hadn't met Fang Zheng, she probably would have faced an even more miserable situation. Thinking of this, he quickly went up to comfort Bai Yi. Fang Zheng observed carefully and found that it didn't seem fake. He had seen many people in Taoyuan County whose parents had died young, and they all behaved similarly. However, when she mentioned the word porcelain, Fang Zheng immediately felt a headache coming on. If it weren't for Li Long, the porcelain merchant, his peaceful life wouldn't have been disrupted. So he said impatiently, "Oh, I know. The flood in Jianjiang has been resolved. Now that you're better, go home. Xiao Tao, remember to arrange some travel expenses for her when she leaves. Let's go. Let's go back to the government office." After saying that, he turned and left, leaving Bai Yi standing there dumbfounded. Watching Fang Zheng's receding figure, Bai Yi touched her pretty face, feeling somewhat skeptical about life. In the 16 years since I was born, I have never been treated so disrespectfully. Even when my family was destroyed, no man had ever been so cold to me. Is she not interested in women? Am I ugly? While I was pondering this, Fang Zheng unexpectedly walked back from a distance. Upon seeing Fang Zheng, a hint of joy flashed across Bai Yi's face. He was faking it all. All men are the same. They just play hard to get. As soon as Fang Zheng entered, Bai Yi composed herself and resumed her melancholy and resentful demeanor. Lord Fang. Oh, I forgot to tell you, when you get back to Jianjiang and settle things, remember to send back your travel expenses and medical bills. Young lady, although I sympathize with your loss of a loved one, even the landlord's family has no surplus grain. I hope you can understand. Xiao Tao, let's go. After saying that, Fang Zheng turned and left again. Bai Yi's face suddenly flushed, and she stared wide-eyed at Fang Zheng's retreating figure. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Bai Yi covered her mouth and coughed violently, a trickle of blood flowing down between her fingers. Instantly, Bai Yi was overwhelmed by a tremendous sense of embarrassment. I've never been so humiliated in my life. How dare a mere county magistrate insult me like this? However, the thought that he had been granted a title at such a young age and would eventually enter the court of imperial sacrifices was quite unsettling. Bai Yi clenched her fists in shame and indignation, looked at Fang Zheng's back, pursed her lips, gritted her teeth, and staggered after him. Xiao Tao and the others are walking on the road ahead. Fang Zheng was still cursing under his breath. Damn sedan chair carriers, they ran away too. That bastard only gave him half of the money when he went to the county office to collect it. Do you understand? Oh, Zhang Biao turned around and said, "Young master, that woman is following us." Huh? Fang Zheng turned around and saw that Bai Yi had actually followed. He was panting heavily after every step he took. He looked like he was having a very difficult time. You're still chasing me even in this state? Are you trying to cling to me? Run. Get back here right now. After saying that, Fang Zheng and the other two started running forward. Bai Yi chased after him. When she saw Fang Zheng turn around, she immediately put on a smile and was about to raise her hand to call out when she saw Fang Zheng turn his head away again and run far away. Bai Yi stood there stunned, her heart suddenly feeling like a spice box had been overturned, sour, bitter, spicy, but no sweetness. This was a completely new experience she had never had before. A mouthful of blood spurted out. As the sun set, Bai Yi collapsed limply onto the deserted street, looking utterly desolate. County government backyard. Fang Zheng looked at Bai Yi lying on the stretcher at his feet with a gloomy face. She was still unconscious, and her chest was stained with blood. It seemed that her condition was serious. Zhang Biao, are you an idiot? This woman is clearly clinging to me. You'd better bring her back. Zhang Biao stammered. Young master, she seemed to want to talk to you earlier. Wouldn't it be perfect if I brought her back? Fang Zheng was at his wit's end with this persistent woman, and said helplessly, All right. What's the point of saying Anything more now? Hurry up and take her to the clinic. Get rid of her as soon as she recovers. Just as Zhang Biao was about to take Bai Yi away, Bai Yi, who had been unconscious, suddenly reached out and grabbed Fang Zheng's trouser leg, sobbing pitifully in her unconscious state. Father, Mother, Bai Yi misses you so much. Seeing this, Xiao Tao looked at Fang Zheng with a look of pity and pleaded, Young master, why don't we keep him? Look at him. He's an orphan and quite pitiful. Where'll he go in the future? Our Taoyuan County doesn't need another one person. Upon seeing that she was pulling on his trouser leg, Fang Zheng immediately squatted down to examine Bai Yi closely. Bai Yi was still talking in her sleep with her eyes closed, and the content of her words was so heartbreaking that anyone who saw or heard them would be moved to tears. Fang Zheng stroked his chin, thinking to himself, this woman is just strange in a way. Even her sleep talking is so logical. Xiao Tao, tickle her twice. Chapter 39 Tears of Joy. Xiao Tao rolled her eyes upon hearing this. Why are you tickling her? Young master, I feel like you're on guard against her. Fang Zheng clicked his tongue and said, Look, as soon as she woke up, she started fawning over me. It's clear she's lusting after me and has ulterior motives. Young master, I call this keeping myself clean. In this day and age, it's always better for a boy to be careful when he's out and about. Bai Yi's body twitched almost imperceptibly. Xiao Tao gave Fang Zheng a disdainful look, then lowered her head and asked, Young master, are you not planning to keep her here? Fang Zheng also looked down and sized up Bai Yi's pretty face. He couldn't help but feel a little tempted to keep her. Having such a beautiful maid is a pleasure to look at and makes one feel very proud to be seen with her. Of course, Xiao Tao is the best. She's only the second in command when she arrives. However, thinking about how disgusted I was by that ingrately long, I instinctively felt a bit resistant to people of unknown origin. After thinking it over, he decided against it and said, Forget it. Let's take her to the clinic. She's unlikely to wake up. Anyway, we're heading to the capital tomorrow. We can't possibly bring a sickly person with us. After saying that, he told Zhang Biao to carry the person away. But Bai Yi's hand remained firmly gripping Fang Zheng's trouser leg. Fang Zheng tried to shake it off a few times, but to no avail. He squatted down and tried to pry her fingers open again, but he didn't expect this little vixen's fingers to be so strong. He tried his best, but couldn't pry them open. The three of them immediately stared at each other. Zhang Biao leaned closer and said, Young master, let me do it. Get out of the way, you'll break her fingers. Fang Zheng had witnessed Zhang Biao's innate superhuman strength. Putting aside everything else, just the fact that he carried 1,000 taels of silver around the streets every day was something that only a few people in the entire Jing kingdom could do. Seeing that there was really no other way, Fang Zheng had no choice but to squat down. He covered Bai Yi's mouth with one hand and inserted 2 fingers into her nostrils with the other. A short while later, accompanied by Bai Yi's coughing sounds, her hand loosened. Zhang Biao clapped his hands wildly, exclaiming in admiration, Brilliant! Young master really knows how to do things. Learn well from me, young master. You're still too green. Xiao Tao watched the two of them flattering each other speechlessly. After all these years, she still couldn't get used to it. As the only normal person in the backyard of the county government office, my life is really too difficult. Bai Yi was woken up by the urge to breathe, her chest heaving. Head bowed, face flushed, eyes brimming with tears. I experienced several humiliations in just half a day. I was chased away, scorned, and finally had my nose poked. Fang Zheng, I will definitely tear you to pieces someday. And that brain-dead Zhang Biao too. You're awake? Miss Bai Yi? Can you still walk now? Fang Zheng asked with a very concerned expression. However, Bai Yi kept her head down and breathing heavily. At this moment, she did not dare to look up for fear that Fang Zheng would notice something was amiss. After a while, with tears welling up in her eyes, she immediately fell to the ground and cried out, Lord Fang, you have saved me once again. I have no way to repay you, but to serve you as my servant. My parents have passed away, and I have nowhere else to go. I only wish to follow Lord Fang to repay your kindness. May the spirits of my parents rest in peace. I hope you will not abandon me and will take me in. After saying that, Bai Yi raised her head and looked at Fang Zheng with tears in her eyes. Fang Zheng shook his head and said righteously, There's no need for that. If Miss Bai really wants to repay this official, she might as well find a job in Taoyuan County. In this county, there is nothing more honorable than paying taxes. Besides, the salary at the county government office is not high, and there aren't many jobs suitable for women. Why don't you find a spinning job in Taoyuan County? That way, you can pay off your medical expenses faster in the future. As for your identity and household registration, I'll take care of those for you free of charge. Fang Zheng also emphasized the word free to demonstrate Taoyuan County's humane management. Money, money, money. Did you die poor in your past life? Money is on his mind every single sentence. He was on the verge of a breakdown. Fang Zheng was completely unresponsive and seemed to have no interest in anything except money. If it weren't for the deep-seated hatred she carried, all she would want to do right now is escape, get as far away from this money-grubbing man as possible, and never want to see him again. But helplessly, she had to suppress her resentment in order to achieve her goal, and continued with a sorrowful tone. My father taught me from a young age to be grateful and repay kindness. Lord Fang has given me his second life. If I cannot serve you, I fear my parents' spirits in heaven will not rest in peace. It's okay, you'll be reincarnated. You? Bai Yi was struck dumb, almost unable to hold back her curses, but fortunately, a sliver of reason remained, allowing her to bite her tongue hard. A hint of sweet and pungent flavor slowly spread in my mouth. Bai Yi gritted, härtigt, konstantly ändring herself. You can do it. You can do it. You've already lost face enough. If you fail, all your previous efforts will have been wasted. So, Bai Yi hardened her heart, knelt down in front of Fang Zheng, and slammed her head down hard with a thud. Please, please, please. Fang Zheng and the other two were stunned. How much did they want to repay this kindness? They were kowtowing so fiercely. Fang Zheng was deeply moved. What did I, young Master Fang, do to deserve such a stunningly beautiful girl fawning over me like this? I've lived a life of incredible happiness. Oh, Miss Bai, there's no need for that. I'll waive you medical fees. Xiao Tao couldn't bear to watch any longer. The girl in front of her was about the same age as herself and had the same experience. Bai Yi's pain resonated with her. So Xiao Tao tugged at Fang Zheng's sleeve and said, Young master, why don't you take her in? I'm too busy by myself. Having another person would be good. Fang Zheng was also weighing the situation in his mind. Perhaps he was overthinking it, since he was the one who brought the person back on his own initiative. Since Xiao Tao wants an assistant, that's fine. She has indeed been quite busy these past few years. After Taoyuan County started operating, he basically stopped caring about anything. He passed everything on to Xiao Tao to handle. A young girl in the prime of her life had no time for entertainment and spent all her time helping him with official business. She also didn't have any playmates. He really owed her too much. Perhaps Xiao Tao really wants to find a partner. Having figured things out, Fang Zheng stared at Bai Yi and slowly said, Miss Bai, since you insist on repaying my kindness by my side, I have no reason to refuse you. From now on, you will be Xiao Tao's maid. Don't underestimate Xiao Tao just because she's my maid. She's my own sister. From now on, you must be diligent in your work and not give up halfway. Do whatever she asks you to do. As for the monthly allowance, it's 3 taels of silver per month. The previous medical expenses will be deducted from the monthly allowance. Are you willing to accept that? A maid's maid? And those damn medical bills. Weren't they supposed to be waived? He lowered her head again, her fists clenched so tightly that her nails dug deep into her flesh. But now there were no more tears. She had long since run out of tears and could only sob. Why are you crying? Is this a yes or a no? Fang Zheng asked. Min is crying tears of joy. I promise. I promise. Chapter 40 Arrangement. After Bai Yi agreed, she immediately fainted. Fang Zheng touched his head and laughed. I was so happy that I fainted. Xiao Tao, she's in your care from now on. You can arrange everything. First, get her a room and then call the doctor over. I don't know whether I should take her to the capital in this state. Fang Zheng then ordered Zhang Biao to recall everyone in the county government. During this trip, I must make sure to arrange everything properly to ensure the normal operation of Taoyuan County. Optimistically, he should be able to come back at least once a week. Pessimistically, he might not be able to come back for several months. If he went to the capital and came back to find the county in a complete mess, he wouldn't be able to handle the shock. Destroying a building is easy, but rebuilding is difficult. Taoyuan County is the culmination of 7 years of his hard work, and it cannot be destroyed. Soon, hundreds of people gathered in the county government hall. Fang Zheng sat tall behind his desk, his expression serious, and said, Gentlemen, you should all know that I am going to the capital. This trip will take us away from the county for some time. So, Taoyuan County will have to rely on you all for some time to come. I reiterate my requirements. All personnel in the county government must act in accordance with the regulations. As for the common people, they may do whatever is not prohibited by law. However, any official who bullies men or oppresses women shall be punished with 20 strokes of a cane and expelled from Taoyuan County. For the disabled and vulnerable, we should promptly help those in distress and need, and provide emergency relief to the poor, but not to the lazy. Let them fend for themselves. Criminal Investigation Department. If anyone commits a crime, investigate and prosecute them according to the law. No private torture is allowed. No torture to extract confessions. If the crime is so heinous that it is outrageous to both God and man, the maximum punishment is 100 lashes. If the crime warrants execution, execute him. I will not let you decide what to do. Upon my return, I will review the records. Public Security Bureau. When patrolling the streets, pay attention to the intruders, keep timely records, and do not disturb them except in extreme circumstances. Master, I have something to report. Before Fang Zheng could finish speaking, he was suddenly interrupted. Upon closer inspection, he saw that it was a squad leader from the Public Security Bureau named Kushao. What is it? Speak. Kushao said nervously. Master, a few days ago, more than a dozen unfamiliar faces came to Taoyuan County. We found that this group of people was a bit strange. Later, the Public Security Bureau and the Criminal Investigation Bureau conducted a joint investigation and found that this group of people were spies from other places who came from the capital. After rigorous interrogation, the group said they were imperial guards from the capital, ordered to investigate Taoyuan County. Fang Zheng broke out in a cold sweat. A spy from the capital. He's been detained in Taoyuan County. I had no idea this happened. If it were someone from the palace, I'd be in big trouble. He immediately flew into a rage. Why didn't anyone report this to me? Kushao hesitated and said, Sir, we wanted to wait until everything was investigated thoroughly before reporting it. We initially thought they were just spouting nonsense. How could we possibly catch the imperial guards from the capital so easily? So we always assumed they were lying to us. Where is he now? Has he been subjected to vigilante justice? Inside the county jail, they didn't do anything illegal or disorderly. They just kept subtly inquiring about various things in our Taoyuan County, so no extrajudicial punishment was used. However, Kushao's cold sweat slowly dripped down. But what? Speak quickly. Fang Zheng was so angry that he exclaimed, One Buddha ascends to heaven, 2 Buddhas are born. Such a huge blunder could happen right under our noses. If we weren't too busy dealing with these people right now, they would all be lined up and getting punished. We hired the owner of Taoyuan Milk Tea Shop to sing for them for 5 days, and they couldn't take it anymore, so they confessed everything. Okay. Fang Zheng was overjoyed. They were a bunch of talented people. He decided to start the brainwashing and absurd stuff. These so-called interior guards seemed to be a bunch of noobs. He then asked in bewilderment, Doesn't the bubble tea shop owner get tired after singing for 5 days straight? Xiao Tao quickly covered her eyes. The young master was always like this. His attention would inexplicably drift elsewhere, and she couldn't bear to look. Ku Xiaochan laughed and said, Not tired at all. Everyone knows that song, but the boss sings it the best. We put up an ad outside that pays people to sing, and people are lining up to go on stage. Then, sir, what should we do with those people? Fang Zheng rubbed his temples, feeling a surge of irritation. What else can we do? Release them. Treat them to good food and drink. Take them to bathe. Release them again in a week, and give each of them 20 taels of silver before they leave. If anything like this happens again, and you don't report it soon, I'll tie you all up and make you listen to music until you die. Got it. Kushao snapped to attention. Yes, sir. Understood. Fang Zheng slammed his gavel once. Where was I? Never mind. In short, everything is as usual. Just do what you normally do when I'm gone. Zhang Biao will accompany me to the capital. So he Jingming, the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, will temporarily take over his position. He Jingming, you'd better live your life carefully. If there are any security problems, you'll be the first to be held accountable. He Jingming stepped forward and immediately clasped his hands in response. As for my duties, they will be temporarily assumed by A.O. Chun, the head of the Criminal Investigation Department. Remember, focus solely on solving cases and nothing else. If there is any emergency, immediately send a messenger to the capital. With the general arrangements made, Fang Zheng slammed the gavel down again with a resounding bang. I may return to Taoyuan County at any time after I leave. Everyone, please perform your duties and do your jobs well. I'm watching you all. You may all disperse. As the crowd gradually dispersed, many lingered, reluctant to leave, their eyes filled with reluctance as they gazed in Fang Zhengyi's direction, seemingly wanting to say something but holding back. Fang Zhengyi could easily read the expressions in everyone's eyes, and he felt a mix of emotions. He waved weakly, and then the crowd finally dispersed. Then he instructed Xiao Tao, Give me 120,000 taels of silver. We need to buy a house in the capital first, and it will take a lot of money to smooth things over. This young master is going to have to bleed a lot this time, but the opportunity for Taoyuan County to make a fortune is also coming. Chapter 41. The streets were deserted. Fang Zheng and his group were about to set off. He was about to head to the capital to meet the emperor. The trip to Beijing was originally intended to include only Xiao Tao and Zhang Biao, But after Bai Yi's persistent pleading, they decided to bring her along as well. Early in the morning, the people of Taoyuan County got up almost in the middle of the night and waited at the city gate. The officials in the county government, in particular, arrived even earlier. They were the first to take up their posts in Taoyuan County and the first to follow Fang Zheng. The longer you spend together, the deeper your feelings become, and naturally you'll feel even more reluctant to part ways. It was still dark, the sky was gloomy, and a strong wind was howling. Although the weather is warmed up at this time of year, the cold wind blowing on your face still feels like being pricked by fine needles. However, no one said a word. They simply carried their lanterns and waited silently for the magistrate to leave the city. Zhang Laolu from Laolu Restaurant and Lu Fa, the Yamen runner, also arrived. They saw each other in the crowd, but there was no resentment in their eyes. They simply nodded to each other with heavy expressions. Suddenly someone shouted, "The carriage is here." The crowd turned to look. Fang Zheng's carriage was slowly approaching the city gate. Seeing the crowd gathered around, the driver slowed down even further. Inside the car, Fang Zheng was engrossed in reading a novel when suddenly the carriage shook slightly. As he looked at his book, he asked, "Why is the car stopped?" Xiao Tao drew back the curtains, her mouth agape in surprise. "Young master, look." Fang Zheng glanced to the side and saw through the car window a large group of people outside and couldn't help but sigh. "Get off." Fang Zheng was the first to climb out of the carriage and stand on it. As soon as Fang Zheng came out, everyone stepped forward, bowing or waving to greet him. Bai Yi followed behind him and witnessed this spectacular scene. She was secretly astonished. Fang Zheng was so popular. No wonder the emperor valued him so highly. After Zhang Laolu finished his greetings, he hesitated for a while, but he didn't hesitate for long before stamping his foot and moving closer to Fang Zheng. He pulled a jar of wine from his pocket, choking back tears, and said, "Master, this is wine I warmed this morning. The weather is still cold. Have a little on the way." Fang Zheng nodded and took the wine jar. This seemed to ignite everyone's enthusiasm, and everyone started taking out various things and handing them onto the carriage, while Xiao Tao and Bai Yi were also constantly collecting things. Soon the carriage was filled with all sorts of things. Fang Zheng hurriedly said, "Kuxiao, maintain order. I appreciate everyone's kindness. Please don't send any more. Please don't send any more." Despite Fang Zheng's shouts, the people behind him continued to push forward regardless, and some even started throwing things onto the carriage in their haste. Eggs and vegetable leaves flew everywhere. Fang Zheng's face darkened, and he quickly instructed the clerk to move the items from the car one by one. After a good half-hour commotion, the situation finally calmed down. Fang Zheng looked behind him and saw that many people were rushing over. The crowd was growing larger and larger, so he sighed again. "Let's not take the carriage, let's walk instead." The group jumped off the carriage and began to slowly walk towards the city gate. The crowd was unusually quiet at this moment, and they simply walked slowly alongside Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng walked in the middle, with streetlights twinkling on both sides of the street. The short stretch of road seemed to stretch endlessly, with countless people lining the streets. Fang Zheng tried hard to see each person's face clearly. These people were the people who had struggled alongside him, building Taoyuan County brick by brick, and the merchants, officials, and commoners who had shared hardships with him in Taoyuan County. After this departure, he feared he would find it difficult to stay in Taoyuan County any longer, and his past efforts seemed to have been in vain. This place has long been his home in this life, and now he's about to embark on another adventure? The crowd had reached the city gate, but there was still a large space around Fang Zheng. The people dared not cross the line, for fear of blocking Fang Zheng's way. Once outside the city gate, someone whispered, "Sir, take care and return soon. Please be careful on your journey, sir. Remember to come back soon, sir." Each word of advice was carefully suppressed, gradually becoming a unified expression of his overwhelming emotions. Fang Zheng didn't dare to look back, but as the volume of the voice grew louder, he finally couldn't help but stop and turn around. Seeing the endless lights stretching into the city, hot tears finally welled up in her eyes, but she quickly wiped them away with her sleeve the next second. Then he shouted at the people in front of him, "You bunch of troublemakers. You made me, your master, come out for a walk in this freezing weather, and the wind is making my eyes hurt." Seeing this, Zhang Laolu, Lu Fa, and the others who were closest felt as if their hearts were being stabbed with a knife, and they couldn't help but cover their faces and cry. When Fang Zheng was building Taoyuan County, he personally tilled the land, cooked porridge and distributed grain, carried soil to build the city, and took care of sick people. No matter how hard or difficult it was, he always had a smile on his face. Now, they actually saw the master moved. They would rather see Fang Zheng being carefree than see him sad. Zhang Laolu was crying uncontrollably. Lu Fa looked at this old man who had once caused him to be beaten, and felt a pang of sadness in his heart. He couldn't help but pat Zhang Laoyu's shoulder and whisper, "Master will come back. Don't cry." Zhang Laolu wiped away his tears, blew his nose, and sobbed. "What are you coming back for? Yesterday, we all heard that Master is going to the capital to serve as the junior chamberlain." "Do you know what the junior chamberlain is?" "We've all inquired about it. He's the emperor's teacher. We all know that. How could we let our master stay in such a small place as Taoyuan County for the rest of his life? Master is destined for greatness, to become a general or a prime minister. We commoners must not stand in his way." Upon hearing this, Liu Fa dejectedly lowered his hand and looked at Fang Zheng with a slightly sad expression. Fang Zheng felt that if he stayed any longer, he might lose his composure again, so he waved his hand, wanting everyone to disperse quickly. "But when I opened my mouth, I found that I had lost my voice. My throat was tight, and I couldn't speak." He had no choice but to climb into the carriage first. Xiao Tao and the others who were originally accompanying him were also deeply moved. As soon as Fang Zheng got into the car, they quickly followed suit. Once everyone was assembled, the driver began to crack his whip, and the wheels rolled on, slowly heading towards the capital. Fang Zheng lay down in the carriage, unfolded a book, and covered his face, as if he had fallen asleep. Xiao Tao and Zhang Biao sat to the side, heads bowed, wiping away tears without uttering a word. Only Bai Yi was deeply shocked and felt completely bewildered. He secretly lifted the curtain of the car window and stared blankly at the people seeing him off as they got further and further away. The throngs of people were still crowding the city gate, and they lingered there for a long time. Chapter 42 Fang, the bully enters Beijing. In the imperial court, as was customary, the officials presented their reports on state affairs one by one. Li Yuan Zhao was still placed kneeling to the side, but at this moment he seemed a little scratching his head and twisting left and right. The reason was simple. A court official mentioned Fang Zheng again. 2 days had passed since the imperial decree was issued, and the eunuch who went to deliver it actually made a round trip on the same day, reporting back to the palace. Why is Fang Zheng making no move? Looking at the group of old faces below the stage, Li Yuan Zhao felt utterly bored. Guo Tianyang, who was standing to the side, saw the crown prince behaving inappropriately and quickly nudged him. Emperor Jing had obviously noticed it as well, giving him a casual glance. "Aren't you all curious about what kind of person Fang Zheng is? I think you'll find out when you meet him tomorrow." Li Yuan Zhao straightened his back and nodded vigorously. "Come quick. My tiger and leopard enclosure is waiting to be renovated." Li Yinsong smiled slightly and said, "I was also very much looking forward to hearing your majesty mention this old minister, Fang Zheng. This young man was able to work diligently for several years in a remote county where no one cared about him, which shows his excellent character and perseverance. Furthermore, the crown prince also likes this person. It would be perfect to have such a good teacher and helpful friend by one's side. This old minister congratulates your majesty on finding such a talented person." Zheng Qiao nodded in agreement. Civil servants, people like hard-working and down-to-earth young people. Doing more and talking less is the right way. Able to endure loneliness. Efficient in handling affairs. This person is young, yet acts with composure, and is favored by his majesty. He may have the opportunity to enter the cabinet in the future. He then said, "Indeed, according to this person has the demeanor of an ancient minister. Moreover, such a young man is a rare find." Shi Kangping, the vice minister of rights, stroked his beard and chimed in, "Yes, and Fang Zheng is only in his early 20s, which means he was only 10 years old when he passed the imperial examination. What a pity. Such a talent should have been admitted to the Hamlin Academy. But it's not too late now. This fine talent has been further refined. Such a person is truly rare." The court was filled with effusive praise. All the ministers began to look forward to this newcomer who was about to enter the court, as if a virtuous gentleman and a capable minister were about to emerge. Emperor Jing smiled as he watched his ministers flatter him, while Li Yuan Zhao's face turned red with suppressed laughter. Only Guo Tianyang wore a long face, inwardly grumbling. To hell with the old-fashioned ministerial style. If he's a gentleman, then our family is a great man. I never imagined that His Majesty would favor such a person. Once Fang Zheng took off his official robes, he looked like a nobody. Li Yinsong then asked, "What is your Majesty's impression of this person?" Emperor Jing thought for a while, then stammered, "This person is quite unconventional. You said all the nice things, so I have nothing more to say. Fang Zheng is indeed capable, but he is completely unrelated to the concept of a gentleman. Putting everything else aside, have you ever seen a gentleman dump excrement into someone else's house?" Li Yinsong asked in surprise, Your Majesty, what do you mean by original?" Emperor Jing laughed and said, "This man is quite quick-witted The solution to the flood was his idea. Li Yuanzhao looked displeased. What do you mean he thought of it? I was the one who thought of it first. When I propose a plan, I get beaten up, but when others propose a plan, Father Emperor approves. Favoritism. Li Yinsong laughed. It's a good thing that young people have quick wit. It shows they can remain calm in the face of danger and are capable of handling important matters. They're really something. Emperor Jing smiled and nodded, then said, That's enough for today. Court may adjourn if there's nothing else. After the court session, Emperor Jing went straight back to the Hall of Mental Cultivation. Looking at the memorials on the table, he then took out the intelligence report written by Cheng Si and others and began to read it carefully. It was full of fantastical words, such as earth-shattering events, mountain collapses, and sudden bursts of fire. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he turned to Guo Tianyang and said, Guo, why haven't you replied to the spies I asked you to send to Taoyuan County? Guo Tianyang said awkwardly, Your Majesty, this old servant made arrangements a long time ago, but there has been no news to this day. Perhaps we gained a lot. That's why we came back a little late. Emperor Jing snorted coldly. Then I might as well go and ask Fang Zheng directly. What use are you? This servant deserves to die 10,000 times. Guo Tianyang knelt down skillfully. Emperor Jing looked at the memorial in his hand and said, I am the son of heaven, and I thought I had seen all the sights in the world. I never expected to find Taoyuan County, and such a meritorious deed. If this was made by a craftsman, wouldn't it make us invincible on the battlefield? Forget it, I'll just ask Fang Zheng directly. Where's Fang Zheng now? Upon hearing this question, Guo Tianyang perked up. Your Majesty? Fang Zheng brought 3 people with him on this trip, 2 maids and that Zhang Biao. They should be settling into their accommodations now, but that girl named Xiao Tao has been sent out by him. Oh, what are they sent out for? Emperor Jing wondered. They're searching the entire capital for someone named Li Long. He's probably plotting revenge. Ha 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 ha. Emperor Jing burst into laughter. As expected, he's got a vengeful nature. I'm curious to see how he'll behave when he sees me tomorrow. Inner city, north of the city. As soon as Fang Zheng and his group entered the city, they found a house for sale through a real estate agency. They had inquired about it carefully beforehand. Fang Zheng was now lying on his master's chair, with Bai Yi serving him, occasionally offering him a piece of dried fruit to chew on. Before him stood the owner of the house, Jia Liang, shivering. Beside him stood Zhang Biao, shirtless and showing off his muscles in the freezing cold. Fang Zheng muttered while chewing on some dried fruit. How about it, Lao Jia? Your house is so small. 2,000 taels is too much. 1,000 taels is at most. Think about it. Zhao Yang stole a glance at Zhang Biao beside him. Zhang Biao's veins were bulging, his muscles were bulging, and his body was shiny with oil. Zhao Yang was thinking to himself, this group is no ordinary people. The leader was dressed luxuriously, like a noble young master, and his maids were extremely beautiful. He was clearly not an ordinary person. As soon as he entered the room, he took over his chair and then started haggling fiercely. After exchanging a few words and failing to negotiate the price, the guy next to me started taking off his clothes, applying oil, and striking poses. He seemed to have some mental issues. However, unable to ascertain the other party's background and under the threat of force, Zhao Yang dared not say anything more. He could only plead, Young Master Fang, even at the lowest price, this house is worth 1,800 taels. I really can't sell it for this price. Please find someone else. Hey. As he spoke, Zhang Biao's appearance changed from war trampling to demon horns. Zhao Yang's heart skipped a beat, but she still looked firmly at the maid next to Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng said lazily, 900 taels, Xiao Bai. Take out the item and lift it up. Bai Yi, her face long, unfolded the imperial edict and held it high above her head, filled with regret. Who is she calling little Bai? Why did she have to cooperate with these 2 lunatics? Fang Zheng said lazily, Look, old Jia, when I came here I heard that you forced a concubine to take in, driving her to commit suicide by jumping into a well. Is that true? I'm going to the palace to meet His Majesty tomorrow, and I was just worried that I wouldn't have anything to talk about with him. Look, now I have something to say. You're in a restaurant, right? Fulailu. If I put in a good word for you before the emperor, your business will surely flourish. 900 taels is not excessive. Upon seeing the imperial edict, Zhao Yang first examined it carefully, then looked at the seal and immediately broke out in a cold sweat, kneeling down. Then he heard Fang Zheng's threat and panicked again. Young Master Fang, no, Lord Fang, even if the deal falls through, we can still be friends. My concubine was originally given to me by my creditors. Who knew that slut would refuse and jump into the well? It has nothing to do with me. Don't listen to the rumors outside. Fang Zheng said, You're over 50, aren't you? You still have this much energy? How old is that woman? Zhao Yang lowered his head and said, probably 14 or 15, still quite young. What a damn beast. I heard from the brokers that this guy had a terrible track record, so I specifically chose this family to bargain with. I never expected him to be worse than a pig or a dog. Fang Zheng suddenly stood up and said coldly, then I'm not wronging you. 800 taels. Will you sell it or not? Zhao Yang gritted his teeth and said, is Lord Fang here to stand up for that lowly woman? She's just an ordinary woman of low social status. Screw you. I'm talking business with you. At this moment, Zhao Yang also stood up and said loudly, Lord Fang, although I run Fulai Restaurant, it is actually the property of Zhang Chong, the son of the Minister of Revenue. I can choose whether to sell this house or not, but if this matter affects the restaurant's business, then I will truly feel sorry for you, sir. Zhao Yang, being a businessman, didn't want things to escalate too much, but since the other party had threatened him with an imperial edict, he had no choice but to bring out his backing, even though Fu Lai Lu was utterly beneath Zhang Cheng's notice. No matter how arrogant this scoundrel is, he's only a fourth-rank official with a low-ranking baronial title. Surely a second-rank official can't control him? Upon hearing this, Fang Zheng seemed to suddenly calm down, smiled and walked to Zhao Yang's side, patted him on the shoulder and said, Old Jia, it would have been much more profitable to sell it for 1,000 taels. Why did you have to go to this point? Zhao Yang was secretly delighted. It seemed Fang was afraid. So he quickly seized the opportunity. All right, since Lord Fang likes it, then 1,000 taels will do. No sooner had he finished speaking than Fang Zheng whispered in his ear, but I'm a scoundrel, and I will never allow anyone to be worse than me in front of me. Do you think the Minister of Revenue would offend me over a dog? 700 taels. Although Fang Zheng was nominally a county magistrate after transmigrating, he also worked as a bandit for 2 years, kidnapping many merchants. After all, in a chaotic world, one cannot stand firm without being ruthless. What Minister of Revenue? So what if he offended him? Now he's in the imperial court. The various technologies Taoyuan County possesses give him immense confidence. A mere Minister of Revenue can't possibly bring him down. Zhao Yang panicked completely. This guy was crazy. He was afraid of nothing. How could he possibly talk like this? It was obvious he was here to kill him. Fine. 700 taels it is. Zhao Yang made up his mind. He would sell it, and then go back to complain to the young master. Fang Zheng sighed as he looked at the well in the courtyard and said, I was angry and hurt myself. In addition, someone died in your courtyard. It's too unlucky. 600 taels. Fine. Zhao Yang said through gritted teeth, his head bowed. Fang Zheng smiled broadly. Good. Brother Jia is really straightforward. Zhang Biao, take out the money and give him a job. Zhang Biao eagerly took out a package of 500 taels of silver and pulled out a 1-tael ingot from it. He clasped his hands together in front of Zhao Yang and pressed down hard. The silver ingot instantly turned into a silver cake. Fang Zheng picked up the silver ingot and said with a smile, Look, you've never seen silver like this on the market, have you? It even has such exquisite palm print on it, which shows that it has artistic value. Besides, my bodyguard performances don't come cheap. So here's the silver, plus the rest in that bag, a total of 500 taels. How about it? A faint blush crept into Zhao Yang's eyes, and his hands trembled as he accepted the silver ingot that Fang Zheng offered him. He said, enunciating each word clearly, 500 it is, Lord Fang. Please do as you please. Ha ha. Good. Great. Let's go get the land deed. After saying that, Fang Zheng turned around and sat back down in his chair. Bai Yi stared in astonishment at the absurd scene before her, her mind in turmoil. Zhao Yang felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He quickly took the land deed, completed the handover, picked up the silver, and ran out of the house without even packing up. Looking at his retreating figure, Fang Zheng sighed. He's really got some energy for his age. Carrying 500 taels, he can still run so fast. Then he added, all right, this is our new home now. I'll go take a look around first. You guys go inside and see if there's anything valuable junk we can take out in exchange for money. After saying that, he walked away unsteadily with his hands behind his back. Bai Yi swallowed hard and whispered to Zhang Biao, Is the young master that short of money? Zhang Biao chuckled twice and scratched his head. I don't lack money, but people will starve to death if they don't have any. I'm terrified of being poor, Bai Yi pondered for a moment, then whispered, Was he like this before? After saying that, he made a few hand-chop gestures at his neck. Zhang Biao clicked his tongue, stroked his chin, and recalled, No, it wasn't like this before. The young master's temper has improved a lot in the past few years. If this had happened a few years ago, that old man would have been beheaded in Taoyuan County by now. Chapter 43 Long Live the Emperor. The following day, at Shin time, Bai Yi rubbed her sleepy eyes and knocked on Fang Zheng's door. Fang Zheng was still fast asleep when Bai Yi saw this, and carefully walked over, squatted down, and began to observe him. She had experienced countless things since birth, but this was the first time she had ever met such a peculiar person. Fang Zheng, standing in front of me, had his mouth slightly open, drool hanging from his lips, and even when he slept, he looked carefree. He has handsome features and looks like a refined gentleman, but he does things that are incomprehensible and acts like a hooligan. Even the people he brought with him were strange. Just as Bai was about to take a closer look, Fang Zheng suddenly flipped over and did a one-armed giant swing. A punch landed squarely on her pretty face. Bai collapsed to the ground, clutching her right cheek, her eyes wide with tears and resentment. Damn it! Why? Why do you always hurt me? Bai angrily scrambled to her feet, shoving Fang Zheng a couple of times, and shouted, "Young master, get up. It's time for the morning court session." There was no response after waiting for a while. Bai shouted twice more helplessly, "Get up, young master." There was still no response. Fang Zheng was fast asleep and completely oblivious. Suddenly, a sly glint flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. She covered his mouth with one hand and disgustedly stuck the other hand into Fang Zheng's nostril. A moment later, Fang Zheng was jolted awake, sat up, and said with bloodshot eyes, "What are you doing?" Seeing his discomfiture, Bai Yi was secretly pleased. She lowered her head and said meekly, "Young master, it's time for the morning court session. If we're any later, it will be too late. After breakfast, we should wait at the Meridian Gate. If we're any later, I'm afraid we won't have enough time." Fang Zheng took a deep breath, feeling extremely agitated. "Yes, I had to go to court at 5 a.m. and went to bed around 10 p.m., so I only got less than 7 hours of sleep. Isn't that killing me?" He rubbed his eyes, annoyed, and said, "I know, but where's Xiao Tao? Xiao Tao spent the whole day in town yesterday and hasn't woken up yet, so I came to wake you." Fang Zheng thought for a moment. "Indeed, I sent Xiao Tao to the city yesterday to look for Li Long. She searched all day but didn't find him. She was exhausted, though. It's good to let her sleep a little longer." So he stood up, raised his hand, and said, "Okay, get dressed." "Huh." Bai Yi raised her pretty face, dumbfounded. She didn't know how. "I've never worn clothes for a man in my entire life." "What do you mean, huh?" "Get dressed." Fang Zheng stood there with his eyes closed, looking impatient. Bai Yi stammered, "I don't know how." "What a useless maid." Fang Zheng opened his eyes, put his hands on his hips, and declared confidently, "I don't know how either. I haven't dressed myself in 3 or 4 years, and my life skills have long since deteriorated to the level of my maternal grandmother's. Without Xiao Tao, he was already half-crippled, and now he's found another half-crippled person to take care of him. How can we live like this?" Bai Yi inwardly grumbled, but said helplessly, "Then I'll go call Xiao Tao." "No need. Let her sleep for a while. You get dressed. Learn properly. You can't even dress yourself properly. How can I take you out like this, young master?" Bai Yi pouted. "Aren't you the same way? A grown man can't even dress himself." In the end, Bai Yi hurriedly helped Fang Zheng put on his official robes. As she tied the last strap, Bai Yi wiped the sweat from her forehead, let out a long breath, and felt a sense of victory. Fang Zheng looked in the mirror and pouted, "It's passable." "NM." Bai Yi remained expressionless and silent. "Hey, why is your face swollen?" "Stiff neck." "Hey, this is fresh." After all that fuss, there wasn't much time left before breakfast was ready. Fang Zheng hurriedly boarded the carriage, turned to Bai Yi and said, "You don't need to pick me up. I'll come back by myself next time. Get everything ready for the house today. If you don't understand something, learn more from Xiao Tao." After saying that, he climbed into the carriage. Once inside the carriage, Fang Zheng found a corner to huddle in, thinking that he should still be on time. Those people couldn't possibly be going to court at the earliest possible time. A bunch of old men couldn't handle that. As she was thinking, she slowly drifted off to sleep again. The morning bell has already rung. Emperor Jing felt exceptionally refreshed today. Yesterday, upon hearing Guo Tianyang's report that Xiao Tao had been searching for him in the capital for an entire day, Emperor Jing was overjoyed. It was quite interesting, and he was now slightly excited and looking forward to Fang Zheng's reaction after seeing him. The courtiers were seated, and Emperor Jing scanned the audience, but did not see Fang Zheng. He suddenly frowned and said, "Where is Fang Zheng? He received the imperial decree 3 days ago. Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Li Yinsong looked around and, finding no unfamiliar faces, said, "Your Majesty, perhaps the journey is too long and they have been delayed on the way." Emperor Jing, his face contorted with anger, said, "Taoyuan County is at most a 2-day round trip from here. Guards, seize Fang Zheng." Before the words were finished, a man pulling up his trousers and running hurriedly into the main hall with his head down. Unexpectedly, he stepped on his pants and slid down to his knees in the center of the hall. In an instant, the hall fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. All eyes turned to Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng lowered his head, cold sweat slowly trickling down his forehead. That damned coachman took me all the way to the Meridian Gate, but didn't wake me up. When he woke up, the Meridian Gate was empty. The guards at the gate stopped him from entering, but luckily he had the imperial edict with him, so they let him through. Along the way, the clothes he had dressed him in started to fall off one after another. Finally, having no other choice, he could only pull up his pants and run around the palace, asking for directions along the way before finally reaching the main hall. Fang Zheng lowered his head and looked left and right. The officials on both sides, dressed in court robes, were silently watching him. That's right. It seems that even though he's going to court here, none of those damned Ministry of Rights will come to meet him. I have no idea about the rules of the palace. How would I know where to go to court? As Emperor Jing watched this comical scene, 3 black lines slowly appeared on his forehead. Anger surged up instantly in his heart. You bastard Fang Zheng. I solemnly declared you a talented individual in front of all my officials. Yet you managed to embarrass me so badly once you enter the palace. Guo Tianyang and Li Yuanzhao both clenched their teeth tightly, afraid that they would burst out laughing. For a long time, no one spoke. Emperor Jing clenched his fists, veins bulging, suppressing his anger as he spoke. Who is it? Your Majesty, I, Fang Zheng, pay my respects. Your Majesty is a divine and sagacious ruler, possessing both literary and martial virtues, bestowing blessings upon all people, and unifying the world. This is truly a blessing for our great Jing dynasty and for all its people. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! I have now witnessed the majesty of heaven and was overwhelmed by the dragon's aura. Yet I am also filled with unbridled joy. I have acted improperly before the throne and beg your majesty to punish me. This sinful subject is willing to accept punishment as sweet as honey. Chapter 44, The Art of Licking. As soon as Fang Zheng finished speaking, the minister's expressions changed immediately. This is a complete sycophant. We are all scholars, and we all care about our reputation. We prefer to criticize the emperor and point out the shortcomings of the times, because that is how scholars demonstrate their integrity and their level of knowledge. Court officials throughout history have all had this taste. Is it appropriate for a newcomer like you to start fawning over them like this right away? Even eunuchs wouldn't say things like divine literary and martial prowess. Long live the emperor. The faces of Li Yensong and the other senior officials turned green on the spot. I praised Fang Zheng for his integrity and talent, saying he had the demeanor of an ancient minister. But now I see he's nothing like an ancient minister at all. He's clearly a sycophant who's only good at flattery. Even if he has some talent, it would be a grave danger to the country if such a person were to teach the crown prince. The more scathing the praise was back then, the more painful the embarrassment will be today. Emperor Jing's expression froze instantly, and he was momentarily unable to process what was happening. Is Fang Zheng referring to the emperor? Emperor Jing snapped out of his daze and saw that all the officials were staring at Fang Zheng with gloomy expressions, which made him feel embarrassed. He then flew into a rage and said, How dare you? Fang Zheng, you delay state affairs, and yet you still dare to speak so eloquently and flatteringly in the imperial court. Raise your head. Fang Zheng broke out in a cold sweat and slowly raised his head. Your Majesty, Li Long, Guo Wuda, Li Wan. Fang Zheng stared wide-eyed at Emperor Jing, his scalp tingling instantly. The enemy I've been searching for all day turned out to be Emperor Jing. And that dead eunuch next to him, that's Guo. And on the other side, that grinning brat is the crown prince? Fang Zheng's forehead was covered in cold sweat, which gradually formed a small stream as he kept thinking about whether he had said anything offensive. After thinking it over, it seems that I've only offended that damned eunuch. The emperor and the crown prince should be fine. Seeing that Fang Zheng was staring at him for a long time without making a move, Emperor Jing couldn't help but find it amusing. However, he still kept a straight face and said seriously, What? Do you have anything else to say? Fang Zheng was startled and stammered. Your Majesty, I felt an instant connection with you, as if a spring breeze were blowing on my face. The courtiers covered their faces, unable to bear looking at such a shameless person. They were simply ashamed to share a room with him. Shut up. Stop talking nonsense. I'll ask you why you're not properly dressed, and why you're wearing the robes of a 7th-rank official in court. Where are the court robes I issued you? Looking at Fang Zheng, whose clothes were disheveled, Emperor Jing couldn't help but frown. Although this man was somewhat unruly in Taoyuan County, he was still at least properly dressed. How could he behave like this in the court, showing no respect for the emperor? Fang Zheng gritted his teeth and said, I got lost when I first entered the palace. While running in the palace, I was blown open by a strong wind, so my robes were blown open by the dragon's aura. As for my official robes, this is the only one I have. Fang Zheng cursed the dead eunuch who delivered the imperial edict in his heart. He had dropped the edict and run away, even taking his official robes with him. I had no idea about this matter. Luckily, I met Emperor Jing. He could sense that Emperor Jing held him in high regard in Taoyuan County. If it were any other emperor, he would have been dragged out long ago with so many flaws in his record. Emperor Jing said calmly, "Is that so? In that case, it was my oversight that I granted you the official title, but did not provide you with the official robes." Fang Zheng chuckled twice. No, your majesty is wise. How could such a trivial matter go wrong? It must be my fault. Ministers led by Li Yinsong have begun clutching their chests and frantically taking deep breaths, as if afraid they might collapse from exhaustion. If I had a sword, I probably would have rushed over and killed this bastard on the spot. Under no circumstances should this person be allowed to enter the court of imperial sacrifices. Emperor Jing took in the attitudes of all the officials, gave a cold snort, and said to the crowd, "My dear ministers, let's all speak on how Fang Zheng should be punished." Zhang Dongxiang, who had the most fiery temper, couldn't hold back any longer and pushed through the crowd to come out. He raised his voice and said, "Your Majesty, this man's behavior is unruly, and I fear he will be unable to discipline the crown prince. I beg your Majesty to rescind your order." These words immediately sparked whispers among the crowd. Absolutely, absolutely. This person is a beast in human form, all looks and no substance. But he is a treacherous minister. If the crown prince were to collude with this person, it would be a disgrace to the imperial family. Zhang Gong is truly a pioneer. I'm going to impeach him in a bit. The officials whispered among themselves, but Emperor Jing, being far away, could not hear them at all. However, Fang Zheng, standing in the center of the hall, heard everything clearly. He was used to lording it over everyone in Taoyuan County, and for many years no one dared to speak ill of him. Now that these old fogies are making sarcastic remarks, Fang Zheng's temper is about to flare up. So he stood up and said to Zhang Dongxiang, "May I ask who this gentleman is?" Zhang Dongxiang flicked his sleeves and said proudly, "I am Zhang Dongxiang, Grand Secretary of the Eastern Pavilion. May I ask, Lord Zhang, have I offended you?" "No." "Then why did you ask His Majesty to dismiss me from my post? This was my first audience with the Emperor, and I haven't even taken office yet. What is the reason for dismissing me? I have been disrespectful before the Emperor, but surely my offense is not so grave." Zhang Dongxiang coldly said, "Your crime doesn't warrant this, but you should have some self-awareness. Ever since you entered the palace, you've been using flattery and sycophancy. With your character, you dare to presume to teach the crown prince? It's utterly absurd." Fang Zheng smiled and said, "Lord Zhang, please be careful with your words. From the moment I entered the palace, I have been speaking to His Majesty. Whom have I flattered with my clever words and obsequious manner? Could it be that in Lord Zhang's eyes, His Majesty's achievements today are not worthy of his praise? Is His Majesty's wisdom not worthy of his admiration? I have been fortunate to receive Your Majesty's favor for my work in preventing floods in the Yangtze River. However, I know in my heart that without Your Majesty and the Crown Prince, I would still be nothing more than a lowly 7th-rank county magistrate living in a remote corner of the country. If we're talking about achievements in flood control, Your Majesty and the Crown Prince are the truly meritorious ones. But His Majesty and the Crown Prince dared not take credit, and instead bestowed this honor entirely upon me. Shouldn't I be grateful? This humble official then thinks of His Majesty and the Crown Prince, who, despite their high positions in the court, dare not forget the people's welfare and tirelessly travel to find solutions for flood control. But what about the officials in the court? Is there anyone willing to put their words into action? Lord Zhang, if you wish to dismiss me, that is fine, but you absolutely cannot deny His Majesty and the Crown Prince's achievements. Otherwise I, Fang Zheng, will be the first to object." Emperor Jing blushed and was so embarrassed that he could hardly sit still. He thought to himself, this guy really goes all out. He can even turn black and white. The Crown Prince blushed with excitement. At this moment, his sense of identification with Fang Zheng had reached its peak. "Excellent. I am exactly that kind of person. It seems that the court officials are all muddle-headed and incompetent. Only Fang Zheng can see the excellent qualities in me." Chapter 45 Debate with a group of Confucian scholars. Fang Zheng. Guotianyang chuckled inwardly. This is a classic and brilliant move by Fang Zheng #1. It's called shifting the blame. They tricked us several times in Taoyuan County before, and now they're trying to use the same trick on the Grand Secretary. They're just asking for trouble. Do you really think that by saying a few nice words and praising him a few times, His Majesty will help you put down Zhang Gong? Dream on. Zhang Dongxiang trembled with rage. What a silver tongue. When did I ever say His Majesty was not wise? To flatter someone to their face is not the way of a gentleman. If someone like you is to teach the crown prince, the country will be doomed. Your Majesty, please be wise. Li Yinsong and Zheng Qiao couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. Zhang Gong is good in every way, except that he is too straightforward and impulsive. He gets agitated with just a few words of provocation. In terms of eloquence, he is probably far inferior to the cunning Fang Zheng in front of him. Fang Zheng walked up to Zhang Dong and looked him straight in the eye, saying, Lord Zhang, what do you mean by flattering me to my face? Do you think I'm not speaking from the heart? I always speak my mind directly. I say what I think. In my humble eyes, Your Majesty is a unique and great man, a true hero, an emperor for all ages. Your Majesty is capable of conquering the world on horseback and controlling floods on foot. You are like the sun high in the sky, so bright and outstanding. Although I am far from the court, I'm always concerned about Your Majesty. My only hobby is to raise a cup to the moon to express my longing for you. To be able to meet the emperor and express my admiration. What wrong have I done? Could it be that the high officials of my great Jing kingdom can no longer tolerate their subjects speaking the truth? Can this world ever get any better? How are we, these lowly and outspoken loyal ministers, supposed to live to satisfy you? Thinking of this, tears involuntarily stream down my face. Is the court really this dark? I feel angry, trembling, and cold. After saying this, Fang Zheng pretended to wipe away tears, covered his face with his sleeve, and sobbed. Zhang Dongxiang's eyes widened, his chest heaved, and he was already unsteady on his feet. Fortunately, Zheng Xiao was there to support him from behind. Pointing at Fang Zheng with one finger, he said urgently, You. The officials fell silent. If someone is somewhat shameless, you can still condemn them. But if their face is blatantly shameless, you can only avoid them. That's the situation right now. Seeing that Fang Zheng was not only not ashamed, but also proud, praising His Majesty in every sentence, the crowd could only remain silent. Even the usually sharp-tongued officials were unwilling to utter a single word. What could they possibly say? He hadn't committed a crime. He had merely behaved improperly before the emperor. Moral condemnation? This guy has no morals at all. I thought we were welcoming a rising star in the court, but instead a bug has appeared, and now I can't get rid of it no matter what I do. I'm so angry and frustrated. Emperor Jing felt extremely nauseous at this moment. Such shameless and blatant flattery actually made him feel a tiny bit pleased. However, seeing Zhang Dongxiang's furious reaction, Emperor Jing still put on a stern face and said angrily, Fang Zheng, how dare you be so insolent? Get out of here at once. Zhang Gong is a veteran of 2 dynasties. How can you speak nonsense in front of him? Fang Zheng lowered his sleeves, quickly took 2 steps back, and then said excitedly, Your Majesty is wise. All emperors throughout history have been eager to glorify themselves, writing extensively about their achievements and indulging in the flattery of their ministers. Only Your Majesty has remained clear-headed at all times, only willing to accept criticism. As the saying goes, I examine myself 3 times a day. Your Majesty's ability to constantly reflect on yourself is tantamount to reaching the realm of a sage. I admire you to the core. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dongxiang gasped for breath even more heavily. Emperor Jing, Guo Tianlao's face had been trembling since earlier, and now it was trembling even more violently, as if it had been fitted with a small vibrating motor. Terrifying, terrifying. This Fang Zheng has actually exceeded our wildest imaginations. Emperor Jing was filled with indescribable emotions and could only say calmly, Enough. Don't say any more. My esteemed ministers, does anyone else have something to say? Your Majesty, I have something to say. Yin Goen stepped forward, bowed to Emperor Jing, and then looked coldly at Fang Zheng, saying, I am Yin Goen, the Grand Master of the Imperial Household Department. Fang Zheng felt a chill run down his spine. Well, this guy must be good with words, and seems more difficult to deal with than that old man. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is the heir apparent and has little experience of the ways of the world. As the Crown Prince, one should naturally be close to virtuous ministers and keep away from sycophants. Honest advice is hard to hear, but beneficial to conduct, and good medicine tastes bitter, but is good for the disease. This is a truth that holds true throughout history. If sycophants like Fang Zheng surround the Crown Prince, praising his wisdom and virtue all day long, I fear the Crown Prince will lose himself. If he comes to power in the future, he will be surrounded by treacherous officials and wolves, and he will not listen to loyal advice. This will be no different from endangering the state of our great Jing. As the Grand Master of the Imperial Household, I teach the Crown Prince the words and rituals of the sage. If there are treacherous people around me, I fear all my previous efforts will be in vain. Today, even if I am torn to pieces, I beg your majesty to dismiss Fang Zheng. The courtiers were in uproar. As expected of the crown prince's tutor, your voice is powerful and clear. Your reasoning is sound and your arguments well-founded. Let's see if Fang Zheng is still alive this time. Removal? What a great opportunity. Fang Zheng's eyes lit up, and he perked up. Dismissal is good. I can return to Taiyuan County after being dismissed, and even if I am removed from my post as magistrate, it doesn't matter. Taiyuan County is my base, and even if someone else takes office, it won't affect me in the slightest. Sigh. I was so angry I lost my temper. I shouldn't have talked back to that old man. Wouldn't it have been much easier to just go along with him and get myself dismissed? Emperor Jing began to have a headache. What he valued most was Fang Zheng's unique way of thinking, and he wanted him to give the crown prince more inspiration. I knew Fang Zheng wouldn't be well-liked, but I didn't expect him to be so foul-mouthed. He offended everyone right away. How are we going to save face now? Seeing that Emperor Jing remained silent, Yin Goen grew anxious. Your Majesty, if we allow treacherous officials to hold power, I fear the crown prince will develop a violent nature and be devoid of any benevolence. Please, your Majesty, consider this carefully. Guo Tianyang's eyelids twitched, and he thought to himself, oh no, doesn't His Majesty know that the crown prince lacks compassion? Why are you interfering? As expected, Emperor Jing replied calmly, I understand. The officials felt a chill run down their spines after hearing this. You understand? What do you mean you understand? Judging from His Majesty's attitude, he doesn't want to touch Fang Zheng. What's so good about him anyway? Upon seeing this, Fang Zheng immediately knelt down and said, Your Majesty, I believe what Grand Tutor Yin said is very true. I am utterly unworthy and incompetent. Please, Your Majesty, rescind your decree. What? The courtiers were dumbfounded. What was going on? This kid clearly had explosive fighting power, and His Majesty even seemed to favor him. Now, he had suddenly conceded defeat. What happened? Emperor Jing knew perfectly well what Fang Zheng was thinking, so he said coldly, No. Fang Zheng thought to himself that this was a disaster, and pleaded again, I am not capable of serving as junior chamberlain, and besides, I am disliked here, which has caused a lot of trouble. Please, Your Majesty, withdraw your order. Emperor Jing frowned. My words are law. How can you take them back as you please? No. Fang Zheng mustered his courage once more and said loudly, Please, Your Majesty, reconsider. Huh. Everyone was stunned. It seemed Fang Zheng was determined to leave, but His Majesty was determined to keep him. What was going on? At this moment, Zhang Dongxiang, who had caught his breath, looked at Fang Zheng with a complicated expression. Why did this guy suddenly start talking back to the emperor? Emperor Jing was truly enraged this time. You've tried to resign time and again, simply because you want to return to Taiyuan County and live a carefree life. I won't let you have your way. Emperor Jing suddenly stood up, grabbed the inkstone from the table, and hurled it at Fang Zheng. The inkstone crashed to the ground, shattering into pieces, and ink splattered all over Fang Zheng. Then Emperor Jing roared in fury, Fang Zheng, if you dare say another word, I'll chop off your head. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You have to do this job as the junior chamberlain, whether you like it or not. If you don't produce results, I'll still chop off your head. Do you understand? Court adjourned. After saying this, Emperor Jing stormed off, and Guo Tianyang and the crown prince quickly followed. Court adjourned? Court adjourned already. Why is Your Majesty behaving so strangely today? Everyone was stunned, and then all eyes were focused on Fang Zheng again. Yin Goen glared at Fang Zheng, then angrily flung his sleeves and left. Lord Li, what does His Majesty mean by this? Zheng Qiao asked Li Yinsong. Li Yinsong sighed. Fang Zheng's move is a clever tactic of feigning retreat. It's likely things won't be peaceful from now on. Take good care of the crown prince. I'm leaving too. After saying that, he left the main hall with his hands behind his back. Inside the hall, Fang Zheng looked utterly disappointed. As expected, Emperor Jing was unwilling to let go. I've offended all my competitors right from the start, and the worst is yet to come. Why does every map change mean a hellish start? When will I be able to go home to my Peach Blossom County? There was no point in thinking about it any further, so Fang Zheng could only shake his head and walk out of the main hall dejectedly. Upon arriving at the entrance of the main hall, as the sun was just rising, Fang Zheng only wanted to smoke a cigarette and drink a glass of wine to relieve his frustration, but unfortunately, he had neither cigarettes nor wine available. Lord Fang, you have quite the methods. A teasing voice came from beside my ear. Fang Zheng turned his head to look without any expression. A shifty-eyed minor official was speaking to him, saying in a sarcastic tone, Lord Fang's tactic of feigning retreat is brilliant. No wonder His Majesty trusts you so much. Who are you? With shifty eyes and a sly look, he loudly proclaimed, I am Yang Fengfan, a compiler in the Hanlin Academy. Fang Zheng ignored him and spat directly onto Yang Fengfan's boots. Yang Fengfan was immediately shocked, jumped back a step, and said in anger and shock, How can you be so rude? This is an insult to civility. Your appearance is already an insult to civility. Please stay away from me. Someone nearby heard Fang Zheng speak and couldn't help but laugh out loud, thinking to themselves that this guy really was sharp-tongued and never held back with his words. Yang Fengfan sneered. Master Fang is really calm and collected. He has offended everyone and is still living a leisurely life. Fang Zheng glanced at him and said, You, a mere 6th-rank scholar, dare to be so insolent in front of me? Don't you know I have connections? Yang Fengfan immediately became alert. Who? Fang Zheng chuckled. That's naturally eunuch Gua, who serves the emperor. He's my dearest friend and confidant. I serve him food. Do you still want to keep your job as a compiler? If you do, then get out of here. Yang Fengfan suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Fang Zhengyi's confidence stems from this. No wonder the emperor is so kind to him. It must be that eunuch Gua has been whispering in His Majesty's ear. This man is truly shameless. As a scholar, he associates with eunuchs. Yang Fengfan felt even more contempt, but intimidated by eunuch Gua's tyranny, he slunk away. Fang Zhengyi no longer wanted to stay here. No one from the Ministry of Rites had come to make arrangements for him, and he didn't even know which way to open the gate to the Eastern Palace. He might as well go home. After figuring it out, he lifted his leg and walked away. Before they had gone far, Gua Tianyang caught up with them in quick, short steps, calling out from behind Fang Zhengyi, Magistrate Fang, wait a minute. Please stop. Fang Zheng turned around and saw it was him, so he quickly put on a smile. Hey, Brother Gua. Gua Tianyang's expression froze. Brother Gua? Who's your Brother Gua? You shameless bastard. But one shouldn't hit a smiling face, so Gua Tianyang still greeted him with a smile. Oh, congratulations, Grand Tutor Fang. His Majesty has summoned you privately and is currently waiting for you in the imperial study. Fang Zheng smiled, grabbed Gua Tianyang's arm, and led him towards a crowded area. He secretly took out a 200-tael silver note from his pocket and stuffed it into Gua Tianyang's sleeve. Brother Gua, what business does His Majesty have with us? Gua Tianyang calmly pushed him forward and said with a smile, I don't know either. Why don't you just go over there now? Fang Zhengyi pulled out another 500 yuan note and stuffed it in again. I'm just afraid of offending His Majesty. After all, I'm new to the palace and don't know the rules. Gua Tianyang touched the pattern on the silver note and nodded to himself. Ah, it's nothing really, just some instructions for Fang Zhanshi. Master Fang, I have other matters to attend to here. See that young eunuch over there? Just have him take you there. Hee. Okay, thank you, Brother Gua. After saying that, Fang Zhengyi stuffed the 200 taels back into Gua Tianyang's sleeve. Then, he turned around and left. Gua Tianyang touched the 2 silver notes in his sleeve, looked at Fang Zhengyi's back, and nodded in satisfaction. Great, this guy's a good match. It wouldn't hurt to have him as our godson. Following the young eunuch's directions, Fang Zhengyi arrived smoothly at the imperial study. Fang Zhengyi stood at the door, cleared his throat, tucked his shirt in tightly, and began to wait for the summons. Before long, Emperor Jing's voice rang out, and Fang Zhengyi entered the room smoothly. Upon entering the imperial study, Emperor Jing buried himself in writing official documents without uttering a word. Fang Zheng stood awkwardly in the room, not daring to move his head, but his eyes darted around. The imperial study. I'm still very curious. After waiting for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Emperor Jing had already drunk 3 cups of tea before slowly putting down his brush. He looked directly at Fang Zhengyi and said, Fang Zhengyi, do you know? Your subject confesses his crime. After saying that, he pulled out a messy stack of silver notes from his chest and held them in both hands. This is a preemptive strike. Although Fang Zheng didn't know beforehand that Li Long was Emperor Jing, since Emperor Jing had sent spies to Taiyuan County, he must know a lot of things. So he had already divided the silver separately and kept it on his person. He was just waiting for Fang Zheng to ask. Fang Zhengyi respectfully said, This is the surplus of Taiyuan County over the past 7 years, totaling 86,524 taels. Your Majesty, I, your humble servant Fang Zhengyi, beg you to clarify. At this moment, he felt a little uneasy. This number had both odd and even parts. He should be able to believe it, right? Chapter 46, Deceiving His Majesty. Emperor Jing glanced at the thick stack of silver notes, and the eunuch presented them to the table. He then said calmly, The annual revenue of Taiyuan County over 7 years is only a mere 80,000 taels of silver. Fang Zhengyi, You dare to try to outsmart your petty cunning servants in front of me. Fang Zheng said nervously, Your Majesty, it is indeed true. I have invested countless funds in the transformation of Taoyuan County, and it is already quite remarkable that I have more than 80,000 taels left. Really? I don't believe it. If you keep talking like that, we can't have a conversation. Fine beads of sweat began to appear on Fang Zheng's forehead. He had to think of a way to fool the emperor today. In this new environment, he had to be a little cowardly at first, even if it meant showing some skin first. Fortunately, Emperor Jing spoke up again. I can forgive and forget what you did in the past. But once you enter the court, you must obediently serve me with all your might. I am pleased that you have the ability to get things done, but I am very dissatisfied with your attitude as an official. Fang Zheng immediately flattered him, saying hastily, Your Majesty is right. From now on, I will be willing to give my life for you. Emperor Jing raised his hand and said, Come, have a seat. The eunuch on duty immediately brought Fang Zheng a chair, and Fang Zheng carefully sat down. At the same time, he secretly felt lucky, thinking that his 80,000 taels of silver hadn't been wasted. At least he had managed to get a seat. Seeing Fang Zheng sitting on one side of the chair like a timid wife, Emperor Jing couldn't help but find it amusing. It seems that despite your arrogance, Fang Zheng still knows how to assess the situation. All right, don't be so formal. I still have a lot to ask you. Seeing that Emperor Jing's attitude had softened, Fang Zheng also relaxed a bit. Your Majesty, please ask. I will answer to the best of my knowledge. Emperor Jing pondered, various memories of Taoyuan County flashing through his mind. For a moment, the toilet paper pipe greenhouse, mirror, and phonograph were all a bit unsure where to begin their greetings. After thinking for a while, he finally asked, What exactly is this immeasurable merit? Fang Zheng immediately revealed an expression of I knew it. Anyone with eyes could see the function of this thing, and it was only natural that the emperor cared about it. He had already prepared his answer in his mind. Your Majesty, this substance is actually called gunpowder. It ignites upon contact with fire, and if there is a large quantity of it in a confined space, it will cause a violent explosion. Gunpowder? Is a natural substance or a man-made one? Artificial. Emperor Jing was immediately filled with joy and quickly asked, How much of this can be produced? How much does it cost? Fang Zheng's expression turned serious. Your Majesty, this item was obtained by an alchemist by chance. I left the alchemist behind to manufacture gunpowder for Taoyuan County, but he was later killed in an explosion and the gunpowder manufacturing was lost. Fortunately, there was still some left. Taoyuan County had kept this for several years, but gunpowder is extremely unstable and very dangerous. So the remaining stock was used up when the mountain was opened. As for production, it is even more difficult. I have also ordered people to study it. If this product had been successfully developed a few years ago, it would have been presented to the court. Unfortunately, it failed, because the research was extremely costly, costing tens of thousands of taels of silver without success. The county stopped allocating funds to support its research. After saying this, Fang Zheng shook his head regretfully, revealing an expression as if he was ashamed to death for not being able to serve his country. Just kidding. This thing has been in mass production for a long time. I, Fang Zheng, am not some newbie just starting out in the workplace. If you have something good, you should only bring it out at crucial moments. If you start by showing off to the boss, you'll just push yourself to become a workaholic. To live a comfortable life, you have to squeeze out the toothpaste slowly. However, it is true that the cost of making gunpowder is high. Putting aside the cost of materials, Fang Zheng had no idea what sulfur or saltpeter looked like when he first arrived. They had to order people to search the market for all the materials they could find, and then find craftsmen to compare them one by one. It took a lot of effort to finally succeed in developing gunpowder. After all, without a system or any memories, life was just too tough. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jing pointed at Fang Zheng and angrily said, Utterly foolish. Such a divine artifact has been abandoned in research. I immediately ordered Taoyuan County to continue its research and development. Fang Zheng shook his head with a wry smile. Your Majesty, the county has no money, so I brought all the silver I have with me this time. How much do you need? 40,000 or 30,000 is about right, Fang Zheng said, his eyes unconsciously glancing at the table. Emperor Jing looked at Fang Zheng and sneered. What? Do you perhaps want this money back? Your Majesty, I dare not. However, supporting the research and development of this product will inevitably require funds. I cannot simply increase taxes on the people and exploit their hard-earned money. Fang Zheng's courage also grew. After all, which emperor wouldn't be tempted by such a thing? Since I have some leverage in negotiations, I should try to get back as much of the money I've given away as possible. It's my life savings. Emperor Jing stared intently at Fang Zheng, observing him for a long time, and found him to be genuine. However, given Fang Zheng's slick behavior, Emperor Jing remained extremely wary. I'll give you 20,000 taels of silver in a year. After a year, I want to see gunpowder being produced and used. Fang Zheng quickly shook his head. Your Majesty, I can always find a way to reduce the amount of silver, but time is really tight. We have been researching this for 2 years with little success, and those who participated back then have long since gone on to do other things. If we recall the old guard and have them relearn, I think it will take at least 2 years. I am somewhat confident that we can succeed within 2 years. 2 years is fine. I will send people to Taoyuan County to assist in the research. If it is not successful after 2 years, you should consider the consequences. Such a marvelous artifact is worth the 2-year wait, especially since there is no war in the country, and Emperor Jing is not particularly concerned about the time. Fang Zheng revealed a barely perceptible smile. The 20,000 taels were back. It really took a lot of effort to swindle some research funding, especially since it was his own money. Some people then. Gunpowder is the most important secret of Taoyuan County. The people who participated in the research were all shrewd and capable, and they worked in the county government. Once the imperial edict arrived, everyone naturally had a good grasp of the situation, and Fang Zheng was no exception. Your Majesty, please rest assured. Your subject will certainly live up to your mission and the trust placed in you. Emperor Jing nodded in satisfaction, then smiled and said, Indeed, I'd like to know, do you still hold the oath I swore back then? Fang Zheng chuckled twice. His Majesty used a false name when the contract was signed, so it can't be real. I'll write a letter when I get back and have him burn it all. Emperor Jing looked at him without saying a word. Oh, and a phonograph. I present it to your Majesty as well. The phonograph is already in production, but it is a secret of Taoyuan County, so there is only one. If your Majesty needs more, I can order people to make more. Your Majesty is wise. Fang Zheng confessed everything honestly this time, thinking to himself that it must have been that bastard Wu Sheng who sold him out. Emperor Jing had naturally visited Taoyuan County and would naturally want to find out the mystery behind it. It would be strange if he didn't know the function of the phonograph. Besides, I have to deliver some goods to the big boss since I've come all this way. Otherwise, how can I continue to work here? There's still a lot of stuff in the county. Showing a little bit first won't hurt. Okay, please continue. Chapter 47, The Way to Raise Children. After a 2-hour conversation, Emperor Jing's expression gradually changed from serious to pleasantly surprised, and he made no attempt to hide his admiration for Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng also found the conversation very pleasant. Although life was good in Taoyuan County, there were indeed not many people around him we could talk to. Emperor Jing, as the emperor of a country, was quick to understand and even able to draw inferences from one instance to another, which gave Fang Zheng a sense of relief. Although Emperor Jing asked the questions and Fang Zheng took the lead, he naturally steered the conversation toward issues concerning people's livelihood. When Emperor Jing expressed curiosity about the products and technologies, Fang Zheng gave vague answers and avoided answering them whenever possible. The reason is simple. These things are the foundation of my livelihood, and I haven't established a firm foothold yet, so it's not the right time. Although Emperor Jing was curious, he was clearly more concerned about the living conditions of the people in Taoyuan County, so he did not ask any further questions. After discussing for a long time, Emperor Jing sighed and said, Well done, Minister Fang. The methods of governing the people can be refined to such a degree. I am deeply inspired. Fang Zheng also resumed his carefree and nonchalant manner, as if he were talking to the old Li as before, and his whole demeanor became radiant. Your Majesty, in essence, all these things boil down to a service mentality. During my reign, I always kept in mind serving the people, nothing more. I am no county magistrate. I am merely a public servant of the people. As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Jing and the eunuchs in the imperial study stared at Fang Zheng in disbelief. A public servant of the people? Then what am I? Only you, Fang Zheng, could utter such outrageous words. Fang Zheng awkwardly touched his nose. Well, it seems this concept is too early for the Jing. Emperor Jing smirked. Fang Qing truly doesn't hold back when it comes to saying something amazing. No wonder he can write such poems. Fang Zheng was even more embarrassed. Your Majesty is too kind. This phrase, if it is not startling, one will die, was something I obtained from fragments of ancient books. I did not expect that your Majesty would remember it after I casually mentioned it. Emperor Jing chuckled and said, Have all the exquisite fragments of ancient books in the world ended up in your hands? Fang Zheng? I'm already well aware of Fang Qing's talent. With such poetic talent, you need not hide it from me in the future. There is no need to explain. Fang Zheng. Then Emperor Jing put on a stern face and said, "All right, let's get down to business. I entrusted the crown prince to you, not so that you would teach him the 4 books and 5 classics, or the classic of filial piety and the Book of Rites. Yan Goen is the top scholar in the imperial examination. When it comes to the ability to study the classics, you are far inferior to him. What I value in you is your unique ideas. The crown prince has a free-spirited nature, which is quite compatible with yours. You must impart all your knowledge to him. Do you understand?" Fang Zheng pondered for a moment and then said, "If your highness does not listen to me, what should I do?" Emperor Jing laughed and said, "Then we'll have to see your abilities. If you have to ask me for everything, why would I choose you, Fang Zheng, when I could use anyone else?" Fang Zheng couldn't help but chuckle to himself. It seemed even the emperor was quite helpless against the crown prince. "I understand. What do you know? What will you do if the crown prince doesn't listen to your teachings?" "Beat him," Fang Zheng said eloquently. As the saying goes, a sapling won't grow straight if it's not pruned, and a person will grow shabby if he's not disciplined. A good son comes from under the stick, and a good person comes from under the thorny branch. As a member of the imperial family, the crown prince lacks setbacks, so it is normal for him to be unwilling to study and to be unruly. At the same time, as the crown prince, one must have the spirit to face difficulties, and even create difficulties if none exist. Without setbacks and without this spirit, how can we save the people from suffering in the future? Only through beatings can the crown prince quickly become a talent. Beating him 10 or 8 times a year will only loosen his muscles and bones, but if he is beaten 100 or 80 times a year, even rotten wood can be turned into a talent. If someone makes a mistake, you should beat them often. This will teach them to be terrified if they ever have bad intentions. That's what we call spare the rod and spoil the child. Even if they haven't made a mistake, we should still punish them. We must nip it in the bud and extinguish the sparks of their crimes. These are some of my thoughts, and I hope your majesty will consider them. Are we going to create difficulties even when there aren't any? Well said. Emperor Jing nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. It seems I haven't disciplined him enough. But did Fang Qing's parents also teach him this way? Fang Zheng looked up at the sky and sighed, recalling, "That's right. I have achieved what I have today only because I've been beaten all the way through. When I was young, my parents constantly urged me to study hard. If I was even slightly careless, I would inevitably be beaten. It was usually my father who beat me, or both of my parents who beat me. Even so, there are times when I am tired and lazy, and even if I am beaten, I will not want to read a book again. At this time, my parents would give me chicken blood to boost my spirits. I'm not afraid of your majesty laughing at me, but even now, people in my hometown still call me Chicken Baby." Emperor Jing suddenly realized and sighed. "Poor Fang Qing, no wonder you have achieved such success today. But could drinking chicken blood really boost your spirits? This is the first time I've ever heard of that. No, I can only annoy people and make them more energetic. If the crown prince is lazy, I will give him a nudge. Even if he's a chicken, if he's not satisfied, he can come and find me." "Thank you, your majesty." Emperor Jing then picked up a gold plaque from his desk and tossed it to Fang Zheng, saying, "With this gold plaque, you may freely enter and leave the palace. You should frequently instruct the crown prince so that he may act as he sees fit. Yan Goen also has this gold medal. I know there's already a rift between you two, but he is your superior, so you should be careful with your words. Today in the palace, all the officials dislike you. Although I admire you, I treat all my ministers equally and will absolutely not protect you. Remember, a subject must be dutiful and loyal. With your abilities, as long as you don't make mistakes, it's not impossible for you to become a cabinet minister in the future. How far you can go from here on out is up to you." It seems His Majesty is quite adept at making grand promises and pumping enthusiasm. I, Fang Xiao, have only been here 1 day, and he's already bringing up the matter of becoming a grand secretary? Impressive. Fang Zheng took the gold medal and casually tied it around his waist. "Thank you, your majesty. Then shall I go to the imperial household department to report for duty now?" Emperor Jing looked Fang Zheng up and down. "No need. You should return to your residence for now. Go to the imperial household department to report for duty tomorrow." "Oh, why?" Fang Zheng looked at Emperor Jing with a completely bewildered expression. Emperor Jing couldn't help but laugh when he saw Fang Zheng's disheveled clothes and ink stains all over his body. "It's nothing. Remember not to be late for the morning court tomorrow. Also, go change into your official robes and come back tomorrow dressed." Chapter 48 Withdrawal of Master's Degree. Leaving get off work early makes me feel great. Fang Zheng left the palace early in the morning, found a carriage outside, and hurried home. All the way there, Fang Zheng kept replaying the scene of his meeting with Emperor Jing earlier that day in his mind. Although he offended everyone, things went relatively smoothly overall. The most unexpected thing was that Emperor Jing was actually Li Long. Fortunately, the emperor had a good impression of him. However, the task of educating the crown prince fell squarely on my shoulders, which was quite a headache. The prince was clearly going through a rebellious phase, and judging from the emperor's behavior, if I didn't teach him properly, I fear I would be in a very difficult situation. As he pondered his educational strategy for the crown prince, the carriage came to a stop. The driver called out from outside, "Sir, we've arrived." Fang Zheng then paid and got out of the car. The first thing he saw was Bai Yi, who was looking around at the gate, seemingly doing nothing. Bai Yi also happened to see Fang Zheng and almost burst out laughing when she saw his disheveled clothes and ink stains all over his body. She took small, quick steps and enthusiastically greeted him. "Ah, young master, why are you back so early? What's with these clothes?" Fang Zheng, his face dark, pointed to the corner and said, "Go, stand over there. You can come in after dinner tonight." Bai Yi's face immediately fell, her lips pursed, and she shuffled toward the corner of the wall. "I'm used to whatever he says." Fang Zheng then walked straight into the courtyard and quickly turned back out. Bai Yi was delighted to see the person come out. Fang Zheng was always unpredictable. Was he going to let her in again? Standing here in this cold weather was not comfortable. "Where is Xiao Dao?" "They said they went out to look for someone." "Oh, she's back. Let her come see me. You find another spot to stand and watch the gate." After giving his instructions, Fang Zheng returned to the recliner in the courtyard. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and he slowly fell asleep. Not long after, she felt someone pushing her. When she opened her eyes, she saw Xiao Tao. His face was etched with exhaustion. "Young master, you were looking for me? Where did you go?" Fang Zheng asked, rubbing his eyes as he stood up. Xiao Tao said irritably, "Where else could we go? Didn't you tell me to find that Li Long? And you told me to go out and find some workers today to fix the outhouse." Thinking that Xiao Tao had made 2 days of running around for nothing, Fang Zheng chuckled twice. "Thank you for your hard work. There's no need to look for Li Long anymore. Let's leave it at that. Hey, where are the people fixing the outhouses? Come tomorrow." "All right." Fang Zheng shook his head helplessly. To be honest, the outhouse was the most important thing to him. When Fang Zheng first arrived in Jing Kingdom, this matter was his #1 enemy. The people were not particular about using the toilet, relieving themselves anywhere, and some even just pulled up their pants and left after finishing. Fang Zheng found this disgusting, and later, under his absolute authority, he ordered all the people in the county to clean up the sanitation, which brought about some improvement. Upon arriving in the capital, there were neither pipes nor toilets, so renovations would require some effort. The thought of having no flush toilet to use filled Fang Zheng with sadness. He wondered how the protagonist in the online novels he had read in his past life had solved this problem. "Young master, did you get beaten up at court? Your clothes are all torn and covered in ink. Quickly, bring them here. I'll go wash them for you." Fang Zheng glared at them. "Nonsense. Who dares to hit me? This clothing can't be washed. I brought a new official robe, and the old one is to be framed with the best materials, then hang it on the screen wall, and write a few words next to it." "What should I write?" Xiao Tao muttered to herself, wondering what kind of trouble the young master was up to. Could the official robes really be framed? Fang Zheng thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Write it on the screen wall, where His Majesty splashed ink." Xiao Tao was dumbfounded. This ink stain was made by the emperor? Did you anger the emperor?" Fang Zheng lay down again, waving his hand and saying, "Stop talking nonsense. Go quickly. His Majesty and I are as close as family. I serve him food while he eats. I'm going to sleep now. Wake me up for dinner. Oh, and Xiao Bai, she's in charge of guarding the gate now. Let her in when we eat." Xiao Tao glanced helplessly at the main entrance. Poor little Bai, I don't know how she offended the young master again. Inside the minister's residence, Zhang Shi, the minister of revenue, and his son were sitting at a table, having a long conversation. "Father, is Fang Zheng really as daring as you say?" Zhang Chong put down his chopsticks and asked with a look of surprise. Zhang Shi nodded and laughed. "This boy is truly audacious. He has angered everyone the moment he entered the hall, especially since he dared to openly defy Lord Zhang and His Majesty. Such an eccentric personality is unlikely to last long, but His Majesty does value him to some extent." Zhang Chong scoffed. "I never imagined such an incompetent fool could stand so openly in the imperial court. It's utterly absurd. Then what about me?" Zhang Shi saw through Zhang Chang's thoughts and slowly said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Fang Zheng is just lucky to be favored by His Majesty. He was given a worthless title, and he's already acting like a big shot. Who cares about a penniless Taoyuan county? Chang'er, with your father here, are you still afraid of a rough future in your career? You don't need to do anything else. It's not bad to drink and have tea with those talented young men and women every day. Getting to know more people will make things easier in the future. If you enter the imperial court later, you'll be busy. Don't complain to your father then. Zhang Chang grinned and quickly poured Zhang Shi a glass of wine. Father, I'm not in a hurry. I enjoy drinking, reciting poems, and composing verses every day. But I'm a little indignant to suddenly hear about such a despicable person as Fang Zheng. Useless. He dares to take a mere 7th rank official seriously? Judging from the attitude of these gentlemen, he won't be able to hold his position as the crown prince's attendant for long. How much real talent can he possibly have, relying solely on his silver tongue? As the father and son were chatting and laughing, the butler suddenly walked in. He bowed and said, Master, there's a man outside looking for the young master. His name is Jiao Yang, and he is waiting in the courtyard now. Jiao Yang? Zhang Chang stood there for a while, thinking for a moment before he remembered. This man is the manager of Fulai Restaurant who is in charge of my business. We rarely have any contact on weekdays, so why is he here to see me at this time? Father, I'll go take a look. Zhang Chang walked into the courtyard and saw Jiao Yang pacing back and forth. He frowned and said, Jiao Yang, what business do you have with me? Upon seeing that the person in question had arrived, Jiao Yang's face lit up with joy. He then quickly knelt down, bowed his head, and cried out, Please, young master, do me justice. Chapter 49, is this something you can read for free? Please, young master, do me a favor. I have no other choice but to come to your residence today because I have nowhere else to turn. Some time ago, someone in my family died, and I felt that the house was unlucky, so I had the idea of selling the property. Who would have thought that a fellow named Fang Zheng would forcibly occupy my house these past 2 days, insisting on buying it for only 500 taels when it was originally worth 2,000 taels. When I refused, he threatened me, saying he would ruin Fulaila's business. I was afraid it would affect you, so I had no choice but to give in. Please, sir, do me justice. As he spoke, Jiao Yang's cries grew more and more pitiful. Fang Zheng? Zhang Chang's spirits lifted. Who is this Fang Zheng? What gives him the right to disrupt Huang Fulai Restaurant's business? This man once showed me an imperial edict, saying that I was about to be appointed junior grand master of the court of imperial sacrifices. Because my concubine committed suicide by jumping into a well, Fang Zheng wanted to frame me for this, and even went to his majesty to slander me. I mentioned the young master then, but Fang Zheng didn't care at all, saying that the young master was nothing more than a dog in his eyes. I was so angry that I wanted to fight him, but the guard around him were just too strong. It really was him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chang's brows furrowed with anger. That house was ultimately sold for 500 taels? I had no choice but to betray him. Even if it means going bankrupt, I can't let my actions affect the business of Fulailu. Jiao Yang said with an air of utmost loyalty. Zhang Chang nodded expressionlessly upon hearing this. Okay, I understand. You can go now. What about young Master Fang Zheng? Jiao Yang was stunned. Why was he suddenly being asked to leave? Zhang Chang said irritably. What do you mean, what to do? What does it have to do with me if you sell your house? You've already sold it, so it hasn't affected Fulai Restaurant, has it? But he insulted you. I can't swallow this. Jiao Yang was about to lose his temper. This wasn't how he had imagined it when he came. Zhang Chang sneered. I'll find out whether he insulted me or not. It seems like you're just adding fuel to the fire. Has Fang Zheng lost his mind? He hasn't even started his duties in the capital yet, and he dares to insult the son of a superior? I've heard he's a fool, but I don't think he'd be this stupid. Jiao Yang, let me tell you the truth. I've wanted to replace you for a long time, and you've delivered yourself right to my doorstep. Look at the negligible income of Fu Lai Lu that year. How can you be a manager? You good for nothing. You deserve to have your house taken away. With that, he turned and left. Double blow. Jiao Yang collapsed to the ground, utterly dejected, his heart completely cold. What's wrong with this world? What did I do wrong? Zhang Chang returned to the table, and Zhang Shi asked, Chang, what's all the commotion outside? It's nothing. Jiao Yang from Fulailu was bullied by Fang Zheng, who forcibly bought his house and want me to help him get it back. How did this get involved with Fang Zheng? What are your thoughts on this? Zhang Shi stared at Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang considered for a moment and said, Jiao Yang must have been stirring up trouble to make me cause trouble for Fang Zheng. However, if Fang Zheng really forced Jiao Yang to buy his house, wouldn't that violate the laws of our great Jing dynasty? Then what about this matter? Zhang Shi shook his head and said, the money and goods have been exchanged, and there was no third party present. Even if we go to court, how can we win a lawsuit with just words? Zhang Chang pondered for a moment and said, Indeed, but Jiao Yang must have mentioned my father when he negotiated with Fang Zheng. However, Fang Zheng still forcibly bought the house, which shows that he doesn't take us seriously at all. I'd like to meet him. What do you intend to do? I haven't decided yet. If we're talking about timing, 3 days from now is a holiday, and there'll be a poetry debate on a boat on Suswa Lake. At that time, courtesans and nobles will gather. Inviting Fang Zheng, there would be a good opportunity to test his true worth. But Fang Zheng's reputation is already ruined. He will definitely make a fool of himself. If he holds a grudge, I'm afraid he will cause trouble for my father. Zhang sure couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder, saying with satisfaction, Chang'er has grown up. He can distinguish between the words of petty people and also considers his father's feelings. That's very good. However, those who achieve great things must have courage. Fang Zheng is about the same age as you, but you are far inferior to him in this respect. If you really want to meet him, just go and do it. Although Fang Zheng is currently enjoying the emperor's favor, he will not amount to much. With your father here, just do it. I'm not as good as Fang Zheng. Zhang Chang sneered and said, I'm relieved to hear father say that. I'll write a letter right away and invite Fang Zheng. The steward immediately brought out pen and ink, and Zhang Chang quickly wrote out an invitation letter with swift and skillful strokes, then stamped it and put it in an envelope. Turning to the steward, he said, Has Jiao Yang left yet? He knows the way. We can have him take him there. No, young master, he's still outside. Zhang Chang walked into the courtyard and found Jiao Yang sitting there, sobbing and wailing, his voice hoarse as if he had just come out of the castration room. Zhang Chang kicked him and said impatiently, All right, stop howling. Deliver this letter to Fang Zheng's residence and tell him that he will be attending a poetry debate at Suswa Lake in 3 days. Many celebrities and high society figures are waiting to make his acquaintance, so please make sure he attends. I'll cover for you in this matter. I'll also give you a 3-month grace period. If Fulai Lu still hasn't improved, you can go back to where you came from. Zhao Yang's duck quacking stopped abruptly, and a surge of joy welled up in his heart. This time it was just as he had imagined. After receiving the letter, he kowtowed repeatedly, saying, Thank you so much, young master. I will do everything in my power to make Fulai Restaurant a success. Whether my house can be returned to its former glory depends entirely on you. Zhang Chang frowned but remained silent. A house? What house? It has nothing to do with me. Get out of here. Seeing you makes me want to leave. Holding the letter, Zhao Liang stammered. What if the young master doesn't go? Not going? No one has ever refused an invitation from the Zhang family. As long as he's a normal person, he'll definitely go. Don't think about these nonsense. Zhang Chang said with an arrogant expression. All right, I'll go right now. Zhao Yang dashed off to Fang Zheng's residence. At this moment, the sky was dark, and the gates of the Fang residence were wide open. Zhao Yang saw what appeared to be a tattered garment hanging on the screen wall, and he was overcome with grief. It's really heartbreaking to see my house vandalized like this. However, the thought that Zhang Chang would stand up for him made him happy again, and he stepped through the familiar door without hesitation. At this moment, Fang Zheng, Xiao Tao, and others were eating around table. Zhao Yang burst in and saw Zhang Biao was also there. He hesitated to approach and stood at a distance, calling out, Lord Fang. Everyone turned to look and realized that there was an extra person in the mansion. Fang Zheng glared at Bai Yi, who was still eating, and said, Why aren't you closing the door? Stop eating and go stand in the corner. Bai Yi. Then Fang Zheng turned around and exclaimed in surprise, Hey Lao Jia, what are you doing here? Are there any cheap houses for sale again? NM. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yang instantly broke down. His eyes became bloodshot, and his hands and feet turned ice cold. He glanced at the letter in his hand and coldly said to Fang Zheng, Lord Fang, you've offended someone you shouldn't have. You're likely facing dire consequences. Zhang Biao, go and slap him twice. Before Zhao Yang could finish speaking, he was interrupted while casting the spell. Zhang Biao rushed forward, grabbed his collar, and slapped Zhao Yang twice across the face, causing his face to swell up quickly. Before he could finish speaking, he was attacked by 2 fierce punches. Zhao Yang looked at the gloomy sky with a heart full of despair. Fang Zheng sneered. You son of a bitch, how dare you trespass on my private residence and speak so rudely? Check if he has any money on him. Find it all. Zhang Biao skillfully began searching Zhao Yang's body. At this moment, Zhao Yang also came to his senses and struggled hard, but under Zhang Biao's monstrous strength, he looked like a little chick. Soon, the once intact clothes were reduced to shreds under Zhang Biao's violent body search. Finally, they found a hidden pocket in the lining. Zhang Biao rummaged through it, held up the contents, and said, Young master, here are 500 taels of silver notes. With tears in his eyes, Zhao Liang screamed, You can't take it. You can't take it. This is robbery. You bunch of robbers. I'm going to report this to the authorities. I'm going to appeal to the emperor. Fang Zheng's face darkened. Robbery? I, Fang Zheng, have always acted with integrity and uprightness. How dare you slander me? Bring the person here. After saying that, Fang Zheng walked briskly towards the screen wall, and Zhang Biao followed him, carrying Jiao Yang. Fang Zheng pointed at the screen wall and shouted, "Open your dog eyes and see clearly what's written on this." Jiao Yang struggled to open his increasingly swollen eyes, carefully discerning the information before him, and slowly uttered, "Where did His Majesty spill ink?" Fang Zheng crossed his arms and sneered, "Looks like you can read, you dog. Is this something you can watch for free? Only 500 taels. You're getting a bargain, you bastard. Get out of here." Jiao Yang glanced at the screen wall, then at Fang Zheng, and a single tear suddenly slid down her cheek. Then, like a sandbag, he was thrown out the door and lay motionless on the ground. Chapter 50, A Meeting Too Late. With the matter resolved, Zhang Biao closed the door, and the group went back to eat. Xiao Tao found the letter lying on the ground in the courtyard, picked it up and looked at it, saying, "Young master, that person just now seemed to be here to deliver a letter to you." What letter? Open it and take a look." Xiao Tao opened it and looked at it for a while before saying, "It's an invitation letter, inviting you to a poetry debate in 3 days. It's at Suswell Lake. The seal is from the Ministry of Rights. Do you want to go? A poetry debate? How novel. Not only did I not inherit any of the original owner's memories after transmigrating, but most of the poems stored in my mind were only half finished. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to go out like this? Poems that exceed the scope of 9 years of compulsory education are considered out-of-syllabus questions." Fang Zheng took the letter and scoffed. "No way. It's definitely that Zhang Chong, the son of the Minister of Revenue that Jiao Yang mentioned before. Who's here to stand up for him? This guy's out his mind. He actually sent Jiao Yang to deliver a message. It's clearly a trap. Does he think I'm a complete idiot? Young master, what is the feast at Hongmen? Is it delicious?" Zhang Biao came over. "Delicious. Raw meat is all you can eat. You go in my place." Zhang Biao realized Fang Zheng was teasing him and chuckled twice. "Raw meat is fine too. Bring it back and cook it. All right, just tear up the letter and let's continue eating." After saying this, Fang Zheng was about to tear the letter in his hand into pieces. "Hey, don't tear it." Bai Yi, who was standing in the corner, suddenly spoke up, and everyone looked at her. Bai Yi walked over awkwardly, took the letter from Fang Zheng's hand, and said hesitantly, "Young master, you see, this letter came from the minister's mansion, and there will definitely be many noble young men participating in the poetry debate. Such an opportunity is coveted by many. You're new to the capital, and not many people know you. Why not sell this letter?" Fang Zheng exclaimed in delight. "Wow, Xiaobai, you've grown up. What you said makes sense. Why don't we sell them?" He then reached out and ruffled Bai Yi's hair haphazardly. Bai Yi resisted the urge to dodge, and her pretty face gradually flushed. "Xiao Tao, tomorrow go outside and see if any big restaurants or academies are willing to accept this letter. If you don't trust anyone, bring it to the manor directly, and I will personally receive you." "Young master, leave it to me. I haven't been anywhere since I arrived in the capital, and Sister Tao is exhausted after running around for 2 days, Bai Yi quickly said. "You?" Fang Zheng looked at Bai Yi suspiciously. Xiao Tao has been helping him manage Taoyuan County for many years. She is adept at handling interpersonal relationships and is reliable, which puts his mind at ease. To be honest, Bai Yi seems like a pretty face, and she doesn't seem reliable at all. If we let Bai Yi out, wouldn't she be sold off because she's beautiful but stupid? Are you sure you can do it?" "I can do it. I can do it," Bai Yi declared confidently. "All right then, Zhang Biao will go with you tomorrow. It's good for Xiao Tao to rest. You did a great job this time. I'll give you a 1% commission for selling it at a high price. Who cares about your 2 taels of dirty money?" Bai Yi thought to herself. Young master, I remember my father had dealings with some merchants in the capital a few years ago, so I'd like to go and see for myself, without troubling Brother Biao. It seems Bai Yi wants to show off her skills. It's good to get some experience. Fang Zheng continued. "All right, then let Xiao Tao give you some silver. Be careful when you go out tomorrow. You did well today. Let's eat." The next day, Fang Zheng was not late. He arrived at court on time, and under the disdainful gazes of the crowd, he found a spot at the very back of the hall, leaning against a pillar, and began to stare blankly. Before Fang Zheng could even get comfortable in the room, he was reminded by a eunuch inside the palace. Gua Tianyang called out in a low voice, "Lord Fang. Lord Fang, wake up. Why aren't you standing there?" "Huh, where am I supposed to stand?" Fang Zheng asked, looking completely bewildered. Gua Tianyang rolled his eyes, then reluctantly pulled Fang Zheng out and led him to the center. He whispered again, "His Majesty is watching you, Lord Fang." Feeling the disdainful looks from those around him, Fang Zheng couldn't help but raise his voice. "Thank you, Brother Gua." The crowd's disdainful gazes instantly shifted to Gua Tianyang. "Damn it. So many people are calling me Brother Gua. You son of a bitch, you can't stand not scamming me, can you? Gua Tianyang was dumbfounded. His face flushed red, and he covered his face as he walked back to Emperor Jing's side. Then, as soon as the morning bell rang, the court officials began to speak. Fang Zheng stood there, dazed and confused, the sound around him growing increasingly faint. He usually sleeps for 6 hours a day, a good habit he cultivated for several years. But since arriving in the capital, he has only been sleeping for 4 hours a day. Getting up so early felt like being forced to turn on a computer. Fang Zheng couldn't get used to it for a while. However, Emperor Jing was very accommodating and ignored Fang Zheng throughout the entire process, which made him happy to have some peace and quiet. A moment later, Fang Zheng felt as if someone was pulling him again and slowly opened his eyes. I could faintly hear in my ear, "Lord Fang, wake up, it's over." Get out of class is over. 3 black lines drooped down Gua Tianyang's head as he complained, "What kind of class is this? Court is adjourned. You'd better hurry to the Imperial Household Department to report for duty." Hee, Brother Gua is so righteous. I'm off. Fang Zheng laughed, wiped his drool, and turned to leave the main hall. Wait a minute, do you know how to get there? Gua Tianyang looked at Fang Zheng with a disappointed expression. Yeah, I don't know. I was half asleep. Brother Gua, can you take me there? Gua Tianyang waved his hand dismissively and pulled over the little eunuch beside him, saying, I've arranged someone for you. Mao Quan, take Lord Fang to the court of imperial sacrifices. Mao Quan led Fang Zheng all the way to the court of imperial sacrifices. Upon entering, Fang Zheng immediately saw Li Yuanzhao walking towards him, surrounded by eunuchs. Despite his injuries, the crown prince smiled and said, Fang Zheng, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for so long. Fang Zheng chuckled. I also miss the crown prince dearly. We hit it off immediately when we met in Taoyuan County. The moment I saw your highness, I felt that you were extraordinary and extraordinary, unlike any ordinary person. I never expected that you would be the crown prince. Unexpected, yet perfectly logical. Upon hearing Fang Zheng speak, the eunuchs surrounding Li Yuanzhao all turned their faces away, unable to bear to look. That's outrageous. Absolutely shameless. If it weren't for your official uniform, I'd think you were a fellow professional walking in. Li Yuanzhao was overjoyed upon hearing this. She took a step forward, grabbed Fang Zheng's hand, and led him inside, saying incessantly, Yes, yes, yes. That's what I thought too. I truly regret not meeting you sooner, unlike that Master Yin, who can't say a kind word. Come with me. Master Yin will be here soon, and I don't want to see him. Chapter 51, I became sworn brothers with the crown prince. Li Yuanzhao led Fang Zheng to a secluded spot, dismissed the numerous serving eunuchs, and impatiently said, I have many questions to ask you. When you were in charge of flood control, Your Highness, wait a moment. I have something to say. Fang Zheng interrupted Li Yuanzhao. How did you get these injuries on your face? Is there someone in the palace who can beat you? Fang Zheng was curious about this question from the moment he entered the room. The injury on the crown prince's face looked like it had been whipped. Who was the ruthless person who dared to injure the crown prince's face? No sooner had he finished asking than Li Yuanzhao bared his teeth and snarled. Who else could it be? Who else could it be? Who else in the palace, besides my father, dares to hit me? I don't know what got into Father Emperor. Yesterday, when I went to pay my respects to him, he hung me up and beat me after I had only said 2 words. He accidentally slapped me across the face. I've thought about it for ages, and I can't think of anything wrong. Ouch, it still hurts. Fang Zheng immediately shut his mouth and acted like quail. Well, to be honest, Your Highness was originally handsome with delicate features, but now the scar on your face makes you even more handsome and manly, as if you've just returned from the battlefield. His Majesty's martial arts are unparalleled, and as the saying goes, like father, like son, so I imagine His Highness the Crown Prince is the same. Li Yuanzhao touched the wound on his cheek and laughed. Really? Fang Zheng patted his chest vigorously. Absolutely. I, Fang Zheng, guarantee it with my own character. Putting aside His Highness's dragon aura, his imposing and murderous aura is unparalleled. It makes one want to bow down and worship. This young man loves to be praised. Even the Crown Prince is no exception. Li Yuanzhao immediately burst into laughter. Good, good. Only you, Fang Zheng, in the palace understand me. I'm a born general, but who knew that father and those old ministers in the palace would belittle me all day long? They are blind. Fang Zheng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seems the Crown Prince isn't having a good time in the palace. It appears he's being brainwashed by the Emperor and his ministers every day, and he doesn't have a single friend. It's quite remarkable that he can still maintain such an innocent and optimistic personality. What did Your Highness want to ask me just now? Heavenly lightning. I want to ask you how you used heavenly lightning to control the floods. Li Yuanzhao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Your Highness is joking. There's no such thing as heavenly lightning. It is just a man-made tool, like a hammer and sickle. However, the number obtained by chance is not large. In the future, Your Highness can make as many as you want. Oh, Li Yuanzhao's face showed visible disappointment, but he was still not giving up and asked, then aren't all those sword immortals flying on swords described in the book fake? Are there no ghosts or gods in this world? Fang Zheng hesitated for a moment. As a serious and progressive young man, he naturally didn't care about talk of ghosts and gods. But the fact that he himself had transmigrated was rather embarrassing. After thinking for a while, he said, I don't believe in ghosts and gods. They're just rumors spread by the ignorant masses. A useless person can only become a useless dead person after death. Do they think they can turn into a vengeful ghost just because they have some resentment in their heart? It's just a manifestation of the people's wishful thinking. And think about it. The peerless masters in those novels are either blind, beggars, or weak scholars. These books are mostly written by weak scholars, probably to express their dissatisfaction with life. Yes, that makes some sense. Li Yuanzhao felt deeply defeated. His long-held idealistic world seemed to have shattered. As for flying on a sword, that's just something made up in the book. Your Highness, after seeing more of these things, you'll know that some barbarian sword immortals overseas even fly on broomsticks. Is that reasonable? Li Yuanzhao raised an eyebrow. Riding a broom? That's novel. And it's certainly easier than standing, but thinking about it, it's not very aesthetically pleasing. What's the point of saving trouble? It'll just hurt the basket. I see. It would be suitable for Lu Jin to ride it. This is getting more and more outrageous. We can't continue this topic. Fang Zheng quickly interrupted him, saying, Does Your Highness have any further questions? Oh, and that phonograph record. It has already been presented to His Majesty. I've heard that there's a sketch artist in Taoyuan County whose drawing skills are amazing. He can make drawings that are so lifelike that they look just like the real thing. I'd like to see him for myself. Fang Zheng smiled and said, Your Highness, sketching is a painting technique. If Your Highness is interested, I will immediately find an artist to teach you. Li Yuanzhao said, No need. I just want to see for myself. I can also paint, but I often wonder what kind of painting would be worthy of the words lifelike. The paintings by the palace painters don't look very realistic. Look, this is a painting I did this morning. What do you think? As he spoke, Li Yuanzhao took out a sheet of Xian paper from his chest and unfolded it. It appeared to depict some kind of animal, composed of black and white lines. Fang Zheng exclaimed in surprise upon seeing it. Wow, I never expected Your Highness to be able to draw penguins. And so realistically. Li Yuanzhao was puzzled. What is a penguin? This is a kingfisher. Fang Zheng replied without changing his expression. That's right. In my hometown, kingfishers are called penguins. It's a local dialect. Is that so? It seems I do indeed have some talent in this area, Li Yuanzhao exclaimed. Fang Zheng twitched his eye twice. Yes, I didn't expect Your Highness to be so accomplished in both literature and martial arts. However, such art is still too early for humankind. In 1,000 or 800 years, it will definitely become a national treasure. Quickly put it away. Huh, you have a good eye. Then this painting is yours. Thank you, Your Highness. Fang Zheng expressionlessly accepted the painting and stuffed it into his robes. Then he pulled out a thick stack of what looked like books and whispered, Your Highness, we hit it off immediately. I've just arrived in Taoyuan and prepared a gift for you. Li Yuanzhao was startled when he saw the thick stack of silver notes Fang Zheng handed him. He took a step back and exclaimed, What is this? Silver notes? These silver notes were specially exchanged by Fang Zheng for small denomination notes, totaling 10,000 taels. The thick stack looked like it contained more than the amount originally given to Emperor Jing. Seeing that he had dodged the attack, Fang Zheng said with displeasure, What does Your Highness mean by this? Are you looking down on me? Fang Zheng, this 10,000 taels of silver is merely a small token of my appreciation. I consider the crown prince a close friend. What is a mere sum of silver? Li Yuanzhao exclaimed in surprise. 10,000 taels? Exactly. A look of greed immediately flashed in Li Yuanzhao's eyes. Emperor Jing gave the crown prince a monthly allowance of about 400 or 500 taels of silver, so 10,000 taels was a huge sum of money for him. However, he still hesitated. Is it appropriate for me to take your money? Fang Zheng said with grief, Brothers are like limbs. Money is like dirt. If you don't accept this silver, Your Highness will look down on me and not consider me a friend. I, Fang Zheng, possess nothing of value. My home holds nothing but silver. Does Your Highness despise my wealth? Li Yuanzhao quickly waved his hands, flustered, and said, No, I consider you a friend. Don't think like that. He happily snatched the money from Fang Zheng's hand and stuffed it into his sleeve, saying with emotion, "I've made you my brother. If anyone in the palace bullies you in the future, just come to me. Your Highness is too kind. From now on, Your Highness can call me Lao Fang. If you need anything, just tell me." Before long, the two became very friendly, chatting and laughing, clearly in cahoots. At this moment, the young eunuch Lu Jin rushed over in a panic. Seeing the crown prince and Fang Zheng with their arms around each other, he opened his mouth wide and stammered, "Your Highness, Grand Tutor Yin has arrived." Chapter 52, The Crown Prince's First Lesson. Li Yuanzhao tugged at Fang Zheng's sleeve and whispered, "Old Fang, you must be very careful of Master Yin. He is very strict. He teaches me to recite texts, and if I recite a single sentence incorrectly, he will slap my hand with a ruler. My hand has swelled up so many times." Fang Zheng said, "Your Highness, rest assured, I am just a study companion. He won't be able to draw my attention." Li Yuanzhao immediately bared his teeth and said, "I don't have a brother like you." "Then, Your Highness, please return my silver." "I won't pay." The two of them, playfully bickering, arrived at the main hall of the imperial household department. Yin Goen stood in the hall with a serious expression. When he saw the crown prince and Fang Zheng appear with a joking smile, his face immediately darkened. "Fang Zheng, His Majesty ordered you to stay here and accompany the crown prince in his studies. What kind of behavior is this? Laughing and joking around." Fang Zheng wasn't afraid of him. This guy had a sour face and wanted to crush him the first time they met, which made Fang Zheng quite impatient. So he said calmly, "Master Yin, this hasn't even started yet. Is the crown prince's laughter also wrong? Or was it that Master Yin was born unable to smile and felt uncomfortable seeing others smile?" Yin Goen snorted coldly. "Stop your sophistry. The crown prince is the heir apparent and must always maintain the dignity of the imperial family. How dare you spout nonsense?" "Oh, that's how capable you are, Master Yin. You must know exactly what the emperor is like. It's a real pity that Master Yin was born so late. If he had been born a few hundred years earlier and we had all followed Master Yin's methods to raise the crown prince, wouldn't there have been no change of dynasty?" Fang Zheng started off in a sarcastic and unsettling tone. Seeing the two men immediately clashing upon meeting, Li Yuanzhao couldn't help but feel a little agitated. He secretly gave Fang Zheng a thumbs up. Yin Goen immediately rebuked coldly, "Fang Zheng, I am your superior. How dare you be so insolent? Oh, could it be that when Minister Yin can't win an argument with me, he resorts to authority? Then His Majesty's words must be infallible truths. Your Highness is also my superior. I wonder, who is more powerful, Your Highness or Minister Yin?" Fang Zheng quietly nudged Li Yuanzhao's thigh with his hand. Li Yuanzhao's courage immediately rose, but he still felt a little timid when he met Yin Goen's stern gaze, and said weakly, "Yes, old Fang is right." Yin Goen's eyes widened immediately. "Your Highness, he's a subject, and you call him old Fang. The proper order of ruler and subject, father and son. A ruler should behave like a ruler. How can such frivolous titles be used?" Seeing Fang Zheng's nonchalant and complacent attitude, Yin Goen's anger intensified. Li Yuanzhao chickened out after hearing this, and immediately looked at Fang Zheng with pleading eyes. Fang Zheng sighed inwardly. This young man is no good either. It seems Yin Goen has been quite strict with him. The crown prince is so afraid of his subject. He then coldly said to Yin Goen, "Yin Zhanshi, do you even have the right attitude towards the crown prince? If you're going to give a lecture, then give a lecture. Be a little more polite to the crown prince." Treacherous villain. Treacherous villain. Yin Goen was furious and filled with hatred. Fang Zheng was a complete sycophant, blindly flattering the crown prince, who was so young that he was fooled. He deserved to die. I am here by imperial decree to teach the crown prince. In a court of imperial sacrifices, my position is that of the crown prince's tutor. How can this be compared to ordinary times? Fang Zheng did not back down at all, looking directly at Yin Goen. "Although I am nominally a tutor, I am also ordered by the emperor to teach the crown prince, so your highness can be considered half a student of mine. Moreover, we are both teacher and friend. Please, Grand Tutor Yin, do not shout at my student. Although I am subordinate to Yin Zhanshi, His Majesty once told me that I do not need to teach what Yin Zhanshi has already taught me. Therefore, we should each do our own thing and not interfere with each other. But with me here, please show His Highness respect." Yin Goen's face grew increasingly grim. "Fang Zheng, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're backed by eunuch Gua. You're a scholar, yet you associate with eunuchs. You have no shame." The group of eunuchs serving around them and Lu Jin, who was by the crown prince's side, all lowered their heads, feeling somewhat uncomfortable upon hearing these words. Fang Zheng saw through everyone's behavior at a glance, and, at the same time, he felt even more disdain for Yin Goen. When appealing to authority fails, are we now resorting to morality? What a pity. I, Fang Zheng, was a model student in my past life, and a moral gentleman in this one. You want to morally destroy me? You better find me first. He then turned to the crown prince and whispered in his ear, Your Highness, this is the first lesson I'm teaching you today. Observe carefully. A look of surprise flashed in Li Yuanzhao's eyes, and he nodded vigorously. This was the first time he had ever seen Yin Zhanshi so embarrassed, and, standing behind Fang Zheng, he actually felt a sense of security for the first time, a feeling of being protected. Lao Fang is reliable. Fang Zheng raised his sleeve and vigorously rubbed his eyeballs twice. Then, with her eyes red and teary, she said indignantly, Master Yin, I hit it off with eunuch the moment I saw him. I felt an instant connection with him. Li Yuanzhao wondered to himself, why do these words sound so familiar? Eunuch Guo is kind to me and is older than me, so it is only natural that I call him brother. Why does it become associating with eunuchs in Yin Zhanshi's mouth? Fine, I'll associate with eunuchs then. But so what if you're eunuchs? In the palace, what matter, big or small, can be handled without you eunuchs. Doing the dirtiest and hardest work, yet suffering the scorn of everyone and listening to the contempt of those high and mighty gentlemen. If this is what it means to be a scholar, what it means to be a gentleman, I, Fang Zheng, would be even more willing to align myself with you, sir. The eunuchs in the hall all looked at Fang Zheng with surprise, a strange feeling welling up inside them. It seemed that since entering the palace, no one had ever spoken up for these lowest-ranking eunuchs in such a way. Yin Goen scoffed, you have no shame. Our bodies and hair are given to us by our parents. Eunuchs have even abandoned the dignity of being human. You are proud to associate with eunuchs. I am ashamed to serve in the same court as you. Shut up. Fang Zheng was furious. Lord Yin, an official should speak out for the people. Have you ever seen people who can't afford to eat? Have you ever seen orphans without parents? What have the people done wrong? Where is justice? Not everyone is born into a life of luxury like Yin Zhanshi, nor is everyone born with pen and ink at their beck and call. These people, him, and him, aren't they all from impoverished backgrounds? If they weren't desperate, who would willingly mutilate their bodies and be despised in the palace? If there were enough food to eat and water to drink, I doubt anyone would be willing to go against the natural order and have their body harmed. But when faced with such a pitiful group of people, does Supervisor Yin have even a shred of compassion? He beats and scolds them at the drop of a hat. Have you ever thought about their plight? Fang Zheng looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, tears slowly sliding down his cheeks. This scene brought tears to the eyes of all the eunuchs, who were completely mesmerized. Lu Jin, in particular, was touched by the words that touched his heart, and he couldn't help but cover his face and let out a soft sob. Li Yuanzhao was also filled with shame. She quickly patted Lu Jin and whispered, I was wrong. I won't hit you anymore. Wah! Fang Zheng wiped away his tears, pointed at Yin Goen with one hand, and said sternly, Yin Zhanshi, do you know you were wrong? Everyone's eyes followed Fang Zheng's finger and looked at Yin Goen. Under the gaze of a group of people, Yin Goen felt extremely uneasy, but he still calmly said, Wrong? What wrong have I done? No matter how eloquent you are, you cannot change the facts I have stated. A person like you would be nothing but filth, even if you were in the imperial court. Li Yuanzhao stared blankly at this scene. He could clearly feel that something had changed, and the aura had changed. Fang Zheng sighed and shook his head. That's awful. You've already lost your temper? You're starting to swear? Trash. So, should the imperial tutor Yin lead this morning's lesson? Or should I do it? Fang Zheng ignored him and directly posed a question to give him a way out. Yin Goen snorted coldly. You go ahead and teach. You wasted too much of my time this morning. I'll teach afternoon. Since His Majesty said we'll teach separately, then I think we don't need to see each other again. Humph. Farewell. Having said that, he flung his sleeves and stormed off. He won? He won just like that. Li Yuanzhao was dumbfounded. This is unprecedented. Master Yin was so embarrassed by the confrontation that he ran away. Seeing that Yin Goen had left, Fang Zheng did not stop performing and bowed to the many eunuchs. She said softly, Please, gentlemen, step outside for a moment. I have something to discuss with the crown prince. The eunuchs, their eyes filled with gratitude, returned the bow and left the main hall in a line, saying as they passed each other, Thank you, Lord Fang. Fang Zheng turned around and smiled at Li Yuanzhao. What has your highness noticed? Li Yuanzhao still couldn't believe reality and said blankly, I understand now. You incited the eunuchs to target Master Yin, and Master Yin is scared. Fang Zheng shook his head. Wrong. What I mean is that a 9-story tower begins with a pile of earth. Don't look down on the so-called lower classes around you, including the common people. No matter how prosperous an empire is, it is the people who support it from below. Water can carry a boat, but can also capsize it. Li Yuanzhao laughed too. I understand, but I don't have your ability. I can't cry and I can't deceive people. Fang Zheng suddenly felt a pang of sadness. You know nothing. Then he said with a wry smile, wrong again. Those are just minor tricks, techniques, not worth mentioning. Learning them can certainly add to one's success, but not learning them won't make a big difference. What I truly want to tell your highness is that to truly win people's hearts and minds, you must have a sincere heart. Chapter 53, The Third Princess of Qian Kingdom. Early that morning, Bai Yi got up, washed and dressed, put on a veil, and went straight out of the Fang residence. Following the familiar location from memory, I easily arrived at a cloth shop in the east of the city. Bai Yi stood at the entrance of the cloth shop, looking at the huge plaque above her head, which read Qianxin Cloth Shop in 4 large characters. He walked straight in. Upon reaching the counter, he asked the clerk, "Do you have any fine white cloth? 1 foot wide and 9 feet long." The servant was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this. He looked up and saw that it was a woman wearing a veil. His expression changed. Yes, but the price is not cheap. It's 3 strings and 300 coins in total. I wonder if you can accept that. That's a bit expensive. How about 3 strings plus 75 coins? The servant's expression faltered for a moment. Then he regained his composure and said with a smile, "I'll have to ask our manager about that. The cloth is in the back warehouse. Why don't you come and take a look with me?" Good. The two arrived at the backyard of the cloth shop. The servant led Bai Yi into a side room, then closed the door and left. Before long, an elderly man with luxurious clothes, a white face and no beard entered. As soon as he entered, he saw Bai Yi standing with her hands behind her back. He asked, "May I ask who you are, young lady?" Bai Yi removed her veil, slowly turned around, and smiled. "Eunuch Qian, it's been a long time." Upon hearing this, Qian Dashing's eyes lit up with joy, and he quickly knelt down, saying, "This old servant greets the third princess. I heard a few days ago that you had gone missing. I was very anxious and didn't know what to do. I kept sending people to search for you in the Jianjiang prefecture area, but we couldn't find you. I never expected that you would actually come to the capital." Bai Yi sighed upon hearing this. "You've had a hard time. Get up. I was lucky to be rescued on the way, which is how I made it all the way to the capital. What is the current situation of Jianjiang's former subordinates?" Qian Dashing stood up dejectedly and said, "The situation is not good. I heard that our secret stronghold in Jianjiang was inexplicably washed away by a flood due to a strange phenomenon. As a result, many newly recruited followers felt that the mandate of heaven was in dying, so they left the sect one after another. Many elderly members of the church also died in the flood, and the officers and soldiers of dying have also increased their patrol efforts. The situation is really difficult now. Therefore, this old servant has very little contact with Jianjiang now." Bai Yi gave a wry smile, unable to suppress the image of Fang Zheng's smirking face in her mind. "Your Highness, is there anything you wish to instruct this old servant on this occasion?" Bai Yi took out the invitation and handed it over. 3 days from now, there will be a poetry debate on Suzhou Lake. Many distinguished people will be there, including Zhang Chong, the son of the Minister of Revenue. Do you have any reliable people on your side? Send someone to the boat. Making friends with these people, especially Zhang Chong, might be very useful in the future. Qian Dashing pondered for a moment and said, "Yes." The second young master of the Ning Prince's mansion, Shui Ange, has been in the capital. He is currently using the alias Ning Hanyuan and has been moving around the city, making friends with many literati and scholars. However, he hasn't come to this old servant's place for a long time, so this old servant doesn't know much about his specific situation. Qian Dashing looked worried. "Your Highness, you are now the only bloodline of the royal family. During the time you were missing, the people in the sect were in a state of panic. This old servant was very afraid. But now that you have returned, everything will be fine. I will send someone to spread the news immediately." "No need. You know my news. The revival of the great Qian dynasty doesn't need those disloyal and unjust people. A mere flood is enough for us to seize the opportunity. The people are ignorant, but their hearts are with us. We'll look for opportunities later. How have you been these past few years?" Qian Dashing sighed deeply. This old servant has lived a good life all these years. If it weren't for the princess's arrival, I think I would have just lived out my remaining years like this. However, now that the restoration of the great Qian dynasty is hopeful, Princess, rest assured, this old servant will protect you even at the cost of my life. This old servant will never forget the late emperor's last wishes. Bai Yi was also somewhat moved. "I thank you on behalf of my father. If he could see from beyond the grave that you are all well, he would be happy. Upon hearing this, Qian Disheng's eyes immediately welled up with tears. This old servant is deeply honored. But where is your highness currently residing? If it is inconvenient, why not come to this old servant's place first? This old servant still has some money on hand. Bai shook her head and said, no need. I don't know if you've heard of Fang Zheng. I'm currently inside the Fang residence, and he's the one who saved me. Qian Disheng hesitated for a moment. I wonder if there is a woman named Xiao Tao in this Fang family? Yes. You've seen her? Bai asked curiously. Qian Disheng's old face immediately scrunched up like a chrysanthemum, and he said painfully, that little woman is so hateful. She came to the cloth shop a couple of days ago to buy cloth, and she managed to haggle the price down from 2 taels of silver to 1 tael. When she was doing the accounting for me, she was making all sorts of convoluted calculations, and I was completely confused. After she left, I did the accounting again and found that I had actually lost a string of cash. Ugh, what bad luck. Bai, never mind her. Fang Zheng is a very important person. Emperor Jing values him highly. I want to stay by his side and see if there's a suitable opportunity. Before Bai could finish speaking, Qian Disheng panicked and said, Princess, you mustn't. How can you personally assassinate Emperor Jing? It's too dangerous. No, how can I go in person? If the attack fails, it will raise Emperor Jing's vigilance, making it difficult to strike again next time. I will let you know if a suitable opportunity arises. Oh right, there's one more thing. There's a small county called Taoyuan County not far north of the capital. Send a few capable men into the city to scout it out. Tell them to be cautious and to lie low in Taoyuan County for now. They don't need to report back immediately. This old servant understands. Imperial study. Lu Jin knelt on the ground and vividly described to Emperor Jing what had happened in the Imperial Household Department during the day. Emperor Jing asked in surprise, You mean Fang Zheng stormed off with Yan Goen this morning? Lu Jin honestly replied, Yes, at that time. Lord Fang answered Lord Yan's questions one by one with reason and evidence. Lord Yan became angry and called Lord Fang a filthy person. Later, unable to argue any further, he stormed off. He declared that he would never see Lord Fang again, and that the two would teach separately. He would not be present if Lord Fang was there. Emperor Jing pressed on. And then, what did Fang Zheng say after Yan Goen left? Lu Jin hesitated and said, After Lord Yan left, there wasn't much time left, and it was almost lunchtime. Lord Fang chatted with the Crown Prince for a while. He told a story about a barbarian swordsman, something like Iron Egg Potter. I didn't understand it. During the story, the Crown Prince kept looking at me, so I didn't dare to get too close. Later, the Crown Prince and Lord Fang went to dine. Lord Fang kept complaining to the Crown Prince that the food at the Imperial Household Department was terrible, saying they wanted to eat a whole roasted cow. That's about it. Emperor Jing smiled and waved his hand. All right, you may leave now. Report back tomorrow. Yes, your majesty. After Lu Jin left, Emperor Jing turned to Guo Tianyang and asked, So, what do you think of Fang Zheng's performance? Guo Tianyang bowed and said, This old servant doesn't know anything about these things, but Lord Fang is quite skilled at winning people's hearts. Even an old man like Yan Zhanshi was completely fooled. Emperor Jing said with satisfaction, Yan Goen is indeed very good, but he is rigid and inflexible. Fang Zheng, a newcomer, has managed to manipulate him so well, which is beyond my expectations. I hope the Crown Prince can learn more from these two. Their complementary talents would be perfect. Want to learn this? We can do it at home. Why do you need to ask him? Guo Tianyang chuckled and said, Although Lord Fang's move was to win people's hearts, this old servant is actually quite warm-hearted. In all my years in the palace, this is the first time someone has spoken up for the palace eunuchs. Emperor Jing looked at Guo Tianyang in surprise and laughed. Well, it seems that Fang Zheng is indeed not simple. He has even influenced those around me. This old servant is ashamed. Chapter 54 My move is called Heavenly Maiden Scattering Flowers. The next day, when Fang Zheng arrived at the Meridian Gate to wait for the court session, he found that Guo Tianyang was also there, and was even looking at him with a smile. Fang Zheng casually greeted him. Good morning, brother Guo. Guo Tianyang smiled and replied, Good morning, my dear brother. As usual, the courtiers cast disdainful glances at him. They were indeed a den of snakes and rats, openly calling each other brothers with eunuchs, utterly shameless. Fang Zheng was completely dumbfounded. That damn eunuch took advantage of me? Why is this old geezer being so enthusiastic today? Guo Tianyang walked up to Fang Zheng with small, quick steps and said, Brother, you've arrived quite early today. It seems you've already settled in. Great. Eve adepted. Fang Zheng chuckled twice, momentarily unable to figure out Guo Tianyang's tactics. He then went to court with a belly full of doubts. but fortunately, he managed to get away with it again. During the morning assembly, this old fellow would occasionally cast ambiguous glances at Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng felt his scalp tingle. He wished he could castrate him again. Suppressing his discomfort, Fang Zheng went to the court of imperial sacrifices with ease after the court session. Upon entering, one sees Li Yuanzhao sitting in the courtyard with his legs crossed, looking utterly bored. Upon seeing Fang Zheng arrive, he jumped up in delight. "Old Fang, you're here. Your Highness, good morning." Fang Zheng greeted him in a relaxed and cheerful manner. "Now that Yin Goen is gone, go to the imperial household department is just like coming home. Old Fang, would you like to come with me to the Tiger and Leopard Park in the East Palace? Father Emperor demolished it. You can help me think of a good way to rebuild it." Fang Zheng immediately exploded. "I treated you like a brother, but you treat me like a beast of burden. If His Majesty finds out, he'll skin me alive." Then he quickly added, "What's the point of cats and dogs? Those are just for kids. Even if they grow up, they're still animals. If your Highness is interested, you can go to the sea to fight monsters. I know there's a monster in the sea called Godzilla, which is enormous and can breathe fire. It is perfect for a versatile talent like your Highness, who is proficient in both literature and martial arts, to fight against." Li Yuanzhao glanced at him disdainfully and said, "Don't think I'm a fool. I can't breathe underwater, and there are monsters in the water that breathe fire. Does that make sense? The kids are all grown up now. You can't fool them anymore." Fang Zheng wiped away a bead of cold sweat. "Hee, your Highness is wise. Then how about we play chess? The chessboard is like a battlefield, and your Highness is always thinking about becoming the general. I'd also like to witness your Highness's prowess." Li Yuanzhao said with little interest, "Then forget it. There's no one in the palace who can beat me at chess. I have no match for either Go or Chinese chess. It's boring." Fang Zheng sneered. "Your Highness, have you ever considered that they were letting you win? I am quite skilled in chess, so if you're not convinced, let's have a game. Being invincible in the palace is nothing. The crown prince playing chess with a eunuch? It would be strange if he didn't win. At this time, you have to use the reverse psychology method." Sure enough, Li Yuanzhao perked up immediately upon hearing this. "All right, you name your choice. Go, Chinese chess, or animal chess. I'll show you my skills." No. I don't know any of those things your Highness mentioned. I'll play Connect 4 with you." Fang Zheng really didn't know how to play. The rules of those games were complicated, and he was too lazy to learn them. He usually just played Gamoku in the county government office. After a few years, he could definitely be considered an expert. Li Yuanzhao asked in confusion, "What is Gamoku?" "Hey, it's very simple. We use this Go board and stones. Black goes first. Whoever gets 5 stones in a row horizontally, vertically, or diagonally first wins." Li Yuanzhao said disappointedly, "Alas, I wondered what it was all about. It sounded so boring, but since you're willing to play, I'll play with you." "Haha, young man, don't be too arrogant." Fang Zheng chuckled and said, "Your Highness, don't underestimate this game of Gamoku. I am quite proficient in it. Playing chess alone isn't very interesting. It needs to be done with a prize to be fun." Li Yuanzhao became interested. "What kind of prize is it?" "If I win a round, your Highness will either memorize an article or copy a book. If I lose, I will give your Highness 100 taels of silver." "How about that?" Li Yuanzhao exclaimed in surprise. "Wow, Lao Fang, it seems you really have more money than you can spend. Let's gamble." Fang Zheng sneered. "Your Highness should take care of yourself. I'm worried that the palace's collection of books isn't enough." Without further ado, the chess pieces and board were quickly prepared. The two sat facing each other. Fang Zheng looked relaxed, while Li Yuanzhao wore a disdainful expression. The first game of chess ended very quickly, in less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Fang Zheng looked at Li Yuanzhao smugly and said, "How about it, your Highness? You owe me an article." Li Yuanzhao snorted coldly. "What's so smug about? I'm still getting used to it. Let's go again." Fang Zheng shrugged and said, "Then let's do it." This time, Li Yuanzhao's expression turned serious. He didn't make a move rashly, but thought it over carefully. However, not long after, they lost the second game. 2 articles already. Again. 3 articles already. Again. Fang Zheng played along with him half-heartedly, but Li Yuanzhao didn't win a single game. 25 articles. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go again. Fang Zheng observed Li Yuanzhao's reaction as he played, and saw that Li Yuanzhao was completely focused on the chessboard, muttering to himself with each move. It's clear that he's really trying hard to learn and absorb the material, and his attitude is extremely serious. Fang Zheng couldn't help but be surprised. The Crown Prince was quite admirable in this respect. Once he was immersed in something, he had a spirit of not turning back until he hit a wall. By the 37th round, Fang Zheng had to start taking it seriously. Li Yuanzhao's expression was one of drunken madness. sometimes laughing foolishly, sometimes gritting his teeth. Fang Zheng's expression also turned serious, but suddenly a series of hurried footsteps interrupted his thoughts. Looking up, he saw several eunuchs rushing past through the moon gate. In that moment of hesitation, Li Yuanzhao slammed down his piece. 4 white stones are connected in a line, and there are no black stones at either end. It's a sure way to lose. Fang Zheng glanced at the direction of the moon gate, feeling that something was amiss. Suddenly, a figure in a yellow shirt appeared faintly through the branches, and he quickly lowered his head to continue looking at the chessboard. Cold sweat broke out on his brow as His Majesty unexpectedly arrived. Damn, if he sees me playing Connect 4 with the Crown Prince, I'm in real trouble. Although His Majesty asked him to teach the Crown Prince some new things, that doesn't include talking nonsense. Just as Fang Zheng was pondering, Li Yuanzhao's urging voice rang out. Old Fang, get down, get down. I'm about to win. What are you still thinking about? Just as he was speaking, Fang Zheng caught a glimpse of the figure getting closer and closer behind a tree branch. Seeing that he didn't react, Li Yuanzhao urged, Old Fang, are you trying to renege on this? I've already won this round. Fang Zheng was racking his brains for a solution when suddenly an idea struck him. He raised his hand and overturned the chessboard, sending chess pieces flying everywhere, and shouted, Draw. Li Yuanzhao was shocked that Fang Zheng would pull such a trick on him, and his mouth dropped open in disbelief. He then shouted angrily, Old Fang, you can't take a joke. I'm not memorizing that essay anymore. Fang Zheng said in a deep voice, Your Highness, this is also one of the ways to play Gamoku. Your Highness is the Crown Prince, and the world is your chessboard. If the game has reached a dead end, does Your Highness still wish to continue playing? At this moment, Your Highness should have the courage to overturn the chessboard. As the saying goes, no destruction, no construction. If you don't even have the spirit to fight to the death, then you have truly lost. This is the principle I wish to impart to Your Highness. Do you understand, Your Highness? Cough, cough, cough. Li Yuanzhao ignored him and bared his teeth as he lunged at Fang Zheng, but Fang Zheng dodged him. Fang Zheng then continued, Your Highness, a ruler is one who sets the rules for the world. How can he be limited by the rules? This is also what I wanted to tell you. All right, that's all for today's lesson. Elbow, let's go eat. Li Yuanzhao grabbed Fang Zheng's sleeve and said angrily, Don't try to renege. I've remembered every single move you made. I want to review the game. Fang Zheng, expressionless, slapped Li Yuanzhao's hand away. Your Highness, you lost 36 rounds just now, so I'll consider this round a loss. How about you recite 35 articles? Li Yuanzhao persisted. No way. You're cheating. One more round. Fang Zheng continued. Then how about this? I'll round it down to 0 for you. Just memorize 30 chapters. Is that all right? 1 win is worth 6. Your Highness has made a profit. Don't try to cheat next time. Fang Zheng glanced at the tree branch out of the corner of his eye and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the yellow fur figure leave. Your Highness, I didn't cheat. This is how Gamoku is played. This move is called Heavenly Maiden Scattering Flowers. I also have a move called 10,000 Arrows Fired. You could try it again if you don't believe me. I'm done playing. You've said everything. What's the point of playing anymore? Let's go eat. I'm starving. Outside the moon gate, Emperor Jing slowly walked out of the courtyard and said to Guitianyang, Fang Zheng always manages to come up with something new for me, which is truly surprising. Their teaching methods are also unique, which left a deep impression on me. Guitianyang also laughed and said, Yes, Your Majesty, this old servant was also deeply impressed by it, and the Crown Prince even willingly recited it. Emperor Jing laughed heartily twice. It seems Fang Zheng does indeed have a solution. However, as he spoke, Emperor Jing's expression turned cold. However, that rebellious son is so unruly that he won't listen to a single word. I think he's asking for a beating. Tonight, I'll summon him to the imperial study and teach him a lesson. Chapter 55, Brother Biao, is invincible. The next day, when he entered the imperial household department again, his eyes twitched when he saw the Crown Prince Fang Zheng. The Crown Prince limped toward him, and Fang Zheng hurriedly went to meet him. What happened to Your Highness's leg? Did you get beaten again? Li Yuanzhao said bitterly. Yes. Yesterday, my father summoned me, and for some reason, he beat me up again without saying a word. Damn it, you tyrant. I can't stand this palace anymore. Let's go. I'll go to your place for a few days. I can't stand this life any longer. Fang Zheng quickly comforted him. Your Highness, as the saying goes, spare the rod and spoil the child. This is all fatherly love. I couldn't ask for more. Li Yuanzhao grinned and said, All right, I'll go talk to Father Emperor now and let you experience it too. No need. Li Yuanzhao said wistfully. Old Fang, tell me, am I really Father Emperor's biological son? Fang Zheng shuddered. Your Highness, please be careful what you say. How could it not be your own child? Only your own child can be beaten like this. I was beaten when I was a child. Then why are my sisters and cousins being beaten? What an animal. How could you ask such a question? Fang Zheng was momentarily speechless and said with a long face, Your Highness is truly remarkable. Sensing the sarcasm in Fang Zheng's words, Li Yuanzhao chuckled twice and continued. However, I really want to leave the palace. I just overheard some Hanlon scholars in the Imperial Household Department talking about a poetry debate. I've never been to a poetry debate in my life. Ever since I came back from Taiyuan County, I've been thinking about going out to see the world, but unfortunately, I haven't had the chance. As he spoke, he kept giving Fang Zheng meaningful glances. Fang Zheng looked up and down, saying, If you ask me, the most comfortable place to lie down is at home. There's nowhere better than a bed. When his hints failed, Li Yuanzhao jumped up and said, Old Fang, I want to go to the poetry debate. Don't you have the gold medal my father gave me? I'll disguise myself, and you can take me out. Fang Zheng sighed helplessly. Your Highness can also compose poetry? Li Yuanzhao raised his head and said, How could I not? Today, I will compose a poem on the spot. Born to be a martial emperor, all right. I've already witnessed your Highness's poetic talent. Fang Zheng quickly called for a halt. Good heavens, he hasn't even ascended the throne yet, and he's already given himself the title of Emperor Wu. Fang Zheng was afraid that if he listened any longer, his heart wouldn't be able to take it. Old Fang, give me a straight answer. Can I go or not? No. First, I'll get scolded if they find out. Second, I don't have an invitation. And third, I can't take it out. Your Highness, what do you suggest we do? Li Yuanzhao said excitedly. Visa no problem. I'll get you the invitation right away. Tonight, I'll disguise myself as a guard and go out with you. We'll be quick and back, and no one will notice. How about it? Seeing the longing look in Li Yuanzhao's eyes, Fang Zheng hesitated for a moment. The crown prince is indeed somewhat pitiful. He's been suffering a lot lately, and it's all his fault. Secondly, leisure activities are too scarce, which is not good for physical and mental health. Every day in the palace, one either reads or stays there, which is not fun at all. Even an expert like Fang Zheng, who prefers to lie flat, wouldn't be able to adapt to this kind of life. Moreover, the crown prince is still a teenager, an age when he should be out having fun and playing. It would be abnormal if he didn't want to go out. Meeting Li Yuanzhao's expectant gaze, Fang Zheng finally softened. He could only say, We're all brothers, so let's go. But once we're out there, we'll follow my orders. If anything goes wrong, I can't bear the responsibility. Good. I knew you were loyal. Lu Jin, quickly go and find those Hanlon scholars to give me a few invitations to the poetry debate. Also, give me a set of casual clothes. Lu Jin, who was listening nearby, broke out in a cold sweat. He knew he would have to go to the emperor that night to report on the matter. What if the prince runs away? However, since Li Yuanzhao had spoken, he could only obediently go to the Hanlon Academy to ask for an invitation. Not long after, he returned with several invitations and a guard's uniform, crying and pleading, Your Highness, these are anonymous invitations I obtained. Please come back soon. Understood. If anyone asks, remember to cover for me. If anything happens, you'll be held responsible. As soon as his shift ended, Fang Zheng came to find the prince right on time. He fell silent the moment we met. Li Yuanzhao was dressed in a guard's uniform, his face painted a mess. After a moment of silence, Fang Zheng finally spoke up. Your Highness, who did your makeup? Li Yuanzhao said smugly. I painted this myself. I don't trust those servants who are so clumsy. Take a look at my painting. Excellent, Your Highness. With this skill, you'd be more than qualified to be the magistrate of Gotham City. Fang Zheng couldn't help but flatter him. Gotham? Where's that? I've never heard of that place. Oh, the capital of a foreign land called the Beautiful Country. The United States? That's new. Old Fang, you know so much. Without further ado, Fang Zheng pulled Li Yuanzhao up and left. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Although the guards were a little puzzled when they saw Li Yuanzhao's face, which looked like a clown's, Fang Zheng showed his gold medal and was allowed to pass without any problems. The two successfully arrived at the Fang residence by carriage. As soon as he got out of the car, Fang Zheng immediately called Xiao Tao over and pointed to Li Yuanzhao beside him, saying, Xiao Tao, this is my newly acquainted little brother. Go wash his face and put on some makeup for him. Li Yuanzhao shouted with displeasure. Why do I need to wash my face? And put on makeup again? Xiao Tao didn't say anything, but gave Li Yuanzhao a pitiful look. Thinking that the young master's kindness had struck again, he even adopted a child with cerebral palsy from the capital. So he simply grabbed Li Yuanzhao's sleeve and led him into the house. Before long, the makeup was done. A professional is a professional. With Xiao Tao's help, Li Yuanzhao was transformed into a simple and unpretentious young man. Her long hair was styled like that of a model student. Fang Zheng examined it for a while, then nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. In a moment, you'll say you're my page. Refer to yourself as I understand. I understand. The Iwanzhou Rapata. Xiao Tao cast a pitying glance at him again. Afterwards, Fang Zheng summoned Zhang Biao and gave him some instructions, telling him that he must bring guards to protect the crown prince when he went out this time. Upon hearing that it was Zhang Biao, Li Yuanzhao's eyes lit up, and he rolled up one sleeve and flexed his biceps. He shouted loudly, "You're Zhang Biao? I want to have a match with you." A hint of disdain flashed in Zhang Biao's intelligent eyes as he said in a simple voice, "Forget it. Murder is against the law. I just heard Xiao Tao say that this is the young master's newly picked up mentally challenged child, so we shouldn't bother with him." Fang Zheng glanced at Li Yuanzhao and curled his lip in disdain. Young people are so arrogant and ignorant. I, Brother Biao, am invincible. Then he casually handed over a silver ingot, and Zhang Biao immediately understood and pressed it into a silver cake. Fang Zheng handed a handful of silver coins to Li Yuanzhao. "This is your pocket money. Be careful with it when you're out." Li Yuanzhao took the silver ingot, still warm from his body, and glanced weakly at Zhang Biao, saying guiltily, "Your guard is all brute strength, if it were me. Young master, are you bringing arsenic blowguns, sleeping pills, and scissors with you this time?" Fang Zheng waved his hand and said, "Ah, no need for arsenic. We are all scholars. Poisoning is too dirty." Li Yuanzhao shut his mouth in time and stood there obediently. Chapter 56, Old Fang's Fangs. "All right, Li Yuan, give me the invitation. I want to see where this poetry debate is held." Li Yuanzhao handed over the invitation, and Fang Zheng unfolded it and immediately burst into laughter. "What a coincidence! The Tuzhua Lake poetry debate. It seems I have no choice but to attend this trap." Zhang Biao leaned over and asked, "Young master, where are we going?" "Let's go eat at a Hongmen banquet." Upon hearing this, Zhang Biao immediately exclaimed happily, "All right, I'll go get a sack." Li Yuanzhao asked in confusion, "Why are you carrying a burlap sack?" "You don't understand. The feast at Hongmen was served raw meat. Let's bring the meat back and eat it." Zhang Biao replied with an air of expertise, as if he had eaten it many times before. Then, with a happy expression, he ran off to find the sack. Li Yuanzhao stared wide-eyed at Zhang Biao's retreating figure, then leaned close to Fang Zheng's ear and whispered, "He's got something wrong with his head." Fang Zheng was displeased. "How dare you talk about my brother Biao like that? Are you kidding me? The #1 fighter in Taoyuan County." So he said seriously, "Your Highness, you don't understand. When you reach the limit in one area, other aspects become unimportant. Take me for example. What do you think of my appearance?" "It's fine, what's wrong?" Li Yuanzhao asked hesitantly. "That's why His Majesty insisted on appointing me as an official in the capital. Do you understand? Do you think I'm good at studying? No. Do I know how to fight? No. So why does His Majesty value me so much?" Fang Zheng looked very serious. Li Yuanzhao stammered, "Isn't it because of your meritorious service in controlling the floods?" "Wrong. Your Highness, as the Crown Prince, you must learn to see through appearances to the essence. Why was I appointed to the court of imperial sacrifices for my meritorious service in flood control? Is there any necessary connection between these two things? No. Ultimately, it's because I'm good-looking. That's why His Majesty sent me to the court of imperial sacrifices and even gave me a gold token to freely enter and leave the Forbidden City." Li Yuanzhao looked terrified and took 2 steps back. "You mean Father Emperor has homosexual tendencies? That's one-sided. That's one-sided. Appreciation of beauty transcends gender and race. Beauty can also be infectious. That's why His Majesty has me by your side. As the saying goes, one becomes accustomed to the fragrance of orchids and magnolias and no longer notices it. Your Highness has changed quite a bit without us even realizing it. Look at your fashionable hairstyle now." "Really?" Li Yuanzhao chuckled foolishly, touching his hair. Then she suddenly felt disappointed. "No wonder I'm not popular with my father. It turns out I haven't mastered any particular skill. I can learn anything, and it's not my fault. Am I wrong to be a polymath? This damned curse of talent." Fang Zheng. "Great, without realizing it, we've all become kindred spirits." As he spoke, Zhang Biao was already prepared, with 3 burlap sacks tied around his waist with a belt, making it look like he was wearing a skirt. Fang Zheng twitched his lips and didn't bother to say anything more. He's used to it. With the carriage ready, the 3 of them immediately set off for their destination. Tuzhua Lake is located in the northwest of Jingcheng West District. Both banks of the lake are lined with bustling shops and are usually crowded with people. Just as the 3 were about to arrive, Fang Zheng called for the carriage to stop. They had arrived relatively early, and it wasn't too late yet. Fang Zheng thought that since there's still some time, he might as well let Li Yuanzhao get out of the carriage and walk around to see the surrounding environment. If you board the ship directly, you'll just be going from one room to another, missing out on a lot of the scenery, which diminishes the meaning of the trip. The three of them strolled along the riverside path. Li Yuanzhao and Fang Zheng walked side by side, while Zhang Biao followed closely behind, keeping watch. A gentle breeze rustled the willows on both banks, causing their branches to sway incessantly. Along the riverside shops, people constantly came and went, chatting, bargaining, and even reciting poems. Like a bird released back into nature, Li Yuanzhao opened his arms wide, took a deep breath, and said, "This place is really nice. It's no less beautiful than Taoyuan County. When I walked around the outskirts of the capital, I thought the whole capital was like that." Fang Zheng laughed and said, "You're joking. This is the capital city after all. Even if Taoyuan County is better, there are still differences. No, in my opinion, the management of the capital is far inferior to that of Taoyuan County. Look over there, and over there. They are all beggars, but I have never seen a single beggar in Taoyuan County. Why is that?" Li Yuanzhao pointed to the beggars who were begging hard near the shops, and then looked at Fang Zheng with a puzzled expression. He had this question since he first arrived in Taoyuan County, but it suddenly came to mind when he saw the beggar today. Fang Zheng smiled slightly. "How could Taoyuan County not have beggars? It's just that I've made them all work. Those who are able-bodied and capable are allowed to rest for a few days before being assigned to work to earn money to support their families. This is called work relief. If they are disabled, we will do our best to help them do what they can. Those who are completely incapacitated, or the elderly, weak, women, and children, will be investigated by the county government, and then a certain amount of money will be distributed each month to ensure their basic living. That way, you won't see any beggars in Taoyuan County anymore. This capital city is so vast, far beyond what Taoyuan County can compare to. Do you know how many beggars there are, how many jobs there are, and how the money should be distributed? This is a big problem, far more complex than managing a small county. Moreover, the relationships within the capital are intricate and difficult to manage. I think even if I were to manage it, I would hardly make any progress." Li Yuanzhao nodded, then asked doubtfully, "Do those beggars really want to work peacefully? I heard from my master that some people are just naturally lazy and can't be taught no matter what." Fang Zheng's face darkened. He felt he had been subtly insulted. He then laughed and said, "What your master said might not be wrong. Some beggars who are capable of working to support their families still cause trouble after they earn money, cheating, swindling, and committing all sorts of evil deeds. If the circumstances are serious, I usually break both their legs and then make them do some things within their capabilities. If they remain unrepentant, then break both their hands and give them a monthly allowance to ensure their basic living. In this way, over time no one will cause trouble." Fang Zheng was still smiling, but Li Yuanzhao felt a chill run down his spine at that smile. Old Fang, who is usually so carefree and jovial, actually has such a ruthless side. Fang Zheng glanced at him and slowly said, "A ruler who is always soft-hearted will sow the seeds of future disasters. It would be great if they could be educated, but there are born evil people in this world. They are unrepentant, do all kinds of bad things, and have no compassion or humanity at all. It's as if they were born to do evil. During my 7 years in office in Taoyuan County, a total of 107 people were beheaded for crimes such as rape, robbery, looting, rioting, and other evil deeds. Do you think I did something wrong?" Li Yuanzhao still felt some numbness in his hands, and gritted his teeth, saying, "That's right, strict military law is the only way to manage an army. I understand that principle." Fang Zheng smiled with satisfaction. "That's right, but governing the people is not the same as managing an army. These evil people are only a small minority. The evil of the vast majority of people can be corrected through education. We should use good policies for good people and bad laws for evil people. We must not let the people who love and support you feel disheartened." Chapter 57, 2 Anime. The two then chatted for a while longer. Most of the time, Fang Zheng was the one talking and Li Yuanzhao was the one listening. He listened very attentively, more attentively than ever before, because what Fang Zheng said this time seemed to overturn his previous image of him. A person who was originally carefree and cynical suddenly transformed into a fierce, ruthless, and decisive killer. And finally, with Fang Zheng's embellishment, a tragic element was added to the story. His entire image has basically become that of Chow Yun-fat, Cheng Tin-sang, and the Godfather. After a casual chat, Li Yuanzhao looked at Fang Zheng with more admiration in his eyes. Fang Zheng also sensed Li Yuanzhao's admiration and nodded in satisfaction. It wasn't for nothing that I, the young master, had wasted so many brain cells, My persona was firmly established. It was already dark when the three of them walked to the painted boat. A maid was greeting guests, and when she saw Zhang Biao wearing a burlap sack skirt, her expression immediately turned strange. However, upon seeing Fang Zheng, they immediately understood. This richly dressed young man was clearly the leader, and the two behind him were guards. So she said softly, "Young master, guards are not allowed on board for today's poetry debate. Please forgive us." "What guards? These are all my brothers." Fang Zheng casually tossed out 3 invitations. Then, amidst the maid's astonished gazes, the 3 of them boarded the painted boat with an air of nonchalance. This pleasure boat is extremely large, measuring 30 meters long and about 10 meters wide, and has 3 decks. The central hall is hollow, leading directly to the 3rd floor. The hall is filled with more than a dozen round tables, and although it is not yet full, it is already mostly occupied. The visitors were all dressed in fine clothes, and many of them were gently fanning themselves with paper fans. Li Yuanzhao was extremely curious, looking around, but Fang Zheng pulled him aside and led him to a table to sit down. Upon seeing Zhang Biao, the people at the same table quickly avoided him and changed seats. Then Fang Zheng's table was empty, with only 3 people sitting there staring at each other. Zhang Biao said sullenly, "Where's the meat? Where's the meat?" Hearing him say that, Fang Zheng and Li Yuanzhao also felt hungry. They hadn't eaten a single bite of food since they came back from their shift, and they had been walking for half a day. There were only a few plates of pastries on the table, but they were hardly appetizing. "Wait a minute. There will definitely be a main course later. Don't rush. Let's have some snacks first." Fang Zheng picked up a piece of pastry first. He chewed a couple of bites, frowned, and said, "Disgusting." Li Yuanzhao also took a piece, stuffing his mouth full, and muttered, "It's all right, better than what my family makes." Fang Zheng, with a stern face, forced down the remaining half of the pastry. "Your family doesn't have much good food." "This, right? Why is the food my family cooks so bad?" "Lao Fang, what's going on?" Li Yuanzhao suddenly realized this problem. "It's nothing. Nutritional meals have always been unpalatable." What is a nutritious meal? A meal made by wasting ingredients is called a nutritious meal. So that's how it is. Li Yuanzhao gritted his teeth and said, "How can my family cook the same dishes so badly? It really is a nutritious meal." Fang Zheng scoffed. "Not only is it unpalatable, it's also expensive. If you don't believe me, go ask around in the countryside about vegetable prices. I'm sure the vegetables in your house are much more expensive than those in the countryside." "Good. I'm going to investigate those people in the imperial kitchen. They even dared to fool me." As the two were talking, Zhang Biao had already devoured 2 plates of pastries on the table. Fang Zheng quickly reached out to stop him, cursing, "Slow down, you son of a bitch. Are you having a snack? Since we're not here today, Xiao Tao probably just grab a quick bite. Take the rest with you." Zhang Biao chuckled awkwardly and sheepishly put down the plate in his hand. Before long, everyone had arrived, and the painted boat slowly sailed towards the center of the lake. Zhang Chong stood on the 2nd floor, his eyes constantly scanning downwards, with Jiao Yang, who had a bruised and swollen face, beside him. "So, did you find them? Which one is Fang Zheng?" Jiao Yang grinned and suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "They're here. They're here. Young master, look, there are only 3 of them at that table near the stern." At this moment, Jiao Yang was overjoyed. The moment of revenge had finally arrived. After Zhang Biao threw him out the door that day, he returned to the minister's mansion, only to have his manager's hat removed and be beaten again. At this moment, his hatred for Fang Zheng had reached its peak. Now that young Master Zhang is here, let's see if he dares to act recklessly again. Zhang Chong watched Fang Zheng chatting and laughing with his servants, lightly waving his folding fan and smiling disdainfully, as expected of a peasant coming to the city, actually mingling with servants. How did those two even get in? Zhao Yang quickly replied, Exactly. That Fang Zheng has no manners at all. He must have been forced to come in. Ah, all right, you can go down now. I'll go and meet him. Young master, be careful. Roll. First floor. Li Yuanzhao, resting his chin on his hands, looked utterly bored. When's old Fang's main course coming? I don't find this place very interesting. Fang Zheng rolled his eyes at him. What's the rush? It hasn't even started yet. Look, the food's served. Just as the three were getting impatient, the young girls who were serving the food began to gracefully approach. Each of them had an elegant figure, wore light gauze, and their flesh was faintly visible. All of them had exceptionally beautiful faces. Li Yuanzhao craned his neck to look intently, but Fang Zheng, unable to bear it any longer, quickly pulled him back twice, saying, Hey, it's not that serious. It's not that serious. What? Let me see what dishes are served. Clam. Fang Zheng was dumbfounded. The crown prince wasn't even looking at the woman. He was looking at the dishes. This wasn't normal. He quickly asked, Look, Isn't that maid pretty? She could easily become the most beautiful courtesan in my Peach Blossom County. Li Yuanzhao licked his lips and said, I'm just hungry. What does that woman's looks have to do with me? Fang Zheng immediately asked seriously, Are you married? I married her, so what? So you don't like women? Upon hearing this, Li Yuanzhao turned his head helplessly. Not really interested. I prefer the women in books. Sigh. I find real women unbearably vulgar. Fang Zheng suddenly realized and felt relieved. So it was an anime character? Li Yuanzhao asked in confusion. What is an Ursiyuan? I mean someone who is handsome, beautiful, and talented in both literature and martial arts. Li Yuanzhao laughed and touched his cheek. Not bad. Then I'll be an anime fan. Zhang Biao quietly approached and asked in a low voice, Young master, do you think I'm an anime/manga fan? You're my brother. My precious brother. Zhang Biao sat back down contentedly. Even if he couldn't be an anime fan, being a muscular guy was still pretty good. As one exquisite dish after another was served, Zhang Chong walked to the front of the hall, clasped his hands in a fist salute to everyone, and said, Thank you all for coming. Chapter 58, are you up to something? Thank you all for attending this poetry debate. This poetry debate is open to all topics. In addition to fine wine and food and the usual poetry debate, we will also have the company of beautiful women from the Tsangshan Pavilion. Furthermore, there's another prize. If I can win the championship, I will have the chance to spend a romantic night with Miss Luo Ningxin, the most beautiful courtesan of the Hidden Fragrance Pavilion. Please enjoy your drinks and conversation. Show off your talents. If you are inspired to write a poem, please do so immediately and post it on the display wall behind me, where Miss Luo Ningxin will judge it. As soon as Zhang Chong finished speaking, a graceful woman slowly walked out from the second floor, with maids on either side of her, setting up a guqin. The woman wore a veil, revealing only her two phoenix eyes, which were bright and expressive, and her demeanor was elegant and refined. Exclamations immediately rang out from below. It's Miss Luo. Fang Zheng lost interest after just one glance. Whenever there was a brothel event, the leading ladies would not easily show themselves and would always do something secretive and ambiguous. Just like opening a blind box, you're always disappointed when you open it. Moreover, the woman was dressed so warmly that there was really nothing interesting about her. Fang Zheng glanced at it twice and then continued eating, while Zhang Biao kept eating without stopping and didn't even look at it. Li Yuanzhao exclaimed excitedly, Old Fang, look, a beautiful woman, still wearing a veil. Huh? Don't you dislike women in real life? Fang Zheng asked curiously. You can't see clearly without the veil on. Isn't that curious? Old Fang, aren't you curious? TCH, young people are too naive. Fang Zheng scoffed. I'm not curious. I know all about Victoria's Secret. This is just SOSO. Vivido, what's secret? I'll tell you later. I'm hungry. I'm going to eat first. Luo Ningxin glanced downstairs, her gaze lingering for a moment on the three figures, before she gently raised her hand. Like the gurgling sound of a clear spring, the sound was initially gentle, but then it became more intense, like mercury spilling onto the ground. At this moment, the young men on the pleasure boat were all listening intently. The originally noisy crowd became extremely quiet, immersed in the beautiful melody of the zither, savoring the experience. Even Li Yuanzhao couldn't help but look up at the building, revealing a look of intoxication. When I turned my head to look at the two people next to me, they were still showing off their food. Li Yuanzhao felt out of place, so he continued eating with his head down, but couldn't help nudging Fang Zheng. Old Fang, it sounds great. Why aren't you listening? What? The zither. The zither. Li Yuanzhao was speechless. It seemed that old Fang hadn't listened to a word. Fang Zheng looked up and wiped his mouth. What's the point of this thing? I think it's more like chicken, you're too beautiful. When it comes to music, Fang Zheng is worse than a cow. He has absolutely no appreciation ability. What he listens to most often is the gongs and drums of ordinary people. This guqin solo was utterly uninteresting, and having listened to so much of Chicken You're Too Beautiful in my past life, I seem to have developed an immunity to music. Li Yuanzhao lowered his head and remained silent. Old Fang was spouting strange things that no one could understand again. When the music ended, the commotion resumed. Someone kept shouting upwards, Miss Luo, sing another song. Luo Ningxin's eyebrows curved into crescent moons as she said sweetly, Thank you all for your kindness. I will copy all the poems on the display wall and send them upstairs for Ningxin to read. After saying that, she glanced at the three members of the fan club and turned back to her boudoir, causing a chorus of howls from downstairs. Afterwards, the downstairs area returned to its usual lively atmosphere of clinking glasses and exchanging toasts. The waitresses who used to serve food changed into new outfits that were more revealing and daring, moving among the guests. If there was anything they liked, they would give it some money and hug it to their arms. For a time, the air was filled with the chirping of orioles and the recitation of poems. Perhaps because Zhang Biao was still showing off his food, not a single prostitute came over to Fang Zheng's side, creating a vacuum. Li Yuanzhao watched as everyone else had a girl in their arms, while he was left with only two rough men awkwardly twisting and turning. Fang Zheng, who had just finished eating, picked his teeth and said, "Didn't you want to write a poem? I'll have someone bring you pen and ink. Just write it here. When you've had enough fun, let's hurry home. Forget about that born martial emperor. Let's find a new one." Li Yuanzhao nodded awkwardly, which made Fang Zheng secretly chuckle. As expected, the anime/manga enthusiast was socially awkward. He was all talk and no action in the palace, but he became a liability when there were many people around. "The brushwork is perfect." Li Yuanzhao gripped the brush, his face solemn. After a stick of incense had burned, he finally managed to utter 3 words, his voice strained and his words muffled. Seeing Fang Zheng's mocking gaze, he angrily threw down his pen. "I'm not doing it anymore. I can't muster any poetic inspiration today. Oh, I'm going out for some fresh air." With that, Li Yuanzhao strode out of the cabin. No sooner had he left than Zhang Chong arrived, stood before Fang Zheng, bowed, and said, "I am Zhang Chong, son of the Minister of Revenue. Greetings, Lord Fang." Fang Zheng was about to call Li Yuanzhao back when Zhang Chong interrupted him, and he couldn't help but look up and scrutinize him. The newcomer had a smiling face, thin lips, and long, narrow eyes. Was he Zhang Chong? However, he seemed quite polite. "Very well. What business does young Master Zhang wish to discuss with me?" Zhang Chong looked up at Zhang Biao, who was eating in silence, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Then he smiled and said, "Your presence here truly brings honor to our humble abode. At such a young age, you have already entered the Eastern Palace to serve, which is the envy of all the scholars in the land. Why don't we invite you to come up on stage and say a few words?" Immediately afterward, before Fang Zheng could reply, Zhang Chong called out loudly, "Gentlemen, gentlemen, I have something to say. Please listen carefully. This is none other than the junior chamberlain of the court of imperial sacrifices, the Baron of Taoyuan County, Fang Zheng, Lord Fang. It is an honor for us to participate in the poetry debate today. Now, Master Fang has something to say to you all. Please be quiet." Upon hearing this, everyone present fell silent instantly, their eyes immediately focusing on Fang Zheng. Subsequently, many people began to whisper among themselves, their eyes filled with disdain. "Oh, so this is Fang Zheng. I've heard my father say that he's extremely shameless and has corrupted the crown prince in the palace. Brother Chun, you've heard about it too? This man is a treacherous and wicked minister. I never imagined he would be sharing a room with us. What a disgrace. Such scoundrels rose to power through flattery and sycophancy. His Majesty has probably been deceived." In the instant that everything quieted down, Zhang Biao licked his lips, immediately reached for his waist, and looked at Fang Zheng. Considering that Li Yuanzhao was still alive, Fang Zheng didn't want to cause trouble. So he pressed Zhang Biao's hand under the table, shook his head, and then laughed. "All right, since everyone wants to hear, I'll just say a few words." He then calmly walked to the front, ignoring the disdainful looks from the crowd. "I am very pleased to be able to share a drink with you all today. On this occasion, I would like to give you a little something as a gift to add to the festivities. I am as close as brothers with the crown prince, and I know that he is very fond of poetry. Since the champion has a beauty by his side today, I might as well add another one. Today's champion, I will truthfully recommend him to the crown prince. With such a beauty in my arms, and the opportunity to showcase my talents before the crown prince, wouldn't that be wonderful? I have finished speaking. You may all do as you please." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at Fang Zheng with eager eyes. An opportunity to spend time with the crown prince is far rarer than sleeping with a courtesan. Now, to be able to sleep with the most beautiful courtesan and also have the opportunity to meet the crown prince. Isn't that a double win for both beauty and career? If a good-for-nothing like Fang Zheng can thrive, why can't I? Chapter 59, The Wise Crown Prince. Zhang Chong looked at Fang Zheng in surprise. How is that possible? Isn't this person just a reckless brute? He so easily dispelled the hostility of most people. It seems I underestimated this person. Seeing Fang Zheng walk back quickly, Zhang Chong immediately greeted him with a smile. Just as he was about to speak, Fang Zheng grabbed his shoulder. Fang Zheng's murderous voice rang in his ears. "Boy, if you want to get revenge for Jiao Liang, you can always come at me. But I'm not in the mood to play with you today, Zhang Biao." Upon hearing this, Zhang Biao silently pulled open half of his shirt, revealing a row of chilling throwing knives. Zhang Chong was immediately terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. What does Fang Zheng mean by this? He's going to kill me over a mere disagreement? And he's even threatening me with a weapon? He said tremblingly, Lord Fang, you are too kind. I just wanted to catch a glimpse of your demeanor. Fang Zheng sneered. Charm? You'll regret it if you actually see it. I wouldn't dare. Zhang Chong shrank back like a quail, his eyes fixed on a throwing knife under Zhang Biao's clothes. I was afraid he would throw it out at any moment. Fang Zheng's expression shifted from gloomy to cheerful, and he patted Zhang Chang's face with a grin. If you mess with me again, you'll regret it. Don't say I didn't warn you, get lost. Zhang Chang's face turned ashen. He nodded repeatedly, and as soon as Fang Zheng let go, he fled in panic. Fang Zheng looked at Zhang Chang's desolate, departing figure with utter disdain. Sure enough, these young noblemen in the capital have all grown up in luxury and have never seen real combat. They shrink back when scared. All right, put your weapon away and come with me to see where Li Yuan went. Ning Honyuan, who was sitting not far away, took in the whole scene. He smiled slightly, said goodbye to the people at the table, and then followed Zhang Chong, who was leaving in a gloomy manner. Inside the cabin, a lively discussion about the poem was taking place, while Fang Zheng had already stepped out of the cabin and headed straight for the ship's side. At a glance, one could see Li Yuan Zhao arguing with a servant. Fang Zheng chuckled upon seeing this and quickly went over to ask, What happened? Why are you fighting? Upon seeing Fang Zheng's splendid attire, the servant immediately bowed and said, Young master, is he your guard? I was throwing leftovers into the river when he stopped me, which led to the argument. You must stand up for me. Fang Zheng looked at Li Yuan Zhao with a puzzled expression. Li Yuan Zhao complained, Old Fang, you don't know that bastard threw most of the dish into the river. Look, there's a beggar on the other side of the lake. What a waste. I scolded him, but he still wouldn't listen. Wise Crown Prince. Fang Zheng was immediately filled with respect. He raised his hand and gave his servant a hard slap. Who told you to litter like that? Wasting resources is shameful. After being hit hard, the servant was stunned and then almost burst into tears. He cried out, Young master, I'm innocent. Those were just leftovers, food that nobody ate. That's how we always treat things. Fang Zheng took out a small silver ingot from his pocket and handed it to the servant, saying, No need to explain. Leave all the leftovers for me. I'll take them with me when I get off the ship. Remember, don't take any with soup. Upon seeing the silver, the servant immediately bowed and scraped, saying, Yes, sir. Don't worry. Turning his head, the servant's expression immediately changed, and he muttered, You poor, wretched fellow. You're like a dog. Old Fang, he's insulting you. Li Yuan Zhao, with his sharp ears, immediately heard the servant's complaint. Upon hearing this, the servant ran off in a flash. Fang Zheng waved his hand and said, Let them scold me. Lots of people are scolding me. It's not like I'm going to lose anything. But why did you suddenly think of keeping these leftovers? Li Yuan Zhao watched the servant's retreating figure and said bitterly, What else can we think? One side can't get food. The other side is thrown into the river. When I visited ordinary people's homes, I saw them eating spoiled porridge, while here they were feasting on fish and meat, which they were then throwing into the river. Is there any justice in this world? Fang Zheng patted Li Yuan Zhao on the shoulder and sighed. This is what they call the rich feast while the poor freeze to death. That's just how the world is sometimes. Don't rush, take it slow. After we get off the boat, I'll go with you to give the leftovers to the beggars. It's cold outside, Elbow. Come inside with me. Li Yuan Zhao seemed somewhat disappointed, but he still obediently followed Fang Zheng back. Fang Zheng glanced at him sideways. What? Are you angry? Yes. My hands are itching to beat someone up. Hey, what a coincidence. I was thinking the same thing. Why don't we go back and beat up Lu Jin? Good. The two returned to their original positions, where the hall was now bustling with noise. The poems pasted on the exhibition wall have been covered with countless layers. Downstairs, maids are responsible for copying them down. After they are written, they are sent to Luo Ningxin's boudoir. After the comments are given, a maid will return a wooden plaque, which is basically divided into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. Of course, the most important part was the critique among scholars, since no matter how beautiful the courtesan was, the core of this poetry debate was still poetry. Zhang Chong was still sitting in the chair, his mind reeling. When the people around him spoke to him, he could only manage a weak smile before falling silent, his eyes occasionally darting around. After observing for a while, Ning Honyuan leaned forward and whispered in Zhang Chang's ear, Young Master Zhang, would you like to come out for a chat? Zhang Chong turned his head and glanced at him blankly, then continued to stare blankly. Ning Honyuan sighed helplessly and whispered again, Fang Zheng. Zhang Chong snapped back to his senses and looked at Ning Honyuan again. And you are? My name is Ning Honyuan. Young Master Zheng. May I ask where we can have a chat? Let's go. The two found a secluded spot, and Ning Honyuan bowed first. Honyuan greets young Master Zheng. I don't know you. Who invited you here? Zhang Chong stared at Ning Honyuan, his mind racing. Ning Honyuan smiled slightly. Young Master, the invitation to the poetry debate was obtained by chance, but none of that matters. The important thing is that I just saw Fang Zheng seemingly threatening young Master Zheng, and I was so indignant that I dared to come and bother you. Zhang Chang's face flushed slightly. He never expected that this pretty boy in front of him would see all of his embarrassing moments. What do you want to do? I have no demands, but I saw that Fang Zheng had gone too far, and seeing that you were losing your composure, I came specifically to remind you. What reminder? Ning Honyuan frowned and asked, did Fang Zheng threaten young Master Zheng with force just now? Recalling what had just happened, Zhang Chong was still somewhat panicked, closing his eyes in anguish. That's right. They had weapons, many knives. Fang Zheng said that if I provoke him again, I'd be in big trouble. Ning Honyuan glanced at him disdainfully. He hadn't expected that Zhang Chong, who was supposed to be so elegant and well-mannered, would reveal his true colors so easily when intimidated. He was really too cowardly. Then he said with heartache, Young Master, you are foolish. How could Fang Zheng dare to lay a finger on you? He is currently serving as an instructor to the Crown Prince in the Eastern Palace, while you, young Master, are the son of a high-ranking official. How stupid would Fang Zheng have to be to commit such an act against you? If he dares to actually make a move, I'm afraid the Emperor will immediately dismiss him from his post and imprison him. How can such a person be expected to teach the Crown Prince? Moreover, your father is also in the imperial court. He will have to consider this carefully. Therefore, I am certain that Fang Zheng would never dare to touch a hair on your head. Chapter 60, completely embarrassed. Really? Yes. Brother Ning is right. I was so anxious that I lost my composure for a moment. Zhang Chong suddenly realized what was happening, and his spirits were mostly restored. I wonder what business young Master Zheng has with Fang Zheng. Ning Hongyuan asked, puzzled. Just now, Zhang Chong was reminded by Ning Hongyuan's words, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of trust in him. So he said with shame, it's not a big deal. Fang Zheng hit my servant, and I heard my father talk about his behavior in the court. I heard that he is a treacherous villain. I was unconvinced and wanted to test Fang Zheng's true worth, but I never expected to be outmaneuvered. I am ashamed. Ning Hongyuan smiled slightly. Young Master is too modest. We usually deal with scholars and gentlemen. When have we ever encountered such a vulgar person? It's inevitable to panic for a moment. Hearing him say that, Zhang Chong found the person in front of him more and more pleasing to the eye. Not only did he manage to console himself, he even managed to save face. Ning Hongyuan continued to speak eloquently. It wouldn't be difficult to embarrass him. I observe that this person acts crudely and despicably. His achievements today must be largely due to scheming and trickery. He probably doesn't have much literary talent. Why not make him compose a poem in public? That'll expose his true colors. This, seeing Zhang Chong hesitate, Ning Hongyuan quickly added, I'll go with you, young master. Don't worry, Fang Zheng would never dare to be violent. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong grasped Ning Hongyuan's hand emotionally. Thank you so much, Brother Ning. Please be sure to come to my residence for a gathering after the poetry competition. Seeing that Zhang Chong trusted him so easily, Ning Hongyuan was secretly overjoyed. My mission is complete. Then, the two of them went to Fang Zheng together. Fang Zheng watched with amusement as the two young men in front of him argued heatedly over a sentimental poem. Suddenly, two silly figures holding hands appeared and blocked his view. Fang Zheng was stunned, then slowly looked up. Is this your new boyfriend? Zhang Chong said indifferently. That's right. Brother Ning and I hit it off immediately. He greatly admires you, sir, so I came to introduce him to Lord Fang. Fang Zheng, is this kid scared out of his wits? I'm not your father. Ning Hongyuan clasped his hands in greeting and said, Greetings, Lord Fang. At the same time, he sneered inwardly. Not only did I use your invitation today, but I'm also going to stomp on you. Fang Zheng nodded. Okay, I agree to this marriage. Zhang Chong. Ning Hongyuan. Li Yuan Zhao didn't understand, but he found it interesting and kept laughing foolishly, which made Zhang Chong and the other man glare at him angrily. Zhang Chongdao said, Lord Fang, I think today's magnificent scene is rare. I would like to ask you to compose a poem. Firstly, it would make your trip worthwhile, and secondly, it would satisfy the learning desires of many of my comrades. Fang Zheng said calmly, Little Zhang, your memory isn't very good. Have you forgotten what I just said so quickly? In Fang Zheng's eyes, this behavior was tantamount to someone forcing him to perform in public a truly egregious act. Fang Zheng was extremely displeased. Ning Honyuan immediately chimed in, loudly proclaiming, Lord Fang, everyone present today greatly admires your talent. Please compose a poem, lest the students present be disheartened. Please compose one, Lord Fang. His shout drew the attention of the crowd, and some onlookers, eager for a good show, also yelled, write a poem. As more and more people joined, the shouts began to become more synchronized. Write one, write one, write one. In a daze, Fang Zheng heard it more and more like, come on, come on, come on. At this moment, he seriously suspected that the idiot in front of him was from the same planet as him, and was considering whether to stab him to death when suddenly someone tugged at his sleeve. Li Yuanzhao leaned closer and whispered, Old Fang, this guy doesn't seem to have any good intentions. Hee. If you weren't here, they would be lying down by now. Old Fang, can you write poetry? We're about the same. Hee. Don't worry about me. How about we find a way to beat them up? Fang Zheng sighed helplessly. You make it sound so easy. How can I not take it into consideration? Before Fang Zheng could even speak, Zhang Biao became displeased, slammed his foot on the table, and roared, Shut up, all of you. Instantly, the scene fell silent, and everyone looked at Zhang Biao in surprise. Seeing Zhang Biao's imposing aura, Zhang Chong became somewhat afraid. This guy was hiding a whole host of weapons under his clothes. However, Ning Honyuan was not afraid and smiled. Lord Fang, is this perhaps your bodyguard? How can he be so rude? Having such a boorish person by your side is really damaging to your reputation as a scholar. Fang Zheng narrowed his eyes and looked at Ning Honyuan. This troublemaker who suddenly appeared out of nowhere is really annoying, but he's quite brave. Judging from his demeanor, he seems to have some connections. But Fang Zheng was unhappy when he heard him insult Zhang Biao. He said slowly, Since I came to the capital, some demons and monsters have been constantly hovering in front of me. I need to bring some rough men with my yang energy to scare them away. If I brought someone as petty as you, I'm afraid I would have been killed long ago. Upon hearing this, Zhang Biao immediately straightened his back and puffed out his chest, displaying the boldness of someone who was the most burly man in the world. Li Yuanzhao kept giving Fang Zheng meaningful glances. Old Fang, do you think I'm rough or not? Hearing the snickers coming from around him, Ning Hongyuan's face immediately turned bluish-purple. Who the hell is a smart person? Who are you calling smart? However, Ning Honyuan was quite composed and suppressed his displeasure, saying, Lord Fang is joking. Please compose a poem. Very well. Since everyone has extended such a warm invitation, I cannot refuse. Bring me pen and ink. Today is not the time. I'll find a chance to kill you two bastards later. Seeing that he agreed, Zhang Chong and Ning Honyuan exchanged a smile. He's really an incompetent fool. All he does is spout empty threats. Soon the pen and ink were ready. Fang Zheng picked up the pen, his mind racing through poems. It was a good thing there was no set topic today, otherwise he would have embarrassed himself. Fang Zheng quickly locked onto the content and calmly began to write. Zhang Chong and the other man held their breath and looked at the table. The cicadas chirp mournfully as evening falls on the long pavilion, the sudden rain having just ceased. A farewell feast is held at the city gate. Willows on the bank, a gentle breeze at dawn, a waning moon. Years will pass, and all the beautiful days and scenes will be in vain. As he wrote this, his pen stopped abruptly, and Fang Zheng's expression suddenly froze. Damn it, what were the last two sentences again? I think I didn't answer them correctly on the fill-in-the-blank questions in my college entrance exam, and now I've forgotten them again. Is it too late to change it now? What should I do? What should I do? Fang Zheng froze, completely unaware that Zhang Chong and the other man beside him were also sweating profusely. Zhang Chong whispered urgently to Ning Honyuan. Brother Ning, he actually has real talent. What should we do? What should we do? Chapter 61, The Devilish Magistrate returns. After struggling for a while, Fang Zheng still couldn't remember what the next two sentences were. Unfortunately, I drew two horizontal lines at the very end. He slammed his hand on the table and said, Sticky it up. The maid stared at the words on the paper with bright eyes, clearly attracted by their imagery, but a hint of confusion flashed in her eyes when she reached the very end. It's a real shame that two sentences were missing out of the blue. After posting on the wall, I quickly copied another copy and hurriedly took it up to the second floor. The many literati downstairs looked at the poem Rainy Night Bell on the wall and couldn't help but admire it. Truly a masterpiece. This poem is written with effortless diction and sentence structure, and its depiction of the scene is straightforward and natural, making the scene incredibly lifelike. Reading it is like being there in person, mesmerized and unable to control oneself. This is the pinnacle of writing, undoubtedly the best of today. It seems the top spot belongs to Master Fang. The lyrics are full of ups and downs, vividly portraying emotions. And when sung, they are also incredibly moving and impeccable. Impeccable. Miss Luo should sing this song. But why are 2 sentences missing? Yes, why are 2 lines missing? That makes it less beautiful. Ning Hongyuan's face also turned pale. Things had developed beyond his expectations. He hadn't expected Fang Zheng to actually have so much to say. With Zhang Chang's incessant nagging in his ear, Ning Hongyuan couldn't help but feel a little irritated. His eyes were fixed on the poem on the wall. After thinking hard for a long time, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and whispered to Zhang Chang, "Young master, I think there is something strange about this poem. The emotions expressed in this poem are so sincere and poignant. How could someone like Fang Zheng have written it? Moreover, why are the last 2 lines missing? I suspect he plagiarized it." Zhang Chang paused for a moment upon hearing this, turned to look at the wall, and then slowly nodded. That's right. That must be it." Having figured things out, Ning Hongyuan confidently stepped forward. "Lord Fang's poem is truly one in a million. I admire it. But why the last 2 lines missing? And what is the meaning of those 2 horizontal lines below?" Everyone is curious about this question. Fang Zheng had already prepared his speech in advance, and said pretentiously, "When I wrote this poem, my inspiration flowed like a spring, and it was exceptionally smooth, so I was certain that this poem would win first place. However, today I only want to be a spectator, so you can fill in the remaining 2 lines. If there is a qualified candidate, I will naturally concede defeat and recommend such a person to the Crown Prince. As for the blank below, this is called a closed test. It's to make it easier for everyone to write. The winner can write the last 2 sentences on the blank." Everyone present suddenly realized what was going on, and their impression of Fang Zheng changed considerably. Someone bowed from afar and said, "Lord Fang is truly virtuous. I had a great misunderstanding of Lord Fang, but I only realized today that I was blind and deaf. I am truly ashamed." Fang Zheng waved his hand magnanimously and said, It's all right. We scholars are meant to go against the current and forge ahead. All of you here are pillars of the future of our great Jing dynasty. I would like to share this sentiment with you all." Zhang Chang's face turned ashen. He hadn't expected Fang Zheng to turn the tables with his clever words. In a panic, he blurted out, "Then why don't you tell us the story behind this poem, so that we can study and learn from it?" Fang Zheng's expression gradually darkened. "So you're going to have a third time? What if I don't want to talk about it?" Ning Hongyuan smiled slightly. "You flatter me, sir. Since it was written by you, what is there to hide? Unless it wasn't written by you. If we don't explain the origin of this poem, wouldn't everyone be adding something superfluous? That would be a difficult situation." A tense atmosphere filled the 5-person room. After a moment of silence, Fang Zheng suddenly laughed. "Difficult to handle? Then I'll just not handle it." No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhang Biao suddenly sprang to his feet, displaying incredible strength in his arms. He overturned the heavy mahogany round table and slammed it down on Ning Hongyuan and Zhang Chang. Having spent many years together, Zhang Biao had become like Fang Zheng's right-hand man, and their tacit understanding was beyond question. Before the 2 could react, they were firmly pressed under the table. The moment the tabletop fell, Zhang Biao and Fang Zheng jumped onto it together. Li Yuanzhao hesitated for a moment, then jumped up as well. The 3 of them jumped up and down on the table, while the 2 people trapped underneath them cursed and yelled. Everyone around was dumbfounded, not understanding why they had suddenly turned on each other when they were just getting along so well. However, hearing the screams of the 2 people under the table, a chill ran through everyone's hearts. Everyone instinctively shrank into the corner, not daring to make a sound. The only sounds in the hall were Zhang Chang and his companion's shouts and curses. Fang Zheng, you big bastard. You have the guts. I am a son of the Minister of Revenue. Quick, let me go. Fang Zheng, I will definitely, have my father impeach you. You're finished. Help, my life. Hearing that the 2 were still not backing down, Fang Zheng's anger flared even more. He turned his left and right and said, "Let's see who can jump the highest." Good. The 3 of them jumped even more enthusiastically, each trying to outjump the other. Li Yuanzhao was so excited that he blushed and thought to himself, "When I ascend the throne in the future, I will definitely appoint Lao Fang as the Minister of Justice." Suddenly someone in the crowd shouted, "The ship has docked." The crowd surged out like a swarm of bees, fearing that these 3 lunatics might affect them in the future. In no time at all, the cabin was empty. The 3 were still engrossed in their high jump competition, while the shouts and curses from under the table turned into pleas for mercy, and finally into weak groans. Having vented his anger, Fang Zheng was the first to jump off the table. "All right, that's enough, or someone will die." Upon hearing this, the two men jumped down. Then Zhang Biao flipped the table over, revealing the two men below, barely breathing, with blood seeping from their mouths. Fang Zheng's lips twitched involuntarily. How the hell did you press it like that? It looks like you overdid it. Turning to look at Zhang Biao, they realized that this guy was covered in equipment and silver, looking like a human road roller. Luckily, they got off early. If they had jumped a little longer, the two of them might have really been done for. Then Fang Zheng squatted down, grabbed Zhang Chang's hair, and said viciously, I gave you a chance, but you were useless. I gave you a chance, but you were useless. Zhang Chang had no will to resist at this moment, and begged for mercy in terror. I was wrong. Lord Fang, I was wrong. Please spare my life. When it's time to be lenient, one should be lenient. Seeing that he had submitted, Fang Zheng lost interest in dealing with him any further and grabbed him by the hair, throwing him to the ground. He turned to look at Ning Honyuan, who was already unconscious beside him, grinned, and stomped on his face. Zhang Chang is nothing, but his lackeys are even more hateful. Unexpectedly, the foot landed solidly, and Ning Honyuan clutched his nose, letting out a miserable cry. It hurts so much. Li Yuanzhao immediately pointed at him and exclaimed, He's faking unconsciousness. Chapter 62, Please have pity, Lord Fang. Seeing that his little scheme had been exposed, Ning Honyuan immediately begged for mercy. Lord Fang, I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. Oh, what did you do wrong? You're wrong about everything. Fang Zheng chuckled, Not bad. You're quite cunning, kid. Then, a flying kick sent Ning Honyuan truly unconscious. Looking at the two lying on the ground, Fang Zheng couldn't help but feel troubled. It's satisfying to vent your anger, but cleaning up the mess is a real hassle. People in ancient times cared about their reputation. If only we had a tape recorder and a camera. After thinking for a while, I decided to use a simple, old-fashioned method to solve the problem. Zhang Biao, strip them naked. Stack them on the table. Zhang Biao skillfully stripped the two men naked, placing Zhang Chang half lying on the table, while Ning Honyuan draped himself over Zhang Chang, as if Fang Zheng looked him over and saw that he was indeed a meticulous person. But after looking at them, they felt it wasn't perfect enough, so they found a pot of wine and poured it on them, instantly filling the air with the smell of alcohol. Just then, a maid came down from the second floor carrying a tray. Seeing that the hall was empty, she then noticed two white bodies stacked together on the table. Startled, he dropped the tray in his hand, and a wooden sign fell to the ground with it, bearing the words top quality. Fang Zheng and the other two immediately turned their gazes toward her. The maid panicked and scrambled downstairs to Fang Zheng. Hesitantly, he asked, Sir, what happened here? Where did everyone go? They. Upon seeing this, Fang Zheng exclaimed with delight, You've come at the perfect time. Is anyone else on this ship? There were still quite a few people preparing meals in the cabins. Go quickly. Call everyone over here. The maid's eyes darted around, and she stood there motionless and silent. Zhang Biao stepped forward and glared at her. The maid panicked and hurriedly ran away. Before long, she returned with more than 20 people, including servants and maids. They stood in a row in front of Fang Zheng. Seeing the two naked bodies, everyone was shocked and confused. They only knew that there had been a sudden commotion of footsteps upstairs, and after it quieted down, they were brought to the first floor. Once everyone had arrived, Fang Zheng pointed to the two large white rabbits on the table and said mournfully, Everyone look! These two men have broken with male virtues, openly engaging in sexual intercourse after drinking, and they even passed out from pleasure. As the Crown Prince's tutor, how can I tolerate such despicable things happening in the world? However, considering that we are all scholars, a moment of romance is not such a big mistake. The reason I called you all here is to ensure that you keep this matter strictly confidential, so as not to jeopardize their future. If I hear any rumors circulating outside, don't blame me for being impolite. Do you all understand? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. They called us over to see this, and now they're telling us to keep a secret? Are they crazy? Then, Fang Zheng ordered someone to fetch a basin of water and splash it on Zhang Chang and the other man to wake them up. After Zhang Chang and Ning Honyuan slowly regained consciousness, they immediately got up in a panic. Many of the maids covered their eyes upon seeing this. After regaining their senses, the two men saw that Fang Zheng was still there. Their clothes had disappeared without a trace. They reeked of alcohol, and a row of onlookers were standing around them. They were immediately shocked, panicked, and extremely embarrassed. The two men, their faces ashen, covered their private parts and looked at Fang Zheng with pleading eyes. Fang Zheng immediately shouted at the crowd, What are you all looking at? Don't you have any sense of public decency? Turn around. Everyone quickly turned around, inwardly lamenting how they had inexplicably gotten involved. They wished they hadn't come. Seeing the group of people turn their backs, Zhang Chang and Ning Honyuan knelt down together, trying to keep their heads down. Lord Fang, tell me, is it enjoyable? Zhang Chang didn't understand, but when he looked up, he saw Fang Zheng looking down at him with a smile. In Zhang Chang's eyes, that smile was nothing short of a devil smile. So he quickly exclaimed, "Awesome! Awesome!" Ning Honyuan also chimed in. Many people who turned their backs curled their lips in disdain, realizing that these well-dressed young masters were actually quite despicable in private. Fang Zheng kindly picked up 2 pieces of clothing and draped them over the 2 men, then called over a servant. "Come on, tell me what just happened." The summoned servant shuffled over, whispering. The 2 young masters, in their drunken revelry, went and had a good time together. "Speak louder, I can't hear you." The 2 young masters, after drinking, indulged in some revelry and had a wonderful time. "Great, you're full of energy. Let's go back now." The servant hurriedly joined the ranks. Zhang Chang and Ning Honyuan lowered their heads, their eyes bloodshot and filled with rage upon hearing this, but they still dared not utter a single word. They were afraid that Fang Zheng might get into a fight and kill them. Seeing that the 2 had given up after being worn down, Fang Zheng smiled faintly and said, "Raise your heads." The 2 slowly raised their heads. "All right, now that things have come to this, everyone should have cleared up any misunderstandings. I can assure you both that I have recorded the names of all the 32 people present today. 1, 2, 7, 3, and 32 in total. Absolutely no one will leak this information. Did you understand?" Zhang Chang and Ning Honyuan gritted their teeth, their faces contorted with rage, and said, "Understood." "Very well. Everyone present today is a witness. If anything happens to them or their family members, even if it's just a sprained ankle, I will hold you responsible. Do you understand?" "Understood." "Very good. So what should you say when you get home?" Zhang Chang was overwhelmed with grievance and said with tears in his eyes, "I drank too much today and acted impulsively. I had a little argument with you, that's all." Fang Zheng nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Ning Honyuan. "And you?" "Me too. Me too." Fang Zheng stepped forward and warmly helped the 2 people up. "Both of you gentlemen have had too much to drink. Please get dressed and go home quickly, lest you catch a cold." Upon hearing this, the 2 hurriedly got up and left. They had barely taken 2 steps when the devil's voice rang out again. "Just leaving like that? How rude. Thank you, Mr. Fang. Okay, go ahead." Li Yuan Zhao was stunned on the spot, his heart filled with thrilling joy. The world outside the palace was truly wonderful. Seeing the 2 leave the cabin, Fang Zheng turned around to face the crowd that was behind him. "Everyone, go home and get back to your own business." Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and immediately scattered and fled. It was too terrifying. They could not stay here any longer. There were only 3 people left in the hall. Zhang Biao leaned over and asked, "Young master, what's next?" Fang Zheng rolled his eyes at him. "Everyone's gone. What else can we do? Didn't you want to pack up? Go ahead and pack up." Zhang Biao chuckled as he took the 3 burlap sacks from his waist, 1 for each of them, and began to rummage through the hall. Plates of snacks and dishes were dumped into burlap sacks. Suddenly, the maid who had run away turned back and cautiously approached Fang Zheng. He whispered, "Lord Fang, my young lady has read your poem and would like to invite you upstairs for a chat." Fang Zheng was engrossed in preparing the dishes when he heard this, and then he laughed and said, "Okay, you 2 keep going here. I'll go upstairs for a bit." After saying that, he picked up the sack and went upstairs with the maid. Fang Zheng was ushered to the 2nd floor. The maids didn't even have time to close the door before they ran off in a panic. As soon as Fang Zheng entered the room, he began to look around. The room was exquisitely decorated, and there was an ancient zither in the middle. A faint, lingering fragrance of a young woman could be detected at the tip of my nose. Before me was an embroidered bed, shrouded in a light gauze, from which I could vaguely see a graceful figure sitting with her back to me. Luo Ningxin softly opened her mouth. "Has Lord Fang arrived?" "Exactly." Upon hearing this, Luo Ningxin smiled and said, "I only learned from the maid that you are the junior chamberlain. After reading your poem, I realized that you are a man of great talent. I'm truly ashamed. With this poem, you are undoubtedly the winner of this poetry gathering. However, I still have a question I would like to ask you, Master Fang. Would you mind?" Please speak." Fang Zheng looked around, feeling somewhat disappointed. This courtesan's boudoir was no different from an ordinary room, not even as good as the Q Fun Hotel. When I was playing music just now, I noticed that Lord Fang was eating. Could it be that the music I played was not pleasing to your ears? Good. I was just a little hungry at the time." Luo Ningxin chuckled softly. Then this humble servant would be willing to play another solo for Lord Fang. "Please, Lord Fang." Miss Luo, would you like to eat these pastries? Fang Zheng asked, pointing to the pastries on the table. I won't eat anymore. Please help yourself, Lord Fang. Upon hearing this, Fang Zheng quickly poured the pastries into a sack, then turned and went downstairs. Ha! Who would want to listen to you play the piano? Luo Ningxin was unaware that the others had already left and was still talking to herself. Then I would like to play another solo piece for Lord Fang, and ask for your evaluation. After waiting for a while, there was no response from Fang Zheng. Luo Ningxin frowned, but quickly relaxed. She said in a sweet voice, since you are not willing to listen to the zither, it is fine. Based on this poem, you are already the undisputed master in my heart. This humble servant is willing to serve you in bed, but I am still a virgin. Please have mercy on me, my lord. After speaking, she slowly removed her veil and turned around. Chapter 63, Giving Alms to Beggars. The three of them happily carried the sacks off the boat and walked towards the riverside path. Although it was already dark, the lights shining from the shops along the street still allowed people to vaguely see the pedestrians. Li Yuanzhao, still excited, turned to Fang Zheng and asked, Old Fang, when are we going out next time? Fang Zheng gave a wry smile. Again? Wasn't once enough. Not enough. Not enough. I've never felt this good in my entire life. I feel like even the Tiger and Leopard Park is nothing special. The thrill of committing the crime with his accomplices made Li Yuanzhao feel triumphant. The trouble we've gotten ourselves into isn't over yet, Fang Zheng said calmly. Li Yuanzhao thought for a moment and retorted, What other trouble could there be? Hasn't it already been resolved? Fang Zheng scoffed, Solve it? With so many people present today, I guarantee the news will spread throughout the capital by tomorrow morning. Fang Zheng beats up the son of a minister. What an interesting news story. Li Yuanzhao was stunned. Then you still dare to hit him? And even humiliate him? I have no choice but to beat him up. This kid keeps jumping around in front of me, so I have to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, how can I, Fang Zheng, live in the capital? If you fail to hunt a tiger, you'll end up getting hurt instead. So you must succeed the first time. We humiliated him, so he should behave himself for a while and won't dare to go home and brag about such a shameful thing. So what if the whole capital saw me beat him? As long as he doesn't admit it, it's as if nothing happened. After listening, Li Yuanzhao exclaimed in admiration, Old Fang, you really have the most clever ideas. Fang Zheng shook his head. The idea isn't important, the attitude is. There's a saying, if someone in this world deceives me, insults me, despises me, hates me, or cheats me, how should I deal with it? Just chop him up, beat him, curse him, stab him, and bury him alive. After a few years, you'll see he's nothing but withered bones in a tomb. Li Yuanzhao broke out in a cold sweat, but his image of Fang Zheng was refreshed once again. I couldn't help but admire him. Such swift and decisive action. A true man should be like this. Old Fang, where did you hear that? I've never heard it before. It's all Buddhist teachings. You'll understand once you read more books. I see. As they talked, the three of them walked out onto the street. Fang Zheng pointed with one hand and said, Look, there's a beggar over there. Let's go give him some things. Li Yuanzhao excitedly ran over and dumped half a sack of snacks and vegetables from the burlap sack in front of the beggar. The beggar's face initially lit up with joy at the sight of someone offering alms. Suddenly, a small mountain appeared in front of him, leaving him dumbfounded. Thank you, young Master Xie. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanzhao laughed and dumped the entire sack down his throat. The beggar's face fell, and he fell silent. After reading it, Zhang Biao leaned close to Fang Zheng's ear and whispered, Young master, should this idiot stay in the manor from now on? Fang Zheng shook his head vigorously. One idiot in the manor is enough. I don't have enough to worry about. After Li Yuanzhao finished pouring, he stood there with his hands on his hips, waiting for the beggar to express his gratitude. The beggar remained silent, while Li Yuanzhao stared at him with bright, sparkling eyes. The two of them stared at each other blankly. Fang Zheng couldn't stand it any longer and quickly grabbed him back. Are you feeding the pigs there? You're scaring people. If you deliver all the goods by yourself, who knows how many beggars are behind you? Give them to them little by little. Oh, after a lesson was learned, things finally got back on track, and Li Yuanzhao went ahead to give alms to the beggars one by one. Overjoyed at receiving a word of thanks, Fang Zheng and Zhang Biao followed silently behind. After walking for a short while, the 2 sacks of leftover food were almost completely given away. Li Yuanzhao's excitement had worn off, and his hands were now covered in oil. He wiped himself haphazardly on his clothes a few times and walked back to Fang Zheng's side. All delivered? Are you happy? Fang Zheng asked. Happy. Being happy is the key. Helping others is the source of happiness. That's right. However, Li Yuanzhao hesitated for a moment. Why do some people with all their limbs intact still have to beg? Can't people with hands and feet afford to eat a single bite of food? Fang Zheng suddenly felt a sense of great comfort, having met a good-natured crown prince in the Eastern Palace who was also very good at reflecting on his actions. So he replied, "It is not enough for them to have healthy limbs, because they have no hope. With hope, people can keep striving. Take me for example. I used to sleep until noon every day, but after arriving in the capital, the thought of seeing His Majesty and the Crown Prince gave me endless motivation. Every day is filled with hope, and I'm always on time for my shift." To put it another way, if the Crown Prince were to listen to Yin Zhanshi's lectures, not only would they be boring and tedious, but he would also be frequently slapped on the hand, making his life seem like a living hell. It would be better to feign illness or directly report him to His Majesty. That would be much more satisfying, and naturally, I would lose all hope for the next day. The same goes for these beggars. It's already a rare opportunity for them to find work. Even if they do find it, they may not get any money, and even if they do, it certainly won't be enough to live on. So if it's more practical to lie down and beg for food, this applies to everything in the world. For example, if you were an author and people kept telling you that your writing was too short and superficial, wouldn't you feel hopeless? What if this group of people chased after you, delivering New Year's gifts? Think about it. Really think about it. Li Yuanzhao suddenly realized, I understand. Understood? Then hurry up and submit a memorial to Grand Tutor Yin. Fang Zheng thought to himself. However, you only see part of the picture. Those beggars with healthy limbs may not be healthy, and those disabled and pitiful beggars may not be as you think. Judging by appearances will deceive you. Some people may look healthy, but are actually seriously ill, and those who are disabled may be faking it. Li Yuanzhao immediately jumped out to refute. How could that be? Do you think I can't see those who are missing limbs or are blind? Fang Zheng smiled calmly. No rush, let's continue. The three walked down a bit further and came across a blind beggar on the street. His eyes were only white, which looked quite frightening. In front of him was a broken bowl with only a few pitiful copper coins inside. Upon seeing this, Fang Zheng quickly scooped out the copper coin and stuffed it into his sleeve. Li Yuanzhao stared at him in disbelief, his mind filled with questions. Before he could ask a question, the beggar suddenly stood up and rushed in front of Fang Zheng, staring directly at him with his white eyes. Fang Zheng smiled and stretched out both hands. Oh, poor beggar, was the money you just dropped from my left hand on my right hand? After speaking, he spread out his two palms, with a few copper coins in his left hand and a silver ingot in his right. The beggar quickly looked up and down, and without thinking, chuckled, Right hand. If you answer incorrectly, everything will be confiscated. Chapter 64 Fang Zheng, leader of the beggar's sect. The beggar was taken aback by what he heard. Then he rolled the whites of his eyes back to normal, stopped pretending, and laid his cards on the table, though his eyes were filled with ferocity. Zhang Biao walked over, and with a flick of his clothes, a small armory was revealed. Upon seeing this, the beggar rolled his eyes, then pretended to be blind and silently squatted back down. Li Yuanzhao stared in disbelief. Old Fang, you even steal money from beggars. He's a con man. This is called chivalry. Fang Zheng said without batting an eye. Is robbing the money the point? Now you see clearly? Is he blind? Li Yuanzhao suddenly felt wronged, realizing that his sincere feelings had been misplaced and he had been deceived by a beggar. He walked up to the beggar, kicked him twice, and shouted, Why are you pretending to be blind? The beggar was extremely aggrieved. He didn't utter a sound, hugged his knees, and buried his face in them. Are you deaf? You could clearly hear people talking just now. Li Yuanzhao kicked him twice more. The tattered clothes were kicked open, and a few coins jumped out. Fang Zheng quickly put it away. The beggar lowered his head and began to sob incessantly. Fang Zheng quickly pulled Li Yuanzhao back. Hey, they're all pitiful people, that's enough. After saying that, he threw a coin into the broken bowl. All right, stop crying. This is a reward for you. Hearing the sound of money, the beggar silently raised his head, staring at the one coin in his bowl, lost in thought. Don't rush. Keep reading. Fang Zheng pulled Li Yuanzhao along, and they soon saw a disabled beggar with both legs missing by the roadside. Fang Zheng's eyes lit up, and he walked over as if nothing had happened, grabbed the bowl, and left. Li Yuanzhao stared wide-eyed, his mind a jumble of thoughts, wondering what old Fang would do next. Fang Zheng emptied the money from the bowl into his sleeve, then turned around and threw the broken bowl away forcefully. The beggar, who was kneeling, suddenly had legs that appeared, and he launched himself forward in the direction the broken bowl had flown out. Li Yuanzhao was stunned, and a bitter feeling gradually filled his heart. So what you said was true. I was so blind. Fang Zheng couldn't help but pat Li Yuanzhao on the shoulder and comfort him. It's nothing. People grow up, and everything in this world takes time. The more you see, the less likely you are to be deceived. Li Yuanzhao suddenly realized something and stared at Fang Zheng, saying, "How could you tell? There aren't many beggars in Taoyuan County, are there?" Fang Zheng smiled wryly, lost in his painful memories of his youth. When I first arrived, Taoyuan County was truly impoverished, and the people were almost living on dirt. Calling it a county is giving it far too much credit. It's practically a village. Fang Zheng is an ordinary white-collar worker whose life skills are limited to online shopping, sweeping and mopping, and going to the toilet by himself. The county had neither industry nor grain, so it was basically helpless. Every day, besides going hungry, it could only watch others go hungry. Being near the mountains, hunting is out of the question. At most, you can gnaw on some tree bark, and you'll be unsteady on your feet. Even if you go up the mountain, you might not have the strength to come down. After being starved for a long time, Fang Zheng finally made a major decision, willing to set aside his dignity and pride. They led the people of Taoyuan County to Hengjiang Prefecture to beg for food. Under Fang Zheng's mobilization, a group of elderly, weak women and children were quickly organized. They carried the county's remaining dry food and instructed the few young people in the county to stay on the Kong, a heated brick bed, and not get out of bed. After that, they set off in a grand procession towards Hengjiang Prefecture. It took a lot of effort just to get into Hengjiang City, and once inside, due to lack of experience, they couldn't get much and wandered around for a month. But Fang Zheng is a modern person after all, and his learning ability is faster. He quickly summarized his experience. Pretending to be blind or disabled are common tactics. A more advanced tactic is to pretend to be pregnant. All the women brought along pretended to be heavily pregnant, lying on the street complaining bitterly, and the authorities couldn't get rid of them. Even many elderly women have developed large bellies, which has amazed the people of Hengjiang. Begging for money to bury a wife or husband is considered a common practice. After studying for a while longer, Fang Zheng combined his anti-fraud experience from before his time travel with his experience watching live streams, and even developed a series of situational dramas. Because of his good looks, Fang Zheng often pretended to be a scholar, mocking beggars and gaining their sympathy. Or he would target wealthy onlookers, ridicule them, and provoke their emotions. The methods were varied and numerous. For a period of time afterward, Fang Zheng consciously began to organize and formalize the beggars. After all, with Fang Zheng making such a big fuss, the government also took notice, and it was not a good thing to fight a guerrilla war every day with constant anxiety. Therefore, Fang Zheng naturally became the gang leader, and he set up elders to pass on skills to gang leaders and members to improve their professional skills. The enforcement elder is responsible for enforcing the gang's rules and representing the gang leader in eliminating any actions that could harm the gang. The leader is responsible for the daily management of the gang and serves as a think tank advisor to the gang leader and deputy gang leader, providing them with advice and suggestions and exercising power on behalf of the gang leader. There's also a headman in charge of allocating resources with several branch offices under him, and information is shared between them. In this way, in less than a month, Fang Zheng's team became the top beggar group in Hengjiang Prefecture, with countless beggars coming to join them. Fang Zheng lost himself amidst the constant calls of gang leader, gradually losing his last shred of self-respect. In the end, the commotion became too great, and Hengjiang Prefecture sent troops to crack down on it. Fang Zheng had no choice but to exchange all his money for grain and lead a group of people back to Taoyuan County in disgrace. He then used the elite members of the beggars gang he had trained to form a government team. Only then did brewing and business gradually get on the right track. To this day, the song, "The Wanderer Misses You, Dear Mother," is still sung throughout Hengjiang Prefecture, creating a sensation. Thinking of this, Fang Zheng sighed and patted Li Yuanzhao on the shoulder again. The principles of the world are all interconnected. If you specialize in one thing, you will be able to understand others by analogy. Follow me and learn well. You can't go wrong. Alright, it's getting late. Let me take you home first. Zhang Chong and Ning Honyuan fled into the street in a panic, running non-stop, fearing that Fang Zheng might change his mind and bring his men to catch up. After running for an unknown amount of time, Zhang Changkai stopped and began coughing violently. The strong taste of blood filled his mouth. Ning Honyuan kept patting Zhang Chang's back and asked with concern, "Young Master Zhang, are you alright?" "Cough, cough. Thank you, Brother Ning." "Cough. That Fang Zheng is truly despicable. I swear I will not rest until I avenge this. Come to my residence tonight, so we can discuss, cough, cough, a plan." "Young Master Zhang, stop talking. I'll take you home first. I will never let Fang Zheng get away with treating you like this." Ning Hongyuan's heart was also aching. He was thin to begin with, and he tried to lie flat to put most of the pressure on Zhang Chong, so the damage wasn't too great when he was pinned under the table. The two staggered back to the minister's residence, supporting each other. As soon as he entered the gates of the minister's residence, the steward rushed over in shock and anger. Young master, what happened to you? Who bullied you outside? And who are you? The butler stared intently at Ning Hongyuan. Zhang Chong coughed twice more. Don't make a sound, close the door. After the guards closed the gate, Zhang Chong slowly straightened up and leaned against the steward. Ning Hongyuan looked at him with concern. Young Master Zhang, are you all right? Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Cheng's icy gaze immediately met Ning Hongyuan's eyes. Zhang Chong pointed at him and shouted, Guards, cough, cough, beat him to death. Chapter 65, Everyone Gets Beaten Up. Ning Hongyuan took a few steps back in alarm, then leaned against the guard before quickly jumping away. He pleaded, Young Master Zhang, why is this? We're all in this together. Zhang Chong sneered, Cough, cough, you piece of trash. Who's on your side? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had to come all this way. Beat him. Ning Hongyuan wanted to explain, but a group of guards had already surrounded him, and sticks rained down on him, causing him to cry out in pain. Zhang Chong stared at Ning Hongyuan, who was groaning on the ground, his face full of hatred. Still not satisfied, he turned to the steward and asked, Where is Jiao Yang? The butler bowed and said, He's waiting for you in the backyard. Bring them out, let's fight together. Soon, Jiao Yang was dragged out in a state of terror and thrown into the array of sticks. Young master, why did you hit me? Why did you hit me? Jiao Yang screamed wildly, his heart bleeding, completely unable to understand what he had done wrong, and why the whole world was targeting him. Zhang Chong roared, Shut up. If it weren't for you, you dog slave, I wouldn't have provoked Fang Zheng, and none of this would have happened today. Beat him harder. Jiao Yang was covered in bumps from the beating and felt wronged. He had gone to wait at the bow of the boat after helping Zhang Chong identify Fang Zheng, and had not been in the hall at all. He left the moment the boat docked, and the moment he arrived at the minister's residence, he was dragged out and beaten. He had no idea what had happened in between. Upon hearing Zhang Chong mention Fang Zheng, he realized that Zhang Chong must have suffered at Fang Zheng's hands. Fang Zheng, it's Fang Zheng again. Ever since I first met him, my life has been filled with tragedy. Why? Is it simply because of that concubine who was forced to commit suicide? Yes, it must be that bitch's vengeful spirit coming to take revenge on me after she died. Thinking of this, Jiao Yang felt utterly hopeless and endured the blows without uttering a sound. Seeing that the person next to him who had been beaten had stopped struggling, Ning Hongyuan quickly moved closer to him and, with Jiao Yang's body, withstood a lot of the damage. Upon seeing this, Zhang Cheng's eyes widened, and he said in a trembling voice, Good. Ning Hongyuan, no wonder I was injured more badly than you. Pull them apart. Fight them separately. Upon hearing this, Ning Hongyuan was terrified, but after being hit with the stick, he gave up struggling and could only cover his face with his hands. I had only one thought in my mind. Let's fight. I can't afford to be disfigured. Pull his hands away. Slap him in the face. The light in Ning Hongyuan's eyes disappeared. Zhang Chong was furious and wanted the damage to be multiplied. Seeing him cover his face, you could tell that this was the part he cared about the most. Upon hearing the order, the guards immediately ripped Ning Hongyuan's hands off and rained blows down on his face with a stick. Soon, Ning Hongyuan's handsome face became like a kaleidoscope. Hearing the commotion in the courtyard, Zhang Shi, the Minister of Revenue, strode out of the hall. As soon as I came out, I saw two people in the courtyard, each bound with a stick. He couldn't help but frown and shouted, Stop it, all of you. Then he turned to Zhang Chong and asked, Chanar, what's going on? Upon seeing his biological father arrive, Zhang Cheng's pent-up grievances erupted like a flood. Thinking about the inhuman experiences I had tonight, I felt even more heartbroken. She rushed forward and hugged Zhang Shi's leg, tears streaming down her face. Father! When Zhang Shi saw his son's pathetic state, he quickly pulled him up. He said sternly, What's wrong? Let's talk this out. What kind of behavior is this? Crying and wailing like a woman. Zhang Chong stood up, still sobbing. His emotions had not been fully relieved, and he was also in pain in his chest, so he stood there gasping for breath. After a moment's thought, Zhang Shi guessed the gist of it. His son's purpose in attending the poetry debate was to cause trouble for Fang Zheng. This behavior definitely didn't go well. In fact, it probably resulted in a huge loss. Once Zhang Chong had completely caught his breath, Zhang Shi continued, I'm asking you, why did you hit these two people, and who is that fat man in white? Zhang Chong glanced at Ning Hongyuan, whose head had been beaten into a pig's head, and said hatefully, It was these two who instigated me to go and cause trouble for Fang Zheng. They deserve to be hit. Zhang Shi felt a little unhappy and took a deep breath, saying, Tell me, what happened between you and Fang Zheng tonight? You suffered such a great injustice. Zhang Chong felt nauseous at the thought of being stripped naked and lying on top of Ning Hongyuan, and that he was the one on the bottom. This matter must absolutely not be known to the 33rd person. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong shuddered and stammered, "It's nothing much, just a little argument with Fang Zheng." Slap! A heavy slap landed on Zhang Chang's face, causing his cheek to swell up and leaving a clear handprint. Zhang Chong stared blankly at Zhang Shi, then stammered, "Father, shut up. I don't have a good-for-nothing son like you," Zhang Shi said with a look of utter disappointment. Then he roared, "Wasn't it you who wanted to cause trouble for Fang Zheng? Even if these two instigated you, in the end, wasn't it still your own choice to go?" They started crying and wailing after just a couple of words. They took their anger out on others after being insulted. "How could I have raised such a useless son? Huh, I thought you'd grown up and changed a bit, but I never expected you to still be such a hopeless case. It seems I've spoiled you too much. Not to mention you can't even compare to your father, Fang Zheng. How dare you complain to me about such a trivial matter? Take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror. Do you even have the demeanor of a man? From today onwards, you are not allowed to go anywhere. You will stay in the manor and study." "Father," Zhang Chong looked at Zhang Shi roaring and felt a little scared, but when he thought about how he had been wronged but could not speak out, tears of frustration slid down his cheeks again. When Zhang Shi saw his son crying again, he was furious. With a whip kick, Zhang Chong was knocked to the ground. He roared, "Shut up. Be a man." For a fleeting moment, Zhang Chong wanted to blurt out the truth, but he held back. After all, feeling wronged is temporary, but losing face is permanent. Zhang Shi sighed deeply, then said dejectedly, "Uncle Su, lock the young master in his room, prepare his writing materials, and from today onwards, he shall not be allowed to leave the room except for eating, drinking, and relieving himself. Also, throw those two good-for-nothings out of here and never let them set foot in the Zhang family's gate again." "Yes," said Steward Su Bo, then turned around to carry out his duties. "Send someone to check if Fang Zheng has any problems. Investigate the whole situation thoroughly and report back immediately." Butler Su Bo hesitated and said, "Master, Fang Zheng has only recently arrived in the capital. I'm afraid there shouldn't be any problems." Zhang Shi sneered. "Humph. Then let's investigate from the capital all the way to Taoyuan County. I don't believe he's innocent. How many people in the imperial court are truly clean?" In the stillness of the night, the moonlight was as clear as water. The gates of the minister's residence were quietly opened, and two people, looking like tattered sacks, were thrown out and lay on the ground, not moving at all. Chapter 66, The Crooked Princess. Qian Xingbu's Business. Bai Yi frowned as she examined the strange man lying on the ground. His face was covered in injuries, resembling a pig's head, and he was covered with a white cloth. "You mean he's Shui Ange? How did he end up like this?" Bai Yi was somewhat surprised. She had met Shui Ange twice before, and in her memory, he was clearly a handsome young man. How could someone assigned by Qian Duxing to cultivate relationships end up like this? It's truly baffling. Qian Duxing said with a bitter face, "I don't know. The waiter in the shop heard from somewhere this morning that there were two naked men lying on the street, so he went to see what was going on." Upon arriving, they realized the face looked familiar, and upon closer inspection, they discovered it was the young master lying on the ground, so they brought him back. It looks like he slept on the street all night, and his clothes were probably stolen by a beggar. However, he was discovered at the gate of the minister's residence. Perhaps he had offended Zhang Chong, but this old servant can't figure it out no matter how hard he tries. Zhang Chong is also from a prominent family. No matter what he does, he would never do such a heinous thing. Suddenly, a faint smell of alcohol wafted to Bai Yi's nose. Bai Yi couldn't help but cover her mouth and nose, giving Ning Hongyuan a disgusted look. This must have happened because he was drunk and got into a fight. At the same time, a sense of sorrow couldn't help but rise in my heart. How come all those who survived from my great Qian royal family were just good-for-nothings? With a sigh, Bai Yi continued, "How is he now? Is he all right?" Qian Duxing said with difficulty, "It's not good. I've already had someone check it up. For now, it's not life-threatening, but my nasal bone is broken, and I've lost several teeth. I'm afraid I'll be disfigured, and I don't know if it can heal completely. The rest of the injuries are just superficial and should heal after some rest. Poor young master. He's the only son of Prince Ning." After saying this, Qian Duxing couldn't help but wipe his tears with his sleeve and began to sob. Perhaps awakened by the crying, Ning Hongyuan, who had been lying quietly on the ground, stirred and weakly called out, "Shui, Shui." Seeing this, Qian Duxing quickly grabbed a cup of tea and poured it down Ning Hongyuan's throat. After drinking the tea, Ning Hongyuan felt much better. He spotted Bai Yi at a glance and exclaimed with delight, "Kong Chu." Bai, he said expressionlessly, "All right, if your mouth is injured, then talk less and get to the point. Why were you beaten up like this? What happened last night?" Ning Hongyuan realized something was wrong as soon as he opened his mouth. He quickly touched his face, then his mouth, and said in a panic, "Quickly, find me a mirror." Qian Disheng quickly brought over a bronze mirror, and Ning Hongyuan hurriedly went over to it. Upon looking into the mirror, he was immediately stunned. "Fan Duqi Zengi, Fan Duqi Zengi, I hate you so much." Before she could finish speaking, she fainted again. Founder? Bai was struck dumb upon hearing Fang Zheng's name. Fang Zheng? What does that have to do with him? He went too. Didn't Shui Ange use that invitation letter? Could it be that he has another one? Seeing that Ning Hongyuan had fainted, Qian Disheng immediately knelt down and kept pinching Ning Hongyuan's philtrum while looking at Bai Yi. Seeing Bai Yi standing there motionless, Qian Disheng couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. With the princess in such a state, can the great Qian dynasty still be revived? Bai Yi stood there, stunned, her mind racing. Why is it that nothing good ever comes from encountering Fang Zheng? The water god cult's secret stronghold was flooded because of him, and he himself became a maid's maid. Now, the people he sent out are in human and ghostly form because of him. Most importantly, why doesn't Fang Zheng treat himself like a human being? Even dressing him up and having him guard the gate didn't earn him a kind look. Am I really that ugly that everyone in the palace and the cult is flattering me? Unit Qian, am I ugly? Huh? Qian Disheng stared blankly at Bai Yi, and the sorrow in his heart deepened. Are we discussing beauty and ugliness right now? Princess, what's your point? It turns out the princess was just an ordinary woman. At this critical juncture, she was still concerned with such matters. It seems the hope of restoring her kingdom is lost. Thinking of this, Qian Disheng felt utterly hopeless and instinctively flattered her, saying, "Princess, you are a beauty of unparalleled grace, the most beautiful woman in the world. No man in the world could resist your charm." Bai Yi frowned. "I don't want to hear these flattering words. I want to hear the truth." Hearing the princess ask such a silly question, Qian Disheng felt as if he had been stabbed in the heart, and said sadly, "It's true. Otherwise, why would you go out wearing a veil?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yi nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. She wore a veil because she was afraid that the men on the street would look at her with the same predatory eyes as the men in the church. That means there's nothing wrong with my looks, so why is Fang Zheng so indifferent to me? Could he be a congenital eunuch? So he continued, "Eunuch Qian, do eunuchs not like women?" Qian Disheng pinched Ning Hongyuan's philtrum for a long time without any response, and was also tormented by Bai Yi's pointless questions, leaving him feeling utterly dejected. He leaned weakly against the counter, his eyes glazed over, and answered the question blankly. "Your Highness, whether or not one is castrated has nothing to do with whether or not one likes women." "I see." Bai Yi frowned even more deeply. Could it be that Fang Zheng is a womanizer? Seeing him always paired with Zhang Biao, it can't be anything good. Then he continued, "Eunuch Qian, if a man likes men." Qian Disheng finally stopped, jumped up abruptly, glared at Bai Yi, and 2 streams of tears flowed down his bloodshot eyes. "Princess, is this the time to consider these issues? Princess, what's wrong with you? How come you become so abnormal after staying at the Fang family for a while? Huh? What exactly are you doing at the Fang family's house? And why are you dressed as a maid? I wanted to ask you that last time I saw you." "What?" Bai Yi, after being scolded by him, immediately realized that her thoughts had wandered off to a completely different place. She was filled with shame and stammered, "What else could I possibly do at the Fang family? Naturally, I'm treated as an honored guest. The Fang family has no women, only these clothes." Bai Yi's face grew redder as she spoke, feeling deeply wronged. Qian Disheng then said indignantly, "Princess, the Fang family is no benevolent family. Not only did that maid named Xiao Tao from the Fang family deceive this old servant last time, but she also robbed this old servant of a batch of fine fabrics provided by Manager Chun from upstream a couple of days ago. This old servant has no idea how much money I've missed out on. If a mere maidservant can be so despicable, then Fang Zheng is definitely no good either. Princess, you can no longer stay in the Fang family. You must come to this old servant." Bai Yi lowered her head, her face flushed crimson, as if it were about to bleed. The clothes she wore appeared to be made from the latest fabric. "Princess, did you hear what this old servant said? Move in tonight." Bai Yi pouted and looked directly at Qian Disheng, saying, "I'm not going. If I just leave like this, wouldn't all the suffering I've endured in the Fang family for so long have been for nothing? We absolutely cannot leave." Looking into Bai Yi's stubborn eyes, Qian Disheng's heart suddenly softened. Yes, the princess is only 16 years old. Her country has been destroyed and her family has perished. It is already remarkable that she can still live on with such strength after such a huge change. How much more can we ask of her? That's fine. Let's leave it at that. Princess, please return. This old servant will go to settle the young master. Please come again when you have time. Upon hearing Qiandusheng's order to leave, Bai Yi's beautiful eyes dimmed, and she walked out of the cloth shop dejectedly. On the way back, the grievances in my heart seemed to ferment, causing a sharp pain in my chest. After walking for an unknown amount of time, they finally arrived back at the gate of the Fang residence. Looking at the huge signboard above the Fang residence, Bai Yi's emotions surged even more. Just then, Fang Zheng returned from his shift and saw Bai Yi standing dumbfounded at the gate as soon as he got out of the car. He raised his hand and called out, "Little White." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi silently walked over, forcing a smile. "Young master, you're back. Why do you want to guard the gate again?" Seeing that she didn't reply and seemed a little disappointed, Fang Zheng suddenly realized what was going on. "I had no idea what it was about. Did they forget to give you your commission for that invitation letter? Come on, young master, here's your money. Don't look so gloomy." As he spoke, he pulled out a few smelly copper coins from his sleeve and slapped them into Bai Yi's palm. Bai Yi froze, staring at the pitiful few copper coins in her palm, smelling the faint, pungent odor. Long-suppressed emotions suddenly erupted like a volcano. She burst into tears, covered her face with her hands, and ran quickly into the Fang residence. Fang Zheng chuckled upon seeing this. "Oh my, you're so happy about earning a little commission? You're such a fool." Chapter 67 Fang Zheng, the King of Deception. The cicadas chirp mournfully as evening falls on the long pavilion, the sudden rain having just ceased. At the city gate, the farewell feast is joyless, amidst the dawn breeze and the waning moon. In the imperial court, Guo Tianyang recited the poem Rainy Night Bell. The cicadas lament with great emotion, captivating many officials, some even wiping away tears with their sleeves. Emperor Jing looked down upon everything from his high vantage point. His gaze towards Fang Zheng held a hint of satisfaction. "Where will I be when I wake from my drunken stupor? On the willow-lined bank, in the dawn breeze, and under the waning moon. Years will pass, and all the beautiful days and scenes will be in vain." When Guo Tianyang read the line, "Good times and beautiful scenery are wasted," his voice stopped abruptly. The officials in the court couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. Emperor Jing said happily, "My dear ministers, listen to this. What do you all think of this poem?" As people get older, they become more sentimental. As the Grand Secretary, Li Yinsong's literary talent is beyond question. Upon hearing this poem, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions of parting and sorrow. He raised his wide sleeve, secretly wiped his nose, and solemnly said, "Your Majesty, parting has always been painful, especially on this desolate autumn night. Where will I be when I wake up from my drunken stupor tonight? On the willow-lined bank, in the dawn breeze, and under the waning moon." The first two lines point to parting. The lines about desolation and tonight build upon and elaborate on this theme. There should be no other words separating these two lines. Otherwise, even the most striking lines will become lifeless. Therefore, this old minister believes that this poem is a masterpiece among poems. This old minister is in awe, and I fear that I could never reach such a level in my entire life. Upon hearing this, the ministers all sighed in regret. If the Grand Secretary had said so, what right did the others have to say anything? Emperor Jing was even more pleased to hear Li Yinsong's high praise. "Li Gong is too modest. Do you know who wrote this poem?" Everyone remained silent. They all knew what was going on, but no one wanted to say it. Within 2 days, the poem Rainy Night Bells had spread throughout the streets and alleys of the capital, and everyone knew that it was written by Fang Zheng, the junior chamberlain of the court of imperial sacrifices. The plagiarist himself couldn't sleep either, listening to the song Rainy Night Bells, while his feet were busy with a massive construction project of a 3-bedroom apartment. Seeing that no one reacted, Emperor Jing chuckled and said, "It seems that all of you ministers already know. Then why don't we ask him to explain this word to you all?" Fang Zheng stepped forward shakily, not out of fear, but because it was so damn embarrassing. He hadn't even memorized the whole thing, so what was he supposed to explain? "Your subject, Fang Zheng, greets your majesty." Emperor Jing waved his hand and said, "Minister Fang, there's no need for formalities. I have witnessed your poetic talent firsthand. This poem has truly allowed me to see you in a new light. However, why are the last 2 lines missing? Not only are you gentlemen curious about this question today, but I'm afraid even the scholars in the capital are very curious about it. You must answer everyone's questions properly and not give them any evasive answers." "Wow, everyone else copies poems so smoothly. Why is it so difficult for me?" Fang Zheng panicked. Feeling guilty, he lowered his head and remained silent for a long time. The minister's gazes gradually focused on Fang Zheng, and Emperor Jing's brows furrowed. Minister Fang, why aren't you speaking? Li Yuanzhao stared at Fang Zheng with great interest. He knew that although he didn't know who wrote the poem, it certainly wasn't written by Fang Zheng. Seeing Lao Fang suffer a public humiliation filled me with brotherly joy. There's really no other way. Fang Zheng slowly raised his face, which was flushed red, and said painfully, "Your subject is ashamed." Upon hearing this, Emperor Jing's expression turned serious, and the expressions of the crowd became subtle as they exchanged messages. The gist is, look at this scoundrel. He can still write such beautiful poems. It's obviously plagiarized. Fang Zheng said with grief and indignation, "Since taking office in Taoyuan County, I have worked diligently and conscientiously for the people. I can climb mountains to chop wood and fetch water from rivers. Yet, despite my dedication, the lives of the people under my rule remain arduous. Later, I continue to work hard, and the lives of the people of Taoyuan County improve day by day. But even so, there are still people who are disappointed with their lives, and ultimately, this is my fault." The courtiers were dumbfounded. "We asked you to give a speech. What are you spouting nonsense about? Are you here to boast?" Fang Zheng's expression suddenly became agitated. "So, I tried even harder, but I still couldn't reverse the situation. Finally, one day, I fell ill and lay in bed for 3 days and 3 nights without eating or drinking. During those 3 days, I lay in my dilapidated home, observing the stars at night, and suddenly realized the truth. That is, everything is imperfect. No matter what you do in this world, it will never satisfy everyone. Therefore, since that day, apart from matters concerning the people, I tried my best to leave some imperfections in my private life in order to temper my mind. If this continues, I will not be able to compose complete poems, but only incomplete ones. And that is why I am a disabled person. Of course, I am different from Brother Gua. What is disabled in my heart is my spirit." "Fang Zheng, are you crazy?" Gua Tianyang felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit while standing next to Emperor Jing, having been inexplicably dragged into this mess. "It is precisely because I have a flawed mind that I can let go of my obsessions, maintain a high fighting spirit every day, not be attached to material things, and continue to serve the country and the family. So, when Your Majesty asked me why this poem is incomplete, I would say that it was always like this." "Blanching. That works too." Li Yuanzhao's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he listened to Fang Zheng's rambling nonsense, his heart pounding with shock. The courtiers were utterly disgusted by this absurd explanation. "That's ridiculous. Nobody would believe what you're saying. Fang Zheng, all you know is some sophistry." However, Emperor Jing looked thoughtful after hearing this. Since his visit to Taoyuan County, Fang Zheng has indeed not written a single complete poem, and every single one of those poems is a masterpiece. If these works were not made by Fang Zheng, they should have spread far and wide long ago. Moreover, the poem Yulin Ling is incomplete, which matches what Fang Zheng said. Emperor Jing sat on the dragon throne, deep in thought, while the officials below the stage were in a panic. His Majesty is thinking about it. His Majesty is thinking about it. Such an absurd thing, and His Majesty is actually seriously considering it. Is there anything more absurd in this world? After a long silence, Emperor Jing hesitated before saying, "I see. Minister Fang is indeed thoughtful. Wow, there really is one." Everyone fell silent. What happened to the court? Could things possibly get better? How did things turn out like this after Fang Zheng arrived? Once Fang Zheng had sorted out his thoughts, he noticed that Emperor Jing seemed somewhat skeptical, so he continued, "Your Majesty, imperfection isn't necessarily a bad thing. Some things are not necessarily perfect if they are too perfect, and they're not necessarily incomplete if they are incomplete. Everyone's understanding of poetry is different. Now, with 2 lines left blank, readers can fill in the blanks according to their own interpretations. This is called the beauty of imperfection, or perhaps a kind of perfection in disguise. Don't believe me? You gentlemen can try it." Hearing him say this, the courtiers couldn't help but begin to fill in the blanks in their minds. "Wow, that smells kind of right." Chapter 68 Jenga. The ministers pondered the matter and couldn't help but begin to complete the poem. Then, they actually felt that their writing was quite good. With the last 2 sentences added, "Wouldn't this work be mine?" Makes sense. Even Emperor Jing was the same. No one felt they were adding a superfluous touch. After all, that's human nature. Fang Zheng looked at the assembled officials, who were shaking their heads slightly, and nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was feeling smug, he saw Li Yuanzhao grinning mischievously and giving him a thumbs up. Fang Zheng returned the favor with a big smile. It has a rather treacherous feel to it. The ministers, having pondered this for a while, looked at Fang Zheng with a different expression. I didn't expect this kid to actually have some skills. He wasn't just spouting nonsense. Emperor Jing was all smiles, seemingly very satisfied with his work. What Fang Qing said makes sense. There is indeed a beauty in imperfection. However, I still hope to see you create a complete masterpiece in the future. Fang Zheng quickly searched his mind, and the first thing that popped up was goose, 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 and then nothing more. He could only chuckle awkwardly. Your Majesty, I will do my best. Emperor Jing then tapped the imperial desk twice. All right, my dear ministers, let's stop this small talk. If you have anything to report, please do so. As soon as Emperor Jing finished speaking, Zhang Shi, who had been silent in the crowd, stepped forward immediately. He said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present. I want to impeach Fang Zheng for openly gathering a crowd to beat up the people, which is an insult to the dignity of the court. Fang Zheng, as the junior chamberlain, has acted so despicably, which will surely affect the crown prince. Your Majesty, I beg you to punish him severely. No one present was surprised, because besides the song Rainy Night Bell becoming a hit, another thing was that Fang Zheng beat up Zhang Shi's son. However, no one expected that Zhang Shi would choose this moment to stand up and impeach Fang Zheng, and even personally take the lead. It is unwise for His Majesty to be so friendly to Fang Zheng now. Zhang Shi only received the news more than a day later, and was immediately enraged. He rushed into the house and beat Zhang Chang again. Being bullied is not scary. But Zhang Shi couldn't accept that his son was bullied and didn't even dare to say a word. After enduring another beating, Zhang Chang finally stammered out that he had been beaten. The pain of Zhang Shi's blows was felt deep within his heart. His son's cowardice was beyond his wildest imagination. So even if the timing wasn't right to impeach Fang Zheng, he had no choice but to stand up. Emperor Jing, feigning ignorance, asked, Fang Zheng assaulted someone? Who is this person? When and where? Is there any evidence? Your Majesty, I am truly ashamed. The person Fang Zheng beat was none other than my son, Zhang Chang. It happened just 2 days ago on a painted boat on Suzhou Lake. My son was attending a poetry gathering at the time, and all the scholars present can attest to that. After saying that, Zhang Shi glared at Fang Zheng with hatred. Fang Zheng, on the other hand, looked indifferent and shrugged. Emperor Jing turned to Fang Zheng and asked, Fang Zheng, is this true? Fang Zheng stepped forward and said, I did attend a poetry gathering 2 days ago, but I did not beat Lord Zhang's son. We only had a verbal altercation. Lord Zhang, are you trying to frame me? Upon hearing this, Zhang Shi angrily retorted, I framed you. You dare to say that? No sooner had he finished speaking than Fang Zheng turned around and complained, Your Majesty, I want to impeach Zhang Shi, the Minister of Revenue, for openly insulting a court official. Fang Zheng, you're shameless. Zhang Shi didn't expect Fang Zheng to be so unpredictable and disregard all rules, which made him even angrier. Hey, everyone heard that. He called me shameless, and there's plenty of evidence. Zhang Shi, what else do you have to say? Seeing his behavior, people in the crowd couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Young people lack martial ethics. Emperor Jing immediately scolded. Fang Zheng, stop making trouble. Zhang Shi, I ask you, do you have any witnesses? Zhang Shi had clearly come prepared. Your Majesty, my son and the witness are both here outside the palace, ready to be summoned at any time. Okay, bring it up. The court officials were once again astonished. Zhang Shi, the Minister of Revenue, was so angry. How could this court assembly turn into a trial? This was a breach of protocol, and it was just a mere brawl. His Majesty actually acquiesced. It seems there's going to be some drama today. Soon Zhang Chang and a scholar-looking man were brought to the imperial court. The two bowed down tremblingly, clearly seeing such a scene for the first time. Emperor Jing did not recognize Zhang Chang and directly addressed the two men, saying, Witness, who are you? Was Fang Zheng involved in a fight the day before yesterday? The scholar spoke in a trembling voice. I was invited to the poetry gathering just the day before yesterday. I personally witnessed Lord Fang beating young Master Zhang. There were 3 of them in total. Young Master Zhang was pinned under the table, and the 3 of them were jumping around on the table. Fang Zheng, is this true? Fang Zheng calmly replied, Your Majesty, these are all lies. I did not have any physical conflict with young Master Zhang that day. This gentleman must have been drunk and imagined it. If it's 3 against 1, why bother with something as troublesome as pinning him under the table? Besides, this kind of fighting method is far too childish, and I would never stoop to using it. That night, young Master Zhang's seat was not far from mine. I clearly saw young Master Zhang playing Jenga with someone. After drinking too much, we had a little argument, that's all. Emperor Jing asked in confusion. What is this stacking music? When Zhang Chong heard the words Jin Dai Lu, a type of card game, he trembled uncontrollably. Zhang sure assumed that his son was just scared of the big event and secretly kicked him in the backside. This Jenga is a game for two people. It involves drinking and stacking glasses together to see who can stack the glasses the highest. Fang Zheng casually made up a game. Emperor Jing looked at Zhang Chong and, seeing his trembling appearance, frowned again. Zhang Shi, a high-ranking official of the second rank, couldn't help but raise his voice. Zhang Chong, recount what happened that day again, in its entirety. If Fang Zheng truly deceived you, I will send someone to investigate and give you justice. Zhang Chong was terrified and was dragged to the palace by his own father. Now I'm in a bind, torn between my own father and my own reputation. Which should I protect? If you don't admit you were beaten, wouldn't your own father lose all face? If I admit it, I won't be able to face anyone. If I can't face anyone, my dad will lose face too. After weighing the options, Zhang Chong made a firm decision. Your Majesty, I was indeed playing Jenga that day, and Fang Zheng did not hit me. After saying this, Zhang Chong slumped down as if his bones had been pulled out. Zhang Shi's eyes widened, and he pointed a trembling finger at Zhang Chong, unable to believe his ears. Even though the whole outside world is talking about this rebellious son, he still doesn't dare to admit it. No, that's not right. Suddenly, Zhang Shi's red eyes turned sharply towards Fang Zheng. He must have found something wrong with his son to do this. Otherwise, there's no other explanation. Fang Zheng remained calm and indifferent, but his eyes kept glancing at the trembling scholar. Li Yuan Zhao, sitting in the hall, grinned so wide his mouth almost reached his ears. Emperor Jing surveyed the expressions on everyone's faces and said, Minister Zhang, since the aggrieved party himself has denied this matter, do you have anything else to say? I have nothing to say, Your Majesty, please punish me. At that moment, Zhang Shi seemed to have aged 10 years, his heart breaking. What a disobedience, son. There are things you can't say at home, and you have to hide them from us. Very well. Accusing a minister without cause. Your Majesty, I have something to say. Fang Zheng interrupted Emperor Jing. Please speak, Mr. Fang. Since I'm the one who suffered the most in this matter, I think we should just let it go. After all, it's just a small matter, and I don't care about it. Oh, is that really true? Emperor Jing cast a surprised glance at him. This wasn't Fang Zheng's style at all. Wasn't he always so vengeful? The court officials, including Zhang Shi, were quite surprised. Why had Fang Zheng suddenly changed his ways? Fang Zheng replied sincerely, I mean it from the bottom of my heart. Anyway, I've been disliked ever since I came to the capital, but I've gotten used to it. These words caused quite a few people to feel a pang of guilt. I didn't expect Fang Zheng to actually be a decent human being. The scholar looked at Fang Zheng with trembling eyes, a sense of gratitude welling up in them. Emperor Jing sighed. Very well, since you have such a magnanimous heart, I will grant your wish and send these two people out of the palace without further punishment. This matter is settled. There's no need to discuss it further. Chapter 69, The Fifth Princess. After a minor setback, the morning assembly returned to normal. After the court assembly ended, Gui Tianyang squinted and approached Fang Zheng with a mysterious expression. Brother, His Majesty has summoned me to the imperial study. Oh, thank you, Brother Gua. Fang Zheng secretly took out a silver note and stuffed it into Gui Tianyang's sleeve. Gui Tianyang nodded in satisfaction and said in a low voice, They'll probably ask some questions about tea. Okay. Watching Fang Zheng's departing figure, Gui Tianyang couldn't help but feel somewhat depressed. Aside from being a bit of a jerk, this kid is pretty sensible, but why is he sometimes so clueless? Do we really have to personally ask to be adopted as a godson? Upon entering the imperial study, Emperor Jing had already arranged a seat for the emperor. Upon seeing Fang Zheng arrive, he said directly, No need for formalities, please sit down. Seeing this, Fang Zheng felt cheerful. It seemed there wouldn't be anything to do today. Emperor Jing, reviewing memorials without looking up, said, Tell me, how did you beat that Zhang Chong? Why does your Majesty say such a thing? Fang Zheng became wary. Could it be that he sent someone to follow me? Emperor Jing scoffed. Huh. Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are, Fang Zheng? A quarrel? What good can come of a quarrel with you? Fang Zheng chuckled twice, realizing that the big boss was going to protect him. I'm ashamed. We only had a brief sparring session, and I didn't go all out. After the fight, I even treated him to a bath. Emperor Jing slowly raised his head and pointed at Fang Zheng with his brush. Zhang Chong is the son of the Minister of Revenue. You must know that, right? The capital is different from Taoyuan County. You must not be so reckless in the future. You're always making a fuss. You don't act like a minister at all. Seeing the esteemed figure's concern, Fang Zheng smiled shyly. What important matter has your majesty summoned me for? Emperor Jing's expression turned serious. Tea isn't selling. Although the last batch of tea imported from Taoyuan County sold well, the sales of tea have been declining day by day since then. In the last 2 days, sales have slowed down and similar products have appeared on the market. Therefore, I would like to ask you how to solve this problem. Fang Zheng was not surprised to hear this, since those items were originally inferior products. People are just trying something new and following the trend. Besides, Emperor Jing set the price so high that no one with money can afford to be a sucker every day. Your Majesty, these are all normal situations. The quality of Dapin Tianxian tea is not particularly high, and the variety is limited, making the price excessively high. Solving this problem is not difficult. We just need to import some other types of tea from Taoyuan County and reposition ourselves in the market. This tea can be divided into longevity tea, beauty tea, weight gain tea, aphrodisiac tea, and so on. The packaging must be exquisite, ideally to the point of being more valuable than the product itself. Inside, there should be a short story to introduce the tea's long history. The counters in the store should also be categorized and carefully planned. For example, longevity tea is best sold to elderly people with a sage-like appearance, while beauty tea is sold to beautiful women. You can find aphrodisiac tea from someone like Uniqua, who tells everyone he's good again. Just think, which man could resist such temptation? Recently, that old geezer Gui Tianyang has been giving Fang Zheng strange looks, and Fang Zheng has remembered it. Hearing him tease Gui Tianyang, Emperor Jing wanted to laugh, but immediately put on a stern face. Speak properly. Well, secondly, the existing sales model, which only involves selling at the counter, is too crude. Why not join forces with other restaurants or brothels to sign long-term cooperation agreements, supply them in large quantities at prices lower than the selling price, and let them promote the products in the market? The most important thing is the pricing. Please forgive my bluntness, but your Majesty's tea is priced far too high. These chives need to be harvested in waves. It would be a waste to uproot the entire field. Emperor Jing looked at Fang Zheng with a strange expression. Then the things in your Taoyuan County are not cheap at all, are they? Fang Zheng said awkwardly. The model in the capital is different from that in Taoyuan County. Taoyuan County uses a tourist attraction model. Tourism scenic area model? That's right, there are very few outsiders coming to Taoyuan County to begin with, and the merchants who come to buy goods have no choice but to source them from Taoyuan County. So hee. Emperor Jing chuckled and said, "What if I entrusted the tea sales to you?" Fang Zheng quickly shook his head. No, I can't. I'm already exhausted from teaching the Crown Prince. I even have a headache when I get out of bed. If I were to also run a tea business, I'm afraid it would have the opposite effect. Are you kidding me? Buying goods from Taoyuan County and earning the same amount of money while doing 2 jobs? When has young Master Fang ever suffered such a loss? I'll give you 10% of the profits. Let's do it. Fang Zheng blurted it out without thinking, and regretted it as soon as he said it. Emperor Jing stared at Fang Zheng and said, "You are the first person who can bargain with me. Do you know why I favor you so much?" This sounded awkward, and Fang Zheng's expression became somewhat unnatural. Because I can make money? Emperor Jing slowly said, "That's right. Last year, the national treasury revenue totaled more than 22 million taels, and you were able to earn more than 100,000 taels for me with just one method. That's the ability I value in you. The national treasury is now empty, and we are struggling to move forward. We are short of both food and money, and I have a terrible headache." Fang Zheng nodded and said, "In the end, it's still a food shortage. If there were enough food, a large number of people could be released, and wealth would be created and circulated accordingly." Interesting. I've witnessed your ability to make money, but what about grain production? Do you have any methods? Emperor Jing's eyes held a hopeful look, wishing he could hear the answer he wanted from Fang Zheng. However, he was soon disappointed. I have no choice. Fang Zheng was also helpless. The people of Jinghua had never even heard of potatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn. He had sent people out to inquire and search for them. The search yielded nothing, and with such slim hope, Fang Zheng didn't want to waste manpower and money on it, so he had no choice but to halt the search. Ultimately, the only option was to send specialists to Taoyuan County to breed the existing main crops, but the scale was too small and progress was limited. Some efficient farming tools did emerge, but human labor was extremely cheap in this era, and these tools were insignificant in the overall picture. Emperor Jing waved his hand regretfully. "Never mind, it's been difficult for you. This kind of thing can't be solved by one person alone. All right, that's enough for today. The Crown Prince is still waiting for you." No sooner had Emperor Jing finished speaking than Gui Tianyang rushed in. Sweating profusely and looking terrified, he said, "Your Majesty?" Physician who says the fifth princess is dying. Please go and see her. Chapter 70, Divine Doctor. What? Emperor Jing suddenly stood up, his face filled with surprise, and ran out of the imperial study, leaving Fang Zheng standing there dumbfounded. After admiring the imperial study for a while, he slowly got up and left. When they arrived at the imperial household apartment, Li Yuanzhao was still leisurely playing Go with Lu Jin. Upon seeing Fang Zheng, he jumped up excitedly and exclaimed, "Wow, old Fang, you managed to shut up that old man Zhang Shi today. Why are you only arriving now?" Fang Zheng asked in bewilderment. His Majesty summoned me to the imperial study and then left after hearing that the fifth princess was dying. Your Highness, who is the fifth princess? What? Li Yuanzhao, upon hearing this, also ran away with a look of astonishment on his face. Fang Zheng looked completely bewildered and turned to look at Lu Jin. Who is the fifth princess? Lu Jin looked worried when he heard the news. When Fang Zheng asked him a question, he replied with a bitter face. The fifth princess is the most beloved princess of His Majesty and His Highness the Crown Prince. She has been weak and sickly since childhood. Lead the way. I'll go take a look. Lu Jin's face grew even more bitter. Lord Fang, that's the inner palace. You can't get in. Fang Zheng spread his hands and said, What's the point of me staying here after the Crown Prince is gone? Enough nonsense. Lead the way. With the Crown Prince around, what's there to be afraid of? No, this servant dares not, Lu Jin said, sounding as aggrieved as a young wife. Seeing this, Fang Zheng stepped forward, put his arm around Lu Jin, and whispered, Little Jin, I've admired you the most since I entered the palace. You know what? I have a way to make your manhood grow back. Really? Lu Jin's eyes lit up. Would I, Fang Zheng, a dignified man from the county, lie to you? Fang Zheng's face was serious, his expression leaving no room for doubt. It can grow back. It can grow back. These words kept echoing in Lu Jin's mind, and slowly his eyes reddened. He gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. Follow me with your elbow. You're so sensible. Lu Jin was filled with excitement all the way, and his legs moved so fast they seemed to blur into a phantom. Fang Zheng chased after him all the way, cursing him under his breath. By the time they arrived, the man was exhausted and panting. Inside Mingwan Palace, Emperor Jing and the Crown Prince looked at the fifth princess lying on the bed with worried expressions. When Fang Zheng arrived, they both showed surprise. Emperor Jing angrily rebuked, Why are you here? Is this a place for you? Your Majesty, I chased after the Crown Prince, but I don't know what's going on. Fang Zheng gasped for breath. Damn it, that damned eunuch ran so fast. Li Yuanzhao quickly smoothed things over, saying, Father, don't worry, I sent old Fang. Nonsense, Emperor Jing said, then fell silent, staring at the princess and sighing deeply again. Fang Zheng caught his breath and peered at the bed. He was immediately stunned, and an idea popped into his head. The pinnacle of pure desire. The beautiful woman before him lay on the bed, her cheeks etched with sorrow, her delicate frame bearing the marks of illness. Her eyes were tightly closed, and she occasionally let out a soft cough. She had a delicate, round nose, skin as white as snow, cherry-like lips, and a red plum blossom that resembled a touch of red plum blossoms in the snow, aloof and alluring. Even through the thick quilt, her shapely figure was still visible. Fang Zheng's heart raced slightly as he watched. Are all members of the royal bloodline this outstanding? Emperor Jing asked dejectedly. Imperial physician who? How is the princess now? Physician who had a refined and otherworldly appearance. He kept stroking his beard and sighed. The situation is not optimistic. Just now, I almost thought that the princess was not going to make it. Fortunately, she has been protected by heaven and has survived this ordeal for now. The rest can only be observed after the princess has recuperated for a while. Emperor Jing looked up to the sky and sighed. 10 years. 10 years have passed, and my daughter is still not cured. What's she done wrong? Miaohan? Can she hear me now? Physician who shook his head. I don't know either. The princess's condition is still unstable. Your Majesty should let her rest for now. I will report back when there is any change. Emperor Jing shook his head weakly. Crown Prince, Minister Fang, please leave. Let the princess rest in peace. No, I want to stay here and watch. Li Yuanzhao looked at Emperor Jing with a stubborn expression. Emperor Jing looked at Li Yuanzhao, then saw Fang Zheng looking at the princess with concern and sighed helplessly. Fine, if you want to stay a little longer, then stay a little longer. I have important matters to attend to. After saying that, he waved his sleeve and left. Li Yuanzhao, dejected, tugged at Fang Zheng's sleeve and whispered, Old Fang, do you have any ideas? Are there any good doctors in Taoyuan County? Old Fang. Fang Zheng came to his senses and said helplessly, Your Highness, I am not a physician either. The physicians in Taiyuan County are probably not as good as the imperial physicians. Let me first find out what illness the princess has, and then I'll think of any solutions. After speaking, she stood up and walked to Physician Hu. May I ask, Physician Hu, what exactly is the princess's illness? Upon hearing Fang Zheng's question, Physician Hu hesitated and asked, and who is this gentleman? Fang Zheng. Upon hearing the name Fang Zheng, Physician Hu immediately revealed a disdainful expression and casually remarked, even if I explained, you wouldn't understand. Fang Zheng blinked, not quite understanding. Has my reputation in the palace become so bad that it's even reached the imperial hospital? He stepped forward and grabbed Physician Hu by the collar, startling the surrounding maids and eunuchs who all retreated. Fang Zheng said calmly, I'm asking you a question, so answer it. If you keep rambling, I'll impeach you. You're such a good-for-nothing who hasn't been cured in 10 years. What are you so smug about? Physician Hu had never seen anyone like this in the palace before, and he trembled with fear as he said, It's a lung disease. Lung disease? There are many kinds of lung diseases. Which kind of lung disease? Hey, let go of me. This illness is really strange. It's somewhat like tuberculosis, but it's not. I've told you, but you wouldn't understand. Upon hearing this, Fang Zheng loosened his grip on Physician Hu's collar, smoothed out his clothes, and laughed. Speak properly. Why didn't you say that earlier? You have no manners at all. Li Yuanzhao walked over with a displeased expression. What's all the noise about? Old Fang, how's the questioning going? Fang Zheng glanced at Physician Hu. We haven't found out yet. When Physician Hu saw the Crown Prince arrive, he hurriedly said, Your Highness, this illness is very strange. Previously, this old minister believed that the princess's illness was caused by weak liver fire, and the prescription he gave had some effect. But the princess suddenly fell ill today, so we need to think about this further. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanzhao immediately flew into a rage. How many prescriptions have you changed in the past 10 years? You quack. I'll beat you to death. After saying that, he swung his fist and punched Dr. Hu. Physician Hu immediately fled in panic. Fang Zheng quickly hugged Li Yuanzhao, knowing he was still teaching the Crown Prince and couldn't let him become a troublemaker at the hospital. Don't rush. Don't rush. Let me take another look. Upon hearing Fang Zheng speak, Li Yuanzhao angrily lowered his fist. At this moment, Fang Zheng's gaze towards Physician Hu changed. This fellow has been changing prescriptions for 10 years, and the princess is still alive today. He must be a miracle doctor. Chapter 71, Fang Zheng, a scientific pioneer. Fang Zheng walked to the princess's bedside and observed for a while. Aside from the fever, it seemed like all he was doing was coughing. Nothing else seemed particularly unusual. When Physician Hu said it was a lung disease, it felt somewhat like pneumonia, but since I'm not a medical professional, I couldn't be sure. He could only turn to Li Yuanzhao and say, Your Highness, let's go. There's no point in staying here, and it would only disturb the princess's rest. Li Yuanzhao nudda khabili. The two walked to the outside of the palace gate. Li Yuanzhao leaned against a pillar dejectedly and said softly, Old Fang, do you know that Miaohan is my dearest younger sister? We have been together since we were little. She's a month younger than me and has always been frail and sickly. Seeing her in such pain today felt like a knife was cutting my heart. I wished I could kill that quack doctor right now. Fang Zheng stood silently to the side. Li Yuanzhao continued sadly. I thought you had a lot of ideas and could find a way to save her, but I never expected this. What'll I do if she leaves? The two remained silent for a long time. Li Yuanzhao suddenly looked up at Fang Zheng and asked, Old Fang, do you want a wife? When Li Yuanzhao suddenly said that, Fang Zheng felt the tone of the conversation change too quickly, and his heart couldn't quite accept it. I seem to recall a folk remedy called chengxi, marrying someone to bring good luck. Why don't I marry Miaohan to you and give it a try? There's no other way. Only you're all right. If it were any other man, I would rather die than agree. Just tell me if you're willing or not. Fang Zheng looked up at the sky, speechlessly. The Crown Prince is marrying me off to a dying princess. Is he doing me a favor, or does he hate me? He smiled wryly and said, Your Highness, those are just folk tales. If marrying someone to ward off bad luck could cure illnesses, there would be no wars in this world. Upon hearing this, it was as if a string in Li Yuanzhao's heart had suddenly snapped. He jumped up and grabbed Fang Zheng's arms tightly, roaring, Tell me, what else can I do? Fang Zheng immediately pulled Li Yuanzhao's hand away forcefully and shouted, Calm down. The most important thing now is to find a way to save the princess. Why are you yelling so loudly? Is it going to help? Startled awake by Fang Zheng's shout, Li Yuanzhao slumped to the ground, muttering, What other way is there? What other way is there? Seeing his distraught appearance, Fang Zheng couldn't help but empathize with him. The Crown Prince is also a man of strong emotions. Helplessly, he said, "Perhaps I have a solution, but the chances are extremely slim." Li Yuanzhao jumped up as if grasping at a straw, excitedly saying, "Old Fang, you really do have a way. Tell me quickly." "There's something called penicillin that might be able to cure the princess's illness." Fang Zheng hesitated for a long time before deciding to tell the truth, without holding out any hope at all. In later generations, penicillin became a panacea, a soft gold during wartime. It is extremely safe and plays an immeasurable role in antibacterial and anti-inflammatory effects. Before Fang Zheng transmigrated here, he had just watched a TV series that explained in detail the traditional methods of preparing penicillin. However, I only remember the general outline. I still need to think about the details. However, to ensure that the program is error-free, the preparation environment is qualified, and the knowledge in the TV series is reliable, all three conditions must be met, so the success rate in his mind is basically zero. Seeing the crown prince in this state, they have no choice but to try anything, even if it seems hopeless. I have a way to obtain this medicine, but don't make it public until it's successful. Also, making medicine takes time, and whether the princess can hold on until then depends on luck. Li Yuanzhao was overjoyed. Great, Lao Fang, tell me what to do. I'll find someone to help you. The two hit it off immediately and rushed back to the East Palace, ordering Lu Jin to get several baskets of oranges. Place all the oranges in a dark place to allow mold to grow. Over several days, the mold will begin to climb onto the surface of the oranges. Fang Zheng then had rice and taro boiled into a juice, which was roughly made into a culture medium. Finally, the greenest possible penicillium strain was selected from the orange peel and applied to the culture medium. After a week, the culture medium was almost ready, and then vegetable oil was added and stirred. Since penicillin is a water-soluble substance, this step is for further purification. Next, add carbon powder and continue stirring to purify. Fang Zheng vaguely remembers that the next step involved further purifying penicillin with acidic and alkaline water. If you don't know how to make acidic water, you can only use vinegar. As for alkali, the imperial kitchen has plenty of it, although the purity cannot be guaranteed at all. The process involves several steps of filtration. Since we didn't have filter paper, Fang Zheng even brought toilet paper from Taoyuan County from home. The toilet paper supplied to Taoyuan County Government Office is tough yet soft, with good air and water permeability and high density, making it much better than ordinary shim paper. Due to a lack of disinfection methods, toilet paper is often dried in the sun when the sun is strong to kill germs. The syringe was also handcrafted by a silversmith, and the rubber stopper was replaced with animal sinew. All the experiments were proceeding in an orderly manner, and Fang Zheng's confidence was constantly being built up with each experiment. To ensure safety and rigor, Fang Zheng did not allow any changes to the experimental order. All experimental equipment was boiled at high temperatures, and the ratios of acid and alkali solutions were adjusted in groups. In the end, a total of 27 experimental groups were set up. The crown prince could only participate for a limited time, as he was frequently reprimanded by Yin Goen and Emperor Jing for skipping classes. Fang Zheng was also scolded, but this did not stop the two from continuing their experiment. During the penicillin preparation process, the princess inexplicably fell ill again, but fortunately, she pulled through once more without serious injury. Finally, half a month later, all the penicillin in the experimental groups was successfully prepared. Fang Zheng also compiled a thick notebook, which recorded the experimental process of each group in detail. Fang Zheng looked at the 27 small silver bowls with lids on the table, each containing a dose of penicillin, and a sense of pride welled up in his heart. The fact that he was conducting his first experiment since transmigrating was a great step forward in human history. Looking at these silver bowls, Li Yuanzhao couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. I've never heard of treating illnesses this way before, but old Fang is truly an extraordinary person. He must have his reasons for doing it this way. Trust him. Old Fang, what should we do next? Fang Zheng said, whether this medicine can cure the disease can be set aside for now. Our most urgent task is to verify the safety of penicillin. I need some death row inmates. The rest is up to your highness. Li Yuanzhao readily agreed. No one knows how he did it, but the next morning, a thick list of death row inmates was delivered to Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng's face grew increasingly dark as he flipped through the roster. Each roster records the crimes committed by the prisoners. Crimes like murder, arson, and rape are considered minor offenses. There are many more perverts who enjoy cannibalism and are prone to cruelty. Originally, 27 people were selected for the experiment, but Fang Zheng ended up selecting more than 40 people. I originally wanted to cancel it, but considering the differences between individuals, I finally decided that it would be better to select more people to get more accurate results. The princess is running out of time, and this time we must succeed on the first try. So they recruited a few more, making a total of 54 people. 3 days later, in a dungeon in the capital city. The interior has been converted into a huge, sun-shaped prison cell, with oil lamps everywhere, but it still appears somewhat dark. A curtain was used to separate them in the middle. Fang Zheng was worried that the prisoners were too dirty and that their sneezes and breaths might spread bacteria and contaminate the test subjects. Because the prince was caught skipping class, only Fang Zheng is here to conduct the experiment today. More than a dozen guards stood around Fang Zheng. In front of him was a large table with 27 silver bowls on it. Fang Zheng silently drew the penicillin from the 27 silver bowls into numbered silver syringes. With everything prepared, the curtain in the middle of the dungeon was slowly pulled open. More than 50 death row inmates looked at the young man through the cell door with some trepidation, as this unusual prison experience was a first for them. Fang Zheng slowly said, "Everyone, don't be nervous. The reason I've gathered you all here today is to let the warriors of my great Jing try out a new drug. This medicine can cure all poisons. It is extremely safe, but you need to share your experience after using it. The lucky prisoners who participate in the experiment today will each receive a reward of 20 taels of silver to be distributed in the fall. Once the experiment is successful, I will plead with the court to spare you all from the death penalty and instead impose life imprisonment." "All right, I've finished speaking. Who agrees? Who disagrees?" As soon as Fang Zheng finished speaking, all the guards around him placed their hands on the hilts of their swords. He cursed inwardly. "Damn it, they really know how to find us work. I object. You're just trying to kill us. If you have the guts, then let's just end it all. Slap him." The guard stepped forward, opened the cell door, and slapped the prisoner twice across the face. The prisoner immediately cowered in the corner, feeling wronged. The other prisoners looked at each other in bewilderment. Having been a pervert my whole life, has this time I finally met a real pervert? There's definitely something wrong with your medicine. And the idea of giving out bonuses after the fall season? How the hell did you even think of that? Life imprisonment? I'd rather die sooner. Seeing that no one objected, Fang Zheng was very satisfied. "All right, let's begin the experiment. Go 2 people at a time, bring them out one by one." The guards opened the cell door and let out 2 death row inmates. Then, several people stepped forward and pressed one of them into a chair. Fang Zheng picked up a syringe and slowly injected the contents into the condemned man's vein. It was Fang Zheng's first time giving someone an injection, and he was sweating profusely, but thankfully it was over quickly. The second prisoner was pinned to the table, his pants were pulled down, and he was given a shot in the buttocks. This one was surprisingly easy. After the 2 death row inmates received their injections, a tag was placed on their arms, and they were put back on. Soon, more than 50 people followed the same method and were all defeated. An hour later, Li Yuanzhao, dressed in a guard's uniform, barged into the dungeon, shouting and yelling. Old Fang, how are those death row inmates doing? Did it work out?" Li Yuanzhao was extremely nervous. Whether his sister could survive depended on him. Fang Zheng was standing facing the curtain when he heard Li Yuanzhao shout and turn around. The candlelight in the dungeon flickered continuously, the changing light and shadow constantly reflecting on Fang Zheng's angular face, making him appear mysterious and unpredictable. Meeting Li Yuanzhao's hopeful gaze, Fang Zheng slowly turned around, his voice filled with immense disappointment and a hint of sorrow. "They're all dead. Chapter 72, is the princess saved? What? They're all dead? Old Fang, you're not lying to me?" Li Yuanzhao could hardly believe his ears. He clearly saw all the raw materials. It wasn't poison he was making, so how could more than 50 people have died? Fang Zheng didn't say anything, silently turned around, and ripped off the curtain behind him. The cell was packed with over 50 corpses lying haphazardly. The guards around witnessed this terrifying scene again, and their legs trembled uncontrollably. That's terrifying. That's terrifying. This young man in front of me is not human. He poisoned more than 50 people without batting an eye. After the death row inmates received their injections, some screamed in pain, some convulsed, and some vomited everywhere. Their deaths were all extremely gruesome. After he finished, he kept turning over the corpses and pressing and squeezing their chests, sometimes even flattening them. I've never seen such an evil thing in my entire life. Not even on the battlefield. He's not human. He's a devil. Everything was fine before the Crown Prince arrived. Once everyone saw that the Crown Prince was there, they felt safe. The tension in their hearts had already reached its breaking point, and many guards shed tears and broke out in a cold sweat. One of the unqualified guards even urinated. The faint smell of urine in the air deepened Fang Zheng's melancholy. Li Yuanzhao collapsed to the ground, tears welling in his eyes, muttering, "How could this be? How could this be? We've tried for half a month. Is it really all in vain?" Fang Zheng quickly helped Li Yuanzhao up, saying, "Your Highness, please return to the palace first. We can talk about it there." Li Yuanzhao nodded, staggered to his feet, and walked out first, his back view appearing particularly lonely. Fang Zheng glanced back and gave a bitter smile. "It's really too difficult for me, Fang Zheng." The guards all felt a chill run down their spines. He laughed. This necrophiliac demon, who had killed over 50 people, was actually laughing at the corpses. "I want to go home." Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, Fang Zheng thought to himself, "Things have come to this point, and I have done my best. Perhaps this is just the way things are." After a sigh, he turned and left the dungeon. From this day forward, the legend of a dungeon king who could stop children from crying at night will be sung throughout the capital for 100 years, remaining ever new. 2 days later, the princess fell ill again. Li Yuanzhao's situation wasn't good either. He was constantly worried about the fifth princess and seemed absent-minded all day. Fang Zheng was also quite helpless. Although he felt it was a great pity that the princess had passed away, penicillin was something that couldn't be dealt with under the current technology and conditions. But the crown prince is always in a daze, and I can't listen to anything he says, so work can't be carried out. Where is the dignity of the teacher? Fang Zheng finally couldn't sit still any longer and decided to go and ask physician Hu again. So Lu Jin was summoned. "Xiao Jin, go and fetch physician Hu from the imperial hospital. I have some questions for him." Lu Jin had been absent-minded these days, eagerly waiting for Fang Zheng to help him have another child. He said solicitously, "I heard that physician who has been going to Mingwan Palace every day to treat the princess. Shall I take you to Mingwan Palace?" Fang Zheng glanced at Li Yuanzhao and saw him sitting in front of the chessboard, staring blankly at it. "It seems I can't go with them, so I'll just have to risk it myself." Without hesitation, Fang Zheng followed Lu Jin and quietly sneaked into the Mingwan Palace. Fortunately, the maids and eunuchs in the palace had already met Fang Zheng, so they didn't stop him much. After searching inside, they found that the imperial physician was not there. Fang Zheng randomly picked a palace maid and asked, "How is the princess now?" The palace maid replied honestly, "Your Excellency, the princess fell ill yesterday and is still unconscious. I've had this illness 3 times this month, the most severe being the first time." Fang Zheng keenly sensed that something was wrong, but he had overlooked it because he was busy with experiments. If the princess had pneumonia, it couldn't be coming in waves. He had never heard of such a recurring illness before, especially since each episode was so severe that the princess would faint. Fang Zheng hurriedly asked, "Does the princess's illness follow a seasonal pattern? Which season is it more severe?" "Yes, it's better in winter, and this year it didn't flare up in winter, but it got worse in summer." Fang Zheng had a vague feeling that he had grasped something. He continued, "Where did the princess fall ill last time? Is it right here?" The palace maid looked puzzled. "Be specific." "The back garden." "Take me to the back garden." Fang Zheng's face lit up with joy. It seemed that the princess's illness was very likely related to the back garden. The young palace maid quickly knelt down and refused, saying, "My lord, the back garden is the princess's private and important place. You cannot enter." A 20-tael silver note floated down in front of the palace maid. The palace maid picked up the silver note and looked up to see Fang Zheng's smiling face. "Can we come in?" The palace maid obediently placed the silver notes on the ground, shook her head and said, "Sir, please don't do this. Please take them back. It really won't do. If people find out, I'll be beheaded." Another 20-tael silver note followed closely behind. "Can we come in?" The palace maid gritted her teeth. "My lord, it really won't work." A stack of 20-tael silver notes came crashing down. The palace maid was dumbfounded and looked up at Fang Zheng. He then quietly collected the silver notes from the ground and whispered, "Sir, please don't make a sound. Don't worry, if anyone finds out, I'll just say I sneaked in myself." With the help of a guide, Fang Zheng slipped away safely to the back garden. The back garden was in full bloom, filled with vibrant purple-red flowers. Fang Zheng pointed at the flowers and asked, "What kind of flower is this?" The palace maid whispered, "This is called radiant coral, and it's Her Highness the Princess's favorite flower. It blooms all year round." Could it really be because of this flower? Fang Zheng asked seriously, "Was the princess's worst illness this month in the back garden? Did she touch these flowers?" The palace maid thought for a moment, then nodded seriously and said, "Yes, we touched it. We even picked a huge bunch, saying we wanted to give it to His Majesty." Fang Zheng twitched the corner of his mouth. "Princess, you're allergic to pollen. How come no one noticed with so many people in the palace? No wonder I keep getting sick. How can I not get sick again if I go to the garden after I recover? These flowers bloom all year round, but they probably didn't bloom this winter because the temperature was particularly low." She survived 10 years of this. The princess's physique is quite impressive. If I'd known it was this simple, why did I bother with penicillin? Now I've made a bloody mess. Thank you, let's go back. Chapter 73, Advanced Dietary Therapy. Fang Zheng ran all the way back to the East Palace. Seeing that Li Yuanzhao was still staring at the chessboard, he quickly exclaimed, "Your Highness, the princess's illness can be cured." Upon hearing this, Li Yuanzhao slowly raised his head, his expression complex, and said, "Old Fang, have you thought it through? What have I figured out?" Fang Zheng was full of questions. To bring good luck in marriage. Fang Zheng was dumbfounded. So the crown prince had been sitting there for 2 days and was still thinking about this marriage to bring good luck. His thought process was truly extraordinary. However, the ceiling of pure desire definitely appealed to him. It's just unknown whether his personality is good or not. Fang Zheng hesitated for a moment and asked, "Can you make this decision?" "I'll go beg my father," Li Yuanzhao said, and was about to leave when Fang Zheng stopped him. "All right, no one in this world understands women's hearts better than me, Fang Zheng. If I want to get married, what I need to ask His Majesty for help? Let me teach you 2 tricks. The first one is to drink more hot drinks." Before Fang Zheng could finish speaking, Li Yuanzhao arrogantly declared, "I don't need to learn these things. There's no reason for me to pursue women. Only for women to pursue me." "Oh, this... Fine. You're a high-ranking official. You're awesome." Fang Zheng was speechless and couldn't help but recall his miserable life before he transmigrated. The difference between people is indeed greater than the difference between people and dogs. Fang Zheng said sternly, "All right, Your Highness, please stop talking nonsense. I'm discussing serious matters with you." "Your Majesty, I have discovered the cause of the princess's illness and how to resolve it." Li Yuanzhao only then realized what was happening and exclaimed urgently, "Really?" "Yes, it really is. If you don't believe me, you can come with me to the princess's bedchamber and see for yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yuanzhao grabbed Fang Zhengyi's hand and ran towards the palace, following Fang Zhengyi's directions all the way to the back garden. After Fang Zheng finished explaining, Li Yuanzhao fell silent. "Old Fang, you're not kidding, are you? You're saying my sister has been sick because of these flowers?" "I've already had people question them in detail, and the location, time, and rhythm of the onset of the illness match up perfectly, so the possibility of error is very small." Fang Zheng casually picked a bunch of flowers, smelled them, and found a fragrance to be strong. "Perhaps the most urgent task is to get the princess away from Mingwan Palace, or we should just uproot all these flowers. After observing for a while, we'll know the result." Li Yuanzhao had no doubts and immediately said, "All right, let's do as you say. Let's go and see how Miao Han is doing." With the crown prince accompanying them, things were obviously much more convenient. This time, Fang Zheng saw the princess of pure desire again, and her condition had deteriorated considerably. Her eyes were tightly closed, and her face was somewhat pale. Physician who happened to be there as well, carrying a pot of freshly brewed medicine. Upon seeing the crown prince, he immediately bowed. Li Yuanzhao pointed at the pot, frowning, and asked, "What are you cooking here?" Physician who said, "Your Highness, this is ginseng that I just obtained from foreign merchants. I have already tasted this ginseng, and its medicinal properties are mild and moderate. It can be taken by ordinary people without any problems. Moreover, I heard from the person who bought this ginseng that it has miraculous effects." The foreign merchant only had 3 caddies, and it cost him a full 2,000 taels to buy them. "This ginseng soup is extremely precious. Please let the princess drink it while it's still hot." Fang Zhengyi sarcastically retorted, "Tonic medicine? You've been taking it for 10 years, and you're still not better. Did you poison me, old man?" Upon hearing this, physician who broke out in a cold sweat, but having already witnessed Fang Zhengyi's character, he dared not be presumptuous and hurriedly flattered. "Hey, Lord Fang, what are you saying? You can't just say things like that." Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Li Yuanzhao's unfriendly expression and exclaimed in panic, "Your Highness, you don't believe what Lord Zhang said, do you?" Li Yuanzhao nodded slowly. "I believe it. I believe it completely. You should know better than I how many precious medicinal herbs Miao Han has consumed over these 10 years. So why is she still not cured? Is it because your medical skills are inadequate, or is there something wrong with the medicine she's taking?" Physician who, drenched in cold sweat, said, "Your Highness, it is my incompetence that is the cause, but the princess's condition is truly strange. Ginseng is said to replenish what is similar to what is lacking. So this overseas ginseng we obtained this time might have a miraculous effect." Fang Zheng moved closer to Li Yuanzhao and said in a sinister tone, "Since physician who is so knowledgeable about tonics, he must have taken a lot of tonics over the years. I think there is no one in the palace more nourishing than Physician Hu. Why don't we stew Physician Hu? The princess might be able to double her lifespan if she eats it. Using the principle of like cures like is always the right way. Li Yuanzhao's eyes lit up upon hearing this. That's right. That makes sense. If the principle of like cures like applies, why can't we eat people? Why go through all that trouble of eating ginseng? Two pairs of eyes, glowing green, simultaneously turned to Physician Hu. Physician Hu was terrified on the spot, and couldn't help but curse. Fang Zheng, you shameless scoundrel. How dare you spout nonsense in front of the crown prince? I'm going to report you to his majesty. Li Yuanzhao was furious upon hearing this, and kicked over Physician Hu, causing a jar of ginseng soup to fall to the ground and shatter. How dare you insult Lao Fang? You old good-for-nothing. Then he kicked Doctor Hu repeatedly. The crown prince is incompetent. Physician Hu's heart was bleeding. He frantically defended himself with his hands, repeatedly crying out, Crown Prince, you have been misled by treacherous people. Misled by treacherous people. This old minister has been wronged. Fang Zheng grinned as he watched the commotion. Seeing that Li Yuanzhao was getting out of control, he quickly grabbed him and said, All right, Your Highness, that's enough. If this old man dies here, we'll be in big trouble. Li Yuanzhao angrily withdrew his leg, still grumbling, You old bastard, don't let me run into you again. Old Fang, let's go talk to father. Old Fang, Old Fang. After calling out twice, and seeing that Fang Zheng did not respond, Li Yuanzhao glanced at him sideways. Fang Zheng stared blankly at the shattered ginseng soup on the ground, motionless. Blood trickled into Fang Zheng's eyes. The so-called overseas ginseng on the ground was actually a sweet potato that had been stewed until it was mushy. Something I've been searching for years without success was inexplicably found in the palace, and then stewed until it was a mess. Fang Zheng lunged at Physician Hu like a mad dog, grabbing his neck tightly with both hands and shouting angrily, I'll strangle you, you old man. Tell me quickly, where'd you get this ginseng? Do you have any more? Physician Hu rolled his eyes, feeling pinched. Yes, there's the Imperial Hospital. Li Yuanzhao hurriedly hugged Fang Zheng, shouting, Old Fang, that's enough, or we'll be in big trouble if this old man dies here. Upon hearing this, Fang Zheng quickly released Dr. Hu, and then a surge of joy welled up in his heart. Dr. Hu caught his breath and immediately lay down on the ground, pretending to be dead. Li Yuanzhao tugged at Fang Zheng's sleeve and hurriedly asked, Old Fang, does this ginseng really have miraculous effects? Hee, quite impressive, even more miraculous than you imagined. Your Highness, our future is bright. Chapter 74 Corn is here too. This sweet potato is undoubtedly a miracle food. It has extremely high yield and is drought resistant. It is ready for use after only 2 months when it grows to the size of a thumb. During famines, it could undoubtedly serve as a staple food. If people got tired of eating it, it could be made into starch products, and the residue could be processed in animal feed. Even the stems and leaves are edible. Fang Zheng had been longing for sweet potatoes for years, but had never been able to get them. If there is no major surge in grain production, it will be difficult to unleash the nation's labor force. No matter how many high-end products Taoyuan County manufactures, they will only be confined to the circle of the wealthy. Without involving the majority of workers, prosperity is out of the question. Just like the high-end tea and wine and mirrors in Taoyuan County, the people can't even afford to eat. So how can they afford to buy them? If the supply is only for wealthy merchants and nobles, Taoyuan County's production capacity is sufficient, and there is no way to expand production. This is the core problem, but now that we have sweet potatoes, the problem will be solved in no time. Moreover, with the help of sweet potatoes, Fang Zheng's confidence was greatly boosted, and he was determined to continue searching for potatoes and corn. But looking at the soft, thin patch of sweet potatoes on the ground, Fang Zheng suddenly felt a little uneasy. The aroma of sweet potatoes could be faintly smelled, but the one on the ground was rather thin and had some roots attached, which explained why Physician Hu mistook it for ginseng. Thinking too much is no substitute for trying it. Without hesitation, Fang Zheng picked up the sweet potato from the ground, stuffed it into his mouth, and savored it. Seeing this, Li Yuanzhao grinned, then hesitated before pinching a handful and stuffing it into his mouth. Fang Zheng tasted it carefully and found that the taste was fine, but the sweetness was a little weak. However, it is not surprising that since arriving and dying, all the fruits and vegetables I have eaten are far inferior to modern fruits and vegetables in terms of sweetness and flavor. Obviously, things that have not been selected and domesticated by humans are not very good. After all, no plant or animal is born to be eaten and live for humans. Even watermelons grown in greenhouses in Taoyuan County are not very sweet, and they have huge cavities inside, which is obviously a problem with the variety. But it's definitely a sweet potato. Li Yuanzhao savored the taste. It's alright, but what disease does this thing cure? Cure illnesses? Yes, it can indeed cure illnesses, especially the illnesses of poverty and hunger. Fang Zheng glanced at physician, who was still pretending to be dead, and then pulled him up again. Seeing that his head was drooping, he pinched his hip. Immediately, physician who screamed as if he had stepped on an electric wire, then said in shame and indignation, Lord Fang, a scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. Enough nonsense. Take me to the imperial hospital. Find this ginseng and tell me exactly who purchased it. After saying that, he grabbed physician who and started walking out. Li Yuanzhao anxiously called out from behind, Old Fang, what about my sister? Let's put it aside for now. The three sped along, Fang Zheng and Li Yuanzhao looking excited, while physician who kept shouting, attracting the attention of passersby. The three of them soon arrived at the imperial hospital, where physician who began humiliatingly searching for medicinal herbs. Fang Zheng was finally relieved when a box containing 3 sweet potatoes was delivered to him. Pointing to the sweet potatoes in the box, he whispered to Li Yuanzhao, this thing is called sweet potato, and it can yield more than 1,000 caddies per moo. If it can be widely planted, the world will be at peace. Take this first. I'm afraid this quack doctor might cause trouble later, and something else might go wrong. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanzhao's eyes widened suddenly, and he looked at the 3 unassuming sweet potatoes in the box in astonishment, clearly realizing their importance. He took the box, stuffed it inside his clothes, and hugged it tightly to his chest. Seeing Li Yuanzhao's earnestness, Fang Zheng breathed a sigh of relief and pointed at physician who, asking, Where's the person who purchased this ginseng? Physician who said with a long face, I've already sent someone to fetch him. After waiting a while, a young man who looked honest and simple came over and bowed to the crown prince. Fang Zheng asked directly, You're the one who bought ginseng from the foreign merchants? What's your name? The honest young man replied, Your Honor, I am Songyu. I did indeed purchase that ginseng from a foreign merchant a few days ago. Where is that merchant now? Does he have any other things you haven't seen before? Songyu hesitated and said, That foreign merchant looked very unusual. He must have come to my great Jing by accident. We can't communicate. Besides this ginseng, he also sold me a lot of rotten radishes, but many of them were rotten, so I didn't take them. After that, the foreign merchants left. A radish from Shanghai? Fang Zheng was a little puzzled. What was this thing? What does that radish look like? It looked a bit like a radish, with little bumps on it and tendrils. Fang Zheng was stunned. This was just corn. What kind of bullshit radish was this? Those people in the Imperial Medical Academy are all blind. Those bastards. How could they just miss out on corn like that? After a long silence, Fang Zheng finally spoke. Where did you find those 4 merchants? Jiangling Port. Why did you go to Jiangling Port to buy medicinal herbs while you were in the palace? Your Excellency, many medicinal herbs are susceptible to spoilage, so it's faster to travel by water. Fang Zheng then asked a few more questions, which Songyu answered one by one. In short, those 4 merchants are probably gone for good, and we don't know when we'll meet them again. But getting this information is already a huge gain. Even if the other party doesn't come, I can still go out and search for it myself. At least I can be sure that corn does exist in this world. However, Fang Zheng still felt aggrieved. He grabbed Songyu and started walking towards the door, saying, Little Song, what you said is very good. I admire you very much. How much silver did you spend on those red ginseng roots? Songyu was somewhat frightened by a sudden change in attitude and whispered, Reporting to you, sir, 2,000 taels. 2,000 taels to buy 3 caddies of sweet potatoes from a stranger, and he didn't even know what sweet potatoes were, which were worthless to foreign merchants. Therefore, the claim of 2,000 taels is pure nonsense to fool idiots. As a purchasing agent for the palace pharmacy, he is naturally very familiar with prices, and Fang Zheng does not believe that he could do such a stupid thing. Then he said in a sinister tone, Is it really 2,000 taels? Liars will have to swallow 1,000 needles, won't they? Really? Fang Zheng quietly pointed at the crown prince. Look, do you know what the crown prince is holding in his arms? Just now, a palace maid lied to the crown prince, so he cut off her head and was planning to take it back to plant flowers. Songyu looked at the crown prince and saw that there was indeed a bulging lump in his arms. He began to tremble and clench his teeth. Fang Zheng said sternly, The reason I've come to see you today is because the crown prince has discovered something amiss. I thought you were a decent person and wanted to save your life, but don't be ungrateful. Tell me, how much money did I spend? 2 ounces. Fang Zheng curled his lip in disdain. 2 taels of silver for 3 caddies of sweet potatoes? What a sucker. I have hidden some more. In his panic, Songyu blurted out everything. Damn it, I knew this piece of junk wouldn't fetch a high price. and this bastard actually kept it for himself. Fang Zheng was overjoyed. How many have you hidden? One basket, not two baskets. Seeing his spineless appearance, Fang Zheng said coldly, no matter how much you've hidden, bring it all to the East Palace to find me later. If anyone asks on the way, just say it's what the Crown Prince wants, understand? What about the silver you embezzled? Song Yu tremblingly pulled 2 silver notes from his pocket, his voice trembling as he said, I understand, sir. I haven't dared to spend a single penny of this money. Please save me, sir. Fang Zheng calmly slipped the 2 silver notes into his sleeve. All right, don't be afraid. You can go back now. Your kindness and virtue are beyond words. I will never forget it. Upon hearing this, Song Yu felt as if he had been granted a pardon and ran out of the imperial hospital. Then Fang Zheng beckoned Li Yuanzhao over and took out the 2,000 taels of silver notes he had just swindled. He gave Li Yuanzhao one. Li Yuanzhao blinked as he looked at the 1,000 tael silver note in his hand. Old Fang, what do you mean by this? Are you giving me money again? Fang Zheng chuckled and said, the palace underreported its purchases. These sweet potatoes only cost 2 taels, but the actual expenditure was 2,000 taels. This is the silver we just recovered. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanzhao immediately gritted his teeth. These bastards, they even dare to swindle money from the palace. When I have time, I'll drag them all out one by one. Huh, wasn't it supposed to be 2,000 taels? Why is there only 1,000? Where's the remaining 1,000 taels? Fang Zheng's face hardened, and he stuffed the remaining 1,000 taels into his sleeve, saying solemnly, I'll save it for your highness. Chapter 75, Taking Leave to Return to Peach Blossom Spring. Your highness, please return to the Eastern Palace first. I will go see his majesty. Li Yuanzhao nodded in agreement, and Fang Zheng immediately took off. Today has been full of surprises. Taking advantage of the opportunity to resolve the princess's illness, I quickly asked the emperor for a long leave to return to Taoyuan County. He couldn't rest easy leaving those things in the Eastern Palace. He personally guided the agricultural researchers in Taoyuan County. Although he didn't understand the technology, he grasped the general direction. Most farmers in this era were illiterate, but the people of Taoyuan County were different. People who can enter important positions must be literate, and many crops must be documented and recorded for selection and breeding. They have advanced cultivation experience, but the palace only managed to get 3 pitiful sweet potatoes. We absolutely cannot afford any more mistakes. Following the eunuch's directions, they learned that Emperor Jing had moved to the Hall of Mental Cultivation and hurriedly rushed there. Emperor Jing seemed somewhat surprised to see Fang Zheng. What are you doing here? Is there something wrong with the crown prince? Fang Zheng quickly explained, Your Majesty, I already have a way to cure the princess's illness. What? Speak quickly. Emperor Jing dropped the memorial in his hand and stood up excitedly. Fang Zheng, composed and at ease, slowly said, The princess's illness is both difficult and simple to explain. Actually, it's a pollen allergy. What is pollen allergy? Emperor Jing was clearly using this term for the first time. This disease can be triggered whenever you come into contact with pollen. Coughing and rashes are all related to it. I discovered a flower in the princess's back garden called radiant coral, which blooms in all 4 seasons. The princess's illness is related to this flower. Emperor Jing frowned, realizing he had discovered a blind spot. How dare you go to the princess's back garden? It was the crown prince who accompanied me. Okay, go on. Fang Zheng wiped away a cold sweat, almost letting slip. The solution to this illness is simply to keep the princess away from those flowers. Your Majesty, please find the princess a different residence, or simply remove all the flowers from the back garden. In this way, we'll know the answer after observing for a while. How confident are you in what you're saying? You know, physician who hasn't been able to cure the princess's illness in 10 years. Fang Zheng said solemnly, Your Majesty, the fact that the princess's illness has been so severe for 10 years and the cause still cannot be determined speaks volumes. I dare say I am 90% certain. Brother Gua is my best friend. He would even risk his life to vouch for me. Gua Tianyang stood to the side, his fat face twitching involuntarily as he glared at Fang Zheng. Damn founder group, when will you ever stop? Emperor Jing's face gradually lit up with joy, and he then said loudly, Good, excellent. Minister Fang, if you can truly cure the princess's illness, I will reward you handsomely. Fang Zheng chuckled inwardly. A huge reward? What's the rush? The biggest one is yet to come. Seeing that Emperor Jing was in a good mood, Fang Zheng continued, Your Majesty, I have a request to make. Speak freely. Emperor Jing was finding Fang Zheng increasingly pleasing to the eye. He's a real talent. He speaks so well, and now he's helped me solve a problem that's been bothering me. I wish to return to Taoyuan County for a while, but it won't be for too long. However, Your Majesty, please rest assured. Firstly, the Crown Prince is currently in good condition, diligent and earnest, compassionate, lively and ambitious, and deeply affectionate. Secondly, His Majesty has entrusted me with the tea business, and I must return to Taoyuan County to personally oversee this project from the source in order to do it well. Please give your instructions, Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jing paced back and forth, glancing at Fang Zheng every now and then. After careful consideration, he felt it wouldn't hurt for him to leave for a while. So he said, "All right, the princess is still recovering from her illness, and the crown prince has no interest in studying. You may go. Remember, go early and come back early." "Thank you, Your Majesty." After Emperor Jing gave his permission, Fang Zheng returned to the Eastern Palace. Upon seeing Li Yuanzhao engrossed in studying the sweet potato, he smiled and asked, "What clues has Your Highness noticed?" Li Yuanzhao shook his head. "This thing doesn't look special. Can it really yield over 1,000 caddies per mu?" Fang Zheng couldn't help but sigh, thinking that probably no one in the entire Jing kingdom had ever seen this thing before. If sweet potatoes had appeared earlier, perhaps so many people wouldn't have died in Taoyuan County. He wouldn't have to live such a miserable life, a dignified county magistrate reduced to begging for food in another place. "Your Highness, don't underestimate it. This plant can easily yield 1,000 caddies per mu. Just throw it in the ground and it will grow. If we can successfully cultivate it, all people in the world will be blessed. Not only are the fruits edible, but the vines and leaves are also edible. It's wonderful." Li Yuanzhao grinned after hearing this. "So, Lao Fang, what are you planning to do?" "I won't be coming tomorrow. I'll pack up and head back to Taoyuan County. I'll take these sweet potatoes to Taoyuan County to cultivate them and then bring them back. Before that, Your Highness, please don't make a fuss. It's better to talk after the matter is settled. Otherwise, it will only invite ridicule." That's just Fang Zheng's personality. He never fights a battle he's not sure he can win unless absolutely necessary. What we need is stability. Upon hearing that Fang Zheng wanted to return to Taoyuan County, Li Yuanzhao became anxious. "No way. Old Fang, I'm going to." Fang Zheng sighed. "You can't go. I've already spoken to His Majesty about the princess. It would be best if Your Highness stayed here to keep an eye on her. On the other hand, we've caused quite a stir recently, and there's bound to be criticism in the court. I've treated over 50 death row inmates, but can this matter just be left like this? And that old bastard physician who will definitely impeach me. His Majesty doesn't even know about these things yet. Your Highness, please stay here and observe the court's reaction. I am now isolated and helpless. If Your Highness wishes me to die, then come with me." Upon hearing this, Li Yuanzhao said dejectedly, "Then go ahead. You're my brother. What else can I do after you've said that?" That's not right. If sweet potatoes are so easy to grow, why go all the way to Taoyuan County? We can grow them in Donggong too. The Crown Prince is quite capable. The longer he spends with young Master Fang, the harder he is to fool. Fang Zheng couldn't help but sigh. "Actually, there's another thing. It's about penicillin." "Old Fang, you're still researching poisons," Li Yuanzhao exclaimed in surprise. "I think you should stop researching and stay in the Eastern Palace so I can farm with you." Fang Zheng glanced at him helplessly. "Damn it, what do you mean by poison?" "It's precisely because you think that I'm continuing my research. Otherwise, wouldn't future generations take a wrong turn when they see historical records? Penicillin's reputation has been damaged. Wouldn't that make Fang Zheng a sinner in history? We have to get it done for him. Your Highness, please don't say any more. We'll definitely go back. When we return, I will bring you local specialties from Taoyuan County. Make a deal." Chapter 76: The Great Development of Taoyuan County. The next morning, Fang Zheng took Zhang Biao and Xiao Tao on a carriage back to Taoyuan County. In the afternoon, Fang Zheng packed up the penicillin experimental equipment and notes he had previously kept around the East Palace and took them with him. Bai insisted on staying home, and Fang Zheng agreed. After all, having a maid who isn't very bright is no good. All three were in a very good mood throughout the journey. After all, they'd been away from Taoyuan County for so long. Xiao Tao chattered away the whole way. Fang Zheng listened to her with a wide grin, and Zhang Biao sat to the side grinning foolishly. Urged on by Fang Zheng, the driver traveled quickly and arrived in Taoyuan County in half a day. However, the ride was quite bumpy, as the road was rugged and winding, and the carriage was moving very fast. We were lucky that it didn't fall apart halfway through the journey. The roads only started to improve once we entered the county. At this moment, Xiao Tao was vomiting outside the car window. As soon as Fang Zheng crawled out of the car and looked at the surrounding mountains, he felt his mind broaden. Although it wasn't the same time, but the same place, I couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Taoyuan County, your Master Fang is back. Not long after, Fang Zheng saw an old farmer on the bus and was about to reach out to greet him. The old farmer looked over as well, then screamed as if he'd seen a ghost and ran towards the county town, running faster than a horse-drawn carriage. Fang Zheng's smile froze. What the hell are you running for? What's going on? I've only been gone a few days, and these scoundrels have already rebelled? Fang Zheng was completely bewildered, and the carriage continued on its way. Strange things started happening. Every time they encountered someone, before they even had a chance to say hello, the person would run toward the county town, baring their teeth and brandishing their claws like a mad dog. It wasn't until the carriage reached the city gate that Fang Zheng suddenly realized what was happening. A dense crowd thronged the city gate, each person looking at Fang Zheng with a smile on their face. Several high-ranking officials from the leading government office stood in front of the crowd. A group of children lined both sides of the road, each holding a bouquet of flowers. Behind them, someone was holding up a banner that looked like it had been made on the spot. The banner was white and written in red ink that read, "Welcome back to Taoyuan County, sir," making it look just like a debt collection scene. Fang Zheng burst out laughing. Wasn't this the same kind of welcoming ceremony they used for Inspector Wu Sheng? Now they're using it on me. Feeling a surge of emotion, he stood on the carriage and waved, saying, "Hey, the brothers are here." The people on the other side cheered wildly and waved. As soon as Fang Zheng got out of the car, the children on both sides of the road started waving bouquets of flowers. With their innocent voices, the children shouted in unison, "Welcome! Welcome! A warm welcome!" A familiar feeling welled up in his heart. Fang Zheng's face darkened, and he roared, "That's enough! That's enough already! I'm not like I just crawled out of my grave." The child with the flowers was terrified by the shout. She burst into tears, running around wildly and disrupting the order of the scene. Upon hearing the familiar cursing voice, some of the villagers couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Oh, it really is the master. It was him. The master just curses people like that. Oh yes, that sounds so familiar. Master, scold me again." Fang Zheng. After a long commotion, the crowd that came out to greet Fang Zheng finally dispersed. Fang Zheng was accompanied into the city by A.O. Chun, the acting county magistrate. A.O. Chun was originally the director of the Criminal Investigation Department and was an extremely serious person. Now, with a smile on his face and a notebook in his hand, he said, "Sir, a lot has happened in the county since you left, and I have written it all down. Speak. Since you left half a month ago, many young people in the county have been eager to go out and see the world. The child of Widow Wang in the east of the city was caught and brought back after sneaking out of the city in the middle of the night. His leg was broken, and he is currently recuperating in the clinic. Now the problem of young people wanting to go out has been solved. The literacy campaign is progressing smoothly. Now 70% of the people in the county can read, and the remaining 30% are still being educated. The promotion of garbage sorting is showing results, and the problem of sewer congestion has been alleviated. However, Anku Village in the east has been complaining that we throw too much garbage and demanding more money. We gave them an extra amount of money. The county theater recently put on a series of situational stage plays called Birds in the Courtyard, which has been very well received. Last month, the box office reached 300 taels of silver. This is interesting. Fang Zheng stopped and asked, "Is this something new that the county has developed?" A.O. Chen nodded. "Yes, that's right. Those young people in the county who wrote novels were beaten every day because they updated too slowly, so they switched to writing storybooks, and that's how this stage series came about." "Interesting. Is it still available today? I'll go check." A.O. Chun said awkwardly, "I'm afraid that won't work. Yesterday's episode was so well acted that the entire crew was beaten up and taken to the clinic. They probably won't be out for a while. Okay, go on. Let's not talk about these other things. Let's get to the important stuff." A.O. Chen nodded, then turned 2 more pages. The county's glass industry has made a breakthrough. The problems of impurities, bubbles, and discoloration have been solved. The glass produced now is pure and flawless, and should meet your requirements. The glass in the experimental greenhouse has now been completely replaced with the latest glass, and the experimental results in the greenhouse this winter should be further improved. The magnifying glass you requested has been produced, but many children have used it to start fires, causing 3 fires, though none have resulted in serious damage. The paper mill and the textile mill have jointly produced the sanitary napkins you requested. They are now being promoted throughout the county and have been well received by women. However, many people complain that the price is too high, and we have ordered the factory to find a way to reduce costs while maintaining quality. Also, the agricultural department has developed new rice varieties, and the yield is expected to increase by 0.5% compared to the original plan. Fang Zheng nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. A.O. Chun, it seems you've done a good job. Everything is on the right track." A.O. Chun smiled shyly. "You flatter me, sir." Then Fang Zheng took out the penicillin notebook from his pocket. Master, I did some research in the capital. It's all recorded in this notebook. Now that we have produced perfect glass, go and tell the people at the Research Institute that different effects can be achieved by combining concave and convex lenses. Ask them to grind more lenses and arrange them in combination, and try to make telescopes and microscopes. Find another group of doctors to study the notes. This book records penicillin. We must find a way to produce penicillin regardless of cost. Get more monkeys, rabbits, and other animals to test the drug. A.O. Chun was stunned. He slowly looked at Fang Zheng, his eyes full of doubt. Master, what are telescopes and microscopes? Chapter 77. Everyone turned against them. Fang Zheng chuckled to himself, realizing that the people around him were completely unaware of these things. He then explained, this telescope is similar to a cylinder. It can be a monocular or binocular with lenses arranged in the middle. Through this cylinder, you can clearly see over a kilometer away. A microscope also has different lenses arranged together, but it can see extremely tiny things. Tell the Research Institute that it is qualified if it can see insects that are invisible to the naked eye in water. Do you understand? Understood. A.O. Chun had no doubts. Fang Zheng's words were the truth in Taoyuan County. He said if there are invisible insects in the water, then there must be. Very good. Are there any other questions? Yes. Recently, a group of unusual people have infiltrated Taoyuan County. They've been asking about you. I was wondering if you had offended someone in the capital, so I didn't dare to lock them up. But there was a group of 6 people who seemed to be cult members. We detained and interrogated them for a while, but after we didn't get anything out of them, we released them. Upon hearing this, Fang Zheng immediately perked up. Interesting. It seems quite a few people are doing something underhanded behind my back. Where are those people now? They've settled down in the county after being sent to the re-education center. Don't worry, sir. They're all very well behaved and there are no problems. Would you like to take them to the county government office so you can meet them in person? Fang Zheng nodded and said, all right, bring them all over. I want to see what kind of people they are. Oh, sir, there's also Wu Sheng, the inspector of Hengjiang Prefecture, who has moved to the county. Fang Zheng sneered. Ha, you traitor, we'll deal with him later. Let's go to the county government first. Inside the county government office, Fang Zheng sat down in that familiar chair once again. Although I used to hate working here, after not sitting here for so long, I still feel a sense of familiarity. Looking at the 11 people standing upright below, Fang Zheng couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. People have been sent to Taoyuan County to gather information before, but the standard of living in Taoyuan County is high, and the people speak pleasantly, so they are generally easily assimilated. Even if you give them some inspirational quotes, team building activities, or a bath, they still won't leave. I wonder which 2 groups of unlucky kids sent me spies. Once everyone had arrived, A.O. Chun shouted, stand still. The master Fang you've all been longing to see has arrived. The 11 men snapped to attention. Greetings, sir. A.O. Chun looked at Fang Zheng with a smug expression, then shouted to the crowd, what is our goal? The 11 people shouted in unison. We will dedicate our lives to building Taoyuan County into the number 1 county in Manhwa, a prosperous, civilized, and harmonious county. No sooner had the words left his mouth than 6 more people shouted, give your hearts to Taoyuan County. Fang Zheng's face fell, and he turned to look at A.O. Chun. What's going on? You changed the textbooks after I left. A.O. Chun broke out in a cold sweat and quickly whispered, reporting to Master, it hasn't been changed. We're still using the 2nd edition of the textbook. These 6 people are those cult members. I don't know why they're always so excited. I didn't teach them to say these things either. Fang Zheng stroked his chin, staring at the 6 people with excited expressions, and couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps this was a common problem among low-level cult members. He's in good spirits, but his intelligence isn't very good. Fang Zheng pointed at the group of 6 and asked, I ask you, where did you come from? Who sent you? And what is the name of your sect? The leader stepped forward and said, reporting to the master, we are from the Water God sect. Our superiors assigned us to investigate Taoyuan County. However, we do not have a specific contact person and are rotated from time to time, so we do not know who sent us. All they told us was to stay here and wait for news before going back to report. Water God cult? Fang Zheng clicked his tongue, vaguely recalling a vague recollection of it, but didn't pay much attention. He figured it was probably some small cult that had accidentally wandered into Taoyuan County and set their sights on it. So he nodded and said, well, good. Now that you're here, you're all from Peach Blossom Spring. I won't dwell on the past. Since you like it here, then live well here. If anyone from the Water God cult contacts you again, remember to report it immediately. Understand? Thank you, sir. We understand, the cultist shouted excitedly, as if he were speaking to the cult leader. Very good. Very good. Work hard, earn more money, and pay more taxes. In the future, I might personally reward you with a tax-paying model award. As soon as Fang Zheng finished speaking, Ao Chan leaned close to Fang Zheng's ear and said, "Master, besides leaving money for food and rent, the rest of the money went to taxes." "What? Isn't this insane?" Fang Zheng was furious. "These 6, they're out of a job. They need to go back to school and be retrained. They can only be allowed to work again when they've learned to be normal people. Damn it, if we keep doing this, won't we be setting a bad example for the people of Taoyuan?" "Ao Shen surpresa de laug. Understood, master." "You 6, go back now, don't work anymore. The master has given you a holiday to rest. He'll let you know what's going on in a couple of days." The 6 men snapped to attention, saluted, and walked out in a line. "Make sure to train these 6 people well. If this water god cult comes again in the future, send them out as inside agents." "Understood, sir." Fang Zheng narrowed his eyes, looking at the remaining 5 people. "So, tell me, where are you all from?" The remaining 5 people were much more normal. The leader stepped forward and said, "Your Excellency, the 6 of us have come from the capital on the orders of Minister Zhang Shi of the Ministry of Revenue to investigate you. He wants to find something on you. Damn, that old bastard's so cunning. All he did was beat up his son, and he's so petty." "Wait, 6, aren't there 5 of you?" "Reporting to your master, there are 6 of us. One of us has returned to the capital to bring his mother over." Fang Zheng nodded slightly. "Life in Taoyuan County is truly amazing. Once you come, you won't want to leave. Don't you all have mothers? Why don't you go back?" "We wrote a letter, but his mother is old and frail and can't walk, so she went to pick him up in person because she was worried about him." At that moment, one of them suddenly burst into tears. "Master, I have no mother. Wah. My condolences. So you've also decided to settle in Taoyuan County from now on?" The leader said emotionally, "Master, we only realized why we were alive when we arrived in Taoyuan County. We are very happy living here. We are just servants of Lord Zhang Shi. We won't have a good life if we go back. It's going to stay here. We will never leave in this lifetime." Fang Zheng clapped his hands and laughed. "Good. Excellent. It is great to admit one's mistakes and correct them. Does anyone know anything about Zhang Shi? Tell me. We really don't know this gentleman." Fang Zheng asked tentatively, but didn't expect to gain anything from the underlings, so he wasn't disappointed. "All right, it's fine. You may all leave now and go about your business." The 5 people thanked them in unison, then turned and left. After everyone left, Fang Zheng's expression returned to normal, and he said calmly, "Keep an eye on them. The 2-year probationary period is not over yet, so we must not let our guard down." Chapter 78, Wu Sheng's Day. Wu Sheng has been living in Taoyuan County for some time now. After being demoted to commoner status by Emperor Jing, Wu Sheng immediately returned to Hengjiang Prefecture. However, upon returning home, Wu Sheng did not immediately move to Taoyuan County. Instead,